he had to inflict as much damage as possible. He couldn't do much for his dynasty, but he could certainly reduce their capable forces. If he couldn't eliminate this Olaf, he would ensure the other lost his fighting capability in the short term. Seeing the slash coming, Olaf's expression changed, and he gripped his spear tightly in defense. Clang. As soon as he deflected the saber, Olaf capitalized on the opening, delivering a swift kick towards Bob's chin. Knowing he couldn't avoid the attack, Bob swung his saber's hilt directly at Olaf's head. Although he couldn't dodge, it didn't mean he couldn't make the other suffer too. Bang. Bang. They each delivered a blow, causing both to fly backward, spitting blood. Despite being hit on the head, Olaf wasn't severely injured. However, Bob fared far worse. Kicked in the throat by Olaf, he struggled to catch his breath. Olaf had intended to kick his chin, but unexpectedly exposed his throat during the attack, hitting it squarely. Shaking his head slightly, Olaf swiftly rose and charged again with his spear. He needed to finish this quickly, not giving his opponent any chance to breathe. Seeing Olaf charge, overwhelming aura of combat readiness, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Facing the formidable Olaf, he unleashed all his power without reserve. He knew that holding back meant certain defeat within 2 turns, likely killed with 6 strikes. But if he gave it everything, he could hold on for at least 10 rounds. Noticing his opponent's full commitment, Olaf showed a hint of surprise and guessed his true intention. Since you've decided to go all out, General will engage you. Let's see if you're worthy to fight me. Olaf tightened his grip on the spear, aiming straight for Hugh's chest. Ducking aside, Hugh avoided the spear tip but still sustained a cut through his armor and flesh. Though the wound wasn't large, it caused profuse bleeding and left him pale. Seeing this, Bob gasped involuntarily, heart racing as he struggled to get up. He couldn't let his subordinate face such a formidable opponent, for it would lead to certain death. Just managing to rise, however, a sharp pain in his throat almost made him spit blood again. Perhaps the earlier mutual blows came with too high a cost. Phew it. Bang. After 17 exchanges, Olaf's face hardened, and he thrust his spear fiercely, piercing through Hugh's chest with chilling force, ending his life. Spitting blood, Hugh turned pale, dropping his weapon. As Olaf pulled his spear free, Hugh fell lifeless. Looking at the struggling Bob from afar, Hugh smiled faintly, whispering something, then closed his eyes gently. Ah! Witnessing Hugh's fall, Bob stood with tears streaming down his face, filled with resolve. His gaze locked onto Olaf, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and his fierce aura soared. Uncertain of victory but unwilling to disappoint his men, even in death, he vowed to bite a chunk off Olaf. Seeing Bob charging with renewed ferocity, Olaf's expression remained calm and indifferent as he readied his spear. A warrior's ultimate fate is always the battlefield. Though he admired this skilled commander, he had responsibilities to his kingdom and emperor. Kill. This battle, Bob must die. Clang, clang, clang. Both warriors clashed intensely, each attacking relentlessly with their weapons. Bob's saber clashed with Olaf's spear, who countered swiftly, forcing Bob to defend calmly. Within a few breaths, they had exchanged nearly 100 rounds, neither yielding nor gaining the upper hand. But upon closer inspection, Olaf clearly held the advantage, pressing down on Bob, signaling that victory belonged to Olaf. Chapter 314, Battle ends, road destroyed. Night fell, with a full moon hanging high in the sky and stars shining brightly. Rolling flames burned around the battlefield. Under the illumination of the moonlight and flames, everything was visible. The battle raged on intensely between both sides. With more and more soldiers from the Donghua dynasty joining the fray, victory was now leaning toward the Donghua dynasty. They only needed to fight for a few more hours. No, not even that, just half an hour, and the Donghua dynasty would secure their final victory. Bang. Thwack. Olaf seized the moment, delivering a swift backstab with his long spear, piercing straight through his opponent's chest and shattering his heart before pulling it out. As the spear was withdrawn from his chest, Bob's face turned deathly pale, and he collapsed to his knees, a look of despair on his face. He was barely holding on by a thread, sustained only by his own spiritual energy. His heart had been shattered, and his survival depended entirely on the spiritual energy coursing through him. However, this couldn't last long. In a few breaths, he would undoubtedly fall dead. He lifted his head slightly, gripping his long saber tightly in his right hand, and looked at Olaf with a bitter smile. I thought I had a chance to seriously wound you, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems those useless officials of the dynasty never obtained accurate information about you. Olaf was indeed too strong. The only reason he could fight for so long was because he had been burning his essence blood to keep up. Despite exhausting all his resources, he still couldn't defeat the opponent. This victory was firmly in the grasp of the enemy from the start. Bob's voice grew weaker, and finally, he closed his eyes slowly, signaling the fall of another mighty general. He came into battle with great enthusiasm, yet left without a sound. Even in death, Bob faced Taedongga River as if telling his sovereign that he, Bob, did not retreat and vowed to defend the dynasty until his death. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick. Not only did the other side have formidable warriors, but their strength was overwhelming and unshakable. Looking at the fallen Bob, Olaf remained unmoved, then continued to charge at the enemy with his spear. Though Bob had fallen, the battle was far from over. The enemy had not surrendered, and if they chose to continue fighting, he would accompany them to the bitter end. Meanwhile, nearby, Driscoll wielded a sharp long saber, reaping lives like a demonic reaper. Every enemy who dared to attack met their demise in one stroke. Blood and corpses littered the ground behind him, creating a terrifying scene. Seeing more enemies rushing forward, Driscoll showed no mercy. Gripping his saber tightly, he swung it down with a cold expression. Bang! With one swing, an enemy soldier and his shield were split in two. Driscoll did not stop there. He continued to slash at the others. Watching the increasing number of enemies, Driscoll didn't hesitate. He swung his saber again. Swoosh! In an instant, 3 powerful flashes of saber light spread across 8 or 9 yards, instantly cleaving everyone in their path, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even in the night, the blood-red stains were vividly visible, and the thick smell of blood was nauseating. Time passed gradually, and the battle neared its end. The weaker soldiers began surrendering, discarding their weapons to survive. Yet, some chose to fight to the death. For these fighters, the soldiers of the Donghua dynasty treated them with the respect due to true warriors, meeting them with their blades. After a grueling half-hour battle, the million-strong army of the Kaiyu dynasty was ultimately defeated. Some fled, while others dropped their weapons. Just as the battle ended, Fuiz led reinforcements into the battlefield. Stepping on the blood-soaked ground, breathing in the pungent scent of blood, Fuiz's expression remained calm, devoid of any pity. Surveying the surroundings, Fuiz turned to Hendrickler beside him. General Hendrickler, gather the remaining troops and move forward. Since the battle here was over, they needed to shift to other territories. They couldn't allow the enemy any time to react or build new defenses to block their advance. Although defenses wouldn't hold them back for long, it would slow down their assault and give the enemy time to regroup. Yes. Hendrickler responded respectfully, immediately turning to assemble the soldiers disembarking from the ships. Gather all unengaged soldiers. Looking at the soldiers disembarking behind him, Hendrickler bellowed the order. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers quickly gathered, ready for the next engagement. Although they hadn't participated in this battle, they would certainly join the next one. The soldiers of the Donghua dynasty, eager for bloodshed, felt excitement at the prospect of the upcoming battles. Report. At this moment, a scout rushed over on horseback, coming before Fuiz and kneeling. Reporting to the Grand General, just moments ago, General Bob ordered his troops to destroy the cliffs on both sides of Longmen Canyon, spanning 10 kilometers. Debris now covers the entire canyon, blocking our advance into the Kaiyu dynasty. What? Fuiz's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. Bob was truly ruthless. He severed his own escape route just to hinder their advance. After a brief silence, Fuiz asked expressionlessly, how long will it take to clear the debris? It will take no less than 2 to 3 months, and not only that, the cracks in the canyon cliffs are frequent. If large forces pass through, it will cause landslides. The scout replied bitterly. Hearing this, Fuiz felt a deep unease. He had tried to prevent such an outcome, yet the consequences were unavoidable. 2 to 3 months. And the risk of landslides. Wasn't this dragging down their advancement speed? He couldn't afford delays. Otherwise, following their original plan, they might fail to conquer the Kaiyu dynasty. Leave. With a grim expression, Fuiz dismissed the scout. Understood. The scout turned and left immediately. Just as he departed, military advisor Colt arrived. Seeing Fuiz's grim expression, Colt frowned. Grand General, your expression suggests something troubling. Is there news from the front lines? Turning to Colt, Fuiz replied, Advisor, you're timely. Both cliffs of Longmen Canyon have been destroyed, blocking our path with debris. Do you have any suggestions on how we can bypass this route? There was another method to advance into the Kaiyu dynasty, but it required too much time. At least half a year. Half a year? If the enemy had 6 months, they would rally armies from various regions and launch fierce counterattacks, putting them on the defensive. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original Chinese text to ensure continuity. Chapter 315. Establishing a teleportation array. This city has a plan. General, I have a plan that might eliminate the immediate threat. However, it requires some time. Colt remained silent for a moment before speaking. How much time do you need? Fuiz did not ask what the plan was, but directly inquired how long it would take. His goal was simple, to pass through Longmen Canyon as soon as possible. Only by passing through this canyon could they continue advancing into the Seven Knight Dynasty's territory and capture cities. If they couldn't pass through this canyon, they would be trapped here, possibly losing their opportunity to attack the Seven Knight Dynasty. About 10 days, Colt whispered. 10 days? This wasn't too long, but also wasn't short. 10 days could allow them to rest temporarily, but it would also give the enemy an advantageous period. Despite not knowing what awaited them next, his aim was to pass through Longmen Canyon as quickly as possible. Very well, I will give you 10 days. I hope Advisor will immediately implement your excellent plan, Fuiz said expressionlessly. Yes, but General, this plan requires assistance from the brocade uniform guards, so please summon them, Colt replied. Why do you need the brocade uniform guards? Can't my own soldiers handle it? Fuiz frowned, puzzled. General, I need the brocade uniform guards to establish a teleportation array, and no one among your soldiers can do that, Colt explained. Upon hearing this, Fuiz's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about this. They indeed couldn't cross the long, rock-filled canyon, but if they used a teleportation array, it would be a piece of cake. Only the brocade uniform guards could set up such an array. If they built another array at the other end of the Longmen Canyon, they could instantly transport themselves forward. However, this would consume a vast amount of spirit stones. After pondering for a moment, Fuiz ultimately agreed with Colt's plan to establish a teleportation array to transport the army to the other side of Longmen Canyon. Before implementing this plan, however, he needed to inform the king since it would be a huge expenditure of spirit stones. 3 days later, in Taedongcheng of the Mudu dynasty, under a bright morning sky. Report. Sir, the great Anchor dynasty troops just withdrew upon learning our reinforcements had arrived. On the vast prairie 100 miles from Taedongcheng, elite troops of the Mudu dynasty were marching towards the city. Suddenly, a scout rode rapidly towards the front lines, kneeling on one knee and respectfully reporting to General Eric. Strange. Why did Carnell suddenly withdraw his troops? Eric frowned slightly, puzzled. Leading 50,000 elite soldiers, they were still 100 miles away from Taedongcheng. The elite forces of the great Anchor dynasty, who were poised to capture the city, wouldn't abandon it so easily. Why the sudden change? Ha ha ha, General. It seems Carnell retreated because he sensed our reinforcements, a Arn beside him remarked. That's right. Now that our reinforcements have arrived, Carnell's troops risk being surrounded and attacked from both sides if they don't retreat. Another Arn added. Eric remained silent, pondering whether the news could be false. Is the information accurate? Sir, it is accurate. I witnessed it myself, the scout responded, clasping his hands in salute. Pass on my orders. Accelerate the march and ensure we reach Taedongcheng before sunset. According to intelligence, Carnell launched a fierce attack early today, catching the defending troops off guard, resulting in significant casualties. Capturing a city defended by over 30,000 troops was incredibly difficult. Even if they had wings, it was impossible to seize the city within such a short time. Yes. Gazing ahead, Eric's face was calm and stern. Carnell's elite troops were formidable, and his men could not withstand their attacks. Their only option now was to enter Taedongcheng quickly, using the city's advantageous terrain and defensive equipment to hold back the enemy. Thinking about the nearly month-long losses suffered by the Mudu dynasty and the continuous fall of cities made his heart restless. Soon, after rapid marching, Eric led his 50,000 elite soldiers to a battered city stained with blood and looking desolate. Seeing the defenders on the city walls and the closed gates, his initial concerns vanished. Just now, I feared Taedongcheng had been captured by the enemy, but now it seems otherwise. To do Guang horse. Eric didn't respond immediately, but watched as the city gates slowly opened and several soldiers emerged from within. Seeing this, he finally relaxed. Pass on my orders. All troops enter the city. Chapter 316. Locking the gate to beat the dog. Soon, under Fred's lead, the vanguard of the large army began entering the city one after another. The long procession was truly awe-inspiring to behold. At this moment, however, they were unaware that they had already fallen into a trap set by the great Anchor dynasty, and now only death awaited them. Eric himself also rode his war chariot step by step into the city, not even sparing it a glance before galloping towards Tianfeng City. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of troops stretched like a dragon, marching in order amidst clouds of dust as they entered Taedongcheng. It took nearly half an hour for the entire army to finally enter. With a series of clicks, the city gates were immediately locked down as heavy iron gates dropped from above. Eric, who had just entered the city, heard the heavy sound behind him and turned around to see the closed city gates, his face instantly turning extremely grim. No good, there's an ambush, retreat quickly. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and roared out loud. He also noticed something amiss at this point. Understanding the severity of the situation, he immediately ordered loudly, but it was too late. Shoot! Whoosh! 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 With a loud shout from the air, the soldiers hiding on the city walls calmly drew special iron arrows, with their tips wrapped in linen dipped in fire oil. The nearby soldiers hurriedly lit the iron arrows using flint and steel, and then the archers shot them off. Within a few breaths, the soldiers entering the city saw flaming arrows raining down in all directions across the entire city. At the same time, with a series of bangs, large clay jars filled with fire oil were either thrown down by soldiers or launched from catapults atop the city walls. Bang! 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 The jars shattered upon hitting the ground or people, spilling endless amounts of fire oil everywhere. Hundreds of soldiers standing below were instantly struck by these jars, drenched in pungent-smelling fire oil that quickly spread throughout Tianfeng City, accompanied by piercing screams. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone stood frozen in shock. Eric's eyes bulged wide open, his face contorted like that of a devil. No! Watching his subordinates fall one by one, Eric felt a sharp pain in his heart, helplessly roaring in despair. As the raging fire quickly engulfed the entire city, turning it into a massive torch, flames soared tens of feet high, blindingly bright, and devoured. Relentless fire ignited and consumed everything. The fearsome flames roared, illuminating the sky red. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the entire city turned into a sea of flames, with continuous screams echoing in every direction. Seeing this, Eric and several deputies stood still in midair, trembling, their faces ashen white, their eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. Aya! Eric let out a long mournful cry, hate filling his heart. This was his elite force of 400,000, now swallowed by the flames in an instant. Almost all were trapped within the fire. Warriors were indeed powerful and could shield themselves from flames. But once disoriented, Sugar, note. There seems to be a mistranslation or error in the original text here, could not prevent the flames from burning them, leaving them reduced to ashes. At this moment, he deeply regretted not having been more vigilant. If he had been cautious enough, this situation might have been avoided. But now, it was impossible to return to how things were before. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were instantly swallowed by the flames. Amidst the burning, they cried out in despair, groaning in agony, struggling desperately in the fire. Arlen. Gazing up at the city walls, Eric spoke each word distinctly, murderous rage surging, blood-red sky overhead. At this moment, he seemed to emerge from hell, emitting a horrifying light from his eyes, his face contorted, anger blazing. His mind harbored only one thought. He must tear apart Arlen, that bastard who had tricked him. While Eric raged inwardly, Arlen was leading a contingent of black-clad elite soldiers closer. These elite warriors looked ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were undoubtedly formidable. Though their armor was indistinguishable from the great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, there was an extra character embroidered on their left chest, Han. Above it, naturally, was the character Anchor, representing the great Anchor Dynasty. Where are the great Anchor elite? Standing at the forefront, holding a large saber, Arlen bellowed. Present. 10,000 elite warriors unleashed their momentum, fierce energy coalescing into a cloud of smoke hovering over them, battle intent intense, eyes cold and focused forward. Kill the enemy. Pointing his cold blade forward, Arlen shouted loudly. Kill. Kill. The 10,000 elites raised their heads simultaneously, gripping their weapons tightly, staring fiercely at the frenzied enemy before them, murderous intent raging. Instantly, their momentum condensed above them, and one by one, they rushed forward, weapons in hand. Seeing his elite soldiers charge ahead, Arlen did not lag behind. Gripping his weapon firmly, he advanced forward with a cold expression. When they captured this city, he learned from the Imperial Guards that Eric was leading 500,000 reinforcements to support this city. Initially, he hadn't intended to deal with these 500,000 enemy troops, but then he thought that capturing this large force would only benefit them. Thus, he orchestrated this empty city stratagem with the help of the Imperial Guards, luring the enemy into a trap. Chapter 317. A renowned scholar, Granville. Kill. Seeing Carnell charging towards him, Eric's face twisted into a grotesque grimace. Bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent shot skyward as he tightly gripped his long saber and charged at the opponent. Today, if he did not take Carnell's head, he would feel he had failed those soldiers who were burned alive. Seeing Eric recklessly rushing forward, Carnell inwardly sneered. This fool was courting death. Without any hesitation, Carnell swiftly accelerated, appearing instantly before Eric and bringing his saber down. Bang! Splatter! Unprepared for defense, Eric was instantly cleaved in two, his body flying dozens of feet, followed by a series of terrifying cracking sounds as blood poured out and he exploded into a pile of flesh. Eric couldn't comprehend why Carnell was so formidable until the moment of his death. In a single strike, he was split open and turned into a heap of meat scraps, a tragic end to a once-renowned general who didn't even have time to scream. General. The 7 subordinate generals nearby saw this scene and cried out in shock, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Before they could react, Carnell swung his saber towards them. Swish. Instantly, the blade in Carnell's hand sparkled brilliantly, enveloped in a bloody glow. With one attack, multiple sabers flashed. The subordinate generals watched helplessly as their bodies were sliced into pieces, exploding into clouds of blood. After Carnell consecutively killed enemy commanders, the soldiers on both sides engaged in fierce combat. The surviving soldiers of the Madu dynasty wielded their weapons and fought fiercely against the Daxia dynasty. They chose death over surrendering and putting down their weapons. Facing these enemies unwilling to lay down their arms, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty naturally responded in kind. If enemies put down their weapons, there might be a chance of survival. But if they chose resistance, they shouldn't blame the soldiers for being merciless. They were not saints, just soldiers fighting for their emperor. Anyone holding a weapon was considered an enemy, challenging them and their king. 2 incense sticks later, the battle ended. All 500,000 troops brought by Eric were annihilated. Had to wait until all the flames died out before removing and cremating them elsewhere. Burning in the city produced too heavy a smell. The stench from the burning corpses was already enough to make them want to vomit and leave the place. Iolo. Here. Immediately following Carnell's words, a Desi rushed forward and saluted with clasped hands. Send word to General Denny that we have taken Taedongcheng and eliminated 500,000 reinforcements, Carnell said impassively. Since everything here was done, they naturally needed to inform General Denny. He was ordered to attack the city, yet it turned out that capturing the city came with unexpected bonuses. They not only eliminated hundreds of thousands of defenders, but also decimated large reinforcements. After this battle, the Madu dynasty likely wouldn't dare send more troops, or they would proceed with much caution. Yes. Iolo promptly turned away upon receiving the order. In the Daxia dynasty, at the Imperial Palace, ding, monthly free summoning time has arrived. Host, would you like to summon? Just as Harold exited the Imperial study, he heard the system's voice, causing a delighted look on his face. The system's timely free summons. However, he wasn't sure if it could summon Chinese heroes. Based on the system's nature, since they were waging war externally, the chances of summoning a hero increased significantly. Harold took a deep breath and mentally recited, System, use the free summon, ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a renowned scholar of the Tang dynasty, Granville. Not a military commander. Hearing it wasn't a military commander, Harold felt slightly disappointed, but this lasted only momentarily. Who was Granville? He was a prominent early Tang chancellor, brother-in-law of Emperor Taizong, and maternal nephew of Empress Wendiyu. Though merely a scholar, he needed someone like him, especially now. Many key positions in his dynasty lacked talent. While many under him were suitable, he knew none were ideal. System, immediately summon Granville for me. Ding. Summon successful. Granville has appeared in the Tianqing Pavilion. Hearing this, Harold's lips curled into a smug smile. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Tianqing Pavilion. Actually, he could summon him here, but thinking he had to visit the Celestial Secret Realm, he decided to meet him directly. Not only did he intend to see Granville, but he planned to bring him to the Celestial Secret Realm as well. Just as Harold had walked a few steps, his son, Izar, rushed over breathlessly. Papa, Zoe asked you to go to the Jade Orchid Palace immediately. She has something important to discuss. Adjusting his breath, Izar quickly spoke. Reluctant at first, he hurriedly ran to find his father at the thought of his mother's stern face. He wondered why his mother often wore such a menacing expression. Hearing this, Harold furrowed his brows, puzzled. Did your mother say what she needs? Chapter 318. Twins? Boys or girls? Rena didn't say. She only told me to come and find you, Addie replied softly, shaking her head. Hearing this, Harold fell silent instantly. He was puzzled. What did Camilla want with him? Could it be that she... Just looking at Tessa Addie, Harold said gently, Callahan, go back and tell your mother that I have some matters to attend to and will return by evening. Although he had no idea why Camilla wanted to see him, he had urgent business at hand and couldn't meet her right now. Nor did he want to spend time with her. If she wanted company tonight, he could oblige later. He had to make Camilla... Oh. Walking forward, Harold patted her head lightly before leading Andy away from there. Granville was waiting for him. He couldn't delay here too long. After all, he had something important to entrust to him. System, do you have information on Granville? Having taken only 5 or 6 steps, Harold mentally inquired. Beep. Name, Granville. Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Rank, Peerless Scholar. Art, Minghong's Sacred Decision. Cultivation level, 4th level Martial Emperor. Seeing their reactions, Harold inwardly sighed. telling them not to stand to greet him. He then sat down on a cushion beside them, grasping Christie's left hand with his right. Harold looked at Camilla and asked, "Speak. Why did you send Callahan to find me today?" "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to tell you that Sister Sue is carrying twins. Whether they are 2 boys, 2 girls, or a boy and a girl, even Dr. Bianca isn't sure," Camilla explained. She had intended to let Harold guess, but reconsidered. After all, he was constantly busy with various matters. Making him guess would likely infuriate him. Harold's expression changed as he stared intently at Christie. Twins? Staring at Christie's protruding belly, Harold felt an immense shock. This meant he would soon have 2 children. Only the gender was still unknown. Wait, why didn't Bianca check earlier? Harold asked with confusion. How could someone like Bianca fail to detect that Christie was carrying twins? Perhaps there was some mistake. Before he could dwell on this, Camilla said, he did notice it earlier, but it wasn't obvious, so he didn't mention it. For safety, he always made sure Sister Sue ate properly, supplemented with prenatal tonics, and occasionally gave her fetal protecting pills. When Bianca told them this news today, they were shocked, almost disbelieving. But Bianca assured them that Christie was indeed carrying twins, though the exact genders were unclear. From her account, he had noticed something unusual quite early on. What was going on? Why was she suddenly angry again? Sitting beside her on a cushion, he pulled her into his embrace and asked curiously, "Love, why are you unhappy? Are you upset about what happened today?" As he spoke, his mischievous right hand started exploring Camilla's elegant attire. Suddenly sensing Harold's wandering hand, Camilla stiffened, her face turning cold. "Yes, I'm upset about today. So, how do you plan to compensate me?" she demanded fiercely. "What compensation do you seek, love?" Speaking, his mischievous hand had slipped under her clothes, slowly moving upward. "Ouch! Stop it!" Realizing Harold's intentions, Camilla pushed against his stomach with her right hand, causing him to yelp in pain. Chapter 319. The army approaches the city. Enos is confused. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. For others, this month was but a fleeting moment. However, for the Great Anchor Dynasty, it was a rare and precious opportunity. Under relentless attacks from various armies, the 6 great dynasties continuously lost cities, suffering heavy losses of troops. Due to their inability to reinforce the front lines in time today, some cities of the 6 great dynasties openly surrendered and pledged allegiance to the Great Anchor Dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the rulers of the 6 great dynasties were filled with rage and swore to crush and annihilate those who had surrendered. Yet, when they issued orders to kill them, the city lords who had opened the gates, along with their families, had already been transported to the interior of the Great Anchor Dynasty for resettlement. To eliminate these traitors, the 6 great dynasties would have to infiltrate the heart of the Great Anchor Dynasty, a feat far easier said than done. At the Maple Leaf Dynasty's Yuanguan city, the entire city wall was made of dark copper, unbreakable and towering over 20 zhang high. Rows of defenders stood guard on the wall, their gazes cold as they sweated profusely while watching the enemy ahead. Outside the city walls, a kilometer away, stood an army of black-armored elite soldiers, their expressions equally grim as they observed the defenders. Despite the archers being ready and the crossbowmen prepared to launch their weapons, the defenders felt an inexplicable fear in the presence of the Great Anchor Dynasty's black-armored elite soldiers. Alas, it seems we are destined to lose this battle. On the city wall stood a burly general named Enos, a man in his 40s with broad shoulders. He gazed at the enemy ahead, sighing inwardly. Despite gathering 300,000 troops in Yuanguan City, he still lacked confidence in confronting the elite forces of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Had it not been for the recent attacks, perhaps they wouldn't have feared such an elite force. However, after losing so many cities one after another, they began to doubt if they were facing just a medium-level dynasty or possibly an even more formidable empire. Facing such a terrifying force, he didn't know how to deal with it or whether his subordinates could withstand their attack. Why are those incompetent bureaucrats within the dynasty doing nothing? Why don't they send powerful elite troops to counter the Great Anchor Dynasty? Enos muttered to himself, full of confusion. Without strong elite troops to confront the Great Anchor Dynasty, it was equivalent to giving up their territory willingly. Although the regional forces were quite powerful and shouldn't fear a medium-level dynasty, the current situation was far from ordinary. If this was indeed a medium-level dynasty, why were its military capabilities so overwhelming? Transmit my order. All defending soldiers must take shifts to guard the city day and night. If there are any signs of enemy attack, signal immediately. Taking a deep breath, Enos gave his orders with a poker face, staring at the horizon as he awaited the enemy's assault. Though uncertain of his ability to withstand the attack, he would never allow the enemy to invade his beloved country further. They would have to step over his body to advance into the heart of his dynasty. Inside a war chariot, Tiger, with a new city, he would immediately launch an attack, even if his troops were exhausted. Many of his comrades had died under such relentless assaults, and countless cities had fallen. But now that the enemy was retreating, Enos felt puzzled. Could Tiger be preparing something? He didn't know what Tiger was planning, but he needed to prepare and stay vigilant against any potential assault. General, I don't understand. Why are we not launching an attack on Yuanguan City? A middle-aged general in black armor, holding a long saber and seated on a dragon horse, asked with a confused expression. Others nearby also looked puzzled, wondering why they weren't attacking. Our troops haven't rested in 10 days, and now we're exhausted. An attack would lead to heavy casualties, Tiger explained calmly. But General, why should we care? Even if our troops are exhausted, dealing with these weaklings should be easy, Arn next to him replied. Victory and capturing cities are important, but we can't sacrifice the lives of our brothers needlessly. We should minimize casualties wherever possible, Tiger said without emotion. These men under his command were human beings, not animals. He didn't want them to die meaninglessly. If they had to die, it should be with honor and purpose. He had promised them that most would return home safely, and he intended to keep his word. The crowd fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Marcus, immediately lead 10 men to find a water source. Our troops need to rest and prepare for the next battle, Tiger ordered. Yes. Marcus saluted and left, leading 10 soldiers behind him. Chapter 320. Troops gather. Harrison's letter arrives. As night fell, inside the main tent of the military camp, under the illumination of an oil lamp, Tiger silently studied a map spread before him. This map did not belong to their great Anchor dynasty, but rather to the Maple Leaf dynasty. Every location on this map vividly displayed the scale of the Maple Leaf dynasty. After 2 months of battle, they had only occupied less than 1/10 of the Maple Leaf dynasty's territory, with large swaths still untouched by war. Red arrows represented the armies of their great Anchor dynasty, while blue arrows indicated the impending arrival of Maple Leaf dynasty forces. Suddenly, a figure in brocade attire appeared behind him like a shadow. With clasped hands and a respectful demeanor, he announced, Jinui Askarijiang pays respects to General Tiger. Tell me, where are they now? Tiger kept his gaze fixed on the map as he asked. Askarijiang walked forward, pointing to a plains area on the map, and said, they have reached this position and are expected to arrive at Yuanguan City in 3 days. The position Askarijiang indicated was marked by a blue arrow, representing the location of Maple Leaf dynasty reinforcements. Studying the pointed position, Tiger furrowed his brow. How could these guys move so quickly? It was far beyond his expectations. 2 days ago, he received news from Jinuri that a Maple Leaf dynasty reinforcement force was heading his way, but he never imagined they would arrive so swiftly. It seemed they were moving at full speed. Have you accurately counted how many soldiers this Maple Leaf dynasty relief army consists of? After a moment's silence, Tiger asked. This reinforcement arrived mysteriously, without any prior information leaking out. If it weren't for the vigilance of the Jinui, they might never have discovered the approaching force that was advancing towards them. I have already confirmed the numbers, Askarijiang replied. There are 280,000 troops, 1 initial stage martial emperor, and 10 martial kings. The entire army is well equipped and formidable. Note, the term Chuji Wu Huang has been translated to initial stage martial emperor to maintain consistency and fluency in English. A martial emperor as a general? This showed the strength of the Maple Leaf dynasty was becoming more formidable. Tiger speculated that even stronger warriors might be lurking among them. However, he didn't care how strong the enemy was. Anyone who dared obstruct his advance into the Maple Leaf dynasty would not be spared. Other than this information, have you gathered anything else? Tiger asked. All 57 cities within this region have been stripped of their garrison forces, which have been moved to Tongtian City. These 57 cities are now empty, Askarijiang reported. Tongtian City? Looking at the city Askarijiang pointed to, Tiger saw it located in a highland area on the map. The place was easy to defend but hard to attack. Forcing a siege would be detrimental. How many troops are gathered in this city? What about military supplies and defensive weapons? After a pause, Tiger inquired expressionlessly. What concerned him most were the military supplies and defensive weapons. Ideally, discovering their food stores would help immensely. Destroying their provisions would surely make them abandon the city. Those figures are still being calculated, but the number of troops has already reached 500,000 and is still rising, Askarijiang gently stated. He wanted to provide accurate intelligence but was puzzled by the enemy's actions, so he had to send agents undercover to gather information. Knowing your enemy is key to winning every battle. Without fully understanding the enemy's setup, their assault on the city would be difficult. You must find out exactly where they store their food and defensive weapons. Also, can you set up a teleportation array inside the city? Tiger ordered. General Tiger, may I ask what purpose a teleportation array in Tongtian City serves? Askarijiang asked curiously. While setting up a teleportation array was possible, Askarijiang wondered why Tiger needed one. Did he plan to attack from within? Do not question further. Just tell me if you can establish a small teleportation array inside the city, Tiger responded. Meanwhile, in the Great Anchor Dynasty's Imperial Palace, outside the Imperial Study, as Harold was reviewing documents, a Jinui member hurried to the study door and instructed an attendant to inform Harold of his presence. The attendant promptly entered the study and whispered to the chief eunuch Andy. Andy instantly understood and turned to Harold, saying, Your Majesty, Minister Harrison has sent a letter from within the barbarian territory. Upon hearing this, Harold paused writing and looked up at Andy. Summon him in. Yes, Your Majesty. Andy immediately left and soon returned with a Jinui member carrying a scroll. Kneeling before Harold, the Jinui member respectfully said, Jinui Castor, paying respects to Your Majesty. What is it? Your Majesty, this is the letter from Minister Harrison. Harold glanced at the scroll, nodding to Andy. Andy approached, took the scroll, and handed it to Harold. Harold unfolded the scroll and began reading its content carefully. It was penned by Harrison himself. As he read, his face revealed astonishment, almost disbelieving what he saw. Understanding the significance, Harold put away the scroll, dismissed Castor to one side, and then looked at Andy, saying, Eunuch Hyder, summon Caesars Hiroshi, Ewing, Amos, and Granville here. Yes, Your Majesty. Although unsure of the reason, Andy responded respectfully and left. Waiting until Andy departed, Harold continued reviewing documents. The matter Harrison's letter raised required discussion with others. Though he was the emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he felt it necessary to consult Ewing and the others on this crucial issue, lest a hasty decision cause panic. Suddenly pausing, Harold mumbled to himself, If a deal can be made with the barbarian king, from now on, I will possess an incredibly formidable army. Dealing with those Kunlun forces in the future will be as easy as turning my hand over. Chapter 321. Recruitment of barbarian troops, encounter in the canyon. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Hiroshi, Ewing, Amos, and Jesus, who had just arrived, all bowed respectfully to greet the king. Though they did not know why Harold had summoned them, they could not refuse when the king called for them. The king's summon must have been due to something important. No need for formalities, my lords, please rise. Harold waved his hand lightly and stood up from his cushion. Seeing that his legs were numb, Andy quickly came to his side to assist him. Feeling his legs paralyzed and unable to move, Harold's face contorted with discomfort. Clearly, sitting too long caused paralysis, and even a powerful person like him couldn't escape this bodily limitation. Thank you, Your Majesty. The four men responded respectfully and slowly rose from the ground. Watching them stand up, Harold said softly, "Follow me. I have something to discuss." With that, Harold left his position, remembering to ask Andy to bring the scroll. Andy promptly took the scroll and led Harold away. "Yes, Your Majesty." They exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed Harold. Soon, Harold led everyone to nearby cushions that were already prepared. This was an independent space, relatively small, about 7 meters in each direction. There were cushions around, along with a bed for rest. Upon sitting on the yellow cushion, Harold gestured for everyone to sit on the surrounding cushions. Despite sitting down, he still felt his legs numb, as if they had lost all sensation. Without speaking, Harold asked Andy to pass the scroll to the four officials, saying, "This is Harrison's latest report, containing crucial information. Please read it carefully, and we'll discuss afterward." "Yes, Your Majesty." Taking the scroll from Andy, Hiroshi began reading it closely. Andy then knelt beside Harold, massaging his feet. With Andy's massage, Harold felt his legs become. King proposed this because he enjoyed the grains provided by the dynasties. He had considered teaching the barbarians rice cultivation before, thanks to Hiroshi's earlier suggestion, but had neglected it due to other affairs. Yet, he never expected. "Yes, Your Majesty." They glanced at each other and respectfully replied. 2 days later, in Maple Leaf Dynasty's Crossing Valley, a well-equipped and spirited elite force was passing through a barren canyon. The canyon was wide, 100 meters long, with bare cliffs devoid of vegetation. The sound of marching troops echoed through the canyon, stirring blood and enthusiasm. "Halt!" At a corner, just a kilometer from the exit, the leading officer halted the advance upon seeing the scene ahead. Though both sides were 100 meters apart, the air brimmed with intense hostility. A middle-aged general from the Maple Leaf Dynasty frowned, seeing the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers blocking their path. How did the Great Anchor Dynasty know they were coming? And how were they prepared? Form up. Prepare for battle. Regardless of how they knew, meeting here meant no mercy. After arranging the troops, the general sent a messenger to inform the commander and ask what to do. The Great Anchor soldiers were blocking but not attacking, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. An attack here would turn the entire canyon into a battlefield. Report. 100 meters ahead, there are Great Anchor soldiers blocking our path. We cannot advance further. A scout closely behind the shield bearers. Additionally, 3 or 4 rows of black-armored spear infantrymen, each holding their spears at the ready, stepped up, aiming at the enemy ahead. Behind them came archers and more black-armored soldiers with round shields in one hand and long swords in the other, advancing in perfect order. The black-armored general stood among the heavy shield troops, accompanied by over a dozen elite warriors. Together, they moved forward as part of the advancing force. Seeing this, the vanguard general of the Maple Leaf Dynasty's forces turned pale but was helpless. He had no choice but to retreat along with the main army. He wanted to engage the enemy directly, but orders from the general forced him to comply, so he could only retreat grudgingly. Fighting within the canyon would be disadvantageous. Moreover, this contingent of black-armored elite soldiers was exceptionally formidable. Report. General, our retreat route has been blocked off by explosions from the cliffs behind us. Debris fills the canyon, preventing any further retreat. At that moment, a scout rushed to Gus and reported urgently. Hearing this, Gus's expression turned dark, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It seemed that the Daxia dynasty had planned this all along. The several vice-generals beside him also looked extremely grim, their brows knitting in anger. They had fallen into a trap. What they thought changed drastically as he roared, "Defend!" Unfortunately, his warning was too late. The volley of arrows had already covered a stretch of several hundred meters, instantly killing many unprepared soldiers. The lead general of the Maple Leaf Dynasty frantically swung his broadsword to fend off the arrows, shielding those behind him. However, no matter how hard he tried, cries of agony still rang out as soldiers fell to the ground, their eyes wide with despair. These arrows were uncannily accurate, striking vital points without fail. Facing such death from above, the Maple Leaf soldiers quickly raised their shields for defense, though some reacted too slowly and were shot down immediately. Against the relentless arrow storm, the Maple Leaf elite could only hold their ground while retreating step by step, praying to survive. The Daxia elite continued their advance, with archers maintaining a steady stream of arrows. Whenever an arrow supply ran out, new quivers were swiftly provided. As the Maple Leaf forces retreated under fire, the Daxia troops pushed forward relentlessly, crossing over the corpses of the enemy. Any surviving or nearly dead foes were finished off by the following Daxia soldiers. They couldn't let anyone escape alive. It would only harm them. Report. General, our troops are suffering heavy losses from enemy archers. Amidst Gus's confusion over why his forces were retreating, a scout rode up on horseback, reporting loudly. Gus's face darkened. This was indeed a tough opponent. But even against an equally powerful foe, they would not retreat even half a step. Today, they would settle the score with their enemy once again. Chapter 323, Valley Encounter. The brave shall prevail. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, soldiers from both sides utilized their shields as protection, fiercely colliding with the enemies before them. Those weaker were instantly sent flying, crashing into their comrades. Even the stronger ones were thrown back several steps. Upon first sight, both sides clashed without hesitation. Neither side was clearly superior, and their combat prowess was evenly matched. However, if you observed closely, it became evident that the fighting power of the Maple Leaf Dynasty was somewhat diminished. On the other hand, the warriors of the Great Anchor Dynasty were fierce and powerful, swinging their long swords upon encountering the enemy. Every swing of their sharp blades felled enemies one after another, blood spewing everywhere. eyes filled with unwillingness. Augustus, sword in hand, also joined the fray. His blade moved rapidly, a rolling wave of sword chi sweeping out. Any enemy who touched it would be sliced in two. Kill. Seeing Augustus's unparalleled bravery, the elite forces of the Maple Leaf Dynasty exchanged glances, then rushed forward together. Individually, none could match him. But what about a group? Humph, good. Seeing these enemies charging at him, Augustus sneered inwardly. His expression hardened, and he gripped his sword tightly before charging at them. Stepping forward with his left foot, his right wrist moved slightly, and the sword in his hand swung swiftly, sending threads of sword chi swirling around the blade. Under Augustus's control, the sword acted like a deadly serpent, viciously tearing apart the enemies before him, consuming their lives. The enemies who dared to approach Augustus all met their demise at his hands without exception. Augustus's formidable strength quickly caught the attention of a Maple Leaf Dynasty general, who did not hesitate to charge at him. Your opponent is me? This Keith, gripping a long saber, relentlessly slashed through enemies, steadily advancing towards Augustus. Humph! Augustus saw him coming, yet showed no sign of fear or unease, only a trace of excitement in his eyes. Only weak opponents could not satisfy him. It was different with a strong adversary. Whoosh! Swinging his sword, the rolling sword chi pointed directly at his opponent. A piercing light flashed in Augustus's eyes. He hadn't faced a high-ranking enemy general in a long time. Today, he would cleanse his blade with the blood of an enemy general. Clang! Blade met sword. On one side was relentless hostility, while on the other, cold and peerless, as if two colossal mountains collided. Thunder roared through the air, blood splattered, and sword chi radiated. Augustus took a step back, his sword humming. As Gus watched intently, a scout rode up swiftly on a warhorse, shouting the report. Upon hearing this, Gus and his deputies' faces changed drastically, confusion filling their hearts. What happened? What was going on up ahead? Could it be that a powerful enemy had infiltrated the battlefield? Just as everyone was puzzled, a fierce battle erupted at a bend 100 meters away. Countless men were flung into the air or slammed against nearby cliffs. Seeing this, Gus and the others' expressions changed, their eyes narrowing as they watched. Visible to the naked eye, the great Anchor Dynasty forces were closing in, their troops being torn apart like lambs. General, Larry, request permission to engage, said a general on Gus's left, saluting. Since the enemy had come knocking, how could they continue to hide here? Only by dealing with the current threat could they advance further. Otherwise, they would be stuck here. General, I also request permission to engage, said another general as soon as Larry finished speaking. General, I request permission to engage. Gus remained silent, his eyes fixed on the front. From the enemy's demonstrated strength, he knew something. These great Anchor Dynasty elites were no ordinary foe. If they failed, their entire force might be wiped out. Seems this campaign started unfavorably. Spread my order, full army engagement. If we do not win, we meet again in the underworld. Gus ordered emotionlessly. Even seeing death looming, he wanted to try his utmost to reverse the tide and save the impending defeat. He had brought hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers. Even if they couldn't secure victory, he would lead them as loyal subjects of the dynasty. Speaking, Gus jumped off the war wagon, pulling out a black longsword from his spatial ring. Receiving the order, the troops exchanged glances, and Larry spoke. General orders, full army engagement. Fight the great Anchor troops. Kill. Kill. Following Larry's command, the Maple Leaf Dynasty soldiers who hadn't engaged formed attack formations and charged toward the great Anchor forces. Facing the rushing Maple Leaf soldiers, Augustus remained expressionless, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. It seemed these people had resolved to fight to the death. However, they would see if they possessed the strength to achieve victory. Otherwise, they would only become souls under their blades. Breathing deeply, Augustus pointed his icy sword forward and shouted loudly, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" At his command, the great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, still streaming in, tightened their weapons and charged straight into the enemies. Immediately after speaking, Augustus gripped his sword firmly and transformed into an ice-cold war god, slashing forward. Their orders from General Tiger were clear. Eliminate this approaching Maple Leaf reinforcement. Chapter 324, United Effort to Subdue. Rumble. Rumble. As the intense battle spread, dark clouds covered the sky, and drizzle turned into a torrential downpour that drenched the earth. Despite the fierce storm, both sides of soldiers continued to fight without restraint. Cleansed by the rain, their faces were cold and stern, wielding weapons with vigor as they hacked and slashed at their enemies. The blood-red water from their wounds coalesced into rivers, washing over their battle armor. Yet, no one ceased the fight. Bang! Taking a strike from Gus's sword, Augustus was sent flying through the air. His face turned ghastly pale, and his right hand tingled from the impact. Staring at Gus with icy eyes, he guessed that this must be the martial emperor-level powerhouse. He knew he couldn't defeat such a formidable opponent alone. Abdullahi, a martial emperor has appeared. Come and assist me. Even though he was now a high-rank martial king, facing a powerful martial emperor was beyond his capabilities. While he could ensure his own survival, he couldn't harm or defeat his enemy. Prolonged combat would only result in severe disadvantages for him. Only by joining forces with his comrade Abdullahi could he hope to subdue Gus. Upon hearing the call, Abdullahi, a Desi of the same height and wearing similar black armor as Augustus, swiftly dispatched the enemy before him and hurried over. Both men regarded Gus with cold stares. Did you engage him? Abdullahi asked, his gaze fixed on Gus. I exchanged blows twice. He is incredibly strong. Alone, I have no chance of winning. We need to fight together to triumph. Augustus nodded lightly, feeling the immense power of Gus from just those two exchanges. Such a strength was far beyond what he could handle. If his cultivation had reached Martial Emperor, even if only the first realm, he might have been able to face Gus solo. But currently, he was only an 8th realm Martial King. Observing the two commanders standing side by side, seemingly identical under their helmets. Gus frowned. He sensed a lethal danger emanating from them, a sensation typically reserved for adversaries stronger than himself. This revelation shocked him, highlighting the complexity and ambition of the mysterious Great Anchor dynasty. Since our foe is formidable, let's tackle him together, Abdullahi said coldly, his eyes flashing with intent. They had orders to combine their efforts against a martial emperor. Just from the aura they exuded, Gus felt an overwhelming threat to his life. Kill. Without a word, Augustus gripped his bronze longsword and charged forward, followed closely by Abdullahi. Seeing the synchronized attack, Gus tensed, gripping his broadsword tightly and swinging it forward. The blade cut through the air with deadly force, but the duo moved in perfect harmony, dodging the initial strike. Abdullahi swiftly attacked from the left side. Caught off guard by the coordinated assault, Gus quickly retreated. Observing his evasive move, the two exchanged glances and pressed their attack. Augustus's sword twisted like a venomous snake, aiming for Gus's throat. Dodging the duo's attacks, Gus felt his nerves tighten when Augustus aimed at his neck. With a firm grip on his broadsword, he blocked the thrust. Clang. The bronze sword met the broadsword, emitting a harsh sound. As they struggled, Abdullahi slashed low, targeting Gus's legs. Seeing the ferocity of Abdullahi's attack, Gus's expression turned grim. Infusing his spiritual energy into his hands, he forced Augustus's sword away and swung at Abdullahi. Realizing Abdullahi could not evade the blow, Augustus kicked Gus in the chest. Since Abdullahi couldn't dodge, he aimed to create an opening. Caught off guard, Gus was kicked back several meters, tumbling on the ground. Boom. While rolling backward, Abdullahi and Augustus exchanged a glance and resumed their assault. The kick left Gus struggling for breath. However, seeing the two approaching, he immediately stood up. Cut down one after another in a gruesome fashion. Compared to the soldiers of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty were brimming with morale and possessed terrifying combat prowess, especially the 10,000 elite troops under Tiger's direct command. Their fighting strength was unparalleled. With the coordinated efforts of these 10,000 elite troops, the 20,000 elite forces dispatched by Tiger gradually overwhelmed the enemy. The vast canyon was drenched in blood, and corpses littered the ground. Soldiers from both sides lay strewn about, but the Maple Leaf Dynasty's casualties were noticeably more numerous. Splat. Gus spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling backward 5 or 6 steps. His gaze was cold, his hands tightly gripping his long saber as he awaited their next assault. Through nearly an hour of battle, he had gradually realized that the coordination between these two men was impeccable, flawless, and utterly invincible. He had never encountered such perfectly synchronized fighters before. What shocked him even more was that they were both generals. Such well-coordinated generals were nothing short of a dire omen on the battlefield. Despite being covered in wounds and wearing tattered armor soaked with blood from the rain, his eyes remained icy cold, glaring at his opponents without mercy. Abdullahi and Augustus were not faring any better. After a fierce battle, their own armor was quickly retreating a distance. Gus looked at his bleeding thigh, his face turning grim. His eyes burned with murderous intent, wishing to slash Augustus apart. If not for his timely retreat and protective armor, his right leg might have been lost. Tisk. Failing to sever Gus's leg, Augustus shrugged slightly. It seemed the opponent's vigilance was still formidable, but this strike was enough to seriously debilitate him. You were too slow with your last strike, Abdullahi said somewhat displeased. Hearing this, Augustus only smiled without responding. There was no denying that Abdullahi's criticism was accurate. Had he struck faster, he could have severed Gus's right leg. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking. Now you assist, I'll attack, Abdullahi said expressionlessly. Their stamina was almost depleted. They needed to quickly dispatch this enemy or risk perishing themselves. Though it was difficult for Gus to overcome both of them, his spirit energy reserves were greater than theirs. If they didn't finish him within a set time, the unfortunate ones would be them and their 20,000 elites. Okay. Augustus nodded in agreement. Time was running out. They needed to resolve this battle quickly to avoid even tougher struggles ahead. Kill. Without further ado, Augustus charged forward with his sword, while Abdullahi followed closely behind, ready to ambush. Seeing them attack, Gus mobilized his spirit energy to manage his injuries and charged forward with his saber. He wanted to pause and heal his wounds, but he knew all too well that these two wouldn't give him the chance. If he stopped, he'd expose himself, leading to certain death. Kill. Roaring inwardly, he clenched his weapon and decisively attacked the duo. Meanwhile, Gus's subordinates, seeing him injured, tried to help, but they were held back by the opposing generals who matched them in strength and were seasoned veterans. Clang. Gus slashed his saber at Augustus, who saw the fearsome strike but did not dodge. He faced it head-on, knowing that only by doing so could he block the attack and give Abdullahi an opening. Boom. Crack. When their weapons collided, Augustus felt his bones shatter, his face paling drastically as blood trickled from his mouth. During this moment, Abdullahi seized the opportunity and thrust his sword into Gus's chest, piercing through and slicing his heart, albeit not completely severing it. Despite not rupturing the heart entirely, the sword left a deep gash on it. After stabbing him, Abdullahi added a palm strike, sending Gus reeling backward. Splat. Enduring the consecutive attacks, Gus was sent flying, spitting blood and rolling several times on the ground. Bam. Just as he rolled, he tried to stand up but immediately fell to one knee. Although he admired such a warrior, he had his own principles. He fought for his dynasty and couldn't afford any personal feelings in battle. It could only harm them. Swish. Abdullahi lunged swiftly, swinging his sword with his right hand straight at Gus. Just as Gus was about to stand up, he saw the terrifying slash coming towards him, causing him to stiffen. He gripped his long knife tightly and prepared to block. Clang. Upon seeing the opponent parry his attack, Abdullahi's sword struck the hilt of Gus's long knife. Yet he remained unfazed and kicked out with his foot. Seeing Abdullahi disregard martial virtue, Gus unleashed all his remaining strength and sent Abdullahi flying back. Phew. Despite using this powerful force to send Abdullahi flying, it exacerbated his own injuries. His wounds, which had been healing through his spiritual energy, burst open again, blood spurting out, especially from the chest wound. The moment he unleashed his strength, the sword chi and menacing aura began to devour his heart fiercely. Fortunately, he stopped it in time, or he would have died instantly. Flying backward, Abdullahi quickly stabilized himself. With a slight movement of his right wrist, he generated rolling sword chi on his sword, pointing its edge directly at the opponent. Pale-faced and barely standing, Gus tightly gripped his weapon, preparing for another round of combat. Clang. Their weapons clashed, sending powerful shockwaves rippling around. Both locked eyes coldly. After half an incense stick's time in battle, Abdullahi breathed heavily, his complexion weak as he engaged in combat. Gus's mouth repeatedly opened, spewing out uncontrollable torrents of blood. As his blood drained away, he grew increasingly weaker, nearly unable to continue fighting. If not for Abdullahi's equally weakened state, he would have been finished off long ago. During their fight, Gus's 7 or 8 deputy generals also fell one by one. Watching his comrades fall made Gus's heart bleed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to save them, to let them live, but Abdullahi kept him pinned down, preventing him from aiding them. Aya! Roaring into the sky, Gus poured all his remaining strength into his long knife, ready to go all out to finish off Abdullahi before he lost his power entirely. If he delayed further, he risked dying here. Seeing Gus prepare for a last-ditch effort, Abdullahi's expression turned unusually heavy. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to defend against the impending attack. Knowing Gus was a martial emperor-level expert, he knew direct confrontation would result in instant death. Only by blocking the attack could he give his companions a chance to strike. His face slightly pale. To seize the moment, he risked his brother's life, but fortunately, it paid off. When Gus believed he could kill Abdullahi, Augustus struck swiftly, ending him. Damn, working with you is like gambling with my life, damn it, Abdullahi grumbled. Ha ha ha. Augustus said nothing more, just laughing. He walked over, extending his right hand. Without a word, Abdullahi extended his own hand, gripping Augustus's firmly, allowing Augustus to pull him up. Once on his feet, Abdullahi immediately used his spiritual energy to repair his fractured bones. Regarding his internal injuries, he left those untouched. In the midst of battle, he had no time to mend those now. All he needed was to stabilize the fractures to avoid further damage, ensuring he could continue fighting. After a while, Augustus, drenched in rain, asked, "How are your injuries? Can you continue fighting?" "The injuries have healed enough for the next round," Abdullahi replied. "Since you're recovered, let's finish off the enemies." "All right." Exchanging a glance, they tightened their grips on their weapons and charged into the enemy ranks, slicing through them one after another. Meanwhile, 17,000, and even these were pieced together from different sources. Even if they had the heart to fight, they lacked the strength to oppose the enemy. For heaven's sake, why has there been no response from our dynasty? Do they want to watch our territory fall into the hands of the great Anchor dynasty? James looked up at the white clouds in the sky and inwardly sighed. They had not only lost their territory but also suffered a heavy blow to their morale. If this continued, he would stake his life on the fact that their dynasty would be doomed. He didn't understand why his dynasty acted this way. These people must be fools. Coldly observing the city, Ellis gave an order with a grim expression. "Transmit my command. Prepare the vanguard to advance. Report. Cavalry General, the strategist's message has arrived." Just as Ellis was about to issue the attack order, a scout galloped up on horseback, loudly reporting and presenting a scroll. Hearing this, Ellis frowned, extended his right hand, which generated a suction force that drew the scroll from the scout's hand directly into his own. Opening the scroll, he read its contents intently and immediately furrowed his brows. Eric wanted him to persuade James to surrender. After reading the message, he dismissed the scout and looked ahead at the city and the enemy preparing to engage him, his expression becoming slightly worse. He wanted to convince them to surrender, but the question was, would they agree to surrender? If they refused, wouldn't it still result in a military confrontation? Becoming increasingly puzzled, Ellis reread the scroll, searching for Eric's strategy to make them surrender. Ah, I see. Upon seeing that Eric had already devised a plan to make them submit, Ellis couldn't help but smile smugly. With Eric's strategy, making James surrender seemed possible. It might take some time, but he chose a peaceful approach. Their policy now was to force the enemy to surrender whenever possible, reducing casualties and allowing more soldiers to survive. Storing the scroll in his spatial ring, Ellis then announced without expression, "Transmit my command. Retreat 10 miles and set up camp." Yes. Though confused, the surrounding deputy generals followed their general's orders. Their general must have received important intelligence from the strategist. Standing on the city wall, James felt bewildered seeing the great Anchor army retreating. Following the earlier situation, General Ellis should have led an immediate attack. What happened all of a sudden? Could reinforcements have arrived? No, it wouldn't be so quick. It seems Ellis is preparing for a large-scale surprise attack, James murmured to himself, then ordered, "All soldiers strengthen defenses and remain vigilant against any sudden attacks." Not knowing Ellis's intentions, he prepared for hidden fear. Yet, contrary to their expectations, no soldiers disturbed them. This unexpected tranquility left the citizens perplexed. Normally, after a city fell, the residents faced slaughter and horrors. But this was strangely peaceful and reassuring. Out of curiosity, people peeked through their windows and doors. They saw black armored soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, removing bodies and wiping away bloodstains. Guards stood every 50 meters apart, facing each other with spears in hand. Seeing this, the civilians were stunned, unable to believe what they witnessed. Were the people of the Great Anchor Dynasty really this good? Could this be a trap? But it didn't seem like a trick. Chapter 328. Eric's Speculations. Is he the commander of the Muyang City Guards, Eddie Eyes? Asked a cold-faced Briggs as he looked at the Keith lying on the ground after entering the city. At this, Pablo immediately replied, General, he is indeed the commander of the Muyang City Guards, Eddie Eyes. This man on the ground was truly a remarkable talent and an outstanding warrior. Even unto death, he did not abandon his resistance nor let go of his weapon. Although he caused significant trouble for them, Briggs greatly admired his fighting spirit. Under his command, the 15,000 enemy soldiers fought to the death, refusing to lay down their weapons or live in humiliation. Silently gazing for a moment, Briggs spoke, bury him with honors and ensure it's a proper cremation. The man had created considerable resistance and cost them many soldiers, yet Briggs did not wish to dismember his body. If he were in the other's position, he would have resisted to the last breath as well. No matter the outcome, he wouldn't yield or surrender his territory. His instruction to Pablo about the cremation was also to prevent anyone from desecrating the body. To those who practice dark arts, a formidable warrior's remains could be a rare puppet weapon. Yes. With that cold reply, Briggs led the others toward the city hall. Left behind, Pablo called over several soldiers, instructed them to properly bury the man, then hurried to catch up. Once Pablo caught up, Briggs asked, where is the city lord of Muyang? In our attack, he chose to commit suicide, while his family was already arranged to flee, Pablo explained. Briggs and Eric frowned deeply. Why did the city lords of the Maple Leaf Dynasty act like this? Upon the invasion of the Great Anchor Army, these people arranged for their families to escape but stayed to face death themselves. Whether by suicide or fighting until the end, they all met the same fate, death. This behavior puzzled both Eric and Pablo. Why would they choose certain death when they could escape? Advisor, what do you think about the motives of these city lords? Briggs asked. People in this martial society usually desired longevity. Why would they willingly die? They would choose life even if it meant living in humiliation. Yet the actions of the Maple Leaf Dynasty city lords baffled him. Eric fell silent, pondering the reasons why each city lord chose death. When they reached the city hall, Eric finally spoke, looking solemn. General, I believe I have guessed why they chose to stay and die. Briggs paused, walking forward and said, speak. Eric followed quickly, saying, I only have theories. The truth remains uncertain. Pablo listened eagerly, waiting for Eric's explanation. Just speak. You might be right, Briggs said nonchalantly. He wondered why the Maple Leaf Dynasty hadn't sent reinforcements, allowing them to advance further. This unnerved and puzzled him. Was the Maple Leaf Dynasty surrendering? Yes, Eric bowed and continued. If my guess is correct, these city lords preferred death over fleeing with their families to prove to their dynasty that they never retreated, hoping the dynasty wouldn't harm their loved ones. Another reason could be that the Maple Leaf Dynasty ordered them to hold off our army at any cost, providing time to mobilize their elite forces. Briggs paused again, staring gravely at Eric. Which one seems more accurate? Briggs nodded in agreement. Chapter 329. Food shortage. Enemy has a plan. You're absolutely right. We have become too dependent on the Jinui. If they were to stop delivering information, we would lose our eyes. Briggs gently nodded in response. He now realized the importance of this issue, their excessive reliance on the Jinui and their urgent need for information from them, without trying to seek it independently. If the Jinui suddenly ceased communication, they would be blind, unaware of what might happen ahead. They had to change this bad habit. Otherwise, it would bring endless disaster. So, General, we must establish a scouting unit to be our eyes in the field, Eric said. Agreed. Nodding slightly, Briggs continued, very well, take charge of this matter yourself. Remember, choose trustworthy people for the task. Do you understand? Eric was a strategist. No one could be better suited for this task. Moreover, entrusting it to him reassured Briggs's mind. As for Pablo, he was purely combat material, completely unsuited for gathering intelligence. Even if he did manage to gather any, it would likely be by sheer luck. Yes, sir. Eric's face was respectful, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Soon after, everyone arrived at the disorganized living room but paid it no mind, finding stools to sit on. Just as they were searching for seats, a Desi rushed in hurriedly, looking panicked as if he had encountered a major problem. Greetings, General. Greetings, Advisor. The city last time. There was also a fifth less grain. At first, I dismissed it, thinking, like the General, that it had been consumed. But when we took this city, I noticed the same 1/5 shortage. Briggs's concerns grew with each word. How could these grains vanish without cause? Grain wasn't something to be taken lightly. If the supplies ran short, the soldiers would starve in battle. Without proper nourishment, their morale and strength would dwindle. After a moment's silence, Briggs turned to Eric. Advisor, what do you make of this? The actions of the Maple Leaf Dynasty are far from simple, Eric responded gravely. We must determine their intentions quickly, or the consequences will be dire. Briggs fell silent, contemplating the seriousness of the situation. Secret military supplies being moved frequently in the territories they had taken. This required immediate attention. Though he didn't know why the Maple Leaf Dynasty was relocating the grain, it indicated a serious plan. Finally, Briggs addressed Dane. How many troops can sustain themselves on the missing grain? My calculations show that the grain withdrawn could feed a 100,000-strong army for 3 months, Dane replied. A 100,000-strong army for 3 months? Shortened, it would suffice for a 30,000-strong army for 1 month. And if other cities face similar shortages, the amount would escalate rapidly. Fine with every passing day. The 6 major dynasties were being thoroughly thrashed, suffering a complete defeat, causing all factions to barely believe this turn of events. They couldn't even comprehend how the Great Anchor Dynasty could single-handedly face the 6 major dynasties, pushing them into submission. Now, not only were the 6 major dynasties retreating continuously, but their morale was also severely damaged, plummeting to an extreme low. Countless civilians felt dark clouds loom over their heads. They never imagined that their once proud dynasty would be utterly defeated and lose countless cities in the face of a medium-sized dynasty. At this moment, everyone began to feel a growing fear toward the Great Anchor Dynasty. This formidable dynasty made many see that the Nanyang domain would soon be divided among multiple forces and gradually move towards unification. As twilight descended, at the Great Anchor Dynasty's imperial palace, Southern District, Einar stood on a high platform, watching the gathered army with pride and satisfaction. You are the elite soldiers of our Great Anchor Dynasty. Now you are going to the front lines to establish achievements, unify the Nanyang domain. Do you have enough confidence? Einar asked. These were the 6th batch of elite troops headed for the front line, and also the last batch. Their destination was the particularly fierce Red Dragon Dynasty. Honestly, Einar wanted to train them further, but there were heavy casualties on the front line. He needed more soldiers to join the battle. If it weren't for simultaneously dealing with 6 dynasties, he wouldn't have had to disperse all his armies to the front lines. Despite recruiting and training soldiers relentlessly, it barely made up for the losses and did not meet expectations. These elites were the most powerful and combat-effective last batch. Yes, yes. Countless soldiers raised their weapons, shouting in response, vowing not to disappoint their king. Einar slowly raised his right hand to stop the clamor and said, I believe in you and look forward to your triumphant return. When you return, we shall celebrate. After a few more encouraging words, Einar summoned the Arn Casimir. Sima, I've said all I need to. Now it's time for you to lead them to the front line, Einar said softly. Yes. With a respectful nod, Casimir stepped forward, commanding the troops to turn around and head to the teleportation platform nearby. As the troops marched off, Einar watched with both pride and determination. These were the elite of the Great Anchor Dynasty, but they were not the last contingent. Whenever the front line demanded reinforcements, he would send more troops to hasten the end of the war. Just then, a secret guard rapidly approached Andy and whispered a message into his ear. Andy hurriedly relayed the information to Einar, who grew visibly grim upon hearing it. He immediately left, bringing the secret guard with him. After walking some distance, Einar turned to the guard and asked cold-fisted, he wouldn't hesitate to declare war on them. Eunuch Hyder, go and bring Americ into the palace immediately. I have tasks for him, Einar ordered softly as they walked away. Since the 3 major sects were making their move, the Great Anchor Dynasty couldn't lag behind. He wanted to see if the power of the 3 major sects was truly formidable, or if the Great Anchor Dynasty's iron fist was stronger. Moreover, he aimed to draw out the true power behind the 3 sects, their backers. Why? Einar had a plan. A scheme that might shake the entire Kunlun domain. He didn't care about the consequences as long as it helped him conquer Kunlun domain in the future. Yes. Andy promptly left to fetch Americ from the heavenly secret realm. Chapter 331. Reinforcements arrive, eddying the enemy deeper. Meanwhile, in the Crimson Dragon Dynasty, at Iron Armor City, inside the Flynn's mansion, within a vast parade ground, in this nearly kilometer-wide arena, a medium-sized teleportation platform was being established. General Stephen silently observed the teleportation array before him. He was waiting for his reinforcements to arrive, or rather, he was waiting for his follow-up troops to arrive. Initially, he had not intended to greet them personally, but instead had planned for Hart to do so. However, after careful consideration, he decided it was best to meet them himself. Beside him stood Hart and Alvis, who soldiers lacked combat skills and often could not follow orders accurately, leading to many defeats. Fortunately, over the past few months, these new recruits had gradually integrated into their army and successfully became part of it. But it was still not enough. Understood. As night fell, the stars shone brightly in the sky. Seeing the 15,000 assembled troops, Stephen turned to Casimir and said, since they have all arrived, take them to Bradford now. Initially divided into 4 groups of 12,500 each, due to Bradford's need for more men, he added an extra 2,500 elites under Casimir's command, totaling 15,000 troops to reinforce Bradford and assist in combating the Crimson Dragon Dynasty's forces. Although Casimir initially had reservations, upon learning Bradford needed more support, he reluctantly agreed. Understood. Once he agreed, Stephen immediately summoned a secret service agent to guide Casimir and his troops toward Bradford's location. Being their first time in the Crimson Dragon Dynasty, they were unfamiliar with the area, and thus required guidance to avoid getting lost. Hart, looking puzzled, asked once Casimir departed, Great General, why is there no movement from those bastards of the Crimson Dragon Dynasty? Do they intend to hand over the dynasty to us without resistance? With no recent encounters, Hart felt increasingly curious about the enemy's intentions. Not having strong adversaries to fight made him feel somewhat frustrated. As for the troops, killing them feels like slaughtering pigs, Hart muttered. General Ebenezer, the Crimson Dragon Dynasty would never simply give up such a large kingdom to our Anchor Dynasty. They must have ulterior motives, Alvis responded. Military advisor, if they don't want to gift the dynasty and aren't blocking our advance, why let us delve deeper? Don't they fear we will annihilate them? Hart asked, perplexed. Though he loved leading charges, he was not mindless. Their actions felt off. Alvis explained, they are luring us deeper on purpose. 3 days ago, the great general and I figured out the reasons behind the Crimson Dragon Dynasty's continuous baiting. What did you figure out? What are those idiots planning? Hart asked, feeling left out. They deliberately allow us to penetrate deeper to trap us from behind, cutting off our supply lines, and then surround us from both sides, Alvis answered. So they've laid an ambush? That's insane. Have their heads been kicked by donkeys? Hart exclaimed. But surely they have a reason? Hart narrowed his eyes. Yes, they indeed have a plan, Alvis confirmed. What is it? They aim to lure us deep into their territory and then set up ambushes to cut off our retreat, trapping us between their front and rear forces, Alvis explained. Stephen nodded in agreement. Their strategy was unexpected yet effective. Though they faced numerous elite forces, the absence of top Crimson Dragon generals raised suspicions. Do they have ambushes? Where exactly? How many? Should I send an elite force to eliminate them? Hart's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 332. inquiring about the Qilong dynasty's intentions. He was most proficient in warfare and was also willing to engage in battle. Since the enemy had left ambush forces for them, he would figure out a way to annihilate all of them. He wanted to see how this bunch of fools from the Qilong dynasty planned to encircle and destroy them from both sides. Moreover, even if they were caught in a pincer attack, so what? They were not at all afraid of the enemy. General Ebenezer, there's no need to rush. I haven't finished speaking yet, Alvis said helplessly. After 2 days without fighting, Hart seemed to grow increasingly restless. It was understandable. For Hart, it was better to lead troops into battle than stay idle. No matter if the enemies were beasts, he would charge forward without hesitation. As long as they were enemies of their great Anchor dynasty, regardless of their appearance, he would confront them without a second thought. Well then, get on with it? Hart replied in frustration. Alvis shook his head gently and explained. Although the Generalissimo and I have guessed the true intentions of the Qilong dynasty, speechless. Yesterday, he had just informed the other party that they would continue advancing today, and as a result, this guy stayed awake all night in excitement. Not only that, but he often disturbed Stephen, causing him to lose sleep. After shaking his head, Stephen said, General Ebenezer, now that our army has begun its advance, please go ahead and lead the way as vanguard. Sure thing. Smiling, Hart summoned his mount and swiftly headed forward. Leading as vanguard? This was something he was very adept at. Anyone who dared take his place would be in big trouble. Without delay, Stephen instructed Grover, select 2 excellent members of your clan. The general has an important task for them. Grover, his mount and brother, responded instantly. Having fought side by side for years, Stephen considered Grover more a friend and brother than a mere mount. On this campaign, Grover followed closely by his side, building military accomplishments. Although he seldom joined the battles. Yes. Receiving the order, Grover immediately turned and summoned several members of his clan. Though unaware of what his leader intended, he knew there must be a reason for the request or a purpose to fulfill. Soon, Grover brought 2 members of the Baiwan Tiger clan. Observing the clear-eyed, formidable youths before him, Stephen felt reassured. Both were initial Emperor realm experts, capable of subduing all. Gathering them naturally meant assigning them an important task. Looking at the 2, Stephen ordered, Ferris, come here. The Generalissimo has a mission for you personally. With that, a Desi clad in a flying fish costume, equipped with a brocade spring knife, appeared beside Stephen instantly. May I ask what task the Generalissimo wishes me to undertake? Ferris asked, expressionless. I want you to investigate why the Qilong dynasty lured our forces deeper into their territory and discover the location of their rear ambush. Stephen instructed. Is that all? Ferris did not inquire about anything else, focusing solely on whether there were further instructions. Their role was primarily to act as the eyes for each unit, providing intelligence and enemy positions while assisting in attacks on camps. As for other matters, they traditionally did not involve themselves. To be safe, take these 2 along, pointing to the 2 Baiwan tigers, Stephen added softly. After glancing at the 2 youths, Ferris nodded in agreement. These individuals were incredibly powerful and could be invaluable. Although they might offer limited support, having them around would only benefit them. Seeing the nod, Stephen addressed the 2 Baiwan tigers. In the coming period, you must follow Ferris's orders completely. Do you understand? Both looked at each other, shook their heads, and indicated they had nothing to say. Although unable to fight alongside the army, being dispatched on a mission was equally satisfactory. During this time, they sensed their own rapid improvement in strength. If they persevered, their power would only increase further. Seeing no objections, Stephen nodded lightly at Alvis. Following the command, Alvis quickly took out a spatial ring and handed it to Ferris. Though puzzled, Ferris accepted this spatial ring. Holding the ring, Stephen explained, this spatial ring contains some money for expenses. Remember, always proceed with caution, ensuring no one detects your presence. Report to me immediately if any suspicious activities are noticed. Understand? If the Qilong dynasty intended to play hide and seek, he would send men to track them down first and gradually draw them out. How he dealt with the enemy lying in ambush behind him would depend on his mood, or how the enemy chose to engage. Hashtag Chapter 333, Bradford Siege. In the Red Dragon Dynasty, Pyongyang City, under the scorching sun, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty gazed ahead with cold and steely eyes, their resolve filled with boundless fighting spirit. They were fully prepared to assault this city. Once General Bradford gave the order to attack, they would launch a full-scale offensive without hesitation, eliminating the defending forces in one fell swoop. Standing on the walls of Pyongyang City, the defending General Avenang watched the overwhelming force of elite troops from the Great Anchor Dynasty, his heart inexplicably sinking. Such a large and fiercely powerful army was simply beyond their capacity to resist. Even though 15,000 troops guarded the city, the numbers sent by the Great Anchor Dynasty outnumbered them several times over, leaving them no chance against such odds. What are those good-for-nothings in the dynasty doing? Why don't they organize an army to counter the Great Anchor Dynasty's attack? Are they willing to watch as the dynasty falls into ruin? Reflecting on the actions of the dynasty, Avenang silently sighed, feeling profound sorrow for it. The way their monarch acted was leading the dynasty to ruin, while they blindly fought for him. With the Great Anchor Dynasty's troops advancing so swiftly, if substantial resistance was not mustered, their dynasty would surely be doomed. As a loyal commander who revered his country, he did not wish to see the dynasty fall, but the monarch's inaction left him utterly dispirited. If his guess was correct, the Great Anchor army would soon commence the siege, and their position could become perilous. Facing such a formidable army, he doubted whether they could hold out for even a day or two. This was not self-deprecation. It was a simple fact. His 15,000 troops lacked the will to fight, despite having the strength. Takeoffing his head to look at the sky, he saw white clouds drifting slowly while the blazing sun illuminated the earth. Bradford turned his gaze back to the front. Pass my order, attack? As he spoke, Bradford drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it forward. for soldiers promptly rode off on war horses to deliver the general's command to the 4 directions. Archers ready. Bowmen ready. Stone throwers ready. Form ranks for battle. With each command echoing through the air, thousands of archers emerged from formation and advanced to the front. Meanwhile, the bowmen at the rear adjusted the height of their crossbows, loading sharp bolts aimed forward. The stone throwers also began their operations. Bradford nodded slightly to the adjutant beside him and ordered him to move forward to organize the troops for the assault. Following the command, Wu Tadian did not linger but swiftly moved up to join the archers, yelling, "Archers ready." Upon his command, the neatly arranged 5 rows of archers drew arrows from their quivers, knocked them onto their bows, and aimed at the enemy with cold determination. Seeing everything was set, Wu Tadian commanded without delay, "Fire." At his word, thousands of arrows shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was instantly pierced by the sound of arrows flying, covering the entire city of Pyongyang like a storm. Witnessing the incoming deluge of arrows, General Avenang's face changed drastically as he yelled, "Defend!" The Great Anchor Dynasty was truly unpredictable. They had taken advantage of the sunlight blinding their opponents before launching the arrow barrage. With the sun directly shining towards them, it made it hard for the defenders to see clearly. Had it not been for his superior strength and keen senses, he would not have seen the incoming arrows in time. What most astonished him was that the Great Anchor archers could shoot over a kilometer. These men were simply superhuman. Reacting to the situation, the defending soldiers quickly raised their shields. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, the raining arrows covered the entire wall within moments. Heart-wrenching screams erupted, sending shivers down everyone's spines and causing sweat to pour profusely. Hiding behind his shield, Avenang watched helplessly as countless soldiers were turned into pincushions, his heart bleeding internally. He felt rage burn in his eyes, longing to challenge them to single combat. Yet he knew better than anyone that warfare was about group combat, not duels. Hendrik Thermore, why choose a duel when you can crush them in mass? The Great Anchor archers continued firing while his men kept falling, revealing eyes filled with defiance. Without formal engagement, the defenders were already being massacred, utterly overwhelmed. Ainsworth Xavier. Focusing on the front, Bradford remained expressionless. "Yes, General." Receiving the order, Ainsworth and Xavier, 2 Arns clad in black armor with clear features, stepped out from the ranks. "I command you both to lead the assault." "Yes, sir." They responded respectfully, immediately stepping forward. As they did so, 10 soldiers at the forefront waved flags, signaling the orders. With the flags waving, the well-prepared elite forces of the Great Anchor Dynasty emerged from formation, bypassing the archers. Before long, 100,000 troops gathered just beyond the archers, led by Generals Ainsworth and Xavier. Both were deputy commanders under Stevens' direct elite unit, renowned for their exceptional strength and fierce combat prowess. Among the troops they led, half belonged to Stevens' personal elite force of 50,000, while the other half comprised another 50,000 elites from the Great Anchor Dynasty. The remaining half rested but were ready to respond to Bradford's orders at any moment. Exchanging glances, they headed to opposite sides. Upon reaching their positions, both generals drew their bronze swords, pointing them toward the enemy, and shouted in unison, "Attack!" Without hesitation, they took the lead, stepping forward, with their troops eagerly following, all brimming with battle fury. They had conquered countless cities, driven only by their monarch's command to destroy this formidable dynasty. Watching this unfold from the city walls, Avenang's face darkened with anger and despair. They were being suppressed by the Great Anchor archers, unable to hinder the enemy's advance. Helplessly, he watched as they approached his city step by step. "Damn the Great Anchor Dynasty. You'll have to trample over me to capture this city. Those idiots in the dynasty only know how to curry favor and don't know how to deal with the Great Anchor Dynasty at all." Chapter 334. Risking it all. Boom, boom. As Avenang fumed, huge stones were instantly hurled toward the city walls. Each stone, a meter in diameter, easily struck the wall, shattering it upon impact. When these stones exploded, countless defenders were torn to pieces, and fragments flew everywhere like a rainstorm. Soldiers who failed to react or defend themselves in time were instantly pierced by the flying debris, collapsing dead on the ground. At the same moment these stones fell, archers launched their frantic barrage, while Ainsworth and Xavier led their armies ever closer to the walls of Pyongyang. Standing on the city wall, Avenang wished he could lead his troops out to fight the enemy head-on. But deep down, he knew that the city was his defense. Leaving it would be suicidal. Even though he knew they might ultimately lose, he refused to give up or leave the city for battle. He would lose with dignity, but surrender? That was almost impossible. Soon, Ainsworth and Xavier led their armies within 100 meters of Pyongyang. The rear soldiers ceased shooting arrows and stopped launching stones. "Attack!" Seeing the enemy still unprepared, Ainsworth and Xavier roared orders, urging their men to advance. "Attack! Attack!" Inspired by their generals, all the warriors of the Great Anchor Dynasty surged forward, gripping their weapons tightly. The defenders ceased firing arrows as they saw the enemy approaching the city walls. Without hesitation, Avenang, as the commander, issued orders to defend. "Archers, loose your arrows." "Ballista." On command, the defenders of Pyongyang used bows and arrows to repel the attackers, while the siege crossbows began their relentless assault. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows whistled through the air, raining down from the high walls, instantly slaying any unshielded Great Anchor warriors. But the Great Anchor archers fought back fiercely, protected by shields, returning fire. Seeing they were 50 meters away, officers carrying siege towers quickly readied them. Some prepared warriors rushed forward to push these towering structures toward the city walls. Other soldiers waited to climb aboard and scale the steps once the towers reached the enemy's defenses. Upon reaching the walls, they would leap onto the ramparts and commence the assault. Avenang's face darkened as he beheld these 5 massive siege towers. It seemed the rumors were true. The Great Anchor Dynasty did indeed have siege engines as tall as city walls. These colossal towers looked harmless, lacking obvious offensive capabilities. Yet Avenang knew better than anyone that their power far surpassed that of any archer or skilled warrior. If these towers breached the walls, the Great Anchor army would swarm over and take the city in an instant. Pass my order, douse these siege engines with burning oil. They must not reach the walls, Avenang ordered coldly. Most of the siege towers were made of wood. The only way to counter them was with burning oil. Though it wouldn't destroy them quickly, it would slow their advance and eventually burn them down. General's orders, douse with burning oil. General's orders, douse with burning oil. Bang, bang, bang. Following orders, the defenders of Pyongyang hurled containers of ignited oil at the siege towers. On impact, the containers exploded, spreading flames. Instantly, Great Anchor soldiers atop the towers were engulfed in flames, screaming as they fell. Yet this didn't stop the attack. Bang, bang. Soon, under the relentless push of the Great Anchor soldiers, 5 enormous siege towers reached the walls. Shield-bearing and sword-wielding soldiers stormed up. Attack, attack. Battle erupted immediately as Great Anchor warriors, like ravenous wolves, attacked the defenders like helpless lambs. Previously, as soldiers of a middling dynasty, they might have feared the enemy. Now, however, they felt stronger than these elite dynasty soldiers. Under their general's leadership, victory seemed assured. This land would belong to their king. Ainsworth and Xavier, holding their long swords and shields, led the charge up the walls. They needed to engage the powerful commanders atop the walls. Leaving it to their subordinates would be a death sentence. Even if they managed to defeat the strong opponents, it would come at a heavy cost. As they ascended, they aimed not only to eliminate the enemy, but also to open the gates for the remaining forces outside. Attack! We cannot let the Great Anchor Dynasty get a foothold on the walls. How can we, elite warriors, fear these middling rabble? Kill them all. Brothers, attack! Drive these Great Anchor soldiers off the walls. They must not occupy them. Kill these scoundrels. Humph! Ainsworth merely sneered inwardly as the Pyongyang defenders charged recklessly at him. Saying nothing, he tightened his grip on his weapons and led the Great Anchor soldiers forward. No matter how formidable the enemy, did they have iron fists like theirs? Under their fierce onslaught, the Red Dragon Dynasty soldiers were demoralized, realizing just how terrifying the Great Anchor Dynasty had become. Attack! With his sword pointing forward, Ainsworth lunged ahead. Every slash of his blade sent enemy soldiers crashing to the ground. Infusing his right hand and sword with spirit energy, Ainsworth cut through foes with terrifying efficiency. Empowered by spirit energy, his sword became incredibly sharp, slicing through metal as if it were paper and splitting shields like kindling. Hashtag chapter 335. Flanking attack, capturing the city wall. Kill. Seeing Ainsworth's overwhelming and powerful assault, Avenang roared in his heart. Clutching his long sword tightly, he charged toward the enemy. This man was formidable, and his own subordinates were no match for him. If he allowed him to continue unchecked, their losses would be immense. Dealing with such a strong opponent should be left to someone like him, a warrior of equal might. Come on then. Looking at Avenang rushing toward him with his sword, Ainsworth felt neither fear nor hesitation. Instead, he felt a slight excitement. Battling against such a powerful general brought him joy. Gripping his long sword with his right hand, he thrust it forward rapidly. Every soldier from the Pyongyang garrison was killed instantly, their throats slit by one swift strike. Blood spewed from their eyes as they fell to the ground unwillingly. Despite countless enemies falling, Ainsworth advanced without pause, his steps swift and unrelenting. Similarly charging forward, Avenang's aura was overwhelming. His long saber slashed wildly like a gust of wind. Any enemy standing before him was cut down mercilessly. Not far away, Xavier clutched his long sword, attacking the enemies like a wolf or tiger. Wherever his sword passed, enemy shields and armor turned to shreds. Under the enhancement of spirit energy, Xavier's sword was extraordinarily sharp, slicing through iron effortlessly. Even the hardest shields were split in half by him. The Daxia dynasty soldiers following closely behind him charged madly, cutting down enemies in front of them until the adversaries were forced to retreat continuously. As more and more Daxia soldiers landed and joined the battle, they directly began occupying the city wall. Despite the ferocious strength of the Pyongyang garrison, they held their ground firmly, gripping their weapons and continuously slaying enemies. Pyongyang city was their duty. If they retreated, it would fall into enemy hands. Though they knew the Daxia dynasty was strong, they, as soldiers of the Qilong dynasty, vowed to defend every inch of their territory. Kill! Xavier roared inwardly, gripping his weapon tightly. With a cold expression, he continued to slay the enemies in front of him while pressing toward the distant gate. To let more people into the city required pulling up that iron gate. Otherwise, it was futile. Seeing the densely packed Pyongyang defenders trying to block him, Xavier gathered spirit energy in his sword, clutching it with both hands. Suddenly, once his energy was fully prepared, he swung his sword fiercely forward. Whoosh! Boom! In an instant, Xavier's sword transformed into a huge beam of light, splitting the air with a thunderous sound. The entire city wall shook violently. Blood misted the air, limbs and bodies littered the ground. The scene was chaotic and gruesome, with blood staining everything red. Seeing this sight, the Pyongyang soldiers who were still charging forward felt a chill run down their spines, their faces turning deathly pale. Their eyes filled with terror as they looked at the formidable figure of Xavier. They hesitated and exchanged glances, but ultimately gritted their teeth and gripped their weapons, charging forward. Kill! Kill! The enemies were indeed strong, but they were soldiers of the dynasty. They would not retreat a single step, even if they must die fighting. Seeing the enemies charge again, Xavier remained calm and admired their resolve. Truly, the elite of a superior kingdom could not be compared to those of an intermediate kingdom. Not only were the elite soldiers of a superior kingdom valiant and skilled in battle, but they also never abandoned their beliefs, steadfastly defending every inch of land for their king. Kill! Xavier roared loudly, pointing his icy blade forward. Behind him, the Daxia dynasty soldiers received his order, gripping their weapons and charging forward amidst the severed bodies. They fought to the death unless they surrendered. Seeing his fellow soldiers charging, Xavier himself did not hesitate. Clutching his long sword with his right hand, he stepped forward. Outside the city walls, Bradford observed all this calmly and nodded approvingly. As long as they held for another half-hour incense burn, they would fully occupy the city wall and move on to take over the inner city. Nearby, the drum beats continued unabated, urging the soldiers to maintain their momentum. In just a moment, under Xavier's leadership, the Daxia dynasty soldiers fully occupied the gate area. Owen, you guard the surroundings. Do not let anyone approach here. After giving the order, Xavier handed his weapon to a nearby soldier and, along with another soldier, approached the winch mechanism in front of them and began turning it counterclockwise. Yes. The young officer beside him immediately led the troops to block the incoming enemies. Creak. Boom. With their combined effort, the gear beneath their feet began to turn, and the heavy iron gate that had been lowered was slowly pulled up. Their actions drew the attention of all the Pyongyang defenders, causing their faces to pale dramatically. Not good. Stop them. We can't let them open the iron gate. Quick, attack them. Don't let these dogs from the Daxia dynasty open the iron gate. Otherwise, our defenses will collapse. We absolutely cannot let them open the iron gate. Kill them all. Kill. If the iron gate beneath their feet were opened, it would bring nothing but disaster, possibly leading to the loss of Pyongyang City. Faced with the enemy's fierce assault, Owen showed no fear. He tightened his grip on his spear and fought alongside his comrades, determined to prevent them from approaching. As the gears creaked and the large iron gate was slowly lifted, the Daxia dynasty soldiers saw this. Seeing the city gate opening gradually, many Daxia soldiers rejoiced and stopped climbing the ladders, choosing to enter through the main gate. Damn! Avenang, who was battling Ainsworth fiercely, saw the city gates open and numerous Daxia soldiers pour into the city, his face darkening. He never expected the generals of the Daxia dynasty to launch a pincer attack, one engaging him in combat and the other opening the gate. Now he regretted not listening to the city lord and destroying the gate, preventing the enemy from using it. Unfortunately, it was too late now. What are you looking at? Seeing Avenang distracted, Ainsworth clutched his sword tightly and struck at his back. Struck heavily from behind, blood gushed out, and Avenang's face turned pale as he stumbled backward hastily. Looking at the horrific wound on his back, his expression darkened further, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The wound on his back was horrifying, bleeding profusely and tearing a large part of his armor. Moreover, upon closer inspection, a large amount of sword chi was consuming his vitality. Without quickly channeling spirit energy to stop it, he would die on the spot. Kill. Rapidly channeling spirit energy to control the injury, Avenang disregarded the rest and charged forward with his sword. Although the battle was lost, he refused to retreat. If they wanted to capture the city, they would have to trample over his body. Chapter 336, The Terror of the Long Spear Sharpshooters. In the Qilong Dynasty, Etian City, Eden slowly walked into the city, his eyes sweeping around. He saw corpses scattered everywhere, bloodstains spreading far and wide, and an overwhelming stench of blood in the air. Despite the battle nearing its end, he was more aware than anyone else that the enemy was still fiercely resisting their attack. But now, the defending troops of Etian City had retreated to the Flynn's residence to make a last stand. Surveying the scene briefly, Eden ordered, "Carry out my command. Soldiers entering the city must immediately clean up the battlefield. Corpses from both sides should be transported out of the city in batches for cremation." There were casualties on both sides. Although the number of friendly losses was relatively small, Eden felt somewhat uneasy. These fallen soldiers were all sons of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Unable to return home alive, he vowed to send them back to their homeland for proper burial once this war ended. Yes, sir. The subordinate generals received orders and immediately began to organize the cleanup. After issuing these commands, Eden led his men deeper into the city. His ultimate goal was the Flynn's mansion. He wondered why the Flynn was willing to fight to the death, unaware that wise men adapt to circumstances. Shortly after, Eden, dressed in black armor, arrived at the Flynn's mansion with dozens of his men. They saw countless Great Anchor troops rushing into the compound. He surmised that the defenses around the Flynn's residence had been breached by his forces, and now they were storming in. Looking at the bodies sprawled on the ground, he noticed one soldier who belonged to the Great Anchor Dynasty. His eyes remained wide open, not in despair, but in excitement. "Rest in peace. Once this battle is over, I'll offer you a toast," Eden muttered softly as he crouched down, gently closing the dead soldier's eyes. Then, he instructed his men to take the body away and proceeded deeper into the compound. "General Yu, it seems we will die here today. Is there anything you wish to say before our deaths?" Seeing themselves surrounded by the Great Anchor troops so tightly that even a fly could not escape, Isidore, the Flynn of Etian City, looked dejected, clutching his sword tightly. The people of the Great Anchor Dynasty were indeed formidable. Whether generals or soldiers, they were fierce warriors. In one-on-one combat, they might seem weak, but when fighting in groups, they were like ravenous wolves. The sturdy middle-aged General Anders, standing back-to-back with Isidore, sighed inwardly at this dire situation. "Oh, my heart is speechless. It's only a pity that our monarch did not find the time to deal with the Great Anchor Dynasty. What are the officials in the court doing?" Anders silently lamented. Hearing this, Isidore only chuckled bitterly in his heart, accepting the grim reality. The terror of the Great Anchor Dynasty exceeded everyone's imagination. A mid-level dynasty could not possibly possess such strength and resolve. Unfortunately, there was no way to reverse this dire situation. His only prayer was for the king to reflect sooner and not underestimate the Great Anchor Dynasty, lest they plunge deeper into abyss. "I hope the dynasty can unite with others to confront the Great Anchor Dynasty. Otherwise, the Qilong dynasty will be doomed. Isidore remarked faintly. Looking at the great anchor soldiers wielding long spears, ready to launch an assault, Isidore marveled at their strength. In the face of powerful adversaries, these soldiers never fought alone but attacked en masse. Surveying the area, Anders said coldly, Flynn Gill, we have little chance of surviving this battle. If there is another life, let us drink together again. Agreed. In the next life, let's drink to our heart's content. Fight! Isidore nodded lightly, brandishing his sword towards the incoming great anchor troops. Sword chi swirled around him, and a formidable aura surged through the sky. Anders also charged forward without hesitation, wielding his long knife with fierce intent. Fight! Kill! Seeing the two enemies charging, the great anchor spear soldiers rushed forward, pouring their spirit energy into their spears before attacking. Facing several spears thrusting towards him, Isidore dodged backward sharply but soon found more spears aimed at him. He kicked aside a spear above his head, hitting the ground with his sword and leaped over the attack. Suddenly, as Isidore soared through the air, three great anchor sharpshooters used their spear tips to brace the ground and simultaneously kicked out. Trying to block their attack, he reacted too slowly and was kicked back, spitting blood profusely as he lay motionless, pale as paper. As he rolled several meters away, the great anchor soldiers launched another assault to finish him off. Seeing the enemy advance, Isidore ignored his injuries, quickly rising and retreating. Indeed, these spear soldiers were well coordinated. Defeating them seemed impossible. Even if he died, he would take some down with him. Kill! Regaining balance, Isidore gripped his sword firmly, its light flashing brilliantly as he struck against the onslaught of spears. After a brief skirmish, two great anchor soldiers took advantage of an opening behind him, striking his legs with their spears. Oh no! Realizing the incoming attack, Isidore tried to defend but was forced to react to immediate threats instead. Bang! Bang! Ah! His legs bearing the impact of two spears, Isidore screamed in pain, collapsing to his knees, utterly drained. In an instant, four great anchor soldiers thrust their spears into his body. Looking at the spears piercing through him, Isidore laughed bitterly, realizing he could only kill a few before being defeated himself. A Flynn killed by mere soldiers. He would be the first, but likely not the last. Hearing the familiar scream of agony, Anders, engaged in battle nearby, turned to see his friend fall. Flynn Gill. Anders watched helplessly as Isidore gave a tragic smile, accepting his fate. Quickly dispatching Isidore, the four great anchor soldiers withdrew their spears, leaving him lying there, defeated. This translation maintains the structure, style, and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 337, Born at the Wrong Time. In the moment of hesitation, the Donghua dynasty soldier with a spear tightly gripped his weapon and charged directly at him. Sensing the impending danger, Melvin tensed up and gripped his weapon tightly, blocking the attack from the soldier before him. He could not afford any slowness or carelessness. Otherwise, he would be killed on the spot by these people. Though he knew death was near, he wanted to take as many down with him as possible before falling, to lighten the burden on his kingdom. Swish! A dazzling blade flashed, slicing through several charging Donghua soldiers who were instantly slain. However, his fierce assault did not deter the Donghua troops. On the contrary, it ignited their fury. As Melvin's saber fell, a Donghua soldier to his left seized the opportunity and lunged his spear at Melvin's back. Struck by the full force of the blow, Melvin spat blood, his face turning ghastly pale, collapsing forward. Enduring the pain, Melvin clutched his saber and turned coldly towards the Donghua soldiers, swinging his blade without hesitation. Yet just as he attacked, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, kicking Melvin hard, sending him flying. Defending in time, Melvin flew sideways, hitting the ground and rolling for several meters. Seeing the youth wearing a black veil, the Donghua soldiers halted their attack, looking respectfully and reverently at him. General. Although he held only a vice-general position, he was still their revered general and powerful warrior. The youth nodded slightly, glancing coldly at Melvin, who had swiftly risen from the ground. This guy was indeed as tough as a cockroach. That kick, though not full strength, had considerable power, yet Melvin endured it. The one who could serve as a general in the Qilong dynasty must have some real skills. Taking a spear from an adjacent soldier, the youth gazed coldly at Melvin, holding his spear ready to strike. Seeing this unknown youth approach, Melvin ignored his injuries, stood up quickly, and swung his saber toward the attacker. He didn't know who this youth was, but he sensed immense power emanating from him. A deadly kind of power. Kill. Melvin's inner scream echoed as his blade whirled wildly, flashes of light reflecting like bloody sunset rays. The youth named Finian showed no fear, eyes cold and merciless, filled with intense killing intent. How dare this man kill so many Donghua soldiers? Today, he must bleed. His spear thrust out like a dragon, unstoppable. Melvin's expression changed as he channeled spiritual energy into his hands, and then into his saber, delivering a horizontal slash. This youth's spear skills were formidable. If he didn't put all his effort into this battle, he'd surely be killed on the spot, possibly in an instant. Seeing that Melvin deflected his spear, Finian was slightly surprised, but continued his attack without a word. He never argued with the dead. Clang. After a brief fight, Melvin was covered in alarming wounds, barely standing upright. In stark contrast, Finian seemed unharmed. Suddenly, Finian found an opening and struck fiercely with his spear. Oh no! Seeing the incoming spear, Melvin's face changed drastically. He raised his saber, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy to block the blow. Boom! Bang! An explosion of dust rose as Melvin fell to his knees, spitting blood, his body wobbling. Though he managed to block the strike, Melvin realized he had little fighting power left. Not only that, but he felt that the blow had torn apart his internal organs. Without timely treatment, death was certain. Even if the wounds didn't kill him, he was too weakened to resist. Seeing Melvin block his full-strength attack, Finian was slightly surprised. This man was not simple, managing to withstand such an assault. But this was a full power strike. Surviving this meant he was close to death. Retrieving his spear quickly, Finian watched the defeated enemy general with cold indifference, seemingly deciding his fate. Cough cough. Noticing Finian hadn't finished him off, Melvin seemed to understand something, then sneered, "Your Daxia dynasty is truly powerful, so powerful that it's overwhelming and unimaginable. With such mighty generals, your Daxia dynasty can surely unify the Nanyang region." He admired the strength of the Daxia dynasty while mourning silently for his own kingdom. How could the Qilong dynasty compete against such might? How could they win? This mysterious rising dynasty not only had great national power but also incomparably strong soldiers, the strongest he had ever seen. Facing such a formidable opponent, how could his kingdom hope to triumph? Your Qilong dynasty is also very powerful. Despite our prolonged attack, we've only captured 1/5 of your territory, Finian said softly. To meet such a formidable adversary on the battlefield brought a sense of gratification and excitement to all of them in the Daxia dynasty. Melvin smiled without comment. Deep inside, he knew well that this recently risen middle-tier kingdom had surpassed many higher-ranked kingdoms. Moreover, it possessed ambitions to dominate the world and establish an immortal empire. Please treat my Qilong dynasty civilians kindly. Bang. With those words, Melvin gathered his remaining spiritual energy into his right hand and slapped his forehead, shattering the last of his vitality. As his life force drained away, Melvin fell to the ground, eyes filled with unyielding resentment. Having finally served his kingdom, he regretted dying without achieving greater accomplishments. Watching Melvin fall, Finian remained silent, stepping forward to gently close the dead man's eyes. Don't worry. The land we conquer becomes part of the Daxia dynasty, and all who live here are citizens of the Daxia dynasty, Finian stated calmly. Just then, Eden arrived and saw the scene. He said nothing, watching quietly. He admired Melvin's loyalty but regretted being enemies rather than comrades. Have someone cremate his body and give him a proper burial, Eden said softly. Though this man had killed many of his subordinates, they were each serving their respective kingdoms. There was no choice. If he were in the same position, he would have done the same. Yes. Hashtag chapter 338, Cavalry Decisive Battle. 5 days later, in the Majiao dynasty, Chifeng Plain. Under the scorching sun, two armies faced off 1,000 meters apart, with dark clouds pressing down as if to crush the city beneath them. Daryl, stationed at the forefront of his army, silently observed the enemy before him, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. Since their advance began, they had encountered little resistance. In fact, there had been virtually no significant opposition. Now, facing the enemy here, he felt an intense excitement. The enemy fielded 1 million elite soldiers, while his own forces numbered just over 800,000, a slight numerical disadvantage. However, the morale and fighting spirit of his men were exceptionally high, filled with eager anticipation. In contrast, although the Majiao dynasty's troops had some morale, they appeared somewhat overwhelmed and on the verge of collapse. Despite the distance between the two sides, Daryl could clearly see the formidable Majiao general, a Keith with a muscular build sitting in a war chariot, locked eyes with him. According to information from the Imperial Guards, this Keith was Glenn, a renowned general of the Majiao dynasty. Although not ranked among the top 10 generals, his talent approached that level. Now, Glenn led his troops to block Daryl's advance, or perhaps to engage him in a decisive battle to the death. Observing the blazing sun overhead, now high at noon, Daryl slowly stood up from his war chariot, his gaze cold and focused on the front. He then drew his sword, its cold blade pointing forward. Attack! At his command, Vince, who had been preparing for this moment, immediately led 5,000 heavily armored cavalry into formation. Meanwhile, Glenn also readied his cavalry, poised to strike at any moment. Unlike the Majiao dynasty's cavalry, which consisted of wolf riders, the Daxia dynasty's cavalry rode black dragon horses clad entirely in black armor, resembling heavy cavalry. Additionally, each Daxia cavalryman was equipped with both a longsword and a round shield of appropriate size for one person. Charge! Mounted on a dragon horse, Vince pointed his sword forward and gave a shout, leading the charge. His call echoed through the ranks as the Daxia cavalry drew their weapons and rushed forward. As the cavalry surged ahead, archers in the rear loosed arrows, sending waves of deadly shafts toward the enemy. Whoosh! 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 Sharp arrows sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunderous gusts. The lethal arrows soared over the heads of the charging cavalry, raining down on the Majiao wolf riders. The sudden volley left numerous Majiao riders dead on the ground, with more quickly following. The Majiao side did not back down either. Their archers swiftly returned fire, covering the Daxia troops with a hail of arrows. Just when many believed a large number of Daxia soldiers would be killed, Glenn was taken aback by what transpired next. Seeing the incoming arrows, the Daxia cavalry raised shields from their backs to deflect the barrage. Observing this, Glenn narrowed his eyes, impressed. The Daxia dynasty's cavalry training was indeed extraordinary. Equipped with high-quality weapons and shields, they effectively minimized casualties from arrow attacks. If only our Majiao dynasty could train our cavalry like this, we would have no trouble defeating other powerful dynasties, Glenn mused, his ambition flaring. Secretly vowing to himself, he resolved to destroy this elite force of the Daxia dynasty. If he could defeat these elite troops, he would earn greater recognition and serve the dynasty with even greater dedication. In just moments of combat, he had already recognized the prowess of the Daxia cavalry training, deeply impressed. As the two armies closed within 100 meters, the Daxia cavalry suddenly parted to form gaps. Glenn was puzzled. He couldn't fathom what the Daxia army was preparing. Then, from the gaps emerged 10 black-armored youths, dismounting from the cavalry. They immediately transformed into towering, massive ironclad rhinos with overwhelming presence, rampaging through the Majiao ranks. Royal ironclad rhinos. Seeing so many rhinos, Glenn, seated in his chariot, was stunned, disbelief evident in his eyes. Ironclad rhinos were notorious savage beasts, immensely powerful and highly destructive. Compared to other beasts of the same rank, they were far more formidable, causing unimaginable terror. He had never dreamed the Donghua dynasty possessed 10 royal ironclad rhinos, let alone royal level ones. Royal level rhinos were terrifying beyond comprehension. Even as a martial emperor, Glenn knew he couldn't handle 10 royal ironclad rhinos. Instantly, the ironclad rhinos crashed into the Majiao cavalry ranks, wreaking havoc. Cries of agony filled the air as countless Majiao soldiers were flung through the air and died upon impact. Of course, being martial artists, the Majiao cavalry didn't simply fall and die. They were instantly crushed by the ironclad rhinos. Following the rhinos, the Donghua cavalry slashed mercilessly, killing enemies in droves. Within mere breaths, the Majiao troops were thoroughly outmatched, completely overwhelmed. Suppressing his shock, Glenn remained expressionless. Tadio Lieutenant Tadion, pass my order to all troops, fall back. What? A nearby middle-aged officer was bewildered. General, why are we retreating? Another officer questioned, General, we've barely begun the fight. No signs of being a broken army. To ensure the safe retreat of the main force, Glenn deliberately left behind 20,000 troops to delay the enemy's pursuit. Even though he knew that these 20,000 would likely not survive, he also knew that without this sacrifice, the entire million-strong army would be annihilated. Sitting in his war chariot, Flint saw this scene and his expression darkened instantly. He felt like cursing under his breath. Transmit my orders, full attack? Without hesitation, Flint issued the command to attack. He had never expected General Glenn of the Madu dynasty to be so cowardly and weak. Just seeing 10 iron-armored Megarihinos, Glenn immediately ordered a retreat, moving decisively without any lingering. No matter how much he calculated, he never imagined Glenn would make such a move. Not only was he stunned, but the generals around him were also bewildered. However, once they received the order, drums sounded intensely, horns blared throughout the area, and countless soldiers charged forward. Kill! Kill! Leading the retreat, Glenn saw the Donghua dynasty charging fiercely, like waves crashing down. His face changed slightly, but he did not choose to counterattack. Instead, he instructed his men to accelerate their retreat from the area. He was all too aware of the destructive power that 10 king-grade iron-armored Megarihinos could unleash. Staying here any longer would bring only harm to himself and the entire million-strong army. His only option now was to retreat to Quanbao City, using its advantageous terrain for defense, while reporting the situation back to the dynasty and waiting for reinforcements. Bang! 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 The advancing soldiers of the Donghua dynasty used their shields as barriers, forcefully colliding with the enemy before engaging in fierce combat. 2 incense sticks later, the battle ended. Glenn's remaining 200,000 troops were almost completely wiped out. As for Glenn himself, and the other 800,000 troops, they had vanished. Covered in blood, Flint surveyed the surroundings grimly, feeling both sorrowful and regretful. He should not have been so impulsive. If he hadn't deployed the iron-armored Megarihinos into the battle, Glenn wouldn't have fled so quickly. F***K, if I ever encounter you again, I'll tear you to shreds, Flint muttered fiercely to himself, gripping his long saber tightly. After this battle, he understood that he must not deploy king-grade beasts unless the fight was already at its peak and the enemy was surrounded. Flint immediately ordered the cleanup of the battlefield without pausing for a moment. Report. At that moment, a scout rode up quickly on horseback, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the general, the Madu dynasty's forces have retreated to Quanbao City. Quanbao City? Flint frowned slightly, then called over a general and asked him to bring out the map. His gaze locked onto the location of Quanbao City. Seeing its position, Flint couldn't help but frown further. According to the map, this location had treacherous terrain and was situated on a high slope angled at 30 degrees. Though it seemed insignificant, this incline posed a major challenge for siege ladders and made approaching the city walls nearly impossible. Even if they managed to get close, it would be difficult to secure them along the edges of the wall. General, is there something wrong with Quanbao City? The deputy general beside him asked curiously. The terrain is too dangerous. Our siege ladders cannot approach the city walls, Flint replied coolly. He then instructed to have the map put away. He needed to think about how to attack this city. Located on such elevated ground, it was practically a death trap for siege equipment. Forcing an assault on the walls and jumping over? That wouldn't work. They'd likely be killed by arrows before reaching the top. Even if they managed to capture the walls, it would come at a heavy cost. As the two discussed how to attack Quanbao City, Vince arrived, cursing under his breath. F***K, that bastard Glenn was really ruthless, leaving behind 200,000 troops to buy time while he fled with the rest. Vince was covered in blood, dripping onto the ground, radiating intense killing intent. Yet even this aura did not intimidate Flint or his men. How did it go? Were the last enemies eliminated? Flint asked softly as Vince approached. All of them were wiped out. Some cowards surrendered after dropping their weapons, Vince replied. But what truly troubled him was Glenn's actions. Leaving behind 200,000 men to die while he fled. Among all the enemies he had encountered, Glenn was the most despicable commander. If I were in his place, I would never abandon so many troops. So, General, where did Glenn and his men go? Quanbao City. Quanbao City? General, I recall this place has treacherous terrain. It might be very difficult to attack, Vince said somberly. Yes, it will be tough, but not impossible. We need to find a way to minimize casualties, Flint responded. Wars between dynasties always came with heavy losses. As a general of the Donghua dynasty, he didn't want to see so many soldiers fall here. They needed a plan to deal with this city. A direct assault was out of the question, yet not attacking meant leaving a thorn in their side. General, this city won't be easy to attack. Even if we devise a good strategy, we still can't breach its walls, the Keith beside him said gravely. General, Commander Avon is right. This city is tough, but if we don't— General, you seem to have misunderstood me. Misunderstood your meaning? Antony frowned, slightly annoyed. Then tell us what you mean by flying. Vince, stop beating around the bush. Can't you get to the point directly? Avon added, looking exasperated. Vince's expression twitched. He replied helplessly, General, while we can't quickly fly to Quangbao City, it doesn't mean the same applies to beasts. General, don't forget we have 40 royal-level flying spirit eagles in our army, Vince said meaningfully. Hearing this, both men were struck by sudden realization, their faces brightening. How could they have forgotten the flying spirit eagles? In their ranks, there were 40 members of the flying spirit eagle clan, all now imperial-level ferocious beasts. If his troops rode these eagles directly to the city walls, they could minimize casualties. Once the walls were secured, they could open the gates and charge into the city. Antony was visibly excited. Vince, you're a genius. Indeed, this Desi had come up with a brilliant plan. Immediately, he gave orders, transmit my command. Clean up the battlefield quickly, then advance towards Quangbao City. Yes. The two men responded in unison, glancing at each other with satisfied smiles. Avon, in particular, felt admiration for Vince. Sometimes the guy wasn't sharp, but when he was, it was remarkable. 2 days later, within the imperial palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty, in the study room, Harold read a scroll, frowning in confusion. The aliens were not following the usual tactics. They were gathering in large numbers at the Abyss City and moving towards Northern City. If he guessed correctly, the aliens intended to launch a simultaneous attack to break through the human defenses entirely. Humph! Harold snorted coldly. Since you wish to come, I'll prepare a feast to send you to heaven. Putting away the scroll, Harold stood up. This intelligence came from Cornelius, detailing recent alien movements. Not only were they converging on Abyss City, but they were also sending numerous strong warriors to various layers of the Abyss. Many martial emperors had already arrived, almost all high-ranking alien forces. Their goal was clear. Simultaneous attacks on both fronts of the human defenses. After standing up, Harold left the study room with Andy. Outside, Harold instructed, have someone bring a Merrick to the palace. I need to speak with him. Yes, your majesty. Andy promptly ordered a small eunuch to carry out the task. Harold continued walking, and Andy followed closely. Your majesty, since the aliens are making moves, should we clear out the aliens within Nanyang territory? Andy asked. Not yet. I need to draw out all the hidden fish before I can catch them all at once, Harold replied softly. Through secret intelligence, he knew the aliens breaking through the seal were moving towards Abyss City and Northern City to coordinate with the attacking forces. Losing even one defense line would give the aliens an opportunity. As the Emperor, he didn't want the humans to suffer due to an invasion. After walking for a while, Harold suddenly stopped. By now, the secret guards I trained should be nearly ready, right? They will be operational in 2 hours, available for your majesty's use, Andy answered. Good. Harold's eyes lit up. 10 years of waiting were about to bear fruit. Let's go see them, Harold said softly. Yes. They soon arrived at the Heavenly Star Pavilion, entering a bronze door adorned with mysterious runes. Though it looked ordinary, Harold knew it was anything but. Inside awaited the first batch of secret guards. Open the door, hider, Harold instructed. Yes. Andy approached the bronze door. Upon contact, it verified his identity and swung open. The sight inside was shielded by a bubble wall, but a fresh aura emanated from it. Harold stepped through without hesitation, and Andy followed closely behind. Chapter 341. Entering the Heavenly Mysteries realm. After passing through the rainbow bubble wall, they found themselves in a pristine world. Looking up, the blazing sun hung high, surrounded by towering mountains covered with dense forests where birds and beasts roared. The abundant spiritual energy brought life to the earth, brimming with vitality. At this moment, Harold and company were on a flattened mountaintop. Behind them stood a bronze gate that, upon closer inspection, appeared identical to the one they had entered through, as if it were the same gate. This was the Heavenly Mysteries realm, an independent world. The environment here seemed almost identical to the outside world, but if you stayed for a while, you would notice significant differences. 10 days spent here equated to just 1 day in the outside world. After another glance around, Harold led Andy toward the northeast, reaching the edge of a cliff. In the distance, they saw a city standing majestically. Let's go. With those words, Harold soared into the sky, and Andy followed closely behind. Their destination was the city, where Harold needed to meet someone. After flying for some time, Harold and company finally reached above the city. The city sprawled over a vast area, covering 100 miles. Below, there were numerous buildings and many people dressed simply, both men and women. They all appeared young, with clear features and handsome faces, aged between 16 and 30. They seemed happy, living peaceful lives as if in a utopia. Without further ado, Harold gently landed, leading Andy down. Upon seeing him arrive, the crowd immediately stopped what they were doing, staring in astonishment at their king. Soon, some people kneeled on one knee. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Harold nodded lightly and said, carry on with your duties. There's no need to be concerned about my arrival. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing that the people were still hesitant to stand, Harold did not dwell on it and led Andy toward the Flynn's manor. As he left, the kneeling people began murmuring. That's the king? He looks even more handsome than in portraits, and so regal. An incredibly beautiful woman with an outstanding figure gushed. I didn't think I'd ever see the king, but here he is today. What a blessing, Adesi said, watching Harold's back, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yeah, we used to only see the king in pictures, thinking he was unreachable. But now, he seems so approachable. The king's presence means a task might be issued. The time to serve the kingdom has come. What do you say? We'll give everything we've got, of course. Did you notice that the king smiled at us? Ignoring the chatter, Harold smiled faintly and led Andy toward the central rental house within the city. Initially, he intended to land directly at the Flynn's manor, but considering the powerful array defending the entire city, he could not fly straight there. Thus, he chose to pause halfway. Soon, Harold and Andy arrived at the entrance of the Flynn's manor. 2 senior Jinui officers, Roman and Declan, greeted them. Senior Jinui officers Roman and Declan greet your majesty. Please forgive us for not welcoming you earlier. Upon landing, Harold received news and hurried to greet him. They did not expect the king to arrive so quickly, leaving them unprepared. Looking at the two kneeling men, Harold softly said, "Ignorance is not punishable. Rise, both of you." "Thank you, your majesty." After helping the two rise, Harold walked past them into the Flynn's manor. They followed closely behind, positioning themselves behind Andy. In the inner hall, Harold sat in the main seat, with Andy standing beside him. Roman and Declan faced them. Looking quietly at the two men, Harold spoke softly, "You must have guessed why I am here, right?" They exchanged glances and Declan stepped forward, saying, "Indeed, your majesty, but we did not expect you to arrive so soon." Harold's purpose for coming was simple. He wanted to check on the secret guards trained by these men. Were they ready for deployment? However, he came 2 hours earlier than expected, catching them off guard. "Since you already know, let me get to the point. Can the secret guards you've trained be provided for the Great Anchor Dynasty as agreed?" Harold asked coldly. A decade ago, he initiated a plan to train a group of warriors responsible for gathering intelligence and secret guards you trained. Are they within the city? Hashtag chapter 342. The secret guards in batches. Your majesty, they are currently in the Donghua mountain range. According to this time frame, in another 2 hours, they will return to Xintian City, Declan reported. Upon hearing this, Harold did not say much but fell into silence. He was now considering whether he should go to the Donghua mountain range himself. After pondering for a while, Harold looked at the two people before him and asked, "Is there a gathering place within the Donghua mountain range?" "There is a temporary gathering point. The city's teleportation array connects directly to it. Your majesty, are you planning to personally visit the Donghua mountains?" Roman replied. This teleportation array had been established just a few years ago. At first, there was nothing here except this ancient city. Through their collective efforts, the city began to function, and numerous structures slowly rose. Not only did buildings exist here, but they also had to train and fend for themselves, striving to become excellent and qualified secret guards. The training base for the first batch of secret guards was located in the Donghua mountain range. Initially, they had to travel on foot to that place, staying for 10 days, half a month, or even up to 6 months or a year. Later, with the establishment of the teleportation array, they built one connecting both the city and the Donghua mountain range. Moreover, they set up teleportation arrays in various mountain ranges across Tianqian world, all connected to the central city teleportation array. Harold nodded lightly. Soon, under Declan's guidance, Harold and Andy successfully arrived in the interior of the Donghua mountain range through the teleportation array. Upon arrival, they saw flat terrain with only a few buildings, about 5 or 6 simple structures. A kilometer away, a towering wooden wall stood as if isolating this area from the outside world. Harold and his group, who had just arrived, saw a large number of black-robed warriors gathering, all returning from their missions. Every returning black-robed warrior had a smile on their face, seemingly happy about something. Seeing this, Harold asked Declan beside him curiously, "Declan, why are they so happy? Could it be because of some good news?" "Your majesty, they are happy because they have passed the assessment and can serve you whenever needed, aiding you in expanding your territory," Declan smiled. Even though they would live forever in darkness, none of them regretted it. Being the eyes of the king in the dark, they swore to never regret it, harboring no regrets. Though they couldn't charge into battle like soldiers, they would act as their eyes, ensuring countless victories. And their king, Harold, would never forget their contributions. Assessment? Harold frowned slightly, puzzled. "Tell me, how do you conduct these assessments?" How could he not remember such an assessment? Was it added by Declan and his men? But what was the purpose of adding this assessment? Seeing the king's puzzled expression, Declan quickly replied, "Your majesty, this assessment tests whether they can become true secret guards. Only those who pass can serve the king." "You've done well," Harold nodded approvingly, a rare smile appearing on his face. "Now tell me, how do you assess them?" Declan softly said, "We drive them to the outer edges of the Donghua mountain range, then let them find their way back here. Just that simple?" Hearing this, Harold's expression immediately changed. He was speechless. Wasn't this assessment too simple? But thinking further, it didn't make sense. As leaders of the Jinui, Imperial Guards, how could Declan and his men set such a simple test? After all, during their work, the secret guards must never relax. Otherwise, they'd surely be discovered. "Not just that, your majesty. We divide them into teams of 3, each person carrying 5 unique wooden tokens. They must bring jade tokens to gather here. Along the way, they face fierce beasts and the Jinui trying to snatch their tokens. If any team loses all their tokens, or more than 2 out of 3 members lose their tokens, they are eliminated." Saying much, Harold approached them step by step, looking at these youthful, passionate faces with satisfaction. "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Seeing these young men, Harold felt immensely pleased. The Jinui commander had indeed not disappointed him. The men he wanted were gradually taking shape. Next, as long as they became familiar with everything, he could assign them their tasks. Thinking about how these young men would soon become his eyes, spread throughout Nanyang region, Harold felt elated. As these people stood up, Arnonlong, the commander responsible for the area, hurriedly came before Harold, kneeling on one knee. "Jinui Commander Arnonlong pays my respects to your majesty. I was unaware of your majesty's arrival and failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me, your majesty. Ignorance excuses sin." "You may rise," Harold said gently. He wouldn't blame him. Besides, he hadn't informed anyone of his arrival, so naturally, they wouldn't know he was coming. Hearing that the king did not blame him, Arnonlong breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing. Hashtag chapter 343. Troops surround the city but do not attack. "How is the evaluation going?" Harold asked softly, his gaze fixed on the front. "Your majesty, almost everyone has passed the evaluation, but about 10% did not." Arnonlong replied with a heavy expression. "How many people does 10% represent?" "Over 8,000. 8,000? How could there be so many? Were your training efforts insufficient? Harold's brows furrowed instantly upon hearing this number, his face slightly darkening. 8,000 might not be much for regular soldiers. However, for the extremely rare secret guards, it was an enormous number. If they had successfully passed the evaluation, they would have formed a formidable force. Hearing the ruler's words, Arnonlong inwardly laughed bitterly, unsure of how to respond. He didn't think their training was inadequate. It was just that the evaluation seemed overly strict. Being able to pass 90% of the participants was already beyond their expectations. What do you plan to do with those who failed the evaluation? We plan to provide them with another year of training, then re-evaluate them. Those who pass will become secret guards, while those who fail will be assigned as law enforcers in various regions. Harold fell silent, his eyes sweeping over the group before him. He then spoke. There's no need to continue training those who were eliminated. Arrange for them to serve as law enforcers in different regions for 5 years. After 5 years, they can officially become secret guards. You decide how best to manage them. These talents, if left here for further training, would waste their abilities. It was better to assign them to serve as law enforcers in various regions as a form of evaluation. After 5 years, they could directly be promoted to secret guards. Of course, precautions must be taken to prevent any potential defections, which could be devastating to the rest of the secret guards. Understood. Upon hearing the ruler's arrangement, Arnon, Fi, and Declan were secretly pleased. They had been at a loss over what to do with those who had been eliminated, but the ruler's decision came as a pleasant surprise. Harold's intentions were clear. He did not want to waste resources. Since these individuals had already undergone training, they needed to be put into use, despite their failure. Leaving them idle here for another decade would only be detrimental. 3 days later, in the kingdom of Madu, Quangbao City stood tilted at a 30-degree angle. Standing on a chariot, Hawkins, Daryl, observed the city with narrowed eyes. Just as expected, this city was easy to defend but difficult to attack, even though it lay on a plain. It was situated on a high slope, making it challenging for siege engines like scaling ladders to function effectively. Behind him, the Anchor Dynasty soldiers, clad entirely in black armor, watched the enemy with burning determination, the overwhelming pressure palpable. Standing on the city walls, Glenn felt immense pressure watching the approaching army. Despite the advantageous terrain of Quangbao City, he feared he might not be able to hold it. Where are the reinforcements now? Glenn asked coldly, turning to the young deputy general beside him. General, the reinforcements have reached Changhong River. They should arrive at Quangbao City in 5 days. Another 5 days? Why so long? Are they crawling like snails? Glenn's face darkened with frustration. 5 days? What kind of timeline was this? Wasn't this forcing them to die? Every second mattered. If reinforcements did not arrive within 3 days, he couldn't guarantee holding the city. General, you may not know, but it has been raining heavily in the rear areas. The roads have turned to mud, slowing down the troops' marching speed. Additionally, parts of the road have been blocked, hence the delay. The Arn replied with a bitter smile. It seemed as if fate was against them, with heavy rains complicating their progress. Continuous rain had transformed the roads into muddy quagmires, significantly reducing the marching speed. Even aerial travel was hindered by landslides, further slowing their advance. Upon hearing this, Glenn's expression grew icy. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling despair deep inside. Could heaven itself be trying to destroy him? After observing the well-defended city for some time, Hawkins frowned. It was indeed a difficult city to capture. So what? This city was his to take. Transmit my orders. The entire army shall retreat 10 miles to set up camp. Hawkins ordered expressionlessly. Yes. As the order was conveyed, Hawkins slowly stood up from the chariot, his gaze cold as he watched the front, a chilling, sinister smile spreading across his lips. Although today was perfect for an attack, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to let his army rest for the night and launch a fierce assault at dusk the next day. Moreover, his troops had been marching continuously for 3 days and needed rest before launching a sudden and unexpected attack. Seeing this, Glenn, standing on the city wall, wondered why Hawkins hadn't attacked. Was he waiting for something? Hawkins, according to your usual tactics, you should attack immediately. Why haven't you? Glenn muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. Based on intelligence, Hawkins always attacked once his forces arrived, never giving the enemy a chance to catch their breath. But this retreat left him puzzled. Could it be Hawkins' plan to ambush their reinforcements? He dismissed the thought. Dividing forces would weaken Hawkins' strength, making him vulnerable. General, Hawkins seems to be preparing for a prolonged siege, waiting for our reinforcements to arrive before striking. The middle-aged general beside him suggested hesitantly. General, I agree with Will. We need to be cautious. Hawkins might be planning to eliminate our reinforcements. Another middle-aged general nodded in agreement. Glenn remained silent for a moment before speaking without emotion. Inform the reinforcements to be cautious on their journey and watch out for enemy ambushes. Yes. Hashtag chapter 344. Secret plots under the cover of night. As night fell, in the camp of the Great Anchor Dynasty's army, Flint summoned his generals to discuss their next move in the main tent. The defenses of Quanbai City were extremely tight. It was truly a place where one man could hold off 10,000. A direct assault would surely result in heavy losses. Even using flying spirit eagles could lead to unimaginable consequences. After all, the ballistas on the city walls were not to be taken lightly. Now that Quanbai City is so well defended and fully equipped with various siege weapons, it will be very difficult for our forces to attack. What are your thoughts? Flint asked the 8 men before him calmly. These 8 were his most outstanding and trusted generals, who had fought through countless battles by his side. Gathering them here was to deliberate on how to attack this city next. He indeed chose to attack at night, but how to minimize casualties was a very difficult matter. General, for safety's sake, we should not send too many flying spirit eagles. Otherwise, it might alert the Madu dynasty and derail Generalissimo's plan, Avon said. Indeed, if the Madu dynasty learns that we have so many king-level beasts, they will undoubtedly go all out against us, thus spoiling the Generalissimo's plan. An adjacent Keith, Vinny, nodded in agreement. But how many flying spirit eagles should we send to carry our soldiers to attack Quanbao City? As everyone agreed, Vince suddenly asked aloud. Everyone fell silent, deep in thought over this troubling question. How many flying spirit eagles to deploy was indeed a dilemma. Too many or too few would both be problematic. Previously, sending 10 ironclad rhinos caused Glenn to flee in disarray. If they sent a large number of flying spirit eagles now, that scoundrel would certainly run like mad, causing their plan to fail. Faced with Vince's question, Flint also fell silent, pondering how to deal with Glenn. General, the Genuese Chester requests an audience. Suddenly, a soldier's voice broke the silence outside the tent. Though puzzled, Flint still instructed him to enter. Soon, a Desi dressed in a flying fish robe and wielding a brocade spring knife walked in with a smile on his face, which felt oddly unsettling. The Genuese Chester pays respects to General Flint. Upon greeting, Chester immediately bowed. Seeing Chester, Flint asked, "Why have you come? Has the enemy reinforcement arrived?" Due to the continuous heavy rain in recent days, the enemy reinforcements' weapons were destroyed. To ensure safety, our people have infiltrated and successfully accessed all weapons in the armory. They can destroy them upon your order, Chester replied. The Genuese always prepare thoroughly to avoid unforeseen mishaps. Now just wait. Inform them to destroy all weapons in the armory at midnight tomorrow when I launch the assault, Flint said coldly. Yes. Chester bowed and left. All the generals in the tent looked at General Flint expectantly. Now, waiting for their general's command, they were ready to attack. Order each division to prepare and wait for my assault order, Flint commanded. Yes. Everyone responded and stood up from their seats. Flint rose, examining the map beside him, locking onto Quanbai City. His lips curled into a chilling smile. Report, Lord Jaden has arrived. Let him in. Hearing the voice outside, Flint gestured for him to enter. Yes. A youth wearing black armor-like attire walked in, his appearance handsome and refined, exuding a strange aura, neither human nor non-human. General, why did you summon me? Turning slowly, Flint faced Jaden. How many people can your kind carry at once after assuming their true form? If previously, we could carry 20 at most, now, as emperors, carrying 50 at once is no problem, Jaden explained. They didn't wish to carry more as it would slow down their flight. Carrying 100 was feasible if flying slowly, though ensuring they wouldn't fall was uncertain. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style while translating the text into natural and fluent English. Character names are presented in pinyin as requested. Hashtag chapter 345. The air assault begins. After a moment of silence, Flint deliberated and then said, after you return, bring your 9 excellent clansmen to General Jaden. I have a task for you all. I wonder what task the general has in mind for us? Hearing this, Jaden felt an intense excitement building inside him. He was eager to finally join the battlefield. Due to their immense power, they had not been able to join the combat directly. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't fight. It was just that they rarely participated. Faced with Flint's decisions, they were often left feeling helpless. Now, there was a battle for them to engage in. How could he not be excited? General will launch an aerial assault on Quanbao City. You and your clan must lead a battalion into the city walls and forcefully capture them. You will fight alongside them to open the gates for our army, Flint instructed. Once the generals secure the city walls, they would have a chance to open the gates. At that time, he himself would lead the troops straight into the city. No matter how impenetrable their defenses were, he would shatter them with iron fists. He wanted to see how Glenn could match up against him. Yes. The next night, Avon and Vince jointly led 500 elite soldiers towards the rear of the military camp. They then mounted 10 flying spirit eagles, ready to strike at Quanbao City at any moment. Meanwhile, Flint gathered his 10,000 elite subordinates and personally led them closer to Quanbao City. Once Avon succeeded, Flint would immediately lead his troops into the city and engage the enemy in fierce combat. As for Vinny and others, they were responsible for the follow-up forces, maintaining a certain distance to avoid revealing their position. Once Flint led his troops into the city, they would immediately join the battle. Under the cover of night, Flint and his men arrived 2 kilometers from Quanbao City, hiding behind a small hill within the blind spot of visibility. Ordering all his subordinates to crouch down and remain silent, Flint advanced with 2 soldiers, using the visual blind spot to observe the distant city wall. Despite being 2 kilometers away, as a martial artist, Flint could clearly observe everything about the city as if it were right before his eyes. After careful observation, seeing no sign of Glenn, he furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss but also seemingly normal. Glenn is not on the city wall. Has he guessed my plan? Flint muttered to himself, his gaze fickle. Avon, clad in black armor, squatted silently on its back, gazing coldly at the ground below. Behind him, soldiers in identical black armor, shields in their left hands and swords in their right, awaited silently. Jaden, get your clansmen to dive downwards. Remember, speed is of the essence. No problem, but make sure to hold on tight, or we can't guarantee you won't fall off. Communicating telepathically with Avon, Jaden relayed the message to his companions, urging them to dive with him. Receiving the message, Avon quickly instructed the soldiers to hold on tightly, avoiding turning into a pile of flesh. Facing the powerful downward force, Avon and his team remained motionless, calm and composed, observing the ground below with steady breathing. At their current speed, it wouldn't take long before they landed on the city walls. Boom. Soon, as they approached within 100 meters, Jaden halted the dive, leveling out and landing sharply on the city wall. His enormous body instantly crushed several startled defenders underfoot. Attack. Upon stabilizing, Avon swiftly led the soldiers off the eagle's back, launching a frenzied assault on the enemies. Seeing everyone dismount, Jaden transformed into his human form and, pulling out a bizarre long spear, joined the fray. Although his beast form offered greater fighting power, it caused too much destruction, potentially harming allies. Enemies incoming. Witnessing the sudden appearance of foes, the guards of Quanbao City roared in alarm. All soldiers sprang into action, clashing fiercely with the invaders. Although unsure of the situation, they knew the Great Anchor Dynasty had launched an attack, and they must do their utmost to defend against it. Boom, boom, boom. While Avon led his men in battle, more flying spirit eagles descended from the sky. Black-armored Great Anchor soldiers leapt onto the city walls, joining the fray. The Eagle clan members, after ensuring their human comrades safely dismounted, transformed into human forms and engaged in battle as well. Attack! With flashing sword light, Vince charged at the enemy like a hungry wolf, dispatching them effortlessly. Without lingering, he glanced at the gate mechanism, shield in his left hand and sword in his right, rushing forward. Their mission, given by General Flint, was to open the city gates once the walls were secured, allowing the outside army to pour in. Not good. He's heading for the Dragon Gate. Everyone, stop him. Chapter 346, Glenn's Shock. Vince sneered inwardly at the enemies blocking his path. Clutching the long sword in his right hand, he began to swing it wildly. With each flick of his wrist, the sword emitted flashing lights and overwhelming sword chi that were difficult to defend against. In mere moments, enemies fell one by one into pools of blood beneath his feet, their eyes wide with resentment. Despite Vince's formidable strength, the defenders of Quangbao City refused to retreat, vowing to protect their posts to the death. What if the enemy was powerful? They would not allow the enemy to cross them or reach the gates behind them. Swish. Without any hesitation, Vince showed no mercy or emotion on his face, only continuing to slash down enemies relentlessly with his long sword. The sword cut through enemies like they were nothing, slicing shields in half and piercing weapons as if they were paper. Empowered by spiritual energy, he fought ferociously and fiercely, an unstoppable force. Following his lead, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty gradually approached the gate control mechanism. At the same time, inside the Quangbao Flynn's residence. Report. As Glenn was discussing matters with his generals, a Desi, pale and terrified, stumbled into the living room. He looked at Glenn with fear and exclaimed, "General, bad news. The Daxia dynasty has begun attacking the city. Our troops couldn't defend against the sudden assault and are being forced to retreat." What? The Desi's words immediately altered the expressions of the 9 men in the living room, their eyes filled with hostility and disbelief. The Daxia dynasty is attacking? How could this be possible? How could they attack so quickly? But upon reflection, it made sense. The habits of the Daxia dynasty were well known to them. They must have found a way to launch an effective attack. What exactly happened? Why are you reporting the Daxia dynasty's attack now? Glenn asked with a grave expression. He had stationed heavy troops along the walls and prepared all defensive equipment meticulously. Any sign of an attack from the Daxia dynasty would trigger a counterattack. Yet, how did this happen suddenly? General, the Daxia dynasty's troops rode red eagles from the sky, directly descending onto the walls, catching us off guard, the Desi replied bitterly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. No matter how thoroughly they planned, they never imagined the Daxia dynasty would choose an aerial assault. And General, those red eagles aren't ordinary beasts. They've reached king level and can transform into human form. What? King level beasts? Upon hearing this, Glenn and everyone else present paled. 10 king level beasts. What did that mean? It was almost a declaration of the dynasty's destruction. Previously, 10 king level beasts on the ground were enough to give them a hard time. Now, 10 more flying ones were surely sealing their fate. After a moment of silence, Glenn asked, apart from those 10 king level beasts, men saw the gate opening and hastened forward, smiles spreading across their faces. They needed to rush into the city before giving the enemy a chance to regroup. The black iron gate slowly lifted as the winch turned. Flint's elite troops rushed through the opening, directly entering Quangbao City. 2 soldiers placed heavy iron poles under the gate to prevent it from closing. Feeling the weight holding the gate open, Avon and Vince realized their comrades had secured the lower part of the wall. They stopped turning the winch, jamming it with iron spears to immobilize it. Attack! They roared together, leading over 200 soldiers into the fray, slashing down enemies with frenzy. Seeing endless streams of Daxia dynasty troops pour in, the defenders of Quangbao City felt a dark hopelessness settle in their hearts. They were too late. With cold determination and murderous intent, they launched a ferocious counterattack. Kill. Hashtag chapter 347. Glenn battles Flint. Glenn, who was leading his troops in an attack, saw the gates of Quangbao City open wide as soldiers from the Great Anchor Dynasty, led by Flint, stormed into the city. His face turned exceedingly grim. He had arrived here with all possible speed, hoping to prevent the Great Anchor Dynasty from opening the city gates. However, plans never quite match up to reality, and he seemed to have underestimated. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 armies clashed. The soldiers used their shields as barriers, colliding fiercely with the enemy. Due to the disparity in strength, the Madu dynasty soldiers were instantly sent flying and crashed into each other. Those severely injured fell dead on the spot. Those lightly wounded lost their fighting ability. Battle commenced immediately. Such a scene left Glenn's side astonished, acknowledging that the Great Anchor Dynasty was indeed formidable. Yet, Glenn was not someone to be trifled with either. Seeing the approaching enemy, he slashed his weapon vigorously, bringing them down one after another. Despite the formidable individual prowess of Flint's direct subordinates, they were no match for Glenn. Witnessing Glenn slaughtering his men, Flint grew cold-hearted. He gripped his weapon tightly with his right hand and rushed towards him. This man was strong. He couldn't afford any slack. Even if he were more powerful, quickly defeating Glenn might draw attention from hidden spies and unite them against their kingdom. Your opponent is me. Facing the aggressively charging Flint, Glenn's heart froze. He gripped his weapon tightly, killed the enemies before him, and then lunged at Flint. Rumors said Flint was formidable, but he disdained such talk. Being much younger, how could he be powerful? It must be exaggerated to cover incompetence. Whoosh! Glenn stepped forward swiftly, gripping his long saber. Spirit energy gathered on the blade, making it sharper and more menacing as he swung it down with force. Seeing the mighty blade descend, Flint's eyes hardened, and he retreated quickly to dodge the attack. The icy blade sank into the earth, shattering the ground and kicking up dust. The flashing light of the sword spread around. Witnessing Glenn's full effort, Flint was surprised. This opponent was indeed formidable, fighting without reservation. Perhaps Glenn sensed danger from him. Since you're willing to fight full out, General will oblige. Muttering under his breath, Flint picked up a fallen round shield, grasped it tightly with his left hand, and stepped forward. His long saber moved like lightning, striking furiously. Seeing the swift blade movements, Glenn was shocked. Some intelligence was true. This man might be exceptionally strong. So what? Glenn was fearless. In this world, he only feared his parents and respected his king. Everyone else meant nothing to him. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Glenn drew his saber again, gathering spirit energy once more. Against this formidable foe, he couldn't hold back. Even if he might end up lying on the ground, he would take a piece of the enemy with him. To serve his king in his final moments was a life fulfilled. Flint focused his spirit energy on both his shield and long blade, ready to fight back. If these foes were intent on giving everything, he would join them in this final, exhilarating battle. He hadn't fought a worthy opponent. The remaining soldiers forward. Support was needed everywhere. Translation ends here for now. Hashtag chapter 348, Dawn's bloodbath. The night had receded, and dawn gradually began to arrive. At this moment, the battle had spread throughout the city. Every street and alley was the site of fierce combat. Both sides were locked in a frenzied slaughter, slashing at anyone they encountered. If one's attire didn't match their side, they were considered an enemy and spared no mercy. Many civilians, driven by curiosity, tried to peek through cracks to watch the fighting outside, only to be stabbed dead on the spot by both sides. The soldiers of the Donghua dynasty fared better. Specially trained, they knew how to deal with enemies while still distinguishing friend from foe. As for the civilians, the soldiers never touched them, unless provoked. Identifying the difference between civilians and soldiers required keen eyesight, yet many still perished under their hands. Now, corpses littered the streets and alleys, blood flowed like rivers, and countless pairs of wide-eyed gazes filled with resentment watched their surroundings. After a night of fighting, countless soldiers from both sides lay dead or wounded. The Modu dynasty suffered the most, losing all its generals in a single night. Although the Donghua dynasty also sustained injuries, their losses paled in comparison. Kill. With a roar, Avon, facing the enemy ahead, gripped his long sword tightly. His wrist flicked, causing sword light to flash dazzlingly, blinding anyone who tried to approach. Stepping forward with his right foot, he channeled spirit energy into the long sword, making it razor sharp. A surging aura of sword energy burst forth. Bang, bang, bang. Every slash of the sharp long sword left a trail of fallen enemy soldiers. Weapons, armor, and shields bore the marks of a single, devastating strike. While damaged weapons were manageable, once the armor was cleaved, the soldier underneath would die instantly. Avon felt no remorse as the enemies fell one after another. In the minds of the Donghua dynasty soldiers, any enemy who hadn't dropped their weapon posed a threat. Even if they laid down their arms, as martial artists, they still posed a danger, thus showing no mercy. Compared to those holding weapons, those who surrendered had a better chance of survival, provided they didn't suddenly resist, which made things unpredictable. Come on, cowards, let Grandpa cut you down. Vince, driven mad by the fight, clutched his shield and long sword, mercilessly slaughtering the enemies before him, exhilarated by the violence. It had been a long time since he experienced such an adrenaline rush. Today was truly satisfying. After hours of killing, his hands had gone numb, feeling unresponsive, but despite this, he remained excited. Kill. Suddenly, behind him, over 10 enemy soldiers with spears lunged forward, thrusting their weapons towards him. Vince showed no fear. He smiled coldly, gathering powerful spirit energy into his sword, then swung it wildly. Whoosh! The sharp blade sliced through the air, severing all spear tips instantly, stunning everyone. Before they could react, Vince's sword slashed across their throats, executing a swift decapitation. Blood spurted out like tiny fountains, drenching Vince in crimson. Standing in the blood, his eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the enemies preparing to charge forward hesitated, too frightened to advance. What the hell? Why are you afraid? He's just one man. Even if we can't beat him, we can swamp him with sheer numbers. One soldier spoke up bravely, though his tone was icy. Yes, this guy is strong, but we have so many of us. There's no need to fear him, another agreed. For the dynasty, let's kill him together. Charge. Charge. Kill this mongrel. Determined to uphold their duty, the Modu dynasty soldiers charged at Vince, ignoring the blood-soaked armor that now covered them. Looking at the hundreds of enemies rushing down the hill, Vince felt not fear but excitement. Soldiers of a great dynasty indeed could not be compared to weak ones. Not only were they fierce and skilled, but they also firmly believed in their loyalty to the dynasty, refusing to retreat or surrender even unto death. He admired these enemies deeply but would show no mercy. They were the enemy, after all. Kill. Roaring in fury, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, swirling around his body like a crimson spring. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, battered and panting heavily with a pale face, Glenn stared incredulously at Hawkins. This man had battled him for so long without showing any signs of exhaustion. Even if slightly disoriented, he still maintained peak combat readiness. Could Hawkins' strength far surpass his own? How was that possible? If Hawkins were stronger, why hadn't he killed him already? Yet something about this seemed off. You're not a low-ranking Emperor-level warrior, are you? Hawkins glanced at Glenn with surprise. Indeed, this man was not an ordinary general. His reaction indicated he might have realized something. Had the intelligence operatives failed to provide accurate information, leading to their defeat? You're right. I am not a low-ranking Emperor-level warrior. Glenn's heart pounded with shock, but also confusion. If you're not an emperor-level warrior, why did you not kill me when you had the chance? To stage a good show for those lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, how could I deal with your Modu dynasty generals later? Hawkins explained. Upon hearing this, Glenn's expression darkened. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Now he understood why the dynasty's intelligence operatives had provided incorrect information. They had been misled by Daxia's generals, rendering them incapable of delivering accurate reports. Facing such a cunning and formidable Daxia dynasty, it would be nothing short of a miracle for the Modu dynasty to avoid defeat. You are a remarkable talent. Surrender to our Daxia dynasty, Hawkins said, gazing at Glenn. I live and die for the Modu dynasty. Even if forgotten, I will never betray my lord, Glenn responded resolutely. Despite potential disapproval or scorn, Glenn didn't care. He would remain loyal to his king, paying any price. Betraying his dynasty or king was out of the question. Even if faced with gruesome death, he would not waver in his loyalty. Since you have made your choice, General, I will send you on your way. Come. With a roar, Glenn channeled his aura into his entire body, gripping his long saber tightly, eyes filled with deadly intent as he faced his opponent. ##### Chapter 349. The battle concludes. Kill. With a roar in his heart, Flint stepped forward, wielding his blade. His eyes were cold and devoid of emotion as a formidable aura surged forth from him. The long blade shimmered with a bright red glow, dazzling and piercing. Its sharp edge seemingly capable of slicing through everything and obliterating all. The razor-sharp blade seemed to carry an unparalleled and terrifying force, sweeping across the sky from 10 paces away, hurtling towards Arturo, who was momentarily stunned by the thunderous heavenly sound. Damn it! Glenn's expression changed slightly as he sidestepped, his face icy cold. A surge of energy erupted from him, his killing intent boiling over. The long blade in his hand slashed down like a waterfall, attempting to meet the attack. He hadn't expected Flint to unleash his full power right from the start. The immense strength made the cold sweat pour down Glenn's back, leaving no room for negligence against the enemy's onslaught. In an instant, the clash of their powerful blades illuminated the area, the crisscrossing flashes of light causing the pupils of countless soldiers to constrict sharply. The two martial emperors' confrontation was so intense it left everyone's eyes wide open in disbelief. Such overwhelming combat prowess shook them speechless. Whoosh! Instantly, the blade's energy spread out, making Glenn feel the sting on his cheeks. Even if he were at full strength, he could not have parried that blow. Deep inside, he knew this general from the Great Anchor Dynasty, Flint, would be able to block his attack, but whether he could withstand Flint's counterstrike depended on his own fate. Flint's blade felt overwhelmingly powerful, making Glenn feel suffocated and unable to resist, his legs trembling and his back chilled. Boom! The two long blades clashed, releasing a massive wave of energy into the air. Dust flew up to the heavens, and Glenn's face instantly turned pale, void of any color. Bang! Immediately, the opponent's overwhelming strength sent him crashing aside. Glenn flew backward, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his face ashen white. What an incredibly strong strike. Seeing Flint wield his blade and come at him again, Glenn disregarded his injuries and quickly rose from the ground, gritting his teeth and preparing to face the incoming assault. From that one slash earlier, he could be certain that Flint was a high-ranking martial emperor, perhaps even someone on the verge of advancing to the imperial martial realm. If Flint possessed such terrifying power, then their General Denny must already be at the imperial martial level. Thinking about how the Great Anchor Dynasty grew stronger day by day, making it impossible to resist their assaults, his heart sank. Yet, despite everything, his gaze remained resolute, ready to confront the oncoming enemy. No matter how formidable the enemy is, as long as he doesn't retreat, they won't advance a single step, unless he perishes. Seeing the other side gritting their teeth, round. But the scene was so shocking it left people speechless. Against such a formidable warrior, how could they possibly stand a chance? Fighting this powerful enemy would be like courting death. Just as countless others abandoned resistance, they heard their general's words echoing in their ears, filling everyone with renewed determination. They needed to defeat these invaders and drive them out of their dynasty, their homeland. Kill. Fight for the dynasty. Kill. Fight for the king. Coming to their senses, each one, suppressing their fear, charged fiercely at the enemies before them. The enemy was indeed formidable, but as elite soldiers of a great dynasty, how could they lay down their weapons and surrender? They vowed to eliminate these invaders. Even if they couldn't exterminate all of them, they would tear them apart and make them cry out in pain. Watching the enemy charge, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty met them head-on without fear, determined not to show mercy. Since the enemy wanted to fight, they would accompany them to the end. Ignoring Glenn's remains, Flint advanced directly to battle the other foes. Initially, he wanted to leave Glenn intact, but given his defiance even in death, he would let him rest nowhere. Blood stained his armor, his expression ferocious, eyes filled with murderous intent. Charging madly at the enemy troops, Flint resembled a death god from hell, mercilessly taking lives. Time passed slowly. The soldiers of the Madu dynasty fell like leaves in a storm, some choosing to fight, others surrendering immediately. After a morning of battle, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty emerged victorious, completely annihilating all resistance. Watching the scene before him, Flint's eyes remained calm. He ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and remove bloodstains from the streets. If such a gruesome battlefield weren't cleared quickly, it could lead to an outbreak of deadly plagues among the martial artists. Even though martial artist corpses could remain intact for weeks, failing to dispose of them promptly could benefit those with ill intentions. Vince, immediately lead a group to inform the citizens of the city that they should not panic. We will not harm them or do anything to them as long as they behave, Flint commanded. Unlike the soldiers of other dynasties who would go on rampages after seizing a city, raping and pillaging, they adhered to strict discipline. Anyone who dared disobey would face immediate execution and be stripped of their military rank, becoming an anonymous nobody. Yes, sir. Vince turned and left, gathering some soldiers and organizing them into teams of 10, giving each team a bronze gong. Avon, immediately assess our casualties. Injured soldiers should be treated promptly to ensure none die of their wounds, Flint instructed. This battle had been intense, and they might have lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The fierce resistance from the enemy reminded him that if victory could be achieved without sacrificing too many lives, it should be done. Translation complete while maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 350. The famous general of the Malyo dynasty, Isaiah. At the same time, as the twilight sunset, in the Malyo dynasty, at Chiefing City. After setting up camp for the army, Norris led 100 soldiers on horseback to a kilometer away from Chiefing City. His gaze coolly focused ahead. He saw the defending soldiers on the city walls standing solemnly, patrolling back and forth as if wary of them. Catapult crossbows were lined up on the walls, loaded with arrows, ready to fire at any moment. Looks like the commander of this city is one of the 7 famous generals of the Malyo dynasty. He muttered to himself. A flicker of excitement shone in his eyes, almost eagerly awaiting a battle with the general within the city. According to the intelligence he had obtained, the commander responsible for defending this city was none other than Isaiah, one of the 7 great generals of the Malyo dynasty. Not only was Isaiah powerful, but his ferocious lion about to pounce. This Daya dynasty is indeed formidable. With vast armies and powerful elites, no wonder their vanguard suffered such a heavy defeat, he murmured, revealing a hint of admiration. Although his dynasty had dispatched strong forces to counter the Daya dynasty, he felt the challenge before him. Defeating and retaliating against the Daya dynasty would not be easy. He had just arrived and intended to leverage this city's advantages to repel the enemies and prepare for a counterattack. Yet, after only 2 days, the Daya soldiers were already at the gates, surprising him. The speed of the Daya soldiers is remarkable, leaving us no chance to breathe, almost driving us towards death. He inwardly sneered, however strong your Daya dynasty may be, can my Malyo dynasty be underestimated? From today onwards, I will crush your offense with these hands. This time, it wasn't just him alone. To counter the Daya dynasty and thwart their invasion, the Malyo dynasty had dispatched 4 great generals, dividing their forces into 4 routes. With our combined efforts, dealing with the Daya dynasty will be like crushing an ant. General, why did Norris not attack? Is he waiting for the right moment? Asked one of the officers behind him. Everyone agreed. Vigilance was necessary. Based on collected intelligence, the Daya dynasty often attacked suddenly, catching defenses off guard. Many cities of the Malyo dynasty fell due to incessant attacks. Isaiah, watching Norris depart, knew something was amiss, but quickly, Norris returned to camp and summoned all divisional commanders. Addressing the 9 assembled generals, he handed over the letter. This is the strategist's message. Read it carefully and then share your thoughts. They exchanged glances. One officer stepped forward to read the letter meticulously. As he read, his eyes lit up. Without further comment, he passed it to the next. Chapter 351. A good strategy, distributing laxatives. Presumably you have all read the letter sent by our military advisor. What are your thoughts on it? Speak freely without worrying about my opinion, Norris said slowly after everyone had finished reading the letter. He wanted to hear their opinions and whether they agreed with the strategy proposed by the advisor. If they agreed, they would implement the advisor's strategy. If not, they would make modifications to swiftly overcome this enemy force. As for the defenders being renowned generals, that would depend on how well they could withstand them. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances before voicing their opinions. General, I support the advisor's plan. It will be beneficial to us and minimize casualties among our soldiers, said the young officer standing at the left forefront. Military advisor Cavan's strategy was straightforward. Eddy air out the enemy using bait, then eliminate them one by one. As for what kind of bait should be used, the advisor had listed a few options in the letters. If they deemed them viable, they could follow the list. If not, they could devise their own baits to catch big fish. The general, I also agree with the advisor's strategy. Though it requires some time, it will reduce our soldiers' casualties, responded the young officer on the right. As commanders of the Great Anchor Dynasty, their greatest hope was to see as many soldiers survive and join them in capturing the capital of the Multadu Dynasty. Attacking the Chiefing City aggressively might win them the city, but at an enormous cost. By agreeing with the advisor's strategy, they could achieve victory with minimal loss. General, we all agree with the advisor's plan, the others chorused. Norris felt reassured, as their response aligned perfectly with his thoughts. He had worried about potential opposition, but now realized he was overly cautious. They were the best officers of the Great Anchor Dynasty and wouldn't want their troops to suffer heavy losses. Before setting out, they had promised to bring back as many men unharmed to see their families. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss how to implement the advisor's strategy, Norris suggested. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. They fetched cushions from the side, sitting down to prepare for the discussion. Norris did likewise. They needed to deliberate on the implementation details while ensuring strict confidentiality. Only perfect secrecy could make their strategy work, leaving Isaiah inside the city unaware and unable to guess. At midnight, stars glittered in the sky. Despite the bright moon Engelward, Benny confidently assured. Norris nodded, then asked, do you always carry laxatives? Everyone carries some. General Gill, what do you need it for? Benny wondered. Norris's lips curved slightly. The advisor was right about these guards carrying laxatives. However, what types were these laxatives? Were they powerful enough? How strong is the laxative? Just a small amount can keep someone in the toilet for a day, Benny answered. Impressed, Norris surmised these guys must have had court physician Caden prepare it for them. Despite their cunning methods, everything they did was for the dynasty. Inform the Jinui hidden in Chiefing City to put laxatives into the city wells. If they notice Isaiah digging new wells, they should act immediately. Startled, Benny felt conflicted. General, isn't this inappropriate? This laxative is extremely potent. If put in the water, people would be stuck in the toilet forever. Caden's preparation was indeed potent. Even a strong beast would be weakened and easy prey. Using such laxatives against the entire population would turn their lives into hell. Norris paused, considering Benny's point. While dealing with enemy soldiers was manageable, there were civilians in the city. Causing harm to them would be a grave sin. These drugs could potentially be fatal if mishandled. Chapter 352. The Eagle Under the Dark Night. So, inform the Imperial Guard in the city to infiltrate the enemy's kitchen and contaminate their water supply with laxatives. They should use as much as they can without worrying about the enemy's lives. Norris said after a moment of silence. Upon hearing these words from Norris, Benny's face twitched violently, feeling startled as he looked at Norris. Isn't what Norris is doing too unethical? Moreover, this move was very despicable, almost forcing the enemy into a corner. Once the enemy troops came into contact with the laxative, they would certainly be left in a state where they could barely hold any weapon due to dehydration. Thermore, that distinctive smell would spread across the entire city, making it impossible for people to stay in the city. General Norris, isn't this a bit immoral? Benny asked hesitantly. Although they, the Imperial Guards, were somewhat underhanded and often played dirty tricks on others, he found that the current Norris seemed even more so. They usually only dealt with a few hundred people at once, but Norris was targeting hundreds of thousands. The scale was vastly different. Do as I say. Don't ask so many questions. Remember, tell all the Imperial Guards to act cautiously and avoid getting caught by Isaiah, Norris said seriously. This time, don't blame him for being underhanded. Everything was based on the wise strategy from his advisor, Irving. And at that moment, far away, Irving sneezed continuously, feeling aggrieved as he wondered who was talking about him behind his back. Though the strategy was indeed underhanded and did not meet the standards of soldiers in war, no one cared about such niceties. As long as victory was achieved, everything was decided by the victor. Unfortunately, once the laxative took effect, the city in front of them would become a cesspool, unbearable due to its stench. Yes. Benny sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Waiting for Benny to depart, Norris muttered to himself, Isaiah, I originally wanted to engage you in open battle, but since you refuse to come out, I have no choice but to use this plan to reduce your fighting power. Perhaps this method wasn't a good strategy and might seem unworthy of victory, but it would save more of his soldiers. Just leaving the military headquarters, Benny was speechless but didn't say much. Instead, he quickly relayed the message to his colleagues in Chiefing City. Inside Chiefing City, currently, the entire city was on high alert, with soldiers patrolling every street and alley. Every 50 meters, 10 soldiers formed a patrol team. In such a heavily guarded city, the citizens felt extremely pressured, as if a great disaster was imminent, suffocating them. Hiding in their basements, they dared not make a sound, silently praying that the war would end. Actions with the old man, they learned that he deeply hated the city's lord. His daughter-in-law had been brutally killed by the lord's concubine. Not only did the old man hate the city's lord, but so did nearly 90% of the people in the city, especially the soldiers. Their hatred stemmed from the lord's 3 concubines often committing atrocities. For a moment, Brody then asked, to Donghua, seeing the strict defenses in the city, has your army arrived? Actually, he knew that these young men were from the great Anchor dynasty, which they had revealed to him. Welcoming their arrival, he and his 2 precious grandsons supported the occupation of the city, hoping to see the wicked punished. Indeed, they've arrived, but due to heavy defenses, they haven't attacked yet, to Donghua replied with a smile. Tears welled up in Brody's eyes, overwhelmed with hope for the great Anchor dynasty to conquer the city. He fervently prayed that the city would fall into the hands of the great Anchor dynasty, freeing them from hell. Heavenly forces never disturb civilians. You shouldn't cry. You should feel joyful, one youth comforted. I'm not crying. I'm shedding tears of joy. You must liberate the city from hell, Brody said warmly. Don't worry, Grandpa Todd. We will liberate this city and bring peace to its people, another youth affirmed. Grandpa Todd trusts you and your dynasty, Brody nodded emotionally. From tonight onward, we'll leave here and execute our tasks. So, Donghua stopped mid-sentence. Understanding what the young men intended to do, and its Einar, on his way to Yulon Palace, paused upon hearing the system's voice. This familiar sound always brought excitement but also frustration, recalling his past failed attempts to gain any significant Chinese hero. He inwardly cursed the system for its unreliability. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Einar continued walking, silently commanding the system, summon immediately. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a Ming Dynasty renowned general, Frederick. A general? Hearing he acquired a powerful Chinese hero, Einar felt overjoyed and quickened his pace toward Tianqing Pavilion. He had initially intended to visit Yulon Palace, but now needed to see Tianqing Pavilion first. Frederick was none other than one of the founding heroes of the Ming Dynasty. Not only that, his daughter married Emperor Chengzu of the Ming system. Do you have any details on Frederick? Beep. Name, Frederick. Dynasty, Ming. Rank, world-renowned general. Martial arts, the Divine King's sacred decree. Cultivation, 4th stage martial emperor. Army, elite, 10,000 mighty soldiers of the Ming. Reading this simple profile, Einar was thrilled, especially impressed by Frederick's strength. With such a formidable warrior, his royal palace would now be under the protection of true power. Additionally, Frederick was precisely the kinders if Frederick desired more knowledge. 2 hours later, deep into the night, Einar finished explaining and said, General Frederick, now that you've arrived, there is a matter I need your assistance with. Can you handle it satisfactorily? What task does Zack require? Frederick asked calmly. Training the troops. Straightforward as ever, Einar didn't mince words. Shall we start training now? Frederick did not refuse but asked if they should begin immediately. Although unable to earn glory on the battlefield, training elite forces for his sovereign was still a source of immense pride and future opportunity. Now isn't urgent. Take a few days to meet your colleagues and build camaraderie. We'll assign you to training thereafter, Einar replied with a smile, surprised at Frederick's eagerness. To strengthen unity within the ranks, Einar instructed Andy to introduce Frederick to Caesar Hiroshi and brief him accordingly. Knowing Hiroshi would follow through diligently, Einar trusted this setup to help Frederick integrate smoothly with his fellow officers. Chapter 354. The arrival of Cyan and his wife. Screech. Arriving at the Jade Orchid Palace, Harold told the two palace maids not to disturb him and entered the pavilion alone, closing the door behind him. As soon as he walked into the pavilion, a waft of fragrance greeted him, causing his waist to tingle with anticipation. Lately, he had felt an intense desire for battle. Without pausing, Harold closed the door to keep the cold breeze out and headed towards the bed on the left front. At the large bedside, he saw two sleeping beauties smiling peacefully in their sleep, evoking his compassion. Christy should have slept in her own palace, but considering her pregnancy and the lack of care, she was arranged to stay here with Camilla who would look after her. Harold sat beside the bed and caressed Camilla's face, smiling. He then extended his hand to touch Christy's cheeks. Having been busy lately, he hadn't seen them for some time. This visit was squeezed into his tight schedule. He still had to return to handle other matters. Your Majesty. Awoken by Harold's touch, Christy smiled charmingly, enjoying the warmth of his palm. Looking at the enchantingly smiling Christy, Harold smiled back and gently stroked her face. Why are you up so early? Did I disturb your rest? Harold asked softly. It was crucial for Christy to rest properly, as any agitation could affect her pregnancy. Although Caden had concocted medicine to stabilize her pregnancy, Harold remained concerned about potential risks. No, I'm very happy to see your Majesty again. Christy held Harold's hand to her cheek, smiling. She knew how busy Harold had been, hardly having any time to rest. Smiling. After years apart, they were finally seeing their granddaughter again. If Camilla were here, she would be shocked and overjoyed. For these elders were none other than her maternal grandfather, Cyan, and grandmother, Kylie. It's been many years since we've seen that girl. I wonder if she ever thinks of us, Kylie said with a bittersweet smile. Though their beloved granddaughter, now the Empress of Dacia, rarely visited, they felt proud of her achievements. She must miss us, but you know she can't leave the palace, Cyan said with a wry smile. Turning to his grandson Clayton, Cyan instructed, Zijian, guide us into the city. Remember, don't let the carriage run rampant, or even if Dacia doesn't punish you, I will. Hehe, don't worry, grandfather. I'll drive carefully, Clayton responded, maneuvering the carriage cautiously. Soon, the large carriage reached the city gate, where soldiers stopped them. A young soldier in black armor looked at Clayton and asked, How many of you are there, and why have you come to the capital? Feeling nervous, Clayton hurriedly replied, We are 3 people visiting relatives. The soldier scrutinized Clayton closely. Suddenly, Cyan spoke up, Zijian, show them this token. Clayton froze but quickly took the black token from his grandfather. It was strange, covered in bizarre runes, with an anchor on one side and a Tadeo on the other. Despite not knowing its significance, Clayton understood its importance. Upon examining the token, the soldier instructed them to stay put while he approached a nearby officer. After whispering to the officer, the young officer's expression changed. Taking the token, he hurriedly brought the group to the carriage and respectfully apologized. Unaware of the arrival, he bowed deeply to the elder. Please accept my apologies, noble sir. Chapter 355. Entering the Imperial Palace. Through the token, he could confirm without a doubt that the person inside the carriage was indeed the Queen Rena's maternal grandfather. He was slightly taken aback by why the other party was late. However, he did not dwell on the reasons for their arrival in the capital city, but thought to himself that he must relay this news to the king immediately. No problem, if you have nothing else, please let us through, Cyan said softly from inside the carriage. Yes. Nodding in agreement, the Arn wasted no time in giving orders to let them pass and handed over the token to the bewildered Clayton. A completely stunned Clayton received the token, utterly baffled and unsure of what was happening. Despite his confusion, he quickly returned to the carriage, handed the token to his grandfather, and resumed driving the vehicle forward. Watching the retreating figures, the Arn in black battle armor swiftly took out a blood-red pebble and conveyed the information mentally. After relaying all the events and his observations telepathically, he crushed the stone without hesitation. At that moment, all the information was transmitted into the inner city. Upon entering the city, Clayton was captivated by its splendor. He couldn't help but stare in disbelief, mesmerized by such opulence. The grandeur exceeded his imagination, challenging everything he had ever known. He had previously doubted his grandfather's words, only to realize they were true without any falsehood. Zijian, don't just gawk. Drive the carriage straight to the Chancellor's residence. Grandfather, why are we going to the Chancellor's residence? Shouldn't we head directly to the palace? Clayton asked, puzzled. Their purpose here was to meet his cousin and see his young nephew. Turning towards the Chancellor's residence confused him even more, unsure of the reason behind it. Inside the carriage, Cyan explained, the Imperial Palace isn't our home. It's not a place we can just enter at will, even though Xiaorou is the Empress of the Great Anchor Dynasty. We cannot just walk in as we please. To enter the Imperial Palace, we need Chancellor Hiroshi's permission and his escort. Otherwise, we won't be allowed inside. The Imperial Palace was extremely strict with outsiders, regardless of their connections or lineage. Entry required Chancellor Hiroshi's approval and identity verification. Otherwise, movement would be impossible. Oh, but grandfather, I don't know where the Chancellor's residence is. How am I supposed to find it? Clayton replied, laughing bitterly. This was his first visit to the capital of the Great Anchor Dynasty, and he knew little about its layout. Walking around alone would undoubtedly result in him getting lost. Just follow the direction I give you, Cyan responded. Back in the Imperial study, Harold suddenly heard the report from the brocade guard, causing his brows to furrow. He was puzzled by the arrival of Cyan and company. He had learned from the brocade guard that Cyan, his wife Kylie, and their grandson Clayton were no longer in Yuan City. Their whereabouts had been a mystery until now. Lord Hyder, Cyan and his family must be heading to the Imperial Palace. Please go personally to welcome them. Seated on a cushion nearby, Harold instructed Andy. Understood. Andy bowed respectfully and left. Sitting back down, Harold continued reviewing the memorials from various regions, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume. 2 hours later, under Andy's guidance, Cyan, Kylie, and Clayton arrived at the Imperial Palace. The grandeur of the palace astounded Clayton, making him feel like he was in a celestial palace from the heavens. Cyan and Kylie marveled at the enhanced majesty of the palace compared to their previous visits. Indeed, the great anchor stationed in Chiefing City suffered terribly. For these past 2 days, the entire million-strong army was engaged in one continuous activity. They were either on their way to the toilet or actually in the middle of using it, day and night without respite. The potency of the laxative caused many soldiers to suffer extreme dehydration, making it difficult for them to take care of themselves. The unbearable stench permeated the entire city, forcing countless people to hold their noses and avoid stepping outside, especially the civilians within the city. They practically stayed home all day. No, they stayed in their cellars every day. The smell outside was so intense that it was almost unbearable. Inside the sparsely populated latrines of Chiefing City, Isaiah squatted with several other officers beside him, all suffering from diarrhea. General, the Daxia dynasty's actions are utterly dishonorable. They laced our water supply with laxatives, causing our troops to be incapacitated, and some have already fainted from exhaustion, said a young officer indignantly. These Daxia dynasty bastards are scum for poisoning our water supply. Now, all our men, including us, are suffering from constant diarrhea. Another young officer growled. General, we must act quickly. If we don't find a cure soon, many of our men will collapse from this, likely to spare the civilian population. Had they used actual poison, it would turn the city into a living hell. Regardless of who did this, they have succeeded. We need to focus on preparing for what might happen next, a young officer remarked bitterly. Rather than searching for the culprit or identifying the traitor, they needed to consider how to counter Norris. He believed that Norris was waiting for their forces to collapse from exhaustion before striking. Currently, they had the strength but lacked the resolve to fight. Battling the Daxia soldiers would result in their deaths within this city. Finally breaking his silence, Isaiah spoke. Once we return, gather our 30,000 elite troops and assemble at the northern gate tonight under the cover of darkness. I will lead you out of here. Hearing this, everyone remained silent, agreeing with their general's plan. They had no heart for fighting and only wanted to escape to survive. Though as part of the Malyo dynasty, they should not fear battle nor flee from it. Current circumstances forced them to abandon the field. By leading 30,000 elite troops away, they could devise a plan to deal with Norris and avenge this humiliation. Isaiah sighed inwardly and continued suffering from diarrhea. Norris truly played dirty by poisoning them with laxatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't issue such a humiliating order. Leaving the battlefield before a formal engagement, he was likely the first general in the Malyo dynasty to do so, but he couldn't dwell on it now. As long as his 30,000 elite troops remained alive, he could regroup and confront Norris. I hope Zack understands my difficulties. The stench from a million men with diarrhea is unbearable, nearly making one vomit. A general following Norris commented disdainfully, marveling at the power of the laxatives. He initially thought the laxatives carried by the Imperial Guards were harmless, but witnessing this scene made him realize just how effective they were. General, when will we attack the city? Asked the general on Norris's left. Not yet. Let them suffer another night of diarrhea. Tomorrow morning, we will launch our assault. Once inside the city, if anyone resists, kill them immediately. As for those who surrender, have them escorted out of the city, Norris replied softly. Though he wished to conquer the city swiftly, he couldn't rush things. Allowing the enemy to continue suffering would sap their strength, rendering them helpless targets. He eagerly awaited seeing Isaiah's reaction when he realized the trap. The man must hate him deeply now, though there was nothing he could do but endure silently. We should return. Rest for the night, and tomorrow, the entire army will enter the city, Norris said. With that, he spurred his horse into motion, and the two officers beside him followed suit, leaving the area. Behind them, 100 soldiers also retreated. One day and one night remained before their decisive battle. They needed to rest and conserve their energy to strike a crushing blow against the enemy. Hashtag chapter 357, desertion at the last minute. Time ticked by, dusk turned to nightfall, and darkness enveloped the land. Even as it became nighttime, the millions of troops in the city were still suffering from severe diarrhea. Many soldiers, unable to find toilets, had no choice but to relieve themselves where they stood. The pungent odor permeated the surroundings, yet it did nothing to stop their continued bouts of diarrhea. In the early hours of the night, with dawn approaching, Isaiah immediately ordered his 30,000 elite troops to head to the north gate of the city. They didn't plan to leave through the gate. Instead, they chose to jump over the city wall and escape. Isaiah was more aware than anyone that if they chose to leave through the gates, it would cause a disturbance, and possibly even lead all the soldiers to flee. If such a mass exodus occurred, it would certainly attract the attention of the great Anchor dynasty, making their evacuation impossible. Standing atop the towering city wall, seeing all his men gather, Isaiah immediately ordered his generals to lead them over the wall and act according to previous orders. Despite the wall being several dozen feet to flee, Isaiah hurried to the gathered 30,000 troops and led them away under cover of night. As this group left, hidden watchers, the embroidered uniform guard, spotted them and relayed the message to Norris. Damn it, despite all my calculations, I never thought this bastard would choose to escape under the cover of darkness. Inside the military tent, Norris listened to the report from the embroidered uniform guard's Benny, his expression extremely displeased. He had considered all possible adverse factors and taken precautions against them, but he hadn't anticipated Isaiah's decisiveness. General, now that Isaiah has led 30,000 elite troops away, what should we do? Should we instruct the 5,000 elite soldiers guarding the north gate to intercept them? Asked Ar named Tadeo Ban, his expression somewhat cold. No need. Even though Isaiah's men took laxatives, their combat strength remains formidable. It's not worth risking the lives of 5,000 of our soldiers to block them. Even if we tried to intercept them now, we wouldn't be able to stop them forcefully, and it might lead to the total annihilation of our 5,000 soldiers. He now regretted not deploying more troops to completely seal off the city earlier, but it was too late for regrets. Since Isaiah and his men had escaped, there was no point in pursuing them or having the 5,000 elite troops hidden in the dark try to stop their departure. Indeed, Isaiah's men had taken laxatives, but Norris believed that even so, it would be difficult to stop 30,000 elite troops from leaving. Hearing Norris's words, the 9 generals said nothing further, silently agreeing with him. The enemy had already left the city, and trying to intercept them with 5,000 soldiers would only result in unnecessary deaths. Besides, they would have other opportunities to eliminate this enemy force in the future. Dismissing the embroidered uniform guard member Benny, Norris said expressionlessly, "Inform everyone. All troops are to prepare immediately. At dawn, you will follow me to capture this city."
Yes.
Upon receiving the order, the subordinates immediately turned to carry out the commands and swiftly assembled the army. Their plan had succeeded, and now came the time to reap the rewards. How they would proceed depended on how the enemy cooperated. If they surrendered and laid down their weapons, they would give them the antidote to stop the diarrhea. But if they chose to continue fighting, don't blame their weapons for being unforgiving. Time passed quickly, and before long, dawn arrived. Under Norris's leadership, the troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty gradually approached Chiefing City. On the southern city wall, the enemy general saw this and hurriedly pulled up his pants, preparing for battle. Unfortunately, his stomach wouldn't listen, and as soon as he pulled up his pants, the flow began anew. Akith glanced around, his face stern, and gave the order. "By my command, all troops prepare for battle." However, just as he finished speaking, a Desi beside him interjected, "General, let's surrender. This way, we might have a chance to live." Swish. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged general's face twisted violently. Drawing his sword, he grabbed the Desi's sleeve and placed the cold blade against his neck. "Surrender? Why, Stefan, as a general of the Modlu dynasty, how can you speak such demoralizing words? Do you think I won't cut you down?" The middle-aged general demanded coldly. "General, you can kill me if you want, but you must surrender. Only by surrendering can our hundreds of thousands of troops survive." Stefan responded firmly. "Fine, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." The middle-aged general's face hardened, raising his long sword, ready to strike without hesitation. "General, don't be angry. Stefan is just speaking out of frustration. Don't take it too seriously." "Yes, General, don't be too upset. Stefan is considering the low morale of our troops, hence the reckless talk." "General, you know Stefan's mouth is always troublemaking." "General, don't act rashly. Hear him out about why he wants us to surrender. If his reasons aren't satisfactory, then you can chop him later." Several officers rushed forward, pulling the Keith Berkeley aside and wresting the sword from his hand. None of them expected their own general to be so ruthless as to consider killing one of their own. But, in hindsight, who could blame him? After all, in such a critical situation, Stefan had chosen to say those things. Chapter 358, Surrendering with White Flags. Berkeley, his face extremely cold, said as he let go of the others, "Explain to all of us why you want us to choose surrender." Looking at the puzzled faces of those around him, Basim instantly felt bitter, tears streaming down from his eyes. Seeing his actions, Berkeley and the others couldn't help but feel confused, completely unable to understand what Basim was up to. "Peter, speak," Arn said. "Isaiah has fled. They ran away last night, taking with him his 30,000 elite troops." Basim sobbed and roared at everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts were struck by shock, as if something had slammed into their chests, momentarily stopping their heartbeat. Isaiah fled? How could this be possible? Isaiah, a renowned general, would not choose to run away. A general rushed forward, grabbing his armor with both hands, incredulously saying, "Basim, do you have any evidence for these words? If not, you will bear full responsibility." "Ziwin, what exactly is going on here? Do you have proof that what you're saying is true? Otherwise, we can't guarantee your safety," Arn sternly asked. "I swear on my life that every word I say is true. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourselves. See where our esteemed General Isaiah is now," Basim replied. Coming back to his senses, Berkeley gazed intently at Basim, noticing no sign of dishonesty in his eyes. Therefore, he believed he wasn't lying. Yet, deep down, he still couldn't quite believe that their respected general and idol, Isaiah, would abandon them mid-battle. Feeling the questioning gazes upon him, Basim looked up and said, "General, I know you doubt my words, but everything I've said is true. Last night, I saw Isaiah flee with my own eyes." After hearing his account, everyone present collapsed onto the ground, stunned into silence, their minds blank and buzzing. They never expected that their revered general, Isaiah, would treat them like pawns while he led the elite troops away. A famous general fleeing from battle and taking 30,000 elite troops with him. This was nothing short of an absurd joke. If other kingdoms found out about this, they would surely laugh until their jaws dropped, pointing fingers at their kingdom. "General, something's wrong. The whereabouts of the great general are unknown, and his 30,000 elite troops have vanished without a trace." Just as everyone remained silent, Arn crawled over, his face pale, running toward them. Upon hearing his words, any remaining hope vanished, replaced by ridicule on their faces. "Weapons. Choose to surrender." Saying this, Berkeley's eyes became dull, and his face appeared haggard. Making this decision was exceptionally difficult for him. If not for this decision, these hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be lambs led to slaughter. Though they came from different places, they shouldn't die here. Neither should he. He needed to ask Isaiah why he abandoned them, why this renowned general fled from the battlefield with 30,000 elite troops. Upon hearing this, Basim and the rest also fell silent, feeling indignant and troubled. Prepare to attack? While issuing orders to attack the city, Norris suddenly noticed that Qifeng City raised white flags, and the closed gates slowly opened. He immediately stopped speaking. The Anchor Kingdom soldiers were shocked, finding it hard to believe. An enemy surrender? This might be their first time encountering such a thing. Previously, the enemies had been ferocious, costing many comrades, but this time, General, why did the defenders of Qifeng City surrender? Is there any deception involved? Asked the Arn Tadeo band. It doesn't seem so. There's no reason for the defenders of Qifeng City to trap us. Even if they had the intention, they lack the strength now, the Arn Guillermo beside him replied. Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must proceed cautiously. We don't want to suffer an unforeseen disaster, added Joel, another Arn beside Tadeo band. After observing for a while, Norris spoke. Whether this is genuine or deceitful, regardless of their intentions, we must capture this city today. Pass on my order. Enter the city en masse, and immediately counterattack if the enemy makes any moves. Yes. Facing Norris's orders, everyone chose to comply and pass them down. Attempting to trick them? Let them see if these people can withstand another onslaught after the laxative incident. Disembarking from his war chariot, Norris mounted a horse and led the troops into the city. Walking only 5 or 6 meters, he turned to Tadeo Ban and asked, Tadeo Ban, how's the preparation of the clean water? General, everything is ready, including the antidote mixed into the clean water. Once we confirm the enemy's surrender, we'll give them the antidote to stop diarrhea, Tadeo Ban replied. At dawn today, Norris had instructed him to prepare the clean water and receive the antidote from Genie Hider Officer Benny. Once they confirmed the enemy's surrender, they would provide the medicated water to stop the diarrhea. Chapter 359. Do you think it's possible to run? As they just entered the city, the stench of diarrhea that hit them instantly made everyone feel nauseous. But Norris quickly ordered his men to cover their noses and mouths, blocking out the smell. What met the eye was people sprawled everywhere on the ground, suffering from diarrhea. The scene was grotesquely dirty. Norris said nothing but directed his gaze towards Berkeley and Aaron kneeling on the side, who looked like they were begging for death. Confirming they had no intention to rebel, Norris gave Tadeo Band a light nod, signaling what he should do next. Following orders, Tadeo Band swiftly distributed antidotes among the soldiers, neutralizing the laxatives in their stomachs. Since you all have chosen to surrender, this general will provide you with the antidote. After taking it, within 24 hours, you won't be able to use your spiritual power, Norris said softly. Thank you. Berkeley responded with a hoarse voice. After assigning Tadeo Band to distribute the antidote, Norris turned to General Alex and said, Alex, Ivor, immediately organize the soldiers to clean up everything with clear water. Yes. Alex and Ivor promptly led their subordinates to accomplish the task. The city now smelled foul. They had to clean it up as soon as possible, or it would become uninhabitable. They also needed to sprinkle aromatic powder around to control the spread of odors. Without glancing at the generals below, Norris immediately led his commanders into the city while scattering out to collect enemy weapons. Even though the enemy had laid down their arms, they couldn't let them get too close to the weapons again, as it would only harm. Unfortunately, Gustav didn't know that Isaiah had intended to notify him. In fact, he had sent people, but unfortunately, all those dispatched were intercepted and killed by hidden forces. Given the urgency, Isaiah didn't send more people and fled with his men directly. What are you all doing? Why aren't you done packing yet? Are you waiting to die? Madam, can we leave the clothes behind? We're not short of money. After a long time, 3 beautiful women with slender waists and large buttocks finally finished packing. Gustav, corpulent and unremarkable in appearance, hurriedly led them to find his concubines. Upon arriving at the courtyard where the concubines resided, Gustav and his group didn't see them, causing confusion. Sir, why can't we see the concubines? Did something happen to them? To Du Chueying, Gustav's wife, asked worriedly. That's right, sir. Where are they? Are they in danger? Another concubine, to Du Fei, added nervously. Stop your chatter. A roar silenced them. Gustav's face darkened. How should I know where these brats are? If I knew, why would I bring you here? Just then, Gustav's manager, a Keith with shifty eyes, rushed over. Sir, madam, you must leave immediately. The Great Anchor Dynasty's army has already entered the city and is heading this way. If we don't escape, it's certain death. What? Everyone's faces paled and cold sweat dripped down their backs. How did the Great Anchor Dynasty's army get into the city so fast? But thinking about it, it made sense. The city defenders had given up resistance. Abelardo, where are my 3 concubines? Where are they now? Gustav quickly asked his manager. Sir, the 3 young masters packed up and fled ahead of us, Abelardo replied with a bitter smile. Gustav was thunderstruck. He couldn't believe his 3 bastards had abandoned him in this crucial moment. These curs, how dare they ignore me after all the effort I put into raising them? They've turned out to be ingrates, Gustav snarled. Sir, it's not like that. They probably went ahead to scout. They wouldn't abandon us, his wife to Du Chueying argued. Yes, sir, our children would never forsake us. They must be leading the way, another concubine added. Enough, no more excuses. Gustav cut them off. I know those 3 better than any of you. If you don't want to die, follow me closely. Otherwise, don't blame me for not protecting you. Leaving this cold remark, Gustav ignored his concubines and hurried away. The women hesitated briefly but, realizing they had to leave immediately or risk becoming food for the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, followed him. Just as they left the residence through the back gate, they saw a row of black armored soldiers standing at attention, their cold steel blades gleaming under the light. Archers aimed their arrows at them. Any movement would trigger a rain of arrows, turning them by quickly incapacitating him would it benefit them. Spit. Defenseless against this sudden move, Gustav spat out a mouthful of blood after his cultivation was nullified. As for Abelardo, he was struck into the Flynn's residence. You. Staring at General Brett before him, Gustav's face turned deathly pale. His eyes widened in disbelief. His cultivation had actually been nullified. From now on, he was utterly useless. Incapable of controlling his anger, Gustav's vision went white, and he fainted dead away on the ground. Humph. Brett snorted coldly and immediately ordered his soldiers to take them away. He couldn't execute them right now. Their deaths should be determined by the common people of this city. To the citizens of this city, they wished to cut Gustav into pieces, burn his bones, flay his skin. Upon entering the living room, Brett quickly approached Norris and reported, "General, we have captured Gustav and those few concubines." "You have done very well," Norris nodded appreciatively and continued. "Wait until the abnormal substances in the city are fully handled. In 2 days, we will publicly execute them. At that time, invite all the citizens of the city."
Yes.
The next morning, dawn just broke, and the entire city was enveloped in a light mist, which covered up the layered foul smell temporarily. However, despite this, the stench still lingered. Soldiers appeared on the streets, each gripping a black spear and standing 3 meters apart. This scene aroused endless curiosity among the people. Could it really be true, as mentioned yesterday, that today the Flynn's family would be publicly executed? Bold-hearted individuals swiftly opened their doors and windows and walked out. Under someone's lead, the citizens poured out of their homes. Though uncertain about the truthfulness of the situation, this sight made them believe that the Donghua dynasty probably hadn't lied. Time ticked by as countless civilians gathered beside the streets, silently waiting for the imminent public execution of the Flynn's family. They detested the Flynn's residence, yet due to the overwhelming power of its inhabitants, they were powerless and endured continuous oppression. "Move faster. Don't lag behind. Didn't you hear us tell you to hurry up?" Just as everyone waited curiously, a group of the Flynn's family members dressed in prison garb were being led forward by iron chains. The previously curious onlookers instantly brimmed with murderous intent upon seeing the 7 members of the Flynn's family, plus the steward Abelardo. Their chilling gazes could send shivers down anyone's spine. These people finally met their day. As the Flynn's family was brought forth, the Donghua dynasty soldiers on either side immediately raised their spears horizontally. They aimed to prevent anyone from rushing forward and executing the prisoners themselves. Observing the emotions displayed by these people, it was evident that they had all suffered unjust treatment, and the root of their misfortune lay with those few individuals in the center. Watching all this unfold, Gustav wore a bitter smile, filled with profound regret but powerless to change anything. Had he only been stricter with his concubines and wives, perhaps he wouldn't be facing such hatred today. "Father, I don't want to die. Please, make them spare us." Eddie Ishin, Gustav's eldest son, pleaded with a pale face, his eyes begging for mercy. Upon hearing these words, others quickly chimed in. To survive, even if it meant serving as slaves, they would have no objections. Compared to death, they preferred to cling to life. "Father, I don't want to die either. Please, make them leave us alone. I'll serve them like cattle." The younger son, Giljingi, also begged pitifully. "Sir, I don't want to die. I'm still young. I want to live longer. Tell them, please, that if they spare me, I'll let them do whatever they want." One of Gustav's concubines added, her voice trembling. Seeing his family willing to endure any humiliation to survive, Gustav could only laugh bitterly. If only he hadn't acted so arrogantly and let his family behave recklessly before, it might not have come to this. Regret was now futile. Heavy blow. Norris said coldly, "Today, General Norris is here to announce something." Noticing the army seemed uneasy, as if awaiting judgment, Norris simply shook his head. They really thought he was death himself, but he wasn't in the mood to massacre them all. Besides, the Great Anchor Dynasty strictly prohibited harming disarmed enemies unless they posed a threat. "Rest assured, I am not here to punish you. On the contrary, the Great Anchor Dynasty has special policies. Today, I will announce these policies to you." After clearing his throat, Norris continued, "Now, I offer you 2 choices. First, you can register over there and receive travel expenses to return home." He gestured towards the right, where Tadeoban and others were setting up tables, preparing to take registrations. "Second, you can join the Great Anchor Dynasty's army. These are your options. Choose whichever you like, and I will not hold it against you. Rather, I will respect your decision," Norris stated calmly. Hearing this, everyone began whispering among themselves, wondering why the Great Anchor Dynasty was offering them such choices. Normally, captives would be turned into laborers, working tirelessly for their new overlords. As long as they pleased their masters, they could eat and have shelter. Otherwise, they would face certain death. This situation felt strange to them, almost unbelievable. "I know you doubt my words, but the Great Anchor Dynasty know the answer." Hendrik Thermore, if his conjecture was correct, the other party wanted to use his strength to suppress Isaiah in order to get answers from him. "However, your intentions are clear to this general, but remember one thing. If you become a soldier of the Great Anchor Dynasty, you cannot betray the dynasty for life. Otherwise, the Great Anchor Dynasty will tear you limb from limb," Norris said coldly. Berkeley merely nodded slightly, without adding more words. When he stood up, he did not worry about what the other party might think. His only thought now was to ask Isaiah personally why he abandoned them and fled. They had always regarded him as their heroic leader, the most honorable person under the king. But Isaiah had deceived them and fled at a critical moment, leaving them to choose between staying here to die or fleeing. "Now you are also a soldier of the Great Anchor Dynasty. If you are one of us, then stand behind me," Norris said with a cold expression.
"Yes."
Berkeley bowed respectfully and stepped past Norris, taking a position behind him. Standing upright, his eyes held no emotion, only questioning and doubt. He was determined to get an answer, even if it meant death, as long as he found out the truth. Seeing Berkeley's actions, everyone was stunned, whispering and discussing among themselves. Especially Aaron, after some inner turmoil, ultimately chose to stand up, crossing over Norris and joining him. Seeing Aaron, Berkeley was surprised. He couldn't understand why this boy had chosen to stay. Sensing Berkeley's gaze, Aaron just smiled faintly and stood beside him. As time passed, others followed suit. Some chose to go home, while others decided to follow their new general. Seeing people gradually standing behind him, with no room left, Norris instructed those who chose to stay to line up on his left side. It wasn't that he didn't want them behind him, but there was simply no space. They had to find another spot. The sun set, and night fell. With the moon shining down, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty lit their prepared bonfires, the blazing flames illuminating the surroundings like dawn. Seeing that nearly half of the captured soldiers had turned into soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, Norris's eyes gleamed with excitement and satisfaction. Adding tens of thousands of soldiers thrilled him. Though they could be a double-edged sword, potentially harmful to the Great Anchor Dynasty, Norris firmly believed that this powerful sword would eventually become an asset for the Great Anchor Dynasty. As for how, gathering all the soldiers who stayed before him, Norris began his speech. From today onward, you are soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. As our soldiers, you must remember one thing. None of you, including myself, can harm any civilian. If this general discovers otherwise. In Maliu Dynasty, Makong, under the light of the night, the army led by Dai finally arrived at the city they were about to attack. The vibrations from their arrival immediately put the defenders on high alert. Archers readied their bows, and crossbows were prepared to fire. Standing atop the towering walls, Pat, commander of Maching's garrison, watched the enemy with cold eyes, beads of cold sweat running down his back. Even in the darkness, the torches made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if a heavy pressure weighed upon him. The scale of the enemy forces was enormous, far beyond what his 13,000 troops could resist. It seemed as though they could drown them with spittle. He felt frustrated. How did the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty arrive so quickly? This was completely suffocating. General, the Great Anchor Dynasty has arrived so fast. What should we do? One of the generals next to Pat asked anxiously, swallowing nervously. General, their numbers are overwhelming. I fear we cannot hold them off, another general added sarcastically. Where is General Braxton now, and how much longer until he arrives? Pat swallowed hard, his face remaining calm. Our rear is experiencing continuous rain, slowing down the march of our generals. It will likely take 6 to 7 days for them to reach us, the Arninigo replied bitterly. 6 to 7 days? How can it be this long? Pat's expression changed abruptly, finding it hard to believe. General, the roads are treacherous, compounded by landslides. The general's march is slowed due to these natural factors. He couldn't recklessly risk his soldiers' lives. Achieving victory with minimal cost was his goal, not at any cost. Was a victory obtained at any cost truly worth celebrating? Moreover, his army was already weary and not fit for continued combat. After resting a few days and analyzing the enemy defenses, they would launch a fierce assault. After observing the enemy's every move, Dai ordered expressionlessly from his war chariot, "Spread my orders. Retreat 10 miles and establish camp." Yes. Chapter 363, Dai's Decision, The Mysterious Visitor. General, tonight's moon is perfect for an attack. Why don't we take advantage of this and launch a fierce assault to capture this city? In the main tent of the Dai army, a young officer questioned General Dai. General, I do not understand why our troops haven't launched a surprise attack on Ma City. If we suddenly strike, we can capture it before dawn. Another officer gently nodded and asked. Facing such a golden opportunity, they couldn't let it pass by casually. Such opportunities were rare. If they launched a sudden attack, even if the enemy was prepared, they wouldn't withstand their sudden, intense assault. By then, capturing this city would be just a matter of a day or two, or possibly less. The big fish has arrived. If we remove the bait, we won't be able to catch the large fish about to come, Dai said softly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, staring intently at General Dai. They naturally knew who the big fish their general referred to was. And their general was right. They were fishing now. Removing the bait wouldn't help in catching the big fish. What they needed to do was stay calm and quietly wait for the big fish to bite, then crush them all at once. Seeing everyone fall silent, Dai spoke, "We will eventually capture this city, but now we must use it as bait to catch the big fish. Additionally, I have some good news. General Norris has successfully repelled the famous General Isaiah of the Malyao dynasty." Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, feeling extremely shocked and almost unable to believe it. However, they trusted their general and knew he wouldn't lie to them. If that were true, it meant the famous General Isaiah of the Malyao dynasty had already retreated. General, could you tell us how General Norris managed to repel Isaiah? The young officer Keaton asked curiously from the front. His question made everyone look at Dai eagerly. Honestly, they too were curious about how Norris had defeated Isaiah and what strategy he used. Seeing everyone's curious gaze, Dai looked somewhat embarrassed but still recounted Norris's tactics honestly. Learning how Norris repelled Isaiah, the originally delighted officers' faces immediately turned grim. They couldn't believe Norris had used laxatives against the enemy, forcing them to surrender. The famous General Isaiah of the Malyao dynasty had directly led his 30,000 elite troops to flee, turning the entire incident into a huge joke. In the capital of the Daya dynasty, Enkidu, everyone, please let me know if you like this private residence. If not, I'll arrange another one for you immediately. Looking at the beautifully dressed, strikingly handsome Desi with a strong aura and a cold demeanor, accompanied by a pot-bellied Keith smiling faintly, no one in the elegantly designed and lavishly decorated private residence spoke. Instead, they focused their attention on the only elderly person present. Only the elder could decide whether they would stay here. If he wasn't satisfied, they'd have to move somewhere else. Honestly, they didn't want to change residences in such a finely crafted courtyard. Better alternatives might be found, but settling for a poor choice would be unfortunate. The elder surveyed the courtyard, confirming it had soundproofing and protective arrays completely isolated from the outside world. He couldn't help but admire the complexity of the Daya dynasty. We will take this courtyard. May I ask, how much does it cost per month? The elder asked softly. Fixed price, 3,000 high-grade spirit stones per month. Ezekiel replied calmly, extending his hand. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones per month? Are you trying to rob us? On hearing the astounding amount, a Desi blurted out angrily, his face turning slightly cold as he glared at Ezekiel. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones per month? That was equivalent to his savings over 3 months. For someone of his caliber, a genius, he earned no more than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones per month. Renting a mere courtyard required so much. It felt like highway robbery. Louis, isn't this too excessive? Just a regular-sized yard, and you charge so exorbitantly, a girl complained bitterly. Exactly. This place is just a... How can you charge so much? Is everyone in your Daya dynasty this unreasonable? Ladies and gentlemen, speaking realistically, there's a reason our courtyard is priced this way. Do you think we set prices arbitrarily? Ezekiel retorted, his face darkening slightly. And if you don't agree with how things are run in our Daya dynasty, then please leave. You. Seeing the others behind him about to argue further, the elder quickly silenced them, making them shut up. Upon seeing the elder's gesture, everyone burned with anger, clenching their teeth, wishing they could tear Ezekiel apart. Remembering their mission, this private residence is rented. With that, he took out 3,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground. Here are the 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please check carefully to ensure there are no mistakes. Seeing the pile of spirit stones on the ground, Ezekiel knelt down to count them hurriedly. As he kneeled, he took out 2 scrolls and handed them over. Please read these 2 contracts carefully and sign your name using intent. Remember, use your though there are 2 keys, the other one is exclusively held by our pavilion master and will not be used unless absolutely necessary. Their fragrant pavilion adhered strictly to the rules set by the kingdom, ensuring no personal interests were harmed. The existence of 2 keys served a simple yet critical purpose, to prevent any tenant from running off with the key. The additional key was managed by designated personnel and would only be retrieved under extraordinary circumstances. Satisfied with the explanation, Gaius nodded lightly. Although he appeared convinced on the surface, he still had some reservations internally. Ezekiel smiled and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." His mission was nearly complete, and it was time for him to report back. Renting out such a courtyard brought a substantial amount of wealth, enough to sustain him for 6 months to a year. He felt inwardly delighted. If more such tasks came his way, it would be splendid. Indeed. Seeing no further issues, Ezekiel turned around and left the courtyard, instructing the 2 guards at the gate to follow him. Once Ezekiel was gone, Gaius immediately signaled the Desi beside him to close the door. Old Tadeo, these people charge exorbitant rents, behaving like bandits. Why did we rent from them? One of the youths asked, clearly puzzled. Exactly, Old Tadeo. These people are practically robbers, charging 3 The spiritual energy within the courtyard grew intensely concentrated, shocking everyone even further. Such rich spiritual energy surpassed even their sex cultivation chambers. If not for experiencing it firsthand, they wouldn't believe it to be true. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones were indeed worth every bit. In the courtyard's pavilion, Gaius sat quietly on a stone bench, reflecting. His concerns had been unfounded. This courtyard posed no danger but offered safety instead. They represented 3 major sects, coming to the capital of the Great Anchor dynasty with the sole intent of persuading the kingdom to stop its conquests. Yet upon entering the dynasty's territory, he noticed an alarming rise in the concentration of spiritual energy and rapid development. Moreover, the human inhabitants here led peaceful lives, unbothered by threats. He also observed the exceptional strength and talent among the younger generation. This won't be easy. Persuading the king of Great Anchor to cease his ambitions seems impossible, Gaius sighed inwardly. Looking towards the direction of the imperial palace, he was lost in thought. If his guesses were correct, the king must already know of their arrival upon entering the capital. Inside the imperial study at the imperial palace, Harold, while reviewing documents, listened calmly to the report from the court guard in the brocade robe. He learned that representatives from the 3 tries to obstruct the progress of his kingdom is an enemy of the kingdom. He wanted to see how the 3 major sects could possibly stop his kingdom's advancement or prevent him from annexing other kingdoms. Only by thoroughly wiping out these kingdoms can his kingdom become a stronger force and rule over the entire Nanyang region. Ambitious as he was, this small territory would never be enough for him. Hearing the king's words, Andy only smiled bitterly but did not say much more. The king's decision was always right. Harold glanced at Andy and then softly asked, "By the way, have the Jinui found any trace of the scattered alien tribes?" Not having found any movement of the aliens over several months made him puzzled and depressed. How could the Jinui lose track of them? If they didn't find and eliminate this group soon, there was a high chance that they might work with the alien camps outside the Abyss City, leading to heavy attacks on the border. Once a breach was created in Abyss City, countless aliens would flood into the Great Anchor Kingdom, causing immense harm. He certainly did not want such troublemakers for his kingdom. Your Majesty, the Jinui has not been able to trace their whereabouts. These aliens seem to have vanished into thin air but are secretly active, Andy replied with a slight shake of his head. As the current head of the Jinui, he was also anxious, hoping desperately for some news from them. But despite their efforts, they couldn't locate the aliens. It felt as if they had completely disappeared. Yet, deep down, he believed that the aliens plotting inside-out coordination with those outside Abyss City could not just vanish and would definitely not abandon their mission. Hearing Andy's report, Harold fell silent, putting down his pen. It seemed that this new year would not be easy to get through. Even if he wanted peace, the aliens wouldn't allow it. Inform the Jinui. From now on, I give them 1 month. If they don't clear all the aliens, I'll start cleaning them up first, Harold said coldly. He wasn't being harsh but rather out of necessity. If these aliens were not found and eliminated quickly, it would spell disaster for the Great Anchor Kingdom, especially during the upcoming new year when the aliens would choose the perfect opportunity to undermine Abyss City's defenses. Seeing the king's displeasure, Andy remained silent. As a minister, he knew why the king was so anxious but understood that worry alone wouldn't help. They needed to act quickly. After bidding farewell to King Harold, Andy turned and left. Harold remained alone, muttering to himself, "These aliens are truly a toxic sore. If we could eliminate all of them, we wouldn't have to live in constant fear." To attack the alien territories and destroy them entirely required a massive army and generals. Especially regarding troop numbers, an astronomical figure was needed. What he needed to do first was unify the Nanyang region, then spend years training a large army to deal with these pests. Creak. Suddenly, the study door opened, and Addie rushed in with a tense expression. Looking around cautiously and glancing at the others behind him, he reluctantly stepped forward under their urging. After taking a deep breath, he walked towards where his father sat. Though his face appeared calm, his heart was pounding, fearing rebuke from his father. However, considering what they had discussed, he pressed on. Walking steadily, he approached Harold, who was reviewing petitions, knelt on both knees, and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, father." Seeing this little fellow doing formal pleasantries, Harold's face darkened momentarily, but he quickly guessed that this little guy must have something to ask. In his memory, this child never used formalities unless he needed something. "Stand up." "Yes, father." Standing, Addie kept his head lowered, nervous and dared not look directly at his father. "Harold." Harold shook his head inwardly, smiling wryly. "Ching Fei, what brings you here? Did your Lewis again refuse to let you come?" Hearing his father's words, Addie's face changed abruptly, trembling in fright. He hadn't expected his father to guess his purpose so quickly. Seeing him remain silent, Harold said coolly, "Speak up. What do you want? If you don't tell me, I won't allow anything." The cold tone sent shivers down Addie's spine. He immediately blurted out, "Father, we want to go out and play." Feeling relieved after speaking his mind, he quickly tensed up again, nervously looking at his father. Without his father's permission, they had to stay within the palace and go nowhere. But after thinking about it, they felt it was time for a bit of fun. "Where do you want to go?" Harold asked without refusal, merely querying softly. Addie felt hopeful hearing this and quickly responded, "Father, we'll just play around the capital, not going anywhere far and certainly won't cause trouble." Pausing for a moment, Harold said, "Since you want to play, go ahead. But remember, no mischief or troublemaking. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy." These young ones were very powerful, especially Xylan, who was practically a destructive force. Gerald was no exception. If they caused trouble, it would likely lead to chaos and many casualties. Now, he needed to limit their potential destruction and avoid conflicts with others. Thank you, father." Addie was ecstatic, getting the approval. They had been discussing this plan since 2 nights ago, but certain reasons or fear of his father held them back. After obtaining his mother's consent, they came here seeking his father's agreement. "Go ahead. By the way, visit your maternal grandfather on your way out." "Yes, father." Watching Addie leave with delight, Harold simply shook his head but didn't say much, then continued reviewing documents. He still had piles of work to finish and lacked the mood for other matters. Unless it was urgent. Creak. The study door opened again, and Addie appeared joyfully before everyone, catching their attention. "Callahan, did your brother agree for us to leave the capital and play outside?" Harold asked. ####note. The original chapter title and the name translations have been preserved. Names like Harold and Addie maintain their pinyin representation as requested. The tone and style are consistent with the original text, while ensuring readability and natural English fluency. Chapter 366, Going Out Without Money? Lewis heir, father has already agreed to let us go out and play, but he has set a rule that we must not cause trouble. Izar's face lit up with joy, his happiness as radiant as blossoms. They had been confined here for many years. Even when they did venture out, it was for limited periods under supervision. Moreover, they were younger then. Even if his father allowed them to go out, his mother would never agree to it. Now that both sides have given their approval. Upon hearing Izar's words, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they couldn't help but break into foolish smiles. Glancing at each other, Harold said excitedly, "Let's hurry back and change our clothes, then enjoy ourselves to the fullest. What do you think?" The other three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone concur, Harold promptly led them back to their quarters to change. Their current attire was too conspicuous, easily revealing their connection to the royal family. They needed to change into more ordinary clothes to blend in better. In no time, they had changed all their clothes and left the imperial palace. Stepping onto the bustling streets, each of them wore expressions of delight, looking around with excitement. Turning his head this way and that, Harold asked his nephew Izar, "Hudson, did you bring money?" "Bring money? Lewis heir, why would we need money?" Izar looked puzzled. "What, you didn't bring money? How can we play or buy delicious food without money?" Harold's face darkened. Izar stared speechlessly at his uncle, replying, "Lewis heir, it's easier said than done. It wasn't that I didn't bring money. It's because you told us not to." He remembered clearly. Just before they changed clothes, his uncle Harold instructed them to remove any valuables on them and leave everything inside the palace. Though everyone was confused, they obediently complied, taking out all their money and valuables. Only now, after stepping outside, did they realize they barely had any money with them. "Did I say that?" Harold looked astonished. "Lewis heir, don't you remember saying that?" "If you don't believe me, ask Brother Gerald and Brother Fay Christian," Izar replied. "Yeah." Gerald and Clement nodded gently, indicating that Izar's account was accurate. Seeing their nods, Harold fell silent, remembering that during the change of clothes, he indeed told them not to carry any money. Recalling those exact words, Harold felt immensely embarrassed. "I have some money, but it's old currency. I'm not sure if it's still valid," Clement suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Harold's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed, his expression stiffening. It was a new era now. The old currency could only be considered antiques, requiring an exchange to be used. "Lewis heir, since we didn't bring money, let's just go back," Izar suggested. The others also felt somewhat disheartened. They had been so excited to come out, but to realize they didn't bring money was utterly frustrating. "No, we finally come out. How can we go back so easily?" Harold firmly rejected the idea. "Lewis heir, with no money on us, should we eat and run? Father will surely punish us harshly if we do that," Izar said, hesitant about the idea. Eating without paying was not something he dared to consider. Despite his intentions, he lacked the courage. Faced with his stern father, Harold, he felt like a frightened little rabbit, not daring to take such risks. Eat and run? We certainly wouldn't do that. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't agree. Harold shook his head and fell silent. They indeed didn't have money, but that didn't mean they couldn't borrow some. But from whom? Suddenly, Harold's eyes lit up, having thought of someone who might lend them money. Hee. Smiling slyly, Harold said, we may not have money, but that doesn't mean we can't borrow some. Let's go borrowing. With that, Harold led the group away. Confused by his words, the others quickly followed him. Gerald, curious, asked, Harold, who are we borrowing from? Do you know them well? His main concern wasn't the act of borrowing. It was whether Harold knew the person well enough and if they would lend them money. Although they held prestigious titles, few people in the Anchor dynasty knew their true identities. Outside of the court officials, almost no one had seen their faces. You'll see soon. Left Chancellor residence. After a brief journey, Harold finally led the group to the entrance of the Left Chancellor's residence and guided them inside. As the guards at the gate were all loyal followers of the Huaxia forces, they recognized these young visitors. Thus, instead of obstructing them, they allowed immediate entry. Just as they entered the Chancellor's residence, Gerald and the others realized where Harold had brought them. The Left Chancellor's residence belonged to Hiroshi, a familiar figure to all of them, especially to Harold, who had grown up closely associated with him. The residence was vast yet understaffed, with only 10 maidservants, 20 footmen, and a middle-aged steward named Anton. Anton, who was just about to step out, spotted them and immediately greeted them. Anton pays his respects to His Highness Prince, young lord, and your excellencies. God beasts. He wasn't sure why Hiroshi had him call Gerald and Clement thus, but he believed there must be a reason. Helping Anton to his feet, Harold asked, Louis Todd, is Louis Tadeo at home? Answering young lord, master is currently busy in the study, Anton replied, though puzzled about why these children had ventured out. He refrained from asking further, knowing it could harm him and his family. Note, the translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Chapter 367. Louis Tadeo, I've come to borrow money from you. Hearing that Hiroshi was at home, the people whose hearts had been pounding in their throats instantly felt relieved. They had just been worried that Hiroshi might not be at home, but it turned out they were so lucky to meet him right here. Presently, Hiroshi wasn't as idle as usual. He had to handle daily affairs and help his elder brother with matters. Their visit today was entirely based on luck. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Harold asked, Louis Todd, can you take us to see Louis Tadeo? This way of addressing Anton was not new for Harold. He had been calling him this way for a long time. Initially, Anton strongly advised against it, considering these young ones were not from the same world as him. But gradually, he got used to it and even enjoyed being addressed like this. Tadiato Marquis, please follow me. I will take you to Lord Tadeo, Anton said with a smile. Harold's enfeoffment as a marquis happened when he was 10. Unlike other marquises, Harold was a leisure marquis. In short, he held no official position, wielded no power or army, but only had a title, enjoying resources provided by the royal family freely. Under Anton's lead, Harold and the others quickly arrived outside the study, where they saw the door closed tightly. Looking at the closed door, Anton smiled bitterly and turned to Harold, saying, Tadiato Marquis, Lord Tadeo has closed the door now. I cannot get close without permission. Hiroshi had instructed that unless it was something important, or someone from the palace came looking for him, no one could disturb him. Even Anton himself had to follow this rule. If food was needed, it would be placed outside the door, and Hiroshi would come out to pick it up and put the utensils back outside after eating. That's fine. I'll call him myself. With a smile, Harold walked up and knocked on the door. Inside the study, Hiroshi was busy handling matters. Upon hearing knocks on the door, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask who it was, a familiar voice reached his ears. Louis Tadeo, I've come to see you. Upon recognizing the voice, Hiroshi's furrowed brows relaxed into a rare smile. How did this little guy come here? Although it had been a while since he last saw Harold, the familiar voice still resonated in his ears frequently. However, he was quite surprised by this unexpected visit. Setting aside his work, he slowly stood up. Creak. The study door opened, revealing Hiroshi dressed in rich robes standing like a giant before Harold. Seeing this mischievous little boy, Hiroshi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He then reached out and patted Harold's head. Despite Harold being 13, to Hiroshi, he was still an ever-growing child. Additionally, he was puzzled why this boy's height matched Daddy's. Had he not yet begun to grow? Looking at Hiroshi's familiar face, Harold smiled and didn't resist the touch on his head. If anyone else tried to touch his head, he would never allow it, except for his family members and Hiroshi. Though Hiroshi wasn't his biological parent, Harold grew up under his care until he finally moved to live with his brother. Hiroshi's nurturing grace remained etched in his heart. Looking at the kids in front of him, Hiroshi furrowed his brows initially but soon relaxed. They must have come here for a favor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered to come. Inviting them to sit on the nearby steps, Hiroshi also sat down, asking, Christo, tell your uncle what brings you here. Do you need help with something? These kids never visited for nothing. Their presence indicated they needed assistance. He wondered what kind of trouble they were in. Caught off guard by Hiroshi's directness, Harold and the others felt awkward. They had intended to ease into the conversation but didn't expect such a straightforward approach. Actually, we're here to borrow some money, not much, just enough for today, Harold said bluntly. After a moment of shock, Hiroshi asked curiously, why don't you have any money? Did you sneak out? The thought that these four might have snuck out made him change his expression drastically. He wanted to send them straight back to the palace. Sneaking out was no laughing matter. If they got hurt or caused trouble, it would be problematic. Currently, within the Great Anchor dynasty, apart from their Chinese peers, almost no one could harm them, especially with Xylan's destructive abilities. Harold shook his head hastily. No, Louis Tadeo, we absolutely did not sneak out. We got the permission from my brother to play outside. It's just that in our hurry, we forgot to bring money. If you don't believe me, you can ask Callahan. Hiroshi turned to Addie with doubts in his mind, waiting for his answer. Louis Tadeo, second Louis isn't lying. Father agreed for us to go out and play. Buying this and that, especially treats. They wouldn't hesitate to purchase anything delicious they saw. Harold had a particular fondness for candied hawthorn on a stick, so he bought all of them from the vendor in one go. Seeing his uncle enjoying the treat, Addie asked in puzzlement, Louis Eyre, do you find this candied hawthorn particularly tasty? After saying this, he glanced at the hawthorn skewer in his hand, and then looked over at Gerald and Xylan beside him. They were also eating the hawthorns, each bite thoroughly enjoyable, as if savoring heavenly delights. Of course it's delicious. So, Callahan, don't you like candied hawthorn? Harold responded in confusion. He noticed his nephew had been holding the candy without taking even a lick since earlier. Was this kid not a fan of it? Or maybe this candied hawthorn didn't suit his taste. Not that I don't like it, it just tastes a bit sour. Eating too much might not be good for my teeth. Addie gently shook his head in reply. He had indeed tasted it before. It was somewhat sour, enough to make one feel their teeth would loosen. Understanding the issue, Harold smiled and said, Callahan, you don't need to worry. This time, the candied hawthorn we bought has no sourness at all. It's nothing like last time. Recalling the overly sour candies from before, he still felt uncomfortable. Just one bite back then made him wince speechless. He wanted to tell them that all the dishes were delicious, but that better tasting ones were pricier. However, he decided against it. Though unaware of these gentlemen's identities, boss, why fuss outside? Let's simply stir-fry a whole menu. That would save us trouble, Xylan suddenly blurted out. Stir-fry a whole menu? The three people immediately frowned, looking at Xylan in confusion. Even the waiter cast a puzzled glance. Having lived here for years, he had never heard of such a dish. Was this a secret recipe from a chef? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Xylan explained, Boss, stir-frying a whole menu means cooking one serving of each dish listed on the menu. Upon hearing Xylan's words, the three men lit up instantly. Stir-fry a whole menu. What an idea. Only a food lover could come up with this. Xylan wasn't wrong. If they found it hard to choose, they might as well try everything. While it might seem wasteful to others, finishing all these dishes would be a breeze for them. Hee, let's stir-fry a whole menu, Harold chuckled. He then turned to the waiter, Young waiter, please have your kitchen stir-fry a whole menu for us. The waiter, snapped out of his stupor upon hearing Harold's request, felt torn. While he wanted to serve these gentlemen, he wondered if they had enough money. If they skipped out on paying, he'd bear the debt. Noticing the waiter's hashtag chapter 369, terror from a single gaze. Boss, the esteemed patrons upstairs need a full menu special, said Little Wu, the waiter, who had just come down and hurriedly approached the manager of Spring Wind Pavilion. The man in his 30s, with a merchant's appearance, dressed elegantly, sporting a beard, and looking rather ordinary, was counting money on an abacus. Upon hearing this, he stopped his actions immediately. He looked at Little Wu with a puzzled expression. What was a full menu special? Did they have such a dish on the menu? He couldn't recall it. Was someone trying to cause trouble? Tadiato Wu, what's going on? I don't remember having such a dish in my restaurant. Are those people here to start a scene? Seeing that the manager had misunderstood him, Tadiato Wu quickly clarified, No, boss, they're not here to cause trouble. They are just ordering food. Ordering food? Does a full menu special count as ordering food? I don't recall us having such a dish. Manager Remington frowned, his face turning slightly serious. Slap. Pulling out the menu and placing it on the counter, Tadiato Wu explained, Boss, a full menu special means cooking every dish listed in this menu. Remington was stunned into silence for a moment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the waiter, unable to fully process the information. A full menu special? Realizing what it meant, Remington quickly regained his composure. He understood that it wasn't a single dish, but in order to cook everything on the menu. What an interesting term. Internally agitated, he focused his gaze back on Tadiato Wu, asking, Tadiato Wu, who are these people? Do they have enough money for such an order? Boss, I'm not sure who they are, but they seem unfamiliar to me. It's my first time seeing them. Shaking his head gently, Tadiato Wu then added excitedly, But boss, they are very wealthy. They took out 5 premium spirit stones all at once. Premium spirit stones? And 5 at once? Remington took a deep breath, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Tadiato Wu. Tadiato Wu, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Boss, I didn't see wrong. Those were indeed premium spirit stones. Not only did I see them, but all the guests on the second floor witnessed it too. They can testify, Tadiato Wu responded. Although he hadn't personally touched a premium spirit stone, he had seen pictures of them before when helping the boss. The colorful brilliance of those stones remained vivid in his memory. When Xylan revealed the premium spirit stones, he initially doubted their authenticity but was convinced by their glowing hues. Convinced that he hadn't been misled, Remington immediately instructed the waiter to inform the dynasty. Could it be that this Desi was not truly young, but a seasoned cultivator with fearsome strength? Janice, what are you looking at? Noticing Xylan's gaze, Gerald turned his own eyes in the same direction but saw nothing. Gaius and company, who had been standing on the nearby steps, had already ascended to the 3rd floor, leaving behind an empty staircase. Responding to Gerald's query, Xylan said, Boss, there was an old man watching me from the staircase earlier. So what? It's not like he's taking a piece of your flesh, Gerald retorted, frowning. Boss, that old man is quite powerful, but to me, he's just a mere fish, Xylan remarked. Even though that level of cultivation was insignificant to him, he could crush such a cultivator effortlessly. If allowed to wreak havoc within the capital, unimaginable destruction could ensue. Just ignore him. As long as he doesn't interfere with our fun, we'll leave him alone, Gerald said. Yeah, Brother Janice, we don't need to bother with him. If he doesn't disturb us, there won't be any problems. But if he dares to interfere, we'll deal with him accordingly, Addie chimed in. Callahan, when did you become so aggressive? Talking about fighting and killing so easily. If your mother knew, she'd definitely scold you, Harold remarked, speechless. Hearing this, Addy felt his face twitch, internally frustrated at his uncle. He suspected that this guy intentionally opposed him. After a brief pause, Tadiadalwu returned with waiters carrying a tray of exquisitely prepared dishes, which they placed on the table of the 4 men. A bowl of braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried corn with meat. In total, 8 different dishes. Additionally, 4 pairs of chopsticks, 4 bowls, and white rice were served. Pouring rice for everyone and then himself, Harold suggested, "Let's eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 quickly started eating, and Harold joined them eagerly, fearing being left behind. Tadiadalwu and the others, who were about to speak, saw the 4 devour their meals voraciously, like hungry ghosts reborn, and were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Was this eating? This was more like a meal-snatching contest. They seriously doubted whether these young lads hadn't eaten for days. Regaining their senses after the initial shock, they quickly told their colleagues, "Hurry, tell the kitchen to expedite the dishes." Chapter 370, Wolfing Down. Damn, are these 4 people devils? How can they eat so fast? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would truly suspect that they were hungry ghosts reincarnated. They cleared their plates the moment the dishes arrived. Did you hear what they said just now? It sounded so domineering, yet so alluring. You're talking about ordering stir-fried one? Honestly, this is the first time I've heard of such a way to order. Zylan bit into the chicken head, while Harold and the others went for the drumsticks, eating mouthfuls after mouthfuls. Among them, Gerald was the most ferocious, grabbing the rice beside him and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing vigorously to aid digestion. The waiter Ankara Wu, who brought up the roasted goose, saw that the dishes on the table had been mostly consumed, and now they were devouring the roasted chicken. His face twitched violently. "Are you devils? How can you eat so fast?" He inwardly complained and quickly instructed his colleagues behind him to bring more dishes and remove the empty plates. He placed the roasted goose on the table with a smile. "My lords, this is your dish and roasted goose. Please enjoy slowly. We will continue bringing the remaining dishes." The 4 nodded lightly, then continued their feast. Witnessing this scene, everyone around was utterly stunned, stopping their meal to watch in amazement. These weren't little demons. They were truly hungry ghosts. This spectacle attracted many people to climb up and observe, sighing and admiring these hearty eaters. Even those who had finished their meals and were about to leave were transfixed, watching as they ate. In front of the counter, Manager Remington was counting on an abacus when he noticed a steady stream of guests heading upstairs. Frowning, he wondered why so many people were going up. Summoning a waiter, he asked curiously, "Ankaro to do, what's going on? Why are so many guests heading upstairs?" "It's those 4 guests upstairs," replied the waiter Ankaro to do with a bitter smile. "They can capable of enduring massive weight and even attacks from strong individuals without immediate damage. Human force could still exceed its limits." Hearing this, everyone looked up at the packed second floor, feeling genuinely helpless. The manager was right. If they went up, the tavern would indeed collapse. "All right, but Manager Sue, you can charge us for the food, but the drinks today should be free." "Correct, Manager Sue. You must waive the drink charges for us today. Please rest assured, today's drink charges will be on the house. Enjoy as much as you want, compliments of the tavern." Remington responded with a light laugh. With so many guests, waiving the drink charges wasn't a loss. Rather, it could instantly fill his tavern with satisfied customers. Hearing Remington's response, everyone's faces lit up, revealing genuine smiles. "Manager Sue, as expected, you're very generous. From today, I, Carlo, will visit your tavern daily. Ha ha ha, since you're waiving our drink charges, we won't hesitate anymore." "Manager Sue, I wonder if there's enough wine for all of us to share?" Remington smiled. "I'm sorry, but sharing the wine equally isn't possible due to the large number of guests today. But I promise, everyone who comes to Chunfeng Pavilion can drink their fill." Hearing this, everyone's faces brightened up, and they scattered to find seats downstairs. Seeing everyone settled, Remington hurriedly instructed the waiters to clean up and invite all guests to sit down and enjoy the wine. The bustling scene at Chunfeng Pavilion attracted many people, causing a surge of visitors, drawing attention and drawing them to witness the person who ordered stir-fried one. Even if they weren't there for the wine, they had to see who was daring enough to order such a grand meal. Chapter 371. We can afford that much. Hearing the commotion below and looking through the windows of their private room, Gaius and his companions couldn't help but feel puzzled. They had no idea what was going on downstairs that attracted so much attention from people crowding to the second floor. The youths and women remained silent, their eyes occasionally darting toward the crowd outside the private room. Despite not knowing what was happening, they all hoped in their hearts that whatever was going on downstairs wouldn't involve them. They didn't want any trouble. They just wanted to complete their mission quickly and leave. After a long silence, Gaius finally spoke. "Elmo, go and check what's happening downstairs. Why is it so noisy? Come back and tell us as soon as you find out." "Yes." Elmo replied respectfully, then turned and left. Seeing that he wasn't called upon, everyone felt slightly disappointed but didn't express it. In their minds, this person in front of them was the one in charge, and they needed to absolutely follow his instructions or face dire consequences. Especially when leaving, their sect's powerful elder had specifically warned them not to provoke this old man. Not long after going downstairs, Elmo returned with information. He said, "Elder Tadeo, the commotion downstairs is because 4 children are eating." 4 children? Could it be them? Gaius frowned, murmuring to himself, filled with confusion. Without hesitation, he looked at Elmo and asked, "They're just eating. Why would it attract so many people to watch?" "Elder Tadeo, as you guessed, these 4 children have ordered every dish available on the 9th floor and are devouring it all greedily, which is why they've attracted a crowd," Elmo explained. At first, Elmo was also puzzled about why someone eating would draw a crowd. But upon inquiry, he learned that the 4 children had ordered all the dishes in the restaurant, commonly known as ordering the whole menu. Out of curiosity, everyone had gathered around to watch. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone, including Gaius, understood what was happening downstairs and why people were rushing down. A short while later, after eating their fill, the four youngsters left the second floor under everyone's watchful eyes and headed to the counter on the first floor. Looking at these small figures, Remington was puzzled. Who are these kids? Why do they seem unfamiliar? Facing the innkeeper, Harold burped softly and asked, Halfway through his sentence, he stopped speaking. Harold, who was standing in front of him moments ago, had vanished as if into thin air. Looking left and right, he saw no sign of Harold and the others. He called over the waiter, Ankaro Tadu. Ankaro Tadu, where did those young men go? How did they disappear? Innkeeper, they left, Ankaro Tadu replied. Left? Surprised, Remington's expression changed. How could you let them leave? I haven't given them their change yet. Innkeeper, I didn't know you hadn't given them their change. I saw them hand you the spirit stones and then leave, Ankaro Tadu replied helplessly. Ankaro Tadu had watched Harold and the others hand over the spirit stones and then leave, only for them to vanish by the time the innkeeper had noticed. Glaring at Ankaro Tadu, Remington hurriedly left the counter, putting the 3 top-grade spirit stones away. Though he didn't understand why those youngsters didn't need their change, he wouldn't keep what didn't belong to him. Just as Remington stepped out of the inn, he saw Harold and the others already far away, causing him to laugh bitterly. These kids were certainly in a hurry. Seeing the backs of Harold and Addie, he furrowed his brow. Their silhouettes seemed familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't place it. Shaking his head lightly, he didn't stay put. Turning back into the inn with a sigh, he decided that next time he encountered them, he would offer them free meals. Recalling the 3 top-grade spirit stones, Remington felt overjoyed, almost wanting to close the inn immediately. But after further consideration, he realized he couldn't do that. Otherwise, people would suspect him of fraud and think he was running away with money. Walking down the wide street, Addie looked curiously at his Uncle Harold. Louis, you gave the innkeeper 3 top-grade spirit stones. Why didn't we wait for our change before leaving? For this question, Gerald and Xylan also felt curious, giving Harold a puzzled look. They didn't understand why Harold acted that way without waiting for 6,000 high-grade spirit stones before leaving. Although that amount of spirit stones was negligible to them, it was still valuable wealth. Facing everyone's confusion, Harold smiled. I ask you, was the food at the inn tasty? Of course, it was delicious, Addie replied. It tasted great. Although it's not as good as the Imperial Chef's dishes, it has its own unique flavor, Gerald said. If the boss thinks it's good, then it's good, Gerald added with a nod. Translation ends here based on provided content. Chapter 372. Entering the Tranquil Prince Manor. As dusk fell, the night market opened up. Einar, Callahan, and the others didn't rush to leave. Instead, they strolled around, enjoying the bustling scene, savoring the prosperity of it all. Whenever they saw something interesting or delicious food, they wouldn't hesitate to head over and indulge themselves. When it came to food, especially mouth-watering delicacies, they were utterly open and accepting. That fragrant barbecue made their mouths water so much that they paid for it immediately without a moment's hesitation. By a barbecue stand on the street in the royal city, Einar, Edsel, and the others were enjoying the delicious barbecue, each person thoroughly relishing every bite. Looking at his seemingly distracted nephew, Einar asked with a puzzled expression, Callahan, what's wrong? You don't look happy at all. Did someone bother you? Addie shook his head slightly before saying, Second Louis, no one has bothered me. Since no one is bothering you, why do you look so gloomy? Einar looked at him in confusion. Ever since nightfall, from the beginning even, Addie had been in a rather low mood, which puzzled him deeply. Despite asking him directly, the boy hadn't answered, causing him some anxiety. After all, Addie was under his care, and he couldn't let the kid be unhappy or else his brother would blame him. Even if his brother didn't pay attention, his sister-in-law certainly would. Addie looked at his uncle and then said, Second Louis, father entrusted me with a task today. If he finds out we haven't visited grandfather and grandmother, he will certainly reprimand us. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, due to their excessive enjoyment, they hadn't yet gone to the manor. Silent for a moment, Einar responded, Don't worry. After we finish the barbecue, we'll go see your grandparents. The Tranquil Prince Manor. Gazing at the words inscribed above the manor gates, Einar's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation as his blood boiled within him. This was the manor his brother had given him. Of course, this mansion was also their former home, once known as the Grayson Prince Manor. Only now, it wasn't called Grayson Prince Manor anymore, but instead the Tranquil Prince Manor. The 4 guards at the entrance of the Tranquil Prince Manor instantly stood at attention upon seeing Einar arrive, kneeling down and exclaiming, We pay our respects to your highness, the prince, and the 2 divine beast majesties. The child before them was the heir to the Tranquil Prince Manor, their future master. No need for formalities, please rise. Yes, sir. Einar instructed the 4 men to rise, and then led everyone into the manor. His brother had told him that he could only fully possess the estate upon reaching 16 years of age. Otherwise, it was off limits. Now 13, he still had 3 more years to go. Addie's maternal grandfather and grandmother, along with his maternal aunt's cousin, also resided here, all living in designated quarters. By the clear pond inside the Tranquil Prince Manor, Clayton sat quietly, occasionally tossing fish feed into the pond. I really wish I could go outside and explore the capital. Clayton sighed inwardly as he watched the fish swim by. He felt like one of these fish, unable to go anywhere, destined to stay within the pond. Initially, he thought arriving in the capital would allow him to enjoy its sights, but unexpectedly, he found himself confined to the Tranquil Prince Manor. The manor was indeed vast, but his heart longed to be elsewhere. He wanted to see the hustle and bustle of the capital city. Should I talk to Grandpa and Grandma about letting me go play in the capital? He considered the idea briefly before dismissing it. Although the idea sounded good, it was impractical. Even if he wanted to go out, his grandfather wouldn't allow it. After all, this was the capital city. Grandparents won't permit it. Should I just go to the palace and ask my sister-in-law to arrange a guide to show me around the entire capital? No, no. My brother-in-law is the emperor of Daxia dynasty. It wouldn't be right to trouble him with such a trivial matter. Looking up at the stars, Clayton mused to himself, if only Callahan and the others were here, maybe they could take me out to play. He wished for nothing more than to see Einar. You've been staying in the Tranquil Prince Manor every day? Addie asked with confusion. From what Clayton had said, it seemed he could only remain inside. However, he didn't understand why Clayton wouldn't go out. Did someone prevent him? I wish I could go out, but your maternal grandparents won't allow me unless someone accompanies me. Otherwise, I must stay here, Clayton replied with a wry smile. Ever since meeting his sister and brother-in-law, he had dreamt of experiencing the capital city. However, certain individuals weren't keen on letting him go out. Unless accompanied by someone, he couldn't venture out, leaving him confined within the Tranquil Prince Manor. Now, seeing Addie and the others, he felt like he'd found salvation and eagerly hoped they'd take him out. Cousin, why didn't you ask someone to contact us so we could bring you out? Einar suggested. Chapter 373, Pat's Concerns. I want to come find you guys, but the problem is, it's not so easy to get into the palace. Clayton said with a bitter smile. He dreamed of entering the palace to find Harold and the others, but the problem was that the palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty wasn't that easy to enter. It wasn't like his own home where he could just come and go as he pleased. To enter the palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty, one had to obtain permission, and not just from one authority but two. One needed the approval from the Caesar's residence, and then the palace's approval. First, there was the approval from Left Chancellor Hiroshi, followed by him informing the people in the palace who would please. The prolonged lack of attack from Dai left him deeply puzzled yet intensely anxious, as if a sinister plot was looming over them. Dai, what exactly are you up to? Why haven't you attacked Ma City for so long? Pat muttered inwardly, eyes brimming with a murderous intent that only made his bewilderment more profound. General, do you think Dai has something planned? Why hasn't he attacked our city for so long? One of the officers behind him asked, equally perplexed. They could be doing whatever they want, but as long as they don't attack, we gain enough time to wait for reinforcements, another officer coldly remarked. Pat gazed forward, his expression indifferent. Though that may be true, the longer the enemy delays attacking, the more uneasy I feel. Isn't this good? If the enemy doesn't attack, we get more time to wait for reinforcements. By then, even if they try to attack, it will be difficult for them, the Inigo commented. Reinforcements. As he spoke, Pat suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his face falling, eyebrows furrowing in intense hostility. Noticing the sudden silence from Pat, Inigo and the others were baffled, casting puzzled looks towards him. What caused their general to fall silent so abruptly, his face turning grim? General, did you figure out what Dai is up to? Inigo, unable to contain his curiosity, hesitantly asked. The target of Dai is our reinforcements, Pat responded, his voice dark and solemn. How is that possible? General, how can Dai's target be the reinforcements coming from behind us? One of the officers expressed disbelief. Just as the others showed similar skepticism, Inigo, who had been silent, finally spoke up. The general is right. Dai's likely targeting the reinforcements coming from behind us. What do you mean? Can you speak clearly? Don't beat around the bush like the general does, another young officer beside Inigo demanded. Facing the puzzled expressions, Inigo explained flatly, we are the bait fish, and the Great Anchor Dynasty is the fisherman. General Eddie Wanong and his forces are the big fish. Dai is using us as bait to catch the bigger fish. Pat remained silent, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze fixed forward, an indescribable feeling churning inside him. Now he understood why Dai hadn't attacked but instead surrounded them tightly, not letting even a fly escape. Their sole purpose was to use them as bait to capture General Eddie Wanong and his forces. Dai knew very well that if they, the bait, were eliminated, Eddie Wanong would certainly halt or even retreat. However, if they remained as bait, Eddie Wanong and his forces would surely fall for the trap. Dai, you're ruthless, planning to swallow us whole. Don't you fear you won't be able to spit us out? Pat mused bitterly. Yongsheng immediately informed General Eddie Wanong that Dai is setting an ambush for them. Warn them to be cautious. If possible, in Longhong Lane, a well-equipped, spirited, and combat-ready elite force was marching through the narrow path. Judging by their banners, these were the elite troops of the Malyo dynasty under the command of the renowned General Eddie Wanong. Standing solemnly, dressed in icy armor, a tall and sturdy man with piercing eyes watched the army advance. Suddenly, one of his officers seemed to receive something, pulled out a red pebble, inputted his thoughts, and revealed its contents. Reading it carefully, his expression changed, and he turned to Eddie Wanong. Report to the great general, Pat has sent an urgent message. Chapter 374, Encounter of Two Armies. Speak? Dennis's brows furrowed slightly, and his tone turned cold as he spoke. Following his order, the man didn't hesitate and hurriedly reported. The Great Anchor Dynasty is using them as bait, setting an ambush on our path forward, ready to strike at any moment. Upon hearing this, Dennis's frown deepened, leaving him puzzled. What was happening? Did Hamilton not get attacked? Could it be that Dai and his forces were just surrounding without attacking? Was Hamilton attacked by Dai and his troops? The information from Pat did not mention any intense attack on Hamilton. The Desi replied with a gentle shake of his head. If it wasn't attacked, could it be that Dai and his men are lying in wait for us? Dennis murmured to himself. Despite uncertainty about the truth, he knew he must remain cautious. Otherwise, they would all be annihilated. He feared nothing more than being ambushed by the enemy while they remained clueless, ultimately leading to complete destruction. Seeing Dennis's extremely solemn expression, no one in the camp said anything but waited silently. They could proceed only upon their general's command, a decision solely within his power. Looking ahead, Dennis fell into deep thought, contemplating how to advance next. There might be an ambush ahead, even though they already knew it. But the enemy would also expect them to know. If they continued recklessly, transmit my orders, accelerate the army's advance. After a brief silence, Dennis issued his command resolutely. Retreating now was out of the question. He had no reason to retreat. Even if there was an ambush up ahead, he refused to back down. The news of Isaiah's desertion had spread widely within the Gilasleo dynasty, causing unrest among many soldiers. Their only concern now was whether their Gilasleo dynasty could stand against the Great Anchor dynasty and whether they could win this war. If he retreated again, it would certainly shake the confidence of all soldiers, leading them to lose heart in fighting the Great Anchor dynasty. As one of the top generals of the Gilasleo dynasty, he must lead his troops to victory to boost morale. Doubt? Dennis muttered, eyes fixed ahead. Though he didn't know the exact reason, it was clear that the intelligence network was now obliterated. Without timely intelligence, they were like headless flies, bound to end in ruin. Dai, seated in his war chariot, watched the scene ahead with cold detachment, his imposing aura stirring the air. They had arrived here yesterday and prepared for battle, waiting for the enemy. Originally planning to ambush, he realized this terrain offered no suitable hiding spots. Unable to ambush, they chose direct engagement. Transmit my orders. Prepare all troops. Yes, sir. Hearing Dai's command, Darcy turned aside, waving his flag. Nearby horn players sounded their horns, echoing across the army, boosting morale. This wasn't an attack signal. It readied the troops for possible imminent battle. Responding to the order, the Great Anchor soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, poised for action. Another horn signaled the cavalry's advance from the rear. Bowmen, prepare. Siege engines, prepare. Darcy bellowed these commands, his voice booming. Archers moved into position, and siege engines quickly loaded with large stones and burning oil. Seeing the Great Anchor army form for battle, Dennis sneered inwardly. Since you chose this place for your grave, I shall grant you your wish. Victory in this battle was imperative. If he failed, the entire dynasty would suffer a devastating blow, and soldier morale would plummet. Isaiah's defection and the loss of hundreds of thousands of troops to the enemy had dealt a significant blow to their kingdom. Now, securing victory was essential. This battle would revive morale and crush the Great Anchor dynasty's spirit. Transmit my orders. Prepare for battle. Yes, sir. On command, the Gilasleo troops mobilized rapidly, ready to face the relentless and victorious enemy. Dennis's gaze was icy as his formidable aura surged. Today, victory would belong to him, to the Gilasleo dynasty. Even at great cost, he must achieve ultimate victory. This victory was crucial to the Gilasleo dynasty's fate. Hashtag chapter 375, Simon's demise. Attack. With a loud shout, Dai drew his sword from its scabbard and pointed the cold blade forward. Upon receiving the order, the cavalry generals of the Daxia dynasty swiftly charged forward. At the same time, the Tiger cavalry of the Maoyao dynasty also launched a fierce attack. Archers, fire. Standing among the archers, Darcy waved his hand forward, signaling the archers beside Anchor Taediong to shoot their arrows. Whoosh, 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 swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the sky was filled with a barrage of icy arrows piercing through the air. Anything amiss. Now he needed to stall, trapping more enemies and prevent them from escaping. He even wanted to draw Simon into the fight. Seeing this, everyone on Simon's side felt puzzled. They didn't understand why Dai suddenly pressed the offensive. Was the enemy really going to fight to the death? General, now that the Daxia dynasty has dispatched a large army, what should we do? A young officer beside Simon asked in confusion. General, since Dai wants a decisive battle, let's accompany him to the end. We'll crush them and show them the gap in strength, a middle-aged general said arrogantly. General, please give orders. If not, our cavalry might be annihilated, which could affect morale, another young officer stated coldly. Simon remained silent, staring ahead as if deep in thought. He didn't know why Dai acted this way, but there must be a reason. But what could it be? Seeing the silence of their general, those around him grew anxious, hoping for orders soon. Victory in this battle would greatly boost their morale, while defeat could bring the dynasty closer to collapse. Due to Isaiah's actions previously, the current low morale made soldiers unwilling to fight despite having the strength. Now, to reignite their fighting spirit, they needed to win a major battle, and this was exactly the one they needed. After a long silence, Simon finally spoke with a cold gaze. Pass my order. 2/3 of our troops will engage fully. This victory will belong to us today. Yes. Hashtag sunset. Daxia dynasty, Imperial Palace. A eunuch carrying a scroll rushed to the Imperial study room, unimpeded by anyone he passed. However, when he reached the entrance, 2 guards stopped him from entering. Without fuss, the young eunuch quickly took out a golden token. The token appeared ordinary, with strange runes carved on both sides, and 2 characters. One read urgent, the other read anchor. Seeing the token, the guards immediately let him through and opened the door to the Imperial study. The creaking sound echoed as the doors swung open. The eunuch hurried inside and knelt before Emperor Harold. Your Majesty, urgent news from the front lines. Harold, busy reviewing documents, frowned and put down his brush. Andy hurriedly approached and took the scroll, then handed it to Harold. Receiving the scroll, Harold opened it immediately, revealing a pleased smile upon reading the content. Excellent, excellent indeed. Ha ha ha, General Dai truly lives up to his name as one of our greatest warriors. The scroll's content was simple. Dai confronted the enemy head-on, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the renowned Maoyao dynasty General Simon and successfully killing him on the battlefield. Of the 800,000 elite soldiers brought by Simon, almost all were wiped out, with only a few taken captive. Despite the intense battle, Dai achieved victory with minimal losses, using fierce tactics to obliterate the elite force. With the death of a famous general and the destruction of hundreds of thousands of troops, the Maoyao dynasty would face a devastating blow. Isaiah's previous desertion already severely impacted the Maoyao's morale, and now Dai's success added insult to injury. Seeing Harold's excitement, Andy felt puzzled but was sure it signaled a significant victory. Feeling Andy's curious gaze, Harold handed him the scroll, saying, if you're curious, take a good look. Yes. Andy bowed, taking the scroll and carefully reading it. Harold waved the eunuch away. Acknowledging the Emperor's command, The eunuch respectfully bid farewell and left. His task complete, he no longer needed to stay. As for rewards, he wasn't worried. Though rewards from their ruler might be late, they would never be absent. Chapter 376. The Narrow Path's Elite Cavalry. At the same time, Emperor Taidu Ankrangsheng of the Molium dynasty was informed that his renowned General Dennis had been utterly annihilated, and he fainted from anger on the spot. The previous escape of Isaiah had already infuriated him, but never in his wildest dreams did he think one of his most accomplished generals would be killed right on the battlefield. Not only was the general slain, but the hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers at the narrow path of Hongyang, a well-equipped, formidable black cavalry stood in disciplined rows, marching through the narrow trail with surging momentum. On the side of the path, Giovanni directed his troops to advance more rapidly, aiming to reach the enemy's rear before reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, a black-clad figure appeared and knelt 5 meters away from Giovanni, saying, "Secret Guard Camden, pays respects to the great general. Stand up, no need for formalities." Seeing the sudden appearance of the secret guard, Giovanni furrowed his brows. Why was he here? Since they were trained, these guards were immediately put into service, while the genie hider mostly returned to the inner workings of the dynasty. Remaining members temporarily served as squad leaders, relaying information to Daxia dynasty's commanders while operating within various dynasties. He was puzzled as to why the secret guard would suddenly appear now. Could there be an issue ahead? "Speak," Giovanni commanded coldly after waiting for him to stand. Without a word, Camden produced a letter from his person and handed it over to Giovanni. Giovanni read it swiftly and his face lit up with joy. The letter reported that Dai had faced the enemy head-on, killing the Molium dynasty's famous General Dennis on the battlefield and simultaneously crushing the hundreds of thousands of troops under his command. This sudden blow plunged the Molium dynasty into utter despair. Morale plummeted, and soldiers everywhere felt bewildered and hesitant to fight further. The fall of their revered general in a direct confrontation with the enemy was like a sharp blade piercing their hearts. No one could bear it. After burning the letter with flame, Giovanni gestured dismissively to Camden, signaling him to leave. Without hesitation, Camden bowed and vanished. "To do bow, how far are we from the enemy reinforcements?" Looking at the approaching nightfall, Giovanni asked his adjutant with a neutral expression. Guided by the genie hider, they had stealthily flanked around without being detected. As for the spies of the Molium dynasty, they had either been eliminated or exposed and taken care of by the genie hider. "General, 3 days' travel," replied the young officer nearby, saluting respectfully. 3 days? Giovanni muttered to himself, then stated coldly, "No, that's too long and very disadvantageous. Spread the order to hasten our march." "General, our pace is already very fast. If we push any harder, I fear our warhorses won't endure." Tadu Bao responded with a wry smile. Warhorses were indeed formidable, but even the strongest horse couldn't withstand such relentless marching. If they pushed much harder, the horses might collapse, making any encounter with the enemy disastrous. Moreover, their operations depended entirely on these horses. If they couldn't hold out, they would become foot soldiers and fail their mission. Realizing this, Giovanni fell silent. Tadu Bao's concern was valid. After a long pause, Giovanni said, "Issue my orders. Accelerate out of this narrow path and find a place with water to rest for a day." Though reluctant, he knew they couldn't continue at this pace. Even if they reached the battlefield full of energy, their horses would be too exhausted to be effective. With just 1 day's rest, they could quickly regain strength and aim to disrupt the enemy's rear, causing chaos among them. Upon receiving the orders, Tadu Bao was inwardly relieved and instructed 2 soldiers to pass the message forward and backward. "General orders, speed up, leave the narrow path." "General orders, speed up, leave the narrow path." Hearing these commands, the 50,000 cavalry prepared instantly, ready to quicken their pace. Once the lead units accelerated, the rear would follow suit, aiming to clear this narrow passage promptly. Watching the accelerating troops, Giovanni didn't hesitate and beckoned Tadu Bao to move forward. They needed to leave this place as soon as possible and find a water source to rest and replenish provisions, including medicines for their warhorses. Their horses had endured rapid marches and required rest and medication to prepare for the next battle. "Report, General, our scouts found a mountain spring at the end of this narrow path. Todd Chun suggests the army halt here to rest and refill water supplies." Note: this translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 377, Giovanni's Strategy. Beside the clear and sweet mountain spring, Giovanni and his men were camped here, enjoying dry rations while allowing their warhorses to drink. Giovanni stayed put, also in this location, discussing with his officers how they would deal with the enemy next. Gathering at this place weren't just Giovanni but 4 other arrivals, including the previous Lord Tadu Bao. With Giovanni, there were a total of 5 people. Giovanni glanced at Tadu Bao beside him and whispered, "Tadu Bao, tell everyone how many reinforcements the enemy has brought this time, and what is their overall strength." "Understood." Clasping his hands, Tadu Bao began, "The enemy we face this time is Tadao Yen, a renowned general of the Maoyao dynasty. His strength is only at the 2nd level of martial emperor, ranking last among the top 10 generals of the Maoyao dynasty. Although his personal power is not very strong, he is widely recognized as the 2nd most formidable presence in the Maoyao dynasty. This is entirely due to his elite, fierce infantry." Hearing Tadu Bao's explanation, the other 3 immediately understood why Tadao Yen was regarded as the 2nd strongest entity in the Maoyao dynasty. His strength lay not in himself but in his 20,000 elite troops, these heavily armored infantrymen who were effective against cavalry and highly combat effective. Since their establishment, they had nearly always been victorious in battles. Even if defeated, it was minimal and could be ignored. In particular, hearing that these soldiers were the bane of cavalry, except for Giovanni, the rest all showed signs of alarm and killing intent. Bane of cavalry? They were eager to see how the enemy became so feared. Despite not matching the ferocity of Giovanni's troops or their speed and agility, they were still formidable. After Taidu Bao finished speaking, Giovanni added, "This time, General Tadeo Yin of the Maoyao dynasty commands a total of 90,000 troops, 70,000 elite forces plus 20,000 under his direct command. With our 50,000 elite forces, it's impossible to defeat them all at once. We need to break them down gradually until we crush them completely. As for how to proceed, I will now discuss this with you." Fighting 50,000 against 900,000 was suicidal. Despite their exceptional prowess and their superior warhorses, it was a drop in the ocean. Therefore, he planned to take them down one by one instead of rushing headlong into battle. Although he had some imperial-grade beasts with him, their strength was too overwhelming. Exposing them could hinder their offensive plans. Unable to wipe out the enemy en masse, they would gradually wear them down, slowly depleting the numbers until complete annihilation. Though it would be a lengthy process, he was willing to do it to keep Tadeo Yan's army living in fear. "This is my plan. Though it carries risks, I believe we can accomplish it," Giovanni said with a cold expression. Tadeustening to their general strategy, everyone agreed internally. To eat away at the enemy, they must follow this plan. Outnumbered, they couldn't confront them directly but had to harass them continuously, eating them piece by piece. "If anyone has anything to add, speak up now," Giovanni continued. As they deliberated, a secret guard suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee about 5 meters away. Seeing the sudden appearance of the secret guard, everyone frowned. Since the guard had come, it meant there was news. "Speak." Observing the guard's silence, Giovanni was puzzled. Concerned, he instructed the kneeling guard, who then took out a space ring from his own space ring. "General, winter is approaching. This is the quilted jackets the military advisor instructed me to give you." Upon hearing this, Tadu Bao stood up and retrieved the space ring from the guard. Checking its contents, verifying the quilts inside, he waved him off and returned to his spot, handing over the space ring to Giovanni. As well, if the enemy used ice and snow to ambush them, even with superior equipment and combat skills, significant losses could occur. But to prevent mishaps, we must be cautious. Better safe than sorry. In preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, they should be ready for the worst. If he had another 20,000 cavalry, he wouldn't be so concerned, possibly engaging the enemy head-on. Understood. Chapter 378, Cousin, something's off with you. As dusk fell, a faint chill breeze stirred. Even though it was gentle, the coldness still made people feel quite uncomfortable. In the bustling streets and alleys of the capital city of the Daxia dynasty, Harold, Izar, and others were sitting beside a barbecue stand, enjoying their meal. The scent of barbecued food wafted through the air, causing passers-by to look curiously. Those who felt hungry naturally went over to buy some. Watching Clayton devour the barbecue voraciously, Izar couldn't help but be speechless as he said, "Cousin, you don't have to rush so much. It's not like there's no more food available. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Heh." Clayton gave an awkward smile. "Hudson, you can't blame me. The food here is just too delicious. I can hardly resist it." As he spoke, Clayton continued eating without a break, stuffing his mouth as if he had never. "Why are you eating so quickly? And besides, if you want more, we can always ask the boss to grill more." "No one." Gerald cast a harsh glare at Xylan and replied coolly, "Christo, look at this glutton in front of you. Isn't he competing with me for food?" Unbeknownst to Harold, when he suggested getting more food grilled earlier, a Keith nearby winced inwardly, wishing he could pack up and leave right away. He'd encountered many food lovers, but never ones this insatiable. These kids weren't human, especially the big and small ones among them, who seemed like reincarnated starving ghosts. No matter how much he grilled, they would consume everything until only crumbs remained. He wondered why he kept running into these four foodies, making him want to pack up and go home. Fortunately, these people had taken over the entire stand, and now he only had to cook for them. Otherwise, with just his 2 hands, he could never keep up with their endless mouths. Heh. Feeling his leader's gaze, Xylan laughed and resumed eating his barbecue. Harold, seeing this, inwardly sighed and turned to the distant Keith, saying, "Sir, please grill faster. We're about to finish." "Sure thing. Please wait a moment. I'll speed things up." Hayward, the Keith, responded with a slight smile. Even though these guys were gluttons, he worked diligently, trying his best to satisfy their appetites. "Damn, knowing how exhausting this would be, I should have brought my wife along," Hayward mumbled to himself, staring at the skewers, his face full of bitterness. He decided silently that tomorrow evening, he would definitely bring his wife to help out. Previously, despite being busy, he alone could serve many customers with sufficient barbecue. But after meeting these food lovers, he realized he couldn't handle the workload alone. Meanwhile, Harold and the others, engrossed in their barbecue, were unaware of the situation unfolding. After finishing their meal, Harold and company strolled around, savoring the wonders of the capital city. Time gradually approached midnight, and they finally returned to the Ancorneo Marquis residence together. BRRR. Clayton let out a satisfied belch. "This feels too good. Let's rest tonight and continue our sightseeing tomorrow. We won't stop until we've explored the entire capital." Harold, Gerald, Izar, Xylan. Hearing Clayton's words, the four stopped, looking at him in astonishment as he walked into the residence. They hadn't expected Clayton to still have so much energy, but upon reflection, none of them were fully satiated either. How could Clayton be any different? Looking around and seeing no one, Clayton turned back to see everyone standing behind him, staring in disbelief. "Did I say something wrong?" "You didn't, cousin. Who could possibly say anything wrong? Besides, we all want to spend more days exploring," Harold said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement with Harold's statement. They insisted on seeing the entire city before returning to the palace. Even if Harold blamed them later, they needed to enjoy themselves first. As for the aftermath, they would deal with it then. Even Izar, usually fearful of his mother, found no issue now. They were grown adults, after all, and deserved to indulge fully. "That's the spirit." Clayton chuckled. "We should get to bed early tonight and start our day tomorrow morning. Why aren't you speaking anymore?" Suddenly, Noticing Harold and the others were quiet, Clayton felt confused. Soon, he sensed a cold stare from behind. Recognizing this familiar feeling, Clayton stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, throat dry, body trembling slightly. Forcing a smile, he slowly turned around, facing the elderly figure now standing before him. Grandfather. Indeed, it was his grandfather, Cyan, appearing before him, which was completely unexpected. Chapter 379. General, Korik. In the living room of the tranquil Duke Manor, Cyan stood expressionlessly in front of everyone. Harold and the others awkwardly lowered their heads. They very much wanted to speak, but were struck speechless upon seeing the old man's stern gaze. Especially Clayton, who didn't say a word and knelt on the ground, feeling utterly helpless, regretting that he shouldn't have boasted just now. Looking at Clayton kneeling on the ground, Izar and others felt at a loss for words. Normally, he should not be kneeling, but for some reason, Clayton involuntarily knelt before his grandfather. Seeing the silence from everyone, Harold gave Izar a discreet look, signaling him to speak up and ease the tense atmosphere. Though this was Harold's own tranquil Duke Manor, he too felt helpless in front of the old man, lacking the courage to confront him directly. Understanding his uncle's intention, Izar slightly lifted his head with a smile and said, "Great-grandfather, don't be angry. We promise we won't play for too long." Upon hearing these words, everyone instantly wished they could die right then and there. Anything else would have been better than this. Wasn't he pushing them closer to death? Just as everyone thought the old man was about to explode with fury, Cyan looked at Izar and smiled. "Hudson, it's not that I mind you playing for too long. It's just that your cousin is entirely unreasonable, encouraging you all to take him out more often." As he spoke, Cyan glared harshly at his grandson, wishing he could give him a good knock on the head to show him who's boss. This little rascal was naturally good in everything except for his uncontrollable love for play. Once he got into something, he wouldn't stop until he had his fill. Bringing him to the capital required great resolve, yet it ended up turning out like this. The most frustrating part was how he managed to convince his doting great-grandson to carry him around while playing. Hee. Sensing his grandfather's gaze, Clayton only smiled awkwardly without adding any further comments. Although he loved playing, he would never cause trouble for his family or bring them into harm's way. However, if he were to be honest, staying in the capital was really enjoyable. Even if his home wasn't here, he decided to spend his days roaming the streets, fully enjoying every moment. He silently made up his mind to stay for 3 to 4 months before returning home with his grandparents. Whether he would come back again would be a personal decision. After all, he already knew how to get here. Imperial Palace, Tianqing Pavilion. After briefly explaining the matter, Harold silently commanded, "System, immediately use the power of reincarnation to resurrect the fallen Chinese warriors." Due to the intense battles over recent days, almost all the warriors from China who fought at the forefront fell on the battlefield. Even though they were formidable fighters, individually unmatched elites, the current era of warfare did not allow for one-on-one duels. Instead, it tested the combat prowess of soldiers and the command skills of generals. More capable generals could preserve the lives of more soldiers, leading their troops to victory. Ding! Resurrection successful. They have been dispatched to their respective commanders' positions. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Harold felt satisfied. By reviving the fallen Chinese warriors, his aim was simple: utilize their powerful fighting ability to minimize casualties. Although the Great Anchor Dynasty was currently training a large number of armies, it would still take time for them to form into shape. Thus, he needed the elite warriors under various generals to be revived and become the strongest force on the battlefield. Ding! Free summoning time has expired. Host, would you like to perform a summon? Just as Harold was about to leave Tianqing Pavilion, he heard the system's voice, causing him to pause. System, immediately perform a summon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have summoned the famous Western Han General, Korik. Korik. Hearing the announcement from the system, Harold was stunned, unable to recover for a long while. The national hero Korik. Regaining his senses, Harold was filled with joy and excitement, his blood boiling with anticipation. He never expected this sudden free summon to grant him such a renowned national hero. This was Giovanni's uncle. Suppressing his excitement as much as possible, traces of exhilaration still showed in his eyes. Seeing this, Andy felt extremely puzzled. Though unaware of what caused the Emperor's excitement, it must be something good. System, do you have Korik's profile? Taking a deep breath, Harold asked expressionlessly. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see how powerful this historical national hero truly was. Despite not being strong in cultivation, he was eager to meet Korik since history books recorded his abilities. Although he hadn't witnessed Korik's might firsthand, historical accounts confirmed that his capabilities were undoubtedly exceptional. Ding! Name, Korik. Dynasty, Western Han. Rank, Supreme General. Martial Art, Miraculous Martial Sage Technique. Cultivation level, 5th stage of Wu Di, Emperor. Army, 10,000 elite soldiers of the Western Han. 5th stage of Wu Di, truly formidable indeed. He already had many Wu Di level warriors, but his ambitious heart craved more. Moreover, Korik being a general was precisely what he needed. Now that he had summoned him, he intended to have Korik train his troops and cultivate an invincible elite army. System, immediately summon Korik. Suppressing his excitement, Harold calmly recited the command. Having seen Korik's profile, he now wanted to meet this legendary figure and verify if he matched historical records. Ding! Summon completed. Swish! A silver vortex appeared 5 meters in front of Harold, expanding rapidly from fist size to a massive spiral in mere moments. As the vortex stabilized, a man emerged. Clap immediately led Korik to the council hall within the pavilion and began chatting with him. Through conversations with Monarch Harold, Korik learned that Giovanni had already arrived first and retained the same character from his past life. Korik couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He thought Giovanni would behave more properly after coming to this world, but who could have imagined that his personality remained unchanged? Not focusing on commanding troops in battle, Giovanni often turned around and directly led cavalry raids against enemies. Korik was left speechless and quite helpless about such a person. Fortunately, the monarch didn't blame him for his actions. Instead, he fully endorsed them. After all, what could one do with such a unique personality? After talking with Korik for 3 hours, Harold asked Andy to lead Giovanni away. No, he should say take him out of the palace to go to Chancellor Hiroshi's residence. Waiting for the two to leave, Harold also departed from Tinching Pavilion. Looking up at the stars and feeling the cold wind of the night, he felt a hint of bitterness. Meanwhile, thoughts of those rascals surfaced in his mind. Since they went out, they never came back. He wasn't worried that they would get into trouble, but he mainly feared they were causing disturbances everywhere, even creating chaos. Hopefully, these little rascals will behave. Otherwise, my emperor will not be lenient, Harold murmured to himself before heading towards Yulan Palace. Taking just a few steps, Harold frowned when feeling the chill of the wind. Winter was approaching, and armies attacking various dynasties might halt due to heavy snowfall. He wasn't concerned that the snow would impede the army's advance. Even if it did, he remained completely unruffled. What troubled him most was the sudden occurrence of unforeseen events and the unexpected appearance of certain people. Despite having thought of comprehensive plans, he still felt a bit anxious, as if something was about to happen. I wonder how Bowie is doing and whether everything is progressing smoothly. Yulan Palace. Sheru, why do I feel hungrier lately? As if I can never eat enough? In the elegant pavilion, Christy, eating pastries, felt puzzled. Since she got pregnant, she found herself incredibly hungry, and she became easily famished soon after eating anything. Not long after eating, she'd start feeling hungry again within 3 hours. That wasn't the worst part. What made her feel utterly helpless was waking up in the middle of the night because of hunger, then getting up to find food. Sister Sue, it's natural for women to feel hungry during pregnancy. When I was like you, I also often felt hungry, but over time, I gradually got used to it, Camila said with a smile. She fully understood Christy's situation because she had experienced it herself. She still vaguely remembered how frequently she felt hungry while carrying Addie, wanting food every now and then. Most notably, there were times she woke up late at night and had the Emperor, Harold, fetch food for her. I wonder when these two little ones will come out. If they don't hurry, not only do I have to carry them daily, but I must constantly search for food to replenish my energy. Speaking, Christy looked down at her large belly, gently stroking it with her right hand, smiling as she eagerly awaited their arrival. Yet, she knew it would take another 3 months before they would arrive. Still, she was willing to wait for them. Creak. At this moment, the door to the pavilion opened, and Harold, dressed in black imperial robes, walked in. Seeing Harold's arrival, the two sitting on cushions hurriedly stood up to greet him. But before they could rise, Harold gestured for them to stay seated, especially for Christy to remain seated. This pavilion was warm, thanks to a heating array that kept the internal temperature consistently comfortable. However, this warming effect was temporary. Without firewood burning in a stove, once 3 hours passed, the place would turn icy cold. Sitting on the cushion beside them, Harold smiled at both of them and said, I haven't visited you both recently. Are you both well? Not at all. Before Christy could respond, Camila spoke up first. What is amiss? You may speak freely, and I shall improve it, Harold softly said. Humph. Camila gave a cold snort and continued. You talk big, but could you really change things if we asked you to? Haha. A joke? In this world, if my emperor wants to make changes, nothing is beyond alteration, Harold replied confidently. If I tell you that we want you to spend more time with us, would you be able to change that? Camila's gaze fixed intently on Harold as she spoke softly. Hearing this, Harold fell silent, unable to respond. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. He wanted to visit them more often, but he had unfinished matters at hand. His armies were sweeping through the 6 major dynasties, swallowing their territories bit by bit. As the emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he couldn't lead the army on the front lines but had to ensure stability at home. If everything went smoothly at home, the frontline battles could systematically conquer the 6 dynasties. Regarding the Star Moon Dynasty, he couldn't destroy them immediately since there was an agreement for a 7-year ceasefire. Only a year remained until the deadline, and he must maintain patience before destroying the dynasty. Naturally, compelling their surrender would be greatly beneficial for the Great Anchor Dynasty. After all, he didn't wish to see mountains of corpses or the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty lying dead on the battlefield. Looking at the two disappointed faces, Harold smiled and said, I promise that once the Great Anchor Dynasty has conquered the 7 dynasties and ended the division of the Nanyang region, I will take time to be with you both. How does that sound? Some things were beyond his control. His goal now was to make the 2 women happy while managing the affairs of the dynasty diligently. He wanted to spend peaceful moments with them, but it would have to wait until the unification of the Nanyang region, giving him ample time to be with the beauties before him. Chapter 381. Griffin's Desire to Go Out. Accompanying the two until midnight, he left the Jade Orchid Palace where they resided and returned alone to the imperial study. Though he appeared to have some free time now, it was merely his way of seeking a brief respite and a moment to relieve the mounting pressure in his heart. As the sovereign, with the Great Anchor Dynasty constantly at war on multiple fronts, he was almost always preoccupied with ensuring the frontline battles proceeded smoothly. The cotton jackets required by the soldiers had already been dispatched under his orders to ensure each one possessed at least 1, possibly even 2 sets. However, he advised them not to change unnecessarily if their cotton jackets were undamaged, considering the high cost involved. 1 set for each person cost 2 gold coins, a seemingly modest amount per individual, but considering the sheer number of troops, it translated into thousands upon thousands of gold coins. With millions of soldiers serving in the Great Anchor Dynasty, this not only included those on the front lines, but also those guarding various cities. The scale was astronomical when all were considered together. Upon arriving at the imperial study, Harold slumped onto the cushion, contemplating his next course of action. The battles across various fronts had escalated, with key generals from the 6 major dynasties being eliminated one after another. The might displayed by the Great Anchor Dynasty had caused numerous factions to feel extremely concerned. Many had begun secretly forming alliances, planning to confront the Great Anchor Dynasty with a united front. Naturally, as the sovereign, Harold did not wish for this to happen. So the Imperial Guards were now infiltrating these areas or sabotaging their plans. I hope you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Recalling recent intelligence reports from the Imperial Guards, Harold remarked with a fierce expression. If they dared to unite against him, he would order his generals to obliterate them, making sure they understood the inviolability of the Great Anchor Dynasty's authority. Looking at the pile of memorials before him, Harold sighed lightly and resumed working tirelessly, continuing to review and approve them. Just then, Andy approached him respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, Minister Griffin requests an audience." Griffin? Harold paused his writing and looked up at Andy with a puzzled expression, asking, "Where is he now?" Although he did not know why Griffin had come, it was certain that he had something important to discuss. But, indeed, there is an important matter I wish to discuss, Your Majesty. Facing the sovereign's straightforward question, Griffin directly stated that he indeed had something important to bring up. Of course, he would not come here at such an hour unless it was necessary. Given the current busyness within the Great Anchor Dynasty, from the sovereign down to every official, it was crucial not to waste anyone's time. Putting down his brush, Harold invited Griffin to speak beside him. While they could talk here, given the importance of the matter, it was better to move to a more private setting. Sitting down on cushions nearby, Harold gently asked, "Speak your mind. What brings you here so late?" Griffin hastily apologized, "Your Majesty, I apologize for visiting so late and causing inconvenience. Please forgive me. Innocence absolves. Tell me, why did you come so late?" Harold responded, shaking his head slightly. He was less concerned about the visit itself and more worried about potential unforeseen issues. Relieved that the sovereign did not blame him, Griffin took a deep breath and explained, "Your Majesty, I came tonight to inform you that I wish to leave the capital to observe the implementation of the reforms personally, ensuring they have truly spread throughout the entire Great Anchor Dynasty. Your intentions, Minister Griffin, are commendable." Harold felt that Griffin's desire was entirely reasonable and even worthy of full support. Although the reforms thanks to Your Majesty, with 1,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry troops at his side and the assistance of the Brocade Guards, he would find his tasks much easier moving forward. Even if someone dared to obstruct his path, he could decisively crush them, showing the world his fearsome power. After a full hour of discussion, Griffin finally rose to leave. Harold continued reviewing memorials. He had initially inquired about Griffin's route ahead, but Griffin's response was straightforward. His movements would be unpredictable, leaving no trace for others to follow. His reason was simple. He did not wish for anyone to deceive him through staged acts or falsehoods. In the late hours of the night, a Brocade Guard rushed into the Imperial Study Hall and knelt before Harold with concern, reporting, "Your Majesty, Commander Tadu has sent word that all alien races within our Great Anchor Dynasty have been exterminated." Upon hearing this news, Harold's face lit up with joy. Earlier, Tadu had reported finding multiple nests of aliens, ready to strike at any moment. However, he never expected that Tadu and his men would act so swiftly, eliminating all aliens in the shortest time possible. Did Tadu send any other messages? Harold asked without changing his expression. Yes. Speak. After annihilating all the aliens, Commander Tadu's team learned from their captured survivors that the aliens outside the Abyss City planned to launch a surprise attack on the most vulnerable spot of the city. Harold's face darkened instantly, his brows furrowing with boundless murderous intent. It seemed the aliens were determined not to let him celebrate the new year in peace. If that was the case, he would ensure these aliens remained in the Abyss forever, always looking up at Abyss City yet unable to break through its defenses. "Can you relay this information to General Riker?" Harold said impassively. "The message has already been relayed to General Riker by Commander Tadu when he sent the report." Relieved, Harold continued, "Tell General Riker that they must defend rigorously and not let the aliens cross the walls of Abyss City. If they need anything, they should request it from me without hesitation." The reinforcements were already prepared. Whenever Riker needed more troops, they would be dispatched to Abyss City. Additionally, the elite forces under the command of generals left in the capital would also be sent to assist him in preparing for battle. Given enough time and sufficient military strength, the Great Anchor Dynasty would thoroughly crush the alien race. Agreed. With a wave of his hand, Harold dismissed the messenger, inwardly vowing, "If I ever have enough troops, I will order them to attack the alien territory and eliminate every last one of them. To prevent enemies from harassing you, one must wipe them out completely, ensuring their eradication from existence. By then, even with all their power, the aliens would be powerless to reverse the situation, unable to change their fate of destruction." Unfortunately, the Great Anchor Dynasty lacked the necessary strength now, or else he wouldn't be sitting here waiting for the aliens to attack. #### Abyss City. On the towering walls, Riker silently observed the barren desert before him, her eyes cold and indifferent, radiating an overwhelming aura. At that moment, she seemed like a ferocious beast. Though the desert appeared calm, it hid immense danger, making people feel uneasy as if a great calamity was impending. The aliens hadn't attacked for several days, filling her heart with doubt. Fortunately, the Brocade Guards had provided updates, resolving her uncertainties. "Since you chose the weakest point of Abyss City, I will dispatch my most elite troops there," Riker murmured to herself. She already knew where the weakest point was located, but despite this, she was not worried. She had made thorough preparations. While she wouldn't personally go there, her elite forces would handle the defense, along with Eben guarding the area. With Eben's formidable strength, even if the aliens sent all their strongest fighters, they couldn't breach the defenses. Unless they spared no expense and received support from the rear, which unfortunately had already been eliminated. "I hope this winter brings heavy snowfall." Riker lifted her gaze to the starlit night sky, lost in thought, earnestly hoping that heavy snow would fall during this winter. If it snowed heavily, they could pour water onto the city walls to freeze it into smooth ice, preventing the aliens from climbing up. Flying in the air would make them easy targets. They had previously used slippery oil to hinder the aliens effectively, though some still managed to climb up. Needless to say, those who climbed faced dire consequences. ##### capital city. Next morning, to Duzu Manor. At dawn, Clayton, brimming with energy, barged into the courtyard where Azar and Harold stayed. Creak. Without a greeting, he pushed the door open and walked straight into the pavilion. Upon entering, he hurried towards Azar's bed. Seeing the little guy still asleep, Clayton quickly woke him up. Hudson, stop sleeping. Hurry up and get up. Today we're going to enjoy ourselves around the entire capital city. We won't return until evening. Having finished waking Azar, he turned his attention to Harold, who slept beside him. Christo, wake up. Let's continue our fun today. Feeling someone shaking them and hearing Clayton's loud voice, the two groggily opened their eyes. Seeing Clayton shaking them, Azar sighed, saying, Lewis, why are you so energetic early in the morning? Who has time to sleep? Get up quickly. We're going to have a blast today, and won't come back until evening, Clayton declared. Chapter 383, a fierce assault from Olaf. Hey cousin, why are you in such a hurry to get up? We'll definitely take you out to play. Just let us sleep a bit more, and we'll go out with you later. As he spoke, Harold pulled the blanket over his head and continued dreaming, enjoying this moment of undisturbed tranquility. Previously, when they lived in the palace, they would wake up very early almost every day, finish washing up, have breakfast, and then study. Of course, hee. Feeling their gaze, Clayton gave an awkward smile but didn't say anything more. He was still puzzled as to why these two kids feared King Harold so much. Without a word, the two quickly got up, hurriedly dressed, and prepared to freshen up. Just as they were about to put on their clothes, Harold suddenly remembered something and said, Cousin, can you go next door and wake up Gerald and Janice, brother? Since they were already awake, Gerald and Xylan shouldn't be allowed to sleep any longer. If their elder brother found out they were sleeping in, he would surely punish them severely. Thinking of the possible punishment, Harold shook his head vigorously, refusing to accept any more punishment. Although his elder brother was hastily assembled and trained, confronting the terrifying, seemingly invincible Daxia dynasty's elite, anyone would be terrified. But what could they do? They were soldiers of the Kai dynasty. How could they retreat because of the enemy's strength, or lead their troops backward due to fear? Retreating repeatedly, how long could it go on? If they continued to retreat, would they still have the resolve to fight? Even if they tried, it would be like sending lambs to slaughter. On a war chariot, Olaf's gaze was cold as he observed the front. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky, assessing the timing, and then stood up, drawing his icy sword from his waist, pointing it forward. Attack! Following Olaf's order, 4 soldiers immediately spread out on horseback to relay the command. The archers who received the order stepped out first, lining up in a row at the front. Sharp siege crossbows and stone-throwing catapults were ready to fire, acting as ordered. Hendricker Thermore, 100,000 infantrymen advanced slowly, seemingly waiting for something. Archers fire. Wish, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the order given, the archers drew their bows and released their arrows. Cold iron pierced through the air, accompanied by piercing whistles, instantly covering the city walls. Seeing this, the Yuanfeng city's defending General Emilio shouted loudly, Everyone, defend! His voice echoed around, and the soldiers immediately raised their shields to block the incoming arrows. Clang, 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 Though the defenders had prepared well and raised their shields promptly upon hearing the order, some were still a step too slow. Those who reacted late were instantly killed by the sharp arrows. Even with shields, there were gaps through which arrows penetrated conveniently. Hiding behind the shields, Emilio watched his men fall one by one, his expression turning grim. He understood that the Daxia dynasty's attack was indeed formidable. First, they dispatched their best archers to cover the walls with arrows, suppressing the defenders. This was to protect the advancing infantry. As expected, the siege crossbows would soon unleash a furious barrage, followed by stone-throwing catapults. Once the infantry approached within 100 meters of the wall, the rear units would halt, allowing for a swift assault. He couldn't help but admit that the tactics of the Daxia dynasty were indeed impressive, almost impossible to defend against. Undoubtedly, many people shared his admiration for the Daxia dynasty's military prowess. Chapter 384, Emilio's Scheme. Humph. Emilio snorted coldly, his face indifferent as he said, The damnable Great Anchor Dynasty. Do you really think I don't know your tactics? Having thoroughly studied the Great Anchor Dynasty's offensive strategies, he had already prepared meticulously. Even if victory was not assured, he could delay their attack. Delaying the Great Anchor Dynasty would buy time for reinforcements to arrive on the battlefield with every second counting. Once the elite forces of the Seven Knight Dynasty reached the battlefield, who would win or lose would then be another matter entirely. Boom, boom. Enormous boulders rained from the sky, striking the city walls and shields before exploding on impact. These explosions produced countless sharp fragments capable of piercing through soldiers' armor. Even the most formidable bodies couldn't withstand these jagged pieces that easily pierced flesh and claimed lives. Not only did the boulders descend, but massive and razor-sharp crossbow bolts were also launched, piercing through the shields held by the defending troops. Sheltered under the shields, Emilio watched helplessly as his men fell one by one, feeling a mixture of pain and rage toward the Great Anchor Dynasty. He wanted to save them and bring them back to life, yet he knew he was powerless to change their fate. He stood beneath the shields, listening silently to their cries of agony and witnessing their final moments of suffering. Thinking of how all this was due to Olaf's actions made Emilio seethe with anger. His eyes burned with an endless rage, like a volcano ready to erupt. Peering through the narrow gaps in the shields, he roared inwardly, Olaf, you have killed my soldiers. Wait until I make thousands of Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers perish in flames. Attack! Attack! Under the lead of their commanders, the Great Anchor Dynasty troops quickly approached the edge of the city. 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. 100 meters. Boom. Aya, aya, aya. Suddenly, as the great Anchor Dynasty troops neared within 100 meters, the path ahead collapsed, sending countless soldiers tumbling into pits below. At the bottom of these 10-meter deep holes stood rows of thick, sharp spikes pointing upwards, creating a chilling sight. Those behind couldn't stop in time and pushed their comrades into the spikes. The leading soldiers, watching their comrades impaled, grew pale with fear and rage. They felt lucky to have halted just in time. Otherwise, many more would have fallen. Seeing the long trenches, the great Anchor Dynasty officers' faces darkened with anger. It was clear the Seven-Night Dynasty had prepared these traps, having dug trenches several kilometers long, 8 meters wide, and 10 meters deep. From atop the wall, Emilio felt a sense of satisfaction seeing great Anchor soldiers fall into the traps. Observing this from behind, Olaf's expression hardened. This showed Emilio wasn't an ordinary commander. Not only had he cleverly set up traps, but he'd also studied their tactics carefully. This was the first tough opponent Olaf had encountered since attacking the archers. Prepare. Crossbowmen prepare. Orders echoed across the fortifications. The prepared archers and crossbowmen unleashed volleys towards the advancing enemy. They aimed to defend the city with relentless arrow fire. But the great Anchor Dynasty troops were not defenseless. Under the cover of shields, their archers retaliated swiftly, firing whenever enemies showed themselves, then hiding behind shield bearers. Ladders ready. Seeing the distance shorten to less than 50 meters, the great Anchor Dynasty commander ordered the deployment of siege ladders. Now, they would breach the walls, ensuring victory. Eyeing the massive siege ladders, Emilio felt an ominous dread. These devices were the great Anchor Dynasty's best siege tools, allowing them to conquer cities effortlessly. Determined not to fail, Emilio ordered, immediately sabotage the gates at the east, west, south, and north. Even if we die today, we must stall their attack. Chapter 385. The Roar of the Daxia Dynasty Soldiers. Report. General, the gates on all 4 sides of Yuanfeng City's walls have been destroyed. We cannot now breach the city through the main gates. As Olaf silently observed the ongoing battle and countless soldiers climbed into the city via siege towers, a scout rapidly approached on horseback, shouting his report. Upon hearing this, Olaf's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that Emilio, the commander of the defending forces in Yuanfeng City, would display such resolve. This man had fought to the death, determined to obstruct his advance and delay him, buying time for reinforcements from the Qingye dynasty despite knowing he could not win. Even though those reinforcements were still 10 days away, any delay here would be highly disadvantageous. Transmit my order. Deploy all siege towers immediately. If we can't enter through the main gate, then we'll scale the walls, Olaf commanded with a cold demeanor. Emilio was indeed formidable, but did that matter? Would he fear this enemy? The gates had been destroyed, making it impossible to enter through them, yet they couldn't halt their attack or it would turn against them. If entering through the gates was not possible, then scaling the walls was the only option. Now he wanted to see how long Emilio thought he could resist with his makeshift army of 20,000 men. Yes. Receiving the order, the scout quickly spurred his horse away. Attack. Facing the increasing number of Daxia Dynasty soldiers, the defenders of Yuanfeng City, who were stationed on the walls, were forced to fight while retreating. Unable to defend the walls, they now retreated into the city to use familiar terrain to hinder the enemy's advance. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn down, the vast walls of Yuanfeng City were completely occupied by the Daxia Dynasty troops. Faced with the fierce soldiers of the Daxia Dynasty, the defenders could only retreat within the city and prepare to continue the fight using advantageous terrain. They were now fighting a desperate, last-stand battle, with no way out. Even if they tried to flee, the Daxia Dynasty wouldn't let them escape. With nowhere to run, they could only fight to the death. Watching his forces collapse like dominoes, Emilio felt an intense sense of frustration but was powerless to do anything about it. He could only lead the remaining soldiers into the city and continue the fight. Through this short battle, he deeply understood the powerlessness and helplessness his colleagues had felt when facing the Daxia Dynasty troops. The Daxia Dynasty soldiers were not only fierce and brave, but also knew how to cooperate effectively, ensuring more of their comrades survived. In the chaos of battle, failure to cooperate was akin to courting death. The battle became increasingly fierce, and many civilian houses crumbled due to the combat. Many residents who had not evacuated were crushed under collapsed buildings. However, some managed to survive by hiding in cellars. But if they remained trapped too long, they would suffocate. All they could do was pray that the battle above would end soon, allowing them to emerge alive from the cellars. Otherwise, they faced certain death. Swish. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared. Emilio tensed immediately and swiftly retreated. Bam! Just as he stepped back, a Desi holding a long sword launched a powerful strike at his previous position. The cold blade buried itself into the ground, sending chills down the spines of those watching. So this is a general of the Daxia dynasty. That deadly burst of strength is indeed formidable, Emilio muttered to himself, having narrowly escaped death. A mere exchange had nearly cost him his life. If not for his heightened awareness of danger, the strike would have killed him on the spot. Although they hadn't fully engaged, Emilio already sensed the fatal threat from this opponent. Despite this, Emilio showed no fear. His fighting spirit burned intensely, gripping his sword tightly, its cold edge aimed directly at the enemy. While his opponent was strong, Emilio wasn't weak either. Only by engaging in battle could they determine who would prevail. Seeing Emilio charge forward, Hardy, the Daxia dynasty general, showed no fear. He adjusted his grip, and the cold steel of his sword glowed menacingly, encased in waves of sword energy. From the moment he saw Emilio, he suspected this was the commander of Yuanfeng City. Now that he encountered him, there was no way he could let him go, not after the deaths of his comrades earlier. Boom. Instantly, the sword and the saber clashed, releasing powerful shockwaves that rippled through the air. Both were forced backward, trembling hands and hearts full of awe. Just from this clash, they gauged each other's strength. Feeling that Hardy's strength matched his own, Emilio was stunned. wondering how the Daxia dynasty could possess such a powerful general. How could someone of Hardy's caliber become a general for the Daxia dynasty? Without a word, Hardy gripped his saber tightly and lunged forward, gathering spirit energy into the blade. As the cold blade emerged, it shimmered menacingly, making it difficult to approach. Sensing this, Emilio also gathered his spirit energy into his sword and struck out like a venomous snake ready to bite. Attack! Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. The two warriors shouted inwardly as their weapons clashed. Hardy swung his saber, which Emilio parried with his sword before striking back. Hardy dodged just in time. Emilio's sword attacked relentlessly toward Hardy's vital points. If Hardy didn't dodge, even surviving would mean losing half his fighting ability. Seeing the attacks targeting vital points, Hardy countered fiercely with his saber, forcing the opponent to defend desperately. Around them, the battle raged on. Any soldier wearing different armor was an enemy. There was no need for hesitation, only direct confrontation. Daxia dynasty soldiers poured into the city through breaches in the walls, while Yuanfeng city defenders joined the fray from behind. Initially somewhat confident, the defenders realized the true strength of the Daxia dynasty soldiers and no longer dared to underestimate them. The disparity in strength was immense. Underestimating them was akin to courting death. Brothers, attack! Follow me to seize Yuanfeng city! Shouted a Daxia dynasty soldier excitedly, his voice spreading around, causing everyone to straighten up. Kill! Show these superior realm enemies that our soldiers from a middle realm are never inferior to them. We will rise above them. Destroy them. Attack! Chapter 386. Fight until the blood runs dry. Time ticked by, and the battle between the two sides escalated into a frenzy. The entire city turned into a battlefield, with every street and alley becoming arenas of combat. Both sides relied on their formidable strength to eliminate the enemy. Facing the overwhelming resistance of the Xia dynasty soldiers who fought to the death, the Daxia dynasty soldiers showed no fear but rather intensified their efforts in slaughtering the enemy. Anyone who blocked their path was deemed an enemy of the Daxia dynasty. To such enemies, they offered no mercy, sending them straight to hell. Kill! In one of the small alleys within the city, dozens of Xia dynasty soldiers were cornered into a dead-end alley. Each looked coldly ahead. Although there were only 10 enemies before them, these enemies were extremely fierce and skilled warriors, working together seamlessly as if born to fight. The Daxia dynasty soldiers, brandishing cold steel spears, advanced step by step, their icy spear tips pointed at the trapped group. If the trapped men surrendered, they would be spared. But if not, the Daxia soldiers could not be blamed for their ruthlessness. Their orders were clear. Any armed enemy posed a threat and should be mercilessly killed. Kill! The Xia dynasty Decurion leading the group saw that retreat was impossible. With clenched teeth, he gripped his long sword and charged forward defiantly. Kill! Kill! Following his lead, the rest steeled themselves and joined the charge. Before them lay only two paths. Either overwhelm the enemy through numerical superiority or hold off the attack while awaiting reinforcements. However, they knew no help would come, as the battle had spread throughout the city, leaving everyone embroiled in combat. Thus, they resolved to resist to the death using their numbers. Seeing the assault, the Daxia soldiers met them with no less vigor. 5 spears thrust forward in unison, like dragons leaping from the earth. Thud. The first wave of charging Xia soldiers fell instantly, impaled on the spears. In moments, 10 Xia soldiers lay in pools of blood, including the Decurion. A sharp intake of breath echoed as the remaining Xia soldiers witnessed this horrific scene. They struggled to believe what had happened, but the relentless advance of the Daxia soldiers made it undeniable. For the dynasty! For the dynasty! One man's shout stirred the remaining Xia soldiers to roar their defiance as they charged together. As elite soldiers of the dynasty, they would never retreat nor surrender, even unto death. Though they were irregulars, they held onto their faith, unwilling to abandon it. Seeing the continued resistance, the Daxia soldiers' eyes grew cold, their spears piercing without mercy. The fate of a soldier lies always on the battlefield. Swiftly dispatching the remaining foes, the Daxia soldiers turned and left for other battles, aiding their comrades elsewhere. Scenes like this played out across Yuanfeng city. Some chose to surrender, others resisted until the end. Regardless of the outcome, victory had already tilted towards the Daxia dynasty. Any further resistance was futile and cost countless lives. Emilio, battered and pale, watched numbly as his subordinates fell one by one in the blood-stained streets. He questioned the worth of this struggle. Was sacrificing so many lives necessary? Since the Daxia dynasty's invasion, the Xia dynasty rarely deployed its elite forces, relying mostly on irregulars like them to hold back the enemy. Even now, though reinforcements were being sent, Tadu felt it might be too late. Slash. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the air. Tadu dodged hastily, avoiding a fatal blow but still sustaining a deep cut across his chest, blood spurting out. Clutching the wound, his face twisted in pain as he quickly used spirit energy to staunch the bleeding. Raising his gaze, he saw Aslan charging again. His own sword flashed with sword chi, ready for another clash. Hendrictile resistance. Aslan sneered, gripping his greatsword tightly as spirit energy surged through it, cutting down upon Tadu with immense force. Tadu acknowledged Aslan's strength, having suffered considerable injuries earlier. Yet, Aslan was undeniably stronger. Engaging in intense combat, Tadu couldn't shake the thought of how formidable each Daxiang general seemed. If a single general was this powerful, what about Dion or their Grand General Hiram? Why did such capable leaders choose a mid-level dynasty, unless driven by ambition? Indeed, ambitious dynasties provided opportunities for leaders to build grand achievements, commanding armies to conquer all and create an eternal empire. If given the chance, if he had been born in the Daxia territory, he might have become a general himself. For the dynasty. Tadu murmured to himself, his expression hardened. Spirit energy converged around his sword, enhancing its edge. He didn't know how long he could hold out, but his sole purpose now was to buy time for reinforcements with his life. Slash. Aslan's blade descended like a celestial scythe, filled with murderous intent. Unyielding, Tadu's sword lunged forward, striking towards Aslan's heart. Within moments, they clashed fiercely, their blades striking each other in the air, sparking with each impact. Chapter 387. Desperate struggles in the final moments. Report. General, the enemy is resisting to the death. Our army's offensive speed has slowed down. As Olaf silently observed the battle, watching his soldiers furiously scale the city walls and rush into the city, a scout on horseback rapidly arrived to report. Report. General, our troops can now enter the city through the repaired south gate. Just as Jed was about to speak, another scout quickly rode up, loudly reporting. Upon hearing this, Olaf turned his gaze toward the front. The originally closed gate was now slowly being raised. Seeing the main gate of Yuanfeng City open, Olaf felt extremely satisfied. It seemed that waiting for 5 hours had not been in vain. When their troops from the Great Anchor Dynasty occupied the city walls, he immediately ordered the repair of the Iron Gate's mechanism. Despite the lengthy time required, he insisted it be done quickly. He initially expected it would take 7 hours, but unexpectedly, the engineers finished in less than 5. Transmit my order. All troops shall enter the city through the gate. Any resistance must be eliminated without mercy, Olaf commanded with a cold expression. Now that the gate had been temporarily repaired, the remaining soldiers did not need to climb the walls using siege ladders and then enter the city. This method not only exhausted the troops, but also created congestion, preventing many from entering the city. According to previous reports, the first batch of troops who rushed in failed due to the enemy's superior numbers, resulting in almost total casualties. The second wave also suffered heavy losses until subsequent waves overwhelmed the enemy and turned the tide of the battle. Yes. Dusk fell, and night descended. After a day of fierce fighting, Emilio finally knelt on his bloodied knees before Hardy, looking at him with a bitter expression. With such formidable generals like you, the unification of Nanyang region by your Great Anchor Dynasty should be no problem. At this moment, Emilio deeply admired the Great Anchor Dynasty, not for their combat strength, but for providing their warriors with a stage to fully demonstrate their abilities. The Great Anchor Dynasty, ambitious and powerful, offered its warriors the greatest platform to showcase their talents. The Seven Knights Dynasty is not bad either. Hardy responded slowly. Engaging these strong warriors gave him deep satisfaction. Even if he perished in battle, he held no fear. Should he fall, countless other Great Anchor Dynasty commanders would quickly fulfill the dynasty's wishes. Cough, cough. Spitting out blood, Emilio bitterly smiled. Compared to your Great Anchor Dynasty, our Seven Knights Dynasty has decayed and lost its ambition. Emilio's voice grew weaker, and he finally lowered his head in silence. Standing before him, Hardy knew that Emilio had completely fallen. He was indeed a talent and a commendable commander, decisive and highly knowledgeable in military strategy. Unfortunately, such a person seemed overlooked, eventually leaving behind regret. Even in death, he chose loyalty over betrayal. Without further ado, Hardy turned around, leading his troops to continue the fight, aiming directly for the city lord's residence. There lay their next target. Lord Mayor, General Emilio is dead. Let's flee now. If we don't escape, we will all perish. Arn, covered in wounds and blood-soaked armor, rushed into the living room, addressing the Keith seated on the throne. Escape? Where can we go? Even if we survive, the dynasty won't spare us. Where else can we flee? The man holding a long sword asked bitterly. Hearing this, the Arn was speechless, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Indeed, where could they go? Surviving this battle might be possible, but could they evade the dynasty's relentless pursuit? The answer was no. They were faced with two options, surrender or fight to the death. Surrender might offer a glimmer of hope, while continuing to fight would only result in piles of corpses. Aryan, the mayor of Yuanfeng City, gazed calmly at the Arn. Lead your men to surrender. Lead them to survive. If you can, ask the emperor why he abandoned us. To this day, Aryan couldn't understand why the emperor always believed he could contend with the Great Anchor Dynasty. They seemed arrogant, treating the rising power of the Great Anchor Dynasty with disdain. But, that's enough. Go now. Lead the survivors to live on. Aryan waved him off, adding, I've heard the Great Anchor Dynasty treats prisoners well. If you surrender, they will let you return home. Go now. Yes. The Arn reluctantly nodded, gritting his teeth as he turned to leave. Watching him depart, Aryan sitting on the throne sighed heavily. Truthfully, he didn't want to die. But if he survived, his family would not. The higher-ranking powers treated city lords strictly, forbidding desertion on pain of death. Thus, he had to sacrifice himself to save his family. That overwhelming shock, almost disbelieving that he was facing these people. Not only were they formidable in combat strength, but their coordination made it nearly impossible for him to make a move. He managed to slay these dozen men only because he exerted all his strength and suffered severe injuries himself. The Daxia dynasty possessed such strong elites. No wonder they could sweep through various regions of the Qingya dynasty, causing local defense forces to flee or surrender. Aryan did not know that the Daxia dynasty soldiers he now faced were all under the direct command of Olaf. Slaying over 10 of them was already an exceptional feat. After all, Olaf's elite subordinates had never encountered such a resolute opponent. Aryan was undoubtedly the first person they had encountered, but they firmly believed he wouldn't be the last. They were convinced that within the territories of the Qingya dynasty, there were still others like him. Yet, they felt no fear, instead filled with vigorous fighting spirit. To die for their king, to perish for the everlasting glory of the Daxia dynasty. Every one of them died honorably, their deaths lighter than a feather, yet weightier than Mount Tai. Charge! Someone shouted, and the surrounding elite Daxia dynasty soldiers tightened their grip on their spears, rushing forward towards him. Seeing the spears about to impale him, Aryan's face turned bitter as he chose to stop resisting, letting them pierce him with their spears. He knew he was now powerless to continue fighting. Even if he had the strength, he no longer had the will. All futile efforts would end up as nothing more than bones in the end. Rip. Choosing to cease resistance, Aryan was instantly pierced by dozens of spears. Blood gushed from his mouth as he looked around with a bitter expression. All he could do now was hope his family, his wife and children, would survive. Even if his wife remarried, he would have no complaints. Charge. Clang. Bang. As more than 10 soldiers pulled out their spears, Aryan's spirit sword fell from his hand. He kneeled, revealing a sorrowful smile. His only remaining family was his wife and children. Though he promised to return to them, he now realized it might not be possible. Perhaps you'd think he'd regret his actions, but he did not. If his death could secure their survival, it was his duty. Now, his sole hope was that the dynasty would see his sacrifice and spare his family. Upon arriving, Hardy saw Aryan lying on the ground but said nothing. He ordered his men to bury Aryan respectfully. Surveying the soldiers around him, Hardy spoke without emotion. You must immediately eliminate the resistors. As long as they hold weapons, they are your enemies. Show no mercy. The battle wasn't over, just diminished in resistance. Their task now was to clear out all rebels. Any who didn't drop their weapons and surrender were threats and could be slain without hesitation. Though the Daxia dynasty treated captives well, not all captives warranted this treatment. Those who took up arms were their enemies. Yes. Following orders, the soldiers dispersed to slay the remaining rebels. Silently watching Aryan kneel with a sorrowful smile, Hardy merely shook his head lightly. This man could have lived, but chose to resist until the very end. Without lingering further, he quickly moved on to eliminate the other resistors. Qinya dynasty, Ox City. Under the setting sun, Hendrikler stood silently on a cliff high above, gazing at the city of Ox City, which was both near and far. His army surrounded the city, but he hadn't launched an attack. The city was easy to defend and hard to attack, making any forced assault extremely costly. Even if they won in the end, they'd still suffer heavy losses. A report for General 1. The civilians within Ox City have mostly evacuated, but some still remain. At this moment, a scout galloped in on horseback, dismounted, and knelt to report. How many civilians remain? Hendrikler asked without expression. Approximately 100,000. Hendrikler observed the front quietly, his expression grim but silent. Since the civilians chose not to leave, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. He had given them a chance to evacuate. Now, if they refused, they would perish with the city. Carry out my order. Open the floodgates. I will flood Ox City today, Hendrikler commanded without emotion. They had arrived 2 days ago and surveyed the area. The city was perilously situated and easily defended, holding hundreds of thousands of defenders. Just as he planned a full-scale assault, he discovered a wide river upstream. Though the river didn't naturally reach the city, diverting it could inundate the city. They spent days preparing the channels. Yes. His subordinate received the order and immediately turned away. Though 100,000 civilians remained in the city, they had been given ample time to leave. Choosing not to, they should not blame their merciless actions. General's order. Open the floodgates. General's order. Open the floodgates. Suddenly, while patrolling the city walls, the Ox City defenders saw the river approaching, their faces turning pale. Seeing the water rush down the narrow canyon toward the city walls, everyone's faces changed drastically, turning and fleeing. As martial artists, they were mighty, yet powerless against this overwhelming flood, tiny ants ready to be crushed. The general on the western city wall watched the water arrive with an extremely grim expression. He understood why the Daxia dynasty soldiers delayed attacking. They planned to flood the city with the 3 rivers. They initially doubted that the Daxia dynasty could divert the rivers, but this swift backlash caught them off guard. Ah, help me, I can't swim, save me. Who will save me? I don't want to die. You bastard, let go of me. I don't want to die with you. Damn it, don't pull me, I can't swim. Chapter 389. Hendrikler's persuasion for surrender. Before long, the surging river water overcame the massive city walls, instantly flooding the entire city as if it were the waters of the Milky Way. Those who couldn't react in time were instantly drowned by the river water. Boats sank into the vast river in an instant. Due to the 4 city gates being shut and heavy iron doors dropped, the floodwater could not drain properly. Hendrikler Thermore, the actions of the Secret Service blocked the sewers, preventing the water from flowing out normally, leading to countless deaths. The mastermind behind this catastrophe, Hendrikler, was watching silently from a high mountain, devoid of any compassion in his eyes. He had already given these people a chance. Since they refused to surrender, he would not be blamed for being ruthless with them all. Beside him, several generals of the Great Anchor dynasty watched this scene quietly, sighing heavily in their hearts. He had given these people a chance to survive. It was unfortunate that they did not cherish it. Therefore, they couldn't blame him for flooding the city. Thus, Hendrikler and his 3 deputy generals had become lambs awaiting slaughter. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he summoned a deputy general and said, "Reed, go forward and convey my message to the commanders of Nyoching. If they surrender, I will spare their lives. If they resist, we can only meet on the battlefield." "I understand." Reed bowed and then signaled for a soldier to bring a warhorse. He quickly mounted it and rode toward the front. As Reed approached, Hendrikler immediately ordered the archers to prepare for action in case the enemy chose to continue resisting. Do not blame him for being heartless. This is a battlefield, not a place for righteousness. Giving them a chance to surrender and live is already his greatest concession. If they refuse to surrender, they will face him on the battlefield. Soon, the Arn Reed rapidly rode to 200 meters from Nyoching. Seeing Reed arrive, the commander of Nyoching's defenses, Trent, stared coldly, eyes flashing with murderous intent. But he did not order his men to shoot arrows, but rather wanted to hear why Reed had come and what message Hendrikler wanted conveyed. The commander on the city wall, listen. My general says that if you put down your weapons and surrender, you can live. If you continue to resist, we will engage in battle. Hey, commander on the city wall, did you hear me? If you heard, respond so we can start the fight. Seeing no response from above, Reed grew extremely puzzled. Could it be that they drowned last night? But he felt it wasn't right. Trent had stayed on the wall all night to prevent an attack. There was no chance he drowned. Why doesn't this guy respond? Hearing Reed's taunts, the subordinate beside Trent was furious, even wishing to order his men to shoot him with arrows. But they knew that without their commander's orders, they couldn't make any move, or it would affect the whole situation. Trent took a deep breath, looking around at the sorrowful faces of his men. Then he walked to the edge of the wall and looked down at Reed. I am Commander Trent of Nyocheng. Upon confirming that he matched the description, Reed shouted loudly, since you are Trent, you must have heard what I just said. What is your decision? Do you choose battle or surrender? Tell your general we surrender. With those words, everyone fell silent, all eyes on him. Commander, please don't surrender. We can still fight. Commander, trust us. We still have the strength to fight. We must not surrender. No, Commander, we cannot surrender. Even if we die fighting, we won't surrender. Yes, Commander, we won't surrender. We are willing to fight to the death. Steaning to their pleas, Trent sighed inwardly. He didn't want to surrender either, but if he didn't, everyone would perish. Hendrickler could eliminate hundreds of thousands with one move. Now that everyone was concentrated on the walls, a barrage of arrows, rolling stones, and crossbow bolts would turn the city into a ghost town. He wanted to save these people. They shouldn't die here. Most of them were irregular troops. Enough. My decision is made. No more arguments, Trent declared coldly. Everyone fell silent, lowering their heads, including his subordinates. They had lost the desire to win, only wanting to survive. Even if they became laborers next, they still chose to live. Well, are you going to fight or surrender? Give me an answer so I can report back to my general, Reed urged, seeing their hesitation. We are willing to lay down our weapons and surrender. Please do not attack, Trent replied. Getting the answer he wanted, Reed smiled smugly and immediately turned his horse around, leaving without delay. Noticing his smile, everyone felt an intense hatred, yet they were helpless, unable to even think of resistance. Chapter 390, Treachery from Within. Reporting to the general, Trent and his men have chosen to surrender. Reed, who had returned, responded with a fist salute. Hendrickler nodded lightly. Since they have chosen to surrender, you may lead 3 soldiers with the scaling ladders forward and order the defenders on the wall to drop their weapons and come down. He had initially thought there would be a fierce battle, but it turned out this commander was quite sensible and chose to surrender outright. It was no wonder. They were like sitting ducks now. Once archers, crossbows, and stone-throwing machines came into play, they would all be finished. They only had 2 options, die fighting or surrender. Dynasty, nor was he a disguised member of the Imperial Guard. Struggling against the venom consuming his vitality, Trent knew the poison was extremely potent, and using his spiritual energy only made it worse. Realizing his time was near, Trent looked at the restrained man and asked, when did you become an Imperial spy? Hearing this, everyone's faces changed as they all turned to look at Trent. What did our general mean? Could it be that he wasn't bought by the Great Anchor Dynasty, but was actually an Imperial spy from their own kingdom? But how could that be possible? He watched Trent calmly as his strength dwindled and said coldly, I have always been an Imperial spy. You just never noticed. He hadn't just become one recently. He had always been a spy for the Caillou dynasty. To facilitate his operations, he had been quietly embedded among them for decades, calling each other brothers. A few days ago, he received orders to closely monitor Trent. If he defected to the Great Anchor Dynasty, he was to eliminate him immediately. Sure enough, Trent betrayed them, and he silently approached from behind, stabbing him with a poisoned dagger when he was unguarded. Spit. Realizing his longtime brother was an Imperial spy, Trent spat black blood and his face showed deep despair. He had fought for the dynasty his entire life, only to die at the hands of one of his own. F***ck. Felt confused. Just as Reed halted, Emeng suddenly emerged, looking around and locking eyes on Reed. Hey, does your Great Anchor Dynasty have any pills that can suppress poison? Can we borrow one? Our general needs saving. Reed stared blankly, bewildered, unable to understand what he meant. After some careful thought, he ordered the 3 soldiers to stay put while he rode forward. Within 50 meters of Nyocheng, Reed leaped off his horse and quickly reached the wall. Upon landing, he sensed numerous hostile gazes but ignored them, instead looking in shock at Trent. Trent's face was pale, lips blue, and mouth bleeding black, a dire state of poisoning, almost on the brink of death. Seeing this and the restrained Reed was stunned, unable to react. What on earth was happening? Bang! Seeing Reed arrive, Emeng knelt before him, pleading, Brother, do you have an antidote pill or anything that can suppress poison? If you can lend us one, I, Emeng, will serve you as a slave for life. He had no parents and thought he'd live a mundane life until Trent changed everything. Under his guidance, Emeng became a soldier, rising through the ranks to become an officer. Though low-ranking, Trent's kindness had never left him. Now, his only hope was that the Great Anchor Dynasty had an antidote. He would willingly trade his life for it. Chapter 391, Saving a Takeoff. Seeing his subordinates kneeling before Reed and pleading, Trent felt an unpleasant taste in his mouth. He wanted to speak up, telling them not to beg, but no words came out of his mouth. The poison from Finton powder had already damaged his throat, leaving him unable to speak. His life force was being rapidly consumed, leaving him barely half a step away from the grave. Reed remained silent and did not immediately agree. Instead, he scrutinized carefully. After careful deliberation, Reed retrieved a golden pill from his spatial ring and said, This is a 6 transmutation gold pill. Give it to him. It might save his life. This pill had been bestowed upon him by his superiors. Since he hadn't suffered any severe injuries, he kept it with him without using it. If not for considering these troops surrender, he would never have offered this precious pill. Realizing that this ammunition was extremely expensive, not only could it neutralize all poisons, but also bring someone back from the brink of death, Emeng hastily took the pill from Reed's hand. Without checking for any toxicity, he quickly administered it to Trent. Seeing that Trent couldn't open his mouth, Emeng forcibly fed him. Now wasn't the time to argue. If they continued delaying, Trent would certainly die. Finally, after Trent swallowed the 6 transmutation gold pill, his body began to change rapidly. The pure medicinal power started countering the toxins spread throughout his body. His originally pale face and purple lips gradually regained color, although the recovery was slow. Seeing Trent's condition improving and having a second chance at life, Reed moved to the edge of the city wall and called over 3 soldiers stationed far away. The 3 men immediately rushed over upon receiving Reed's command. Reed then addressed all the soldiers on the wall. Since you've chosen to surrender, put down your weapons. Hearing Reed's words, the crowded soldiers exchanged glances and then looked toward their generals. Noticing the soldiers weren't complying, Emeng's expression turned cold. Didn't you hear? Put down your weapons. Upon hearing the orders from their general, everyone finally laid down their weapons. Meanwhile, the 3 dynasty anchor soldiers below approached the edge of the city wall. Reed looked down at the 3 and ordered, "Bring out the ladders." "Yes, sir." Following the order, the 3 men dismounted their horses and dispersed, one going left and 2 right. Measuring a certain distance, they then retrieved the scaling ladders from their spatial rings and positioned them near the city wall's edge. Although there was still a half-meter gap between the ladders and the wall, it wasn't a problem as people could easily cross it. Reed, looking at the 7 Knight Dynasty soldiers, coldly stated, "All those who have laid down their weapons, line up below." Hearing the order, everyone climbed down the wall via the scaling ladders. Watching from a kilometer away, Hendrickler immediately commanded the archers to lower their bows and sent 10,000 elite troops forward. Despite the surrendered individuals, they still posed a considerable threat as warriors. His task now was to minimize any potential dangers. Soon, thanks to the healing effects of the pill, Trent gradually recovered. However, due to the intense nature of Finton powder, he was unable to speak clearly for some time. Even if he tried to talk, his voice would be raspy and sometimes unclear. To return to normal speech, he would need the medicinal power to fully circulate through his body. Just then, another dynasty anchor general leaped onto the wall, glanced briefly at everyone, and didn't pay further attention. Turning his gaze towards Reed, Irvin said, "Reed, come help me open the floodgate and release the water from the city." "Sure." Nodding slightly, Reed followed Irvin to the nearby floodgate. Previously, one person could operate it, but now the entire city had turned into a reservoir. The immense water pressure held the iron gate tightly, requiring the combined strength of 2 powerful warriors to open it. Arriving at the floodgate, the 2 exchanged glances, placed their hands on the axis wheel, and began rotating it counterclockwise together. Swish! Through their joint efforts, the iron gate was slowly lifted. The massive, churning waters that had submerged the entire city surged out like a flood. The rushing water carried various debris and cold, lifeless bodies. Most had drowned and had been immersed in water for an entire night. The river gushed out relentlessly, with an enormous flow rate, seemingly endless. As the water flowed out of the city, dynasty anchor soldiers swiftly arrived to gather the corpses, ensuring the bodies were moved aside. Though dead, the bodies needed to be buried promptly to prevent disease outbreaks. Aware of the potential consequences, dynasty anchor chose to cremate the bodies first before burying them to avoid misuse of the corpses for nefarious practices. Hendrickler, silently observing everything, showed no mercy. He dispatched the news to his superior General Foyce. The previous night, he had drowned hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. Whether he would face punishment was for their ruler to decide. "Even if I am cursed for millennia, I will clear all obstacles for my sovereign," Hendrickler muttered to himself. This battle would make him and other dynasty anchor leaders the devils in the eyes of the 7 Knight Dynasty residents, feared by all. But he did not care. As Dynasty Anchor's commander, their duty was to eliminate all obstacles for the king, no matter how daunting. His fellow Dynasty Anchor generals and soldiers watched silently, not dwelling on emotions. They had witnessed countless scenes of carnage. This minor event was nothing compared to what they had seen. Besides, they had given the opposition it would be like playing music to a cow. The Daxia army had specialized siege equipment. If such weapons reached them, the city's fall would only be a matter of time. Seated at the head of the table, Claude frowned as he saw no one speaking. "Speak your minds. We are here to discuss how to defend Ediofing City, not to sit idly," he urged. "Lord City, the Daxia elite troops are advancing aggressively. Our morale has plummeted to rock bottom. There's no way we can fight them," a general said with a bitter expression. "Yes, our men have lost the will to fight. If they suddenly attack, we won't know how to counter them," a young officer added. "Oh, after nearly a year of defeats, everyone is demoralized. Many see the Daxia forces as ghosts." They all remembered the palpable sense of impending defeat in the camps. Combined with the soldiers' discussions about their inability to match the Daxia forces, even in skirmishes, the entire army was losing hope. Even the commanders felt the shift in morale. Their 37 legions were raised from various cities to defend against the Daxia invasion. Yet, even before the enemy arrived, the camp was filled with an ominous mood, leaving them powerless to speak up. "We must hold the city at all costs, delaying their advance by any means necessary," Claude declared solemnly. He knew that his orders were clear. Resist the Daxia onslaught at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. However, deep down, he realized that their efforts would merely slow the Daxia advance temporarily. To fully stop the Daxia, they needed strong support and significant reinforcements. Just then, Commander Bryant broke the silence, looking directly at Claude. "Lord City, how far away are the reinforcements? What orders did the dynasty give?" Everyone turned to Claude, eager to hear his response. Claude couldn't hide the discomfort he felt under their gazes. "The reinforcements are 1 month's march away." "What?" The officers looked at each other, incredulous and dismayed. They had assumed the reinforcements would arrive within a week or so, not a whole month. 1 month's journey implied abandonment. It was evident the kingdom was prepared to leave them to fend for themselves. Under such pressure, they might consider betraying the kingdom. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Claude sighed inwardly, unsure of what to say next. The order from the dynasty is to stop the Daxia army at any cost, even if it means total annihilation, he continued. With a bang, Bryant slapped his hand on the chair and roared, "What a load of crap! Stop the Daxia army while reinforcements are a month away? This is sending us to our deaths." They had worked tirelessly for the dynasty, but now they felt. Claude lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. ##### Chapter 393. Mud pits obstruct the path forward. As night fell, a light chill wind blew, sending shivers down everyone's spines and bringing an unexpected coolness. On this vast plain, an army stretched endlessly, moving along this road. The army did not hold torches uniformly. Rather, every third rank held them, illuminating the path with bright flames as they continued their march unceasingly into the night. Under the torchlight, the black armor of the soldiers gleamed like lions in the darkness, their cold eyes brimming with murderous intent. Their weapons, reflecting the cold glow, resembled the scythe of death. This advancing army was none other than the elite forces of the Great Anchor Dynasty, led by its esteemed general, Lanny. They had no choice but to march through the night to save time. The city they were about to attack, Ediofing City, was of critical importance, being a major hub for resource distribution. If they could capture this city, it would isolate numerous surrounding cities, cutting off their resource supply lines. Report. At ease, General. We have encountered a mud pit ahead, reported a scout riding swiftly on horseback. Lanny's brows furrowed. Encountering a mud pit was certainly not ideal. While it wouldn't stop them entirely, it would severely impede their progress and prevent them from reaching Ediofing City by dawn. After a moment of silence, Lanny ordered expressionlessly, "Convey my command. The army is to halt." "Yes, sir." Two soldiers immediately rode off to relay the order. The general orders, "Halt the army." The general orders, "Halt the army." The troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty quickly ceased marching in an orderly fashion. Lanny didn't stay put but had another horse brought over, which he mounted and rode forward, followed closely by 8 guards tasked with protecting his safety. After a long gallop, Lanny arrived at the front of the vanguard. The deputy commander, Emerson, hurriedly approached to lead his horse while Lanny dismounted. "How bad is it?" Lanny asked, puzzled. "Reporting, General. The mud pit stretches for nearly a kilometer," replied Emerson. Lanny said nothing but walked forward, his gaze fixed on the seemingly endless mud pit. From the appearance of the fresh, wet soil, it was clear this was newly formed. Yet he was puzzled. How did this happen here? Was it intentional? A closer look revealed that this was purely natural, not artificially created. Still, it baffled him why there should be a mud pit here. Turning to Emerson, Lanny asked, "How deep is it?" "Measurements show it varies from 50 centimeters at its deepest to 5 centimeters at its shallowest," Emerson replied. 50 centimeters? Lanny's expression darkened. 50 centimeters wasn't too deep, but it would drastically slow their march and wet the soldiers' shoes. Although every soldier carried 2 pairs of military boots, having all of them get wet would be impractical. "Have you found a way to cross the mud pit?" "I've sent men to scout, and we'll know soon," Emerson responded. "Very well," Lanny nodded, waiting silently. Observing the natural formation of the mud pit, he surmised that this area must have experienced heavy rainfall recently, explaining its existence. Moreover, if his guess was correct, such occurrences might be frequent here due to water accumulation. Half an incense stick later, 4 scouts returned. Looking at them, Lanny asked, "What did you find? Is there a way around?" "We found none." "Neither did I." "Same here." At last, the 4th scout spoke up, "I did find a way, but it would take 1 or 2 hours to bypass." "It's fine. As long as we can cross, the time is worth it," Lanny said nonchalantly. They had limited supplies of boots, and replacements were still en route, taking about 9 days to arrive. They needed to minimize wear on their current footwear to wait for the new ones. Weapons weren't an issue as they had enough, but clothing and armor supplies were minimal and quickly wearing out. After each battle, many soldiers' clothes and armor were torn. Confirming a viable route, Lanny turned to Emerson. "Lead the vanguard across this mud pit." "Yes, sir." Emerson responded, one dumbfounded. "General, what do you think Ediofing City is up to? Why are their defenses so lax, and why are the city gates open?" Emerson asked with bewilderment. "General Chun, haven't you noticed? The defenders of Ediofing City are preparing to surrender," a nearby general suddenly said. "I also think it's possible. If the defenders weren't preparing to surrender, they wouldn't be this lax, especially with the gates wide open." Another general nodded in agreement. "I don't think it's very likely. On the contrary, I believe this is the enemy's plot. They might be luring us into the city to annihilate us all at once," a different general objected. "General Todd makes a valid point. If this is all an enemy plot, it would be highly disadvantageous for us," another general agreed. Lanny remained silent, gazing ahead intently. Due to his martial prowess, his vision was extraordinarily sharp. Even from a kilometer away, he could see every detail clearly, even ants moving on the ground. Despite some soldiers walking on the city walls, the defenders of Ediofing City were unusually lax, with their gates wide open. Faced with this sudden turn of events, he was astonished, even suspecting that these people were preparing to surrender. If that were true, it would be incredibly advantageous. Reducing casualties would be greatly beneficial to them. Just as Lanny and his men were speculating about what the defenders of Ediofing City were up to, rows of elite troops emerged from the always open gates. Though they were irregular forces, their formidable strength was enough to crush the soldiers of a mid-level dynasty. Seeing the enemy emerge from the city, Lanny's men furrowed their brows. Why would these guys come out of the city? Are they preparing to fight to the death? Regardless of the real intentions, Lanny ordered all his soldiers to prepare for battle, ready to engage if anything went wrong. Jeffrey, who had led the army out, saw the formidable elite troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty and couldn't help but admire them. No wonder they swept through the 7 Knights dynasty with ease. With such formidable strength and overwhelming momentum, no one could possibly stop their advance. Most importantly, the overwhelming momentum of the Great Anchor Dynasty's troops far surpassed that of any top-tier dynasty's elite forces. For their irregular forces to confront these elite troops would be like lambs led to slaughter before wolves. Facing their general's actions, the defenders of Ediofing City were puzzled but still followed orders. Meanwhile, everyone expected their general to lead them into a desperate battle against the enemy. However, what happened next left everyone flabbergasted. After 2 incense sticks had burned down, over 400,000 defenders of Ediofing City lined up outside the city walls in multiple rows. Huff. Taking a deep breath after observing the Great Anchor Dynasty's troops, Jeffrey turned around to face his own soldiers and shouted loudly. I believe many of you are curious and puzzled. Bringing all of you out of the city must mean a final battle against the Great Anchor Dynasty. Unfortunately, you're all wrong. What I want to tell you is that our dynasty has abandoned us. Today, I will lead you all to lay down your weapons and surrender to the Great Anchor Dynasty to secure a chance to live. Russell. Hearing their general's words, the defenders of Ediofing City were all stunned, looking at their general with shock and confusion. They never imagined that their general had brought them out not to fight, but to directly surrender to the Great Anchor Dynasty. Everyone fell into confusion, not understanding why their general would do this. General, we won't surrender. We want to fight the Great Anchor Dynasty to the death. One of the defending generals shouted in front of Jeffrey. Yes, we absolutely refuse to surrender. General, please lead us in a final battle with the Great Anchor Dynasty. Even if we die in battle, we must not surrender. Another general added. General, I don't understand why you want us to surrender. We don't want to surrender. We want to fight until the last drop of blood. Under the influence of these words, all the soldiers began to muster their fighting spirit, their determination swelling. Seeing his subordinate's strong resolve, Jeffrey felt both proud and momentarily stunned, unsure of what they were witnessing. General, why are these people suddenly choosing to surrender? Emerson asked, utterly baffled. Chapter 395. Don't make unfounded accusations. He had just expected a life-and-death battle and was even prepared to engage the enemy in fierce combat. But what he never dreamed of was that, right when he was preparing for a decisive battle, the enemy suddenly announced their surrender openly. Damn, you're toying with me? Not only was Emerson dumbfounded, but Lanny also wore a look of shock, momentarily unable to react. Just moments ago, he had doubted that the defending soldiers of Ediofing City would not surrender. Unfortunately, the scene before him clearly indicated that the defenders were indeed surrendering. After hearing Jeffrey's words, he instantly understood why the enemy surrendered so suddenly. It turned out to be internal issues within the kingdom. They were originally ready for a final stand, but the kingdom abandoned them, leading the officers to feel utterly discouraged and ultimately choose to surrender helplessly. Watching the soldiers put down their weapons, Jeffrey felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had wanted to lead them into a final battle to resist the attacks of the Great Anchor Dynasty, but thinking of how they were abandoned by their own kingdom made him seethe with indignation. Considering the lives of the soldiers, he finally made this decision, ordering everyone to surrender. Based on their intelligence, the Great Anchor Dynasty fully resist the Great Anchor Dynasty instead of dragging its feet and slowly sinking into ruin. Things might have been different. The kingdom's actions were tantamount to sealing its own fate. Unbeknownst to Claude, the developments in Ediofing City were being reported back to the capital of the Seven Night Kingdom by intelligence personnel. At this moment, King Emiliano of the Seven Night Kingdom already knew that Ediofing City had declared surrender, with hundreds of thousands of troops turning against them at the critical moment. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the king of the Seven Night Kingdom was so enraged that he spat blood and fainted on the spot. He also decreed that Jeffrey must be hunted down and dismembered. Moreover, King Emiliano ordered the execution of the mayor of Ediofing City and all his relatives. Anyone related to him was not to be spared. Entire families would be wiped out without exception. Time passed slowly, confirming that the enemy truly surrendered. Lanny then led the army to the front of Ediofing City and took control of the city. Gazing at Lanny before him, Jeffrey felt extremely conflicted and couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. He had hoped for a great battle, but instead, their kingdom betrayed them, leading them to defect and directly choose to surrender. You made a very clear choice. Haha. Jeffrey gave a bitter laugh and said, I hope the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty do not disturb the city's residents or harm them. From today onward, all people in the territories occupied by our Great Anchor Dynasty are subjects of the Great Anchor Dynasty. With these words, Lanny left Emerson to stay on site to receive the prisoners, while he himself entered the city with his army. He didn't just leave Emerson behind. He also left 10,000 of his elite troops under his command to guard the prisoners. After all, Emerson was one of his direct elite commanders. His reasons were simple: to prevent any rebellion among these prisoners. Soon, Lanny and his elite forces entered the mayor's residence and saw Claude holding a cold blade, seemingly prepared for a final battle. Seeing his actions, Lanny frowned. Why were mayors from noble kingdoms always so stubborn, staging these grand gestures? Didn't they know that if they died, their families would suffer? General, I am puzzled. Why do nobility-class mayors prefer death over surrender? Lanny asked coolly as he watched the man. Claude replied with a bitter smile. We mayors are bound by conditions. If we choose to surrender, our families will be persecuted by the kingdom. To give our loved ones a chance to survive, we must choose to die fighting. Even if it means shedding the last drop of blood, we cannot surrender. Your thoughts are understandable, yet somewhat foolish. Do you really believe that choosing death will save your families from persecution? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Claude narrowed his eyes, staring straight at Lanny, filled with joining your Great Anchor Dynasty. Claude could hardly believe it. How could the dynasty be so cruel to them? After all, they had served the dynasty wholeheartedly, even risking their lives to defend its cities. Even if the dynasty did not reward them with honors, it certainly would acknowledge their efforts and never harm their families. Seeing Claude's disbelief, Lanny felt helpless. He was telling the truth and had no reason to lie or deceive him. Whether you believe me or not, everything I say is the truth. If you don't believe me, perhaps you should wait a few days. Based on the intelligence he gathered, the patrols of the embroidered uniform guard had indeed rescued many people who were persecuted by the Seven-Night Dynasty. All these victims were relatives of the city lords who had lost their cities. Despite rescuing many, unfortunately, quite a few still fell victim to these killers. He couldn't understand why, despite the city lords' devoted service to the dynasty, it would send assassins to eliminate their families. Was it simply because they had lost their cities? As the two stood at an impasse, a soldier hurriedly ran up to Lanny and whispered urgently into his ear. Hearing this, Lanny said coldly, "Bring them in." "Yes, sir." Waiting for the soldier to leave, Lanny looked directly at Claude. "I know you don't believe me. Since that's the case, let me show you some people who might provide the answers you seek." Upon hearing Lanny's words, Claude felt a tightness in his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Although he wasn't sure what it was, the unease made him feel extremely restless. Soon, under the escort of Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, 20 or so family members were brought in. Rena. Seeing these familiar faces, Claude's expression darkened. His previously resolute gaze wavered. These people were his own family. His mother, wife, child, younger brother, and sister-in-law. Almost none had been left behind. He never expected them to be captured by the Great Anchor Dynasty forces. Turning to Lanny, Claude pleaded, "Lanny, we have our grievances. Please, do not involve my family in this." Now his heart raced with fear, hoping only for the safety of his loved ones, even if it meant living in humiliation. If Lanny asked for his surrender, he would comply without hesitation. His sole aim was to save his family. "Don't worry, I won't harm them. I just want you to realize the truth. Once you understand, I will set them free," Lanny replied softly. Claude didn't respond, but turned to look at his younger brother, Anchor Zhengzhong. "Zhengzhong, what's going on here? Didn't I tell you to take Rena away? How did you end up in the hands of the Great Anchor Dynasty?" "Brother, I did take Rena away, but we weren't captured. It was the embroidered uniform guard who saved us. If not for them, those black-clothed men would have killed us all. The guards you assigned to protect us are all dead," Anchor Zhengzhong replied with a bitter smile. While he didn't know who these black-clothed men were, he knew they had come to kill them. Under the protection of the guards, they fled desperately until all the guards were killed, leaving them facing imminent slaughter. Suddenly, 3 people in unusual attire appeared, easily defeating the assassins and saving them. Hearing this, Claude furrowed his brow and then looked at his wife, Crystal, holding a sleeping boy. "Madam, is this true? Did you indeed face a group of black-clothed men?" "Lord, it's true. We were pursued by a group of black-clothed men. If not for the Great Anchor Dynasty, we might have already perished," Crystal replied with a sorrowful smile. After hearing his family's accounts, Claude's resolve began to waver. He couldn't understand why the dynasty would do such a thing. Moreover, he trusted his family and knew they had no reason to deceive him. Hearing his mother's calls through gestures, Claude turned to her, seeing her making frantic motions. While outsiders wouldn't understand, Claude, as her son, understood her completely. Years ago, she became deaf and mute after an accident. Despite his search for elixirs, nothing could help her recover. Slowly rose to his feet and looked at Lanny with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my family. In the future, whatever you need, I will serve you loyally." ###Chapter 397. The General, Unkur. Your gratitude is unnecessary. I did not save your family. It was the Jinui of our Great Anchor Dynasty who saved them. If you wish to thank someone, thank them. Without them, you would indeed have been separated from your family by life and death. Lanny gently shook his head. He did not take credit for what he did not do, and did not claim glory that did not belong to him. Though the Jinui had delivered the people here and then left, they were the ones who had saved them, and this merit belonged to them. As for whether the people before him would remember this kindness, and for how long, that was entirely up to them. But they were fortunate enough to have met the Jinui. Otherwise, the assassins sent by the Seven-Night Dynasty would have killed them already. Seeing the other party directly refuse him, Claude could only smile bitterly. His heart was filled with complex emotions, unsure of what to say. However, regardless of anything else, he still needed to thank the Great Anchor Dynasty for saving his relatives. Otherwise, he would be plagued by regret for the rest of his life. Without paying much attention to the crowd, Lanny turned and left, instructing his subordinates to take over the city's lord residence. They would rest here for a while, rejuvenating their strength and relieving their fatigue, preparing to continue attacking and eventually swallowing the entire dynasty. Before leaving, Lanny did not forget to add, "You can stay here temporarily. You don't need to worry about the Great Anchor Dynasty harming you, but there are certain places we hope you will not wander into." Autumn gave way to winter, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was now January 3rd. Winter had arrived, heavy snow falling as if the earth was draped in a white veil. This sudden snowfall not only slowed down the advance of the Great Anchor Dynasty, but also gave the 6 major dynasties a chance to catch their breath. Using this respite, the monarchs of the various dynasties, after fully realizing the terrifying power of the Great Anchor Dynasty, hurriedly ordered their armies to resist. Moreover, these dynasties began to form alliances, planning to jointly oppose the Great Anchor Dynasty. Of course, this so-called joint opposition did not mean fighting together hand in hand, but rather temporarily putting aside grievances and announcing mutual ceasefires on their borders. With no military threats along their respective borders, they began dispatching powerful elite forces to the front lines to deal with the Great Anchor Dynasty once and for all. Over the past year, the offensive momentum of the Great Anchor Dynasty had been overwhelmingly terrifying, making others feel utterly powerless and even questioning its reality. Especially the sheer strength the Great Anchor Dynasty displayed at times seemed like that of a force surpassing the upper echelons of the major dynasties. In the capital of the Great Anchor Dynasty, Imperial Palace, Yulan Palace. At this moment, Harold, who was chatting happily with 2 consorts, suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the system. His face gradually froze. "Ding! Free monthly time has ended. Host, would you like to proceed with the summon?" Hearing this long-awaited voice, Harold's previously frozen smile blossomed like a flower. Beside him, Camila and Christy exchanged puzzled glances when they saw Harold's strange smile. What happened? Why was Harold smiling so oddly? What they didn't know was that this smile came from hearing the long-awaited voice. Last month, he summoned the General Ambrose. This month, he hoped to summon another general or, alternatively, a scholar of renown. As long as it was a remarkable Chinese historical figure, he felt greatly satisfied, even excited enough to shout out loud. Taking a deep breath, Harold silently chanted in his mind, "System, perform the summon, ding. Congratulations, host, for summoning the famous Warring States General, Ungkur." Harold. Ungkur, the renowned general? Hearing the system's voice, Harold was momentarily stunned, his heart seemingly stopping for a moment. He never expected to summon the famous General Ungkur. More importantly, Ungkur was one of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. Previously, he had summoned Titus, another one of the 4 great generals. Now, to get another one, it stirred great excitement within him. There were now only 2 left, both from the state of Qin. The previous 2 were from the state of Zhao. Regaining his composure, Harold smiled and said to the 2 women, "Ladies, I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. Once I finish, I will come back and chat with you again." Hearing these words, both felt somewhat disappointed. They had hoped Harold would spend the whole day with them, but unexpectedly, less than 2 hours later, before noon even, he chose to leave. Camilla's face showed disappointment as she said, "If your majesty has matters to attend to, please go ahead. Your majesty, if there are urgent matters to handle, please do so quickly. Don't worry about us," Christy added with a smile. After exchanging a few more words with them, Harold stood up and left, leaving behind 2 disappointed faces. Just as he stepped out of Yulon Palace and walked along the corridor, Harold silently spoke to himself. "System, can I access Ungkur's profile?" Immediately, a holographic screen appeared before him. Ding. Name, Ungkur. Dynasty, Warring States, State of Zhao. Rank, World-renowned General. Martial Arts, Anping Wu Shanju. Level, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor. Troop, Elite Zhao Forces, 10,000 strong. Looking at Ungkur's formidable cultivation, Harold couldn't help but smile, a long-awaited smile. This level of strength was indeed what a renowned general should possess. Andy, who followed behind, also realized that the king's swift departure must mean the arrival of an extraordinary colleague. Although he did not know who it was, he was sure it was not just anyone who could bring such joy to the king. They soon arrived at the heavenly summer pavilion. Harold silently chanted, "System, summon Ungkur immediately." Ding. Summon completed. Hearing the mechanical voice, Harold and Andy saw a silver vortex slowly materialize about 5 meters away, neither too large nor too small, with a diameter of slightly over 2 meters. From this vortex, a towering, imposing old general in black armor, exuding a fierce aura, walked out step by step. The moment he emerged, purple lightning flickered around him, as if he had just come out of a seal. His cold eyes scanned the unfamiliar yet vibrant surroundings, and a smile spread across his face. Soon, his gaze fell upon King Harold, and he approached, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect. "This humble servant, Ungkur, pays homage to your majesty." "Honorable general, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise," Harold replied, suppressing his inner joy and quickly helping him to his feet. "Thank you, your majesty." Ungkur bowed deeply and slowly stood up. Looking at Ungkur's towering frame and overwhelming presence, Harold felt immensely satisfied. "With General Ungkur joining us, achieving our grand ambitions will be much easier," Harold smiled. "I am willing to endure any hardship for your majesty," Ungkur declared loyally. Chapter 398, Gaius and others visit. After arranging for Andy to take Ungkur away from the palace, Harold also instructed his servants to bring Gaius and others. Having kept them waiting for a couple of months, it was time for him to meet them. Even though the answer he would give them might differ, the purpose of delaying had already been achieved. Now, he needed to assertively inform them, and through them, their 3 major sects, that the great Anchor dynasty's conquest of the entire Nanyang region was imminent. No one could stop their advance. Anyone who dared to obstruct would not be spared. Not even the 3 major sects with powerful backing were allowed to hinder his plans. Even if they invoked him, Anton replied. Ungkur remained silent, observing them carefully, then walked away without further words. After Ungkur left, Anton promptly guided Gaius and the others deeper into the Chancellor's residence. Although they did not know why Lord Hiroshi wanted to see them, it was evident something important was about to happen. Gaius and his companions followed Anton silently, heading toward the inner hall of the Chancellor's mansion. They were all lost in thought, pondering the significance of this summons. Soon, under Anton's guidance, they arrived at the living room but found no sign of their host. Anton asked them to wait and ordered tea to be served. That old general back there gave me such a chilling feeling. Though he seemed like an ordinary person, his presence felt like a fearsome beast straight from hell. Desi commented, his eyes wide with fear. Just one glance at him made him feel breathless, and if he hadn't looked away quickly, he might have fainted from fright. Tadeo Elder, did you sense the cultivation level of that old general? Another youth inquired. Tadeo Elder, with the sudden appearance of that terrifying powerhouse and our meeting with the great Anchor monarch, is this a show of strength from the great Anchor dynasty? A woman asked. Gaius fell silent, contemplating Ungkur's power. He sensed that the old general, when eunuch Hyder arrived earlier, he informed me that our king wishes to meet you. Thus, I had my steward fetch you. Hiroshi nodded. Upon receiving the news, he was also surprised but immediately sent for them. Each time they came asking when they could meet the king, he found it quite awkward. Now that the king was willing to see them, he made sure they were brought to the palace promptly. Getting the confirmation he sought, Gaius felt relieved yet anxious, unsure what would transpire next. Since you're here, let's not delay further. Please tidy yourselves up. Once I change into fresh clothes, I will bring you to meet Zach. Chapter 399, Negotiations break down. Inside the Azure Dragon Pavilion, Harold, seated on the throne at the head of the hall, silently observed everyone present, a smile occasionally gracing his features. Looking at this youthful man who exuded an aura powerful enough to engulf mountains and rivers, Gaius and the others were inwardly awestruck. Harold not only displayed a youthful appearance, but also possessed an ambition to conquer the world. Young men envied and admired him, while young women found themselves captivated by him. His strength exceeded that of a dynasty's emperor, and his charisma rivaled that of an imperial sovereign. Gaius sighed inwardly as he gave. Taking a deep breath, Gaius's face turned slightly grim as he stared coldly at Harold. Your Majesty, are you not afraid that we, the three major sects, might unite with the 7 dynasties and other forces to oppose your great Anchor dynasty? Harold was completely unfazed, his expression stoic and voice icy. Do not threaten me with such a tone. I am not afraid of threats, nor does my great Anchor dynasty fear battles. You 3 major sects are indeed formidable and can be considered tough adversaries. Especially the powers behind you, they are decent opponents. But my great Anchor dynasty is not a soft fruit for anyone to squeeze or destroy at will. Harold's eyes flashed with a killing intent, warning the other party to be cautious, lest they be destroyed. Upon hearing Harold's words, Gaius's expression changed, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on Harold, his mind racing with thoughts. How could Harold know about the powers behind their 3 sects? Only a few top-level leaders within their respective sects knew about those hidden forces, and he himself was one of them. Yet the king of the great Anchor dynasty somehow knew about these secret backers. Seeing Harold's actions, Gaius became even more convinced that the information collected by the Jinui, Imperial Secret Police, was accurate. The 3 major sects indeed had powerful forces backing them, though he still didn't know precisely who they were. What he did know was that these backers were not from the Nanyang domain. 3 hours later, outside the Imperial Palace gate, Hiroshi bade farewell to everyone with a smile, then boarded his sedan chair and left. Left standing where they were, Gaius and the others looked utterly dejected, unsure of what to say. Their mission from the sect had failed, and the great Anchor dynasty had revealed its ambitions. Dorster Tadeo, the great Anchor dynasty's monarch, is so resolute in wanting to annihilate the 7 dynasties. What are we to do? A youth, clearly troubled, couldn't help but ask, his face full of concern. He was from the Star Moon dynasty, which, despite the ceasefire agreement, remained vulnerable to the ambitious king of the great Anchor dynasty. If time ran out, the great Anchor army would strike like lightning. Yes, Dorster Tadeo. Now that we have failed to persuade the monarch of the great Anchor dynasty and instead made him more determined to destroy the 7 dynasties, how do we explain this to our sect? A woman echoed, her expression heavy. Watching the snowfall, Gaius let out a heavy sigh, his face lined with weariness. The great Anchor dynasty's monarch revealed his stance when he received us. His meeting with us today was to unequivocally state that the decision of the great Anchor dynasty is unchangeable. He hadn't rushed to leave, but stayed to wait for the audience, hoping the great Anchor dynasty would halt its attacks. #### chapter 400. Always on guard for a last stand. Inside the Azure Dragon Pavilion, Andy, standing beside the dragon throne, looked at King Harold with a puzzled expression. He asked, Your Majesty, why did you ask Gaius to convey your message to the 3 major sects, asking them to surrender to our great Anchor dynasty? Andy was deeply confused by this. He couldn't understand why Zack would do this and desperately wanted to know the reason. Getting the 3 major sects to surrender to their great Anchor dynasty was akin to climbing to the heavens. It was practically impossible. He just couldn't fathom why the king had said those words. Was he trying to provoke the other side? Or did he have some hidden agenda? Slowly rising from the dragon throne, Harold explained, At the moment, I do not wish to clash with them, nor do I want to worsen our relationship. Once we engage with the 3 major sects, they will undoubtedly withdraw the troops stationed in Northern City. Upon hearing this, Andy fell silent, suddenly understanding why the king had taken such action. Northern City was the border between the human race and the barbarians. If the army there were to leave suddenly, it would be equivalent to opening the door for the barbarians to flood into human territory. The entire Nanyang region would plunge into hell, turning into a battlefield drenched in blood and corpses. Your Majesty, how could the 3 major sects dare to recall the Northern City troops? Don't they fear that if the barbarians invade human territory, Nanyang will turn into a living hell? Andy asked in bewilderment. Indeed, but once we display formidable strength, they might resort to desperate measures, choosing honor over life, Harold replied coolly. What concerned him most was that the 3 major sects might act recklessly. If they withdrew the Northern City troops, the flood of barbarians would pour into human territory, creating an unprecedented crisis. Facing these brutal enemies, the weaker human race would become nothing more than food for them, risking total annihilation. Stepping down from the dragon throne, Harold continued, Though our great Anchor dynasty's army is ready to take over the defense of Northern City at any moment, no one can guarantee that the barbarians won't invade human territory. A teleportation array leading to Northern City had been established, and their troops could be deployed there anytime to assume defensive responsibilities. Yet, he wasn't entirely confident that the 3 major sects wouldn't opt for a last stand, even if it meant sacrificing all the humans in Nanyang. Because of his concerns, he aimed to ease tensions with the 3 major sects as much as possible, preventing them from taking such drastic actions. Even if they chose to fight, he would prolong the conflict and use the secret police to sideline the Northern City military leaders to avoid unnecessary complications. Exiting the Azure Dragon Pavilion, clearing his mind of worries, Harold inquired, Any significant developments today? Yes. Tell me. Yes, Your Majesty. With a respectful demeanor, Andy began. This morning, General Stephen, who was responsible for attacking the Crimson Dragon dynasty, engaged in a decisive battle with the renowned General Ivan on the Peruvian desert. After a day of fierce fighting, at dusk, General Ivan was severely injured by General Ebenezer and fled, while over half of the Crimson Dragon's 800,000 elite forces were lost. How are our casualties? Harold asked expressionlessly. Despite knowing that battles inevitably led to casualties, he hoped to minimize the losses among his soldiers. For even a victorious outcome with heavy casualties would only mean a failed victory for the Great Anchor Dynasty. Our forces suffered the loss of over 180,000 soldiers, Andy reported somberly. 180,000, Harold murmured to himself, sighing deeply. The loss was indeed immense. Even though the enemy also suffered greatly, their own losses were considerable. Yesterday, he had already dispatched another batch of reinforcements to bolster their ranks. But every time he heard about such high casualties, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yearning to reduce the numbers further. Harold asked expressionlessly, "Is there any other news besides this?" "No other news at the moment." "None? How can there be no news? Didn't the other units launch attacks on the 6 major dynasties?" Harold frowned, puzzled. "Your Majesty, due to the heavy snowfall, our troops are struggling to move. Even advancing forward means pushing through the blizzard. Regrettably, the generals have no choice but to halt the offensive," Andy explained with a wry smile. Knowing the current season well, he understood the difficulty of marching during such harsh conditions. Engaging in combat during this season was akin to seeking one's own demise. Even though the soldiers were martial artists, the bitter cold proved difficult to endure. Originally, the generals planned to lead their troops through the winter, but the intense blizzard forced them to cease their offensive. Hearing this, Harold fell silent, realizing that the offensive against the 6 major dynasties would likely slow down. Though this delay might give the 6 dynasties breathing room, constructing defensive lines would still be extremely challenging for them. Unless they pushed relentlessly and dispatched all their rear troops to the front lines, they would remain trapped like his great anchor forces. If the blizzard halts their progress, then order the units to rest temporarily. As soon as the blizzard stops, they should immediately mobilize and continue the offensive, Harold declared. "Your humble servant, Ambrose." "Long live the king." "You two do not need to be so formal, please rise." "Thank you, your majesty." After beckoning the 2 men to stand up, Harold stopped reviewing the memorials and asked them to walk beside him. He had just sat on a cushion when he invited the 2 of them to sit as well. Without hesitation, they both sat down upon his command. Seeing that both were looking at him curiously, Harold smiled. "You must be very curious why I have summoned you both here so late, right?" "Indeed, I am very curious, your majesty," said Uncor. "But since you've asked us to come in first, it's certain that you have something important for us." "Do you want us to go to the front lines, your majesty?" asked Ambrose, who looked composed despite his excitement inside. Harold nodded gently, and then turned his gaze toward Uncor. "General, I hope you can replace Riker. Do you have any concerns?" This move was due to Uncor's strong defensive skills which could withstand the sudden attacks from those overlords. Moreover, as a renowned general, he believed Uncor would firmly defend the city against the intruding alien races. He chose to relieve Riker because their alliance with the Star and Moon dynasty was soon to end, and he needed someone else to attack the city. Not choosing Uncor for this mission wasn't because he doubted Uncor's capabilities, but rather because Uncor's formidable strength needed to be positioned advantageously. Abyss City required such a person, and Harold wished Uncor could take over there to continually resist the alien assaults. Uncor responded calmly, "There's no problem with that. I can immediately head to Abyss City to take over General Riker's responsibilities." Uncor naturally guessed the monarch's intention, but didn't refute it. Instead, he directly agreed. Although Abyss City was a strategically advantageous stronghold, it was crucial for defending humanity against alien invasions. If this city fell, the human world would be plunged into chaos. As a member of the human race and a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he was willing to defend this place. Moreover, through conversations with his colleagues, he learned that another famous general, Titus, was stationed at the border between humans and aliens. Harold shook his head lightly. "Don't rush it. Get to know your colleagues first and build relationships with them. Then, after some time, lead your army to Abyss City and take over Riker's duties." Despite hoping Uncor would assume these duties promptly, Harold wanted him to familiarize himself with his colleagues first, deepening mutual bonds before proceeding. Defending Abyss City was crucial, but building camaraderie among colleagues was equally vital to avoid future conflicts. "Yes," replied Uncor, nodding reluctantly and obediently following the king's orders. Having received a response, Harold nodded and then turned to Ambrose. "General Ambrose, I want you to lead 400,000 elite troops to sweep through the various southeastern dynasties and sections. Any resistance should be met with total annihilation." Huh. Ambrose was taken aback by the king's words. Why was the king suddenly ordering an attack on the southeastern kingdoms? Could it be that the king was displeased with them? But thinking about it, now that their king was ambitious, how could he tolerate small fries existing under his nose? However, he was still concerned. "Your Majesty, won't declaring war on the southeastern forces cause them to unite against our Great Anchor Dynasty? Although these minor powers weren't significant, if they united, it would cause considerable trouble for the Great Anchor Dynasty." Harold's expression turned cold. Intelligence reported that these forces have allied with the 3 major sections. If we don't eliminate them quickly, they will create problems for us. It's better to destroy them now before they cause trouble. If it weren't for the information from the Secret Service, he wouldn't have acted so swiftly. But since they had chosen this path, he couldn't let them off. Trying to unite with the 3 major sects against the Great Anchor Dynasty was nothing more than a delusion. Even if the Southeast had 100 small dynasties, he wasn't afraid of them. The current Great Anchor Dynasty stood at the pinnacle of Nanyang region and was untouchable. Understanding the reason behind the king's decision, Ambrose's face turned cold as well, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Resting assured, it would come, he needed to tread cautiously to avoid sudden mishaps. He originally planned to lead 10,000 elite troops himself, but now it seemed that someone didn't intend to let him go so easily. Harold nodded lightly and then began discussing plans with the 2, assigning them their respective tasks. The southeastern region was mainly tropical, never accumulating snow for long. Even if it did snow, it would quickly melt in a short time. Ambrose was set to lead his army out the next day, aiming to intimidate all warring dynasties before they could unite, striking swiftly and causing fear. His aim was simple, He hoped that through swift battles, he could thoroughly scare the alliance formed by the three major sects in the southeast. If anyone wanted to challenge the great Anchor dynasty, they must prove their strength. If not, they should hurry home to their wives. By midnight, after briefing the two men, Harold slumped onto the ground, feeling utterly exhausted. Though he hadn't gone into battle himself, he realized handling matters in the rear was far more draining than leading troops into war. It nearly wore him out. Fortunately, his body was tough, otherwise he might have suffered greatly. I really hope the war can end early. But based on the nature of these major dynasties, they'll only surrender if we completely wipe out their entire families. Rubbing his forehead, Harold felt helpless, but he would fight till the end with them. He was curious to see whether these old established dynasty powers were stronger, or if the newly risen Great Anchor dynasty was more formidable. Since you don't know better, then this king will have no choice but to stay and fight until the end. I hope you won't regret it later. In the Qilong dynasty's Tianggu city, the next morning, heavy snow covered the quiet earth. Soldiers patrolled along the city walls, regardless of the blowing snow and biting cold winds. They remained steadfast, silently performing their duties. This city had been captured by the Great Anchor dynasty's army, specifically the elite force led by Stephen. Due to the severe cold, citizens hardly ventured outside, kept their businesses closed, doors tightly shut. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to open their shops, but this terrible weather was too cold for them, forcing them to delay opening. In the inner hall of Tianggu City's Lord residence, Hart, sitting beside the fireplace, couldn't help cursing. Damn it, what a strange weather. Yesterday there was no sign of snow, but today it turned into a blizzard. One shouldn't blame him for swearing. Such unpredictable weather was frustrating. Yesterday, while battling General Ivan of the Qilong dynasty, the snow was light, allowing their army to advance. However, after camping in this city for a day, a violent snowstorm suddenly came overnight, leaving everyone dejected. He couldn't understand why the weather changed so abruptly, making him sigh helplessly. But beside him, Stephen remained calm as if nothing worried him. He casually roasted a sweet potato over the fire and started eating without concern. Seeing him eat, Hart felt speechless, saying, "General, aren't you worried? Aren't you eager to destroy the Qilong dynasty?" Peeling the skin off, Riker swallowed the sweet potato whole and replied, "Of course, I want to quickly conquer the Qilong dynasty, but heaven isn't allowing us to attack now. What can you do?" He planned to continue marching forward and occupy the next city. However, last night, a blizzard hit unexpectedly. Thinking the storm would stop this morning, yet finding it still raging, he had no choice but to halt the advance. Since heaven didn't wish them to attack, what was the point of pushing hard during such a severe snowstorm? Sighing deeply, Hart picked up a sweet potato to munch on, filled with helplessness. Yesterday, he had hoped to engage Ivan longer, but unexpectedly defeated him severely and made him flee, leaving him feeling disappointed. But fortunately, he stopped in time, preventing Ivan from sensing his terrifying power, making Ivan only think he unleashed extraordinary strength. Creak. Just then, the front door opened, and Alvis entered, snow covering him, but with a faint smile on his face. Alvis immediately closed the door behind him upon entering. Seeing Alvis, Hart asked, "Advisor, it couldn't be reused. If they hadn't brought enough extra armor, it wouldn't have been enough." After a moment of silence, Stephen asked, "Have you sent someone to ask the dynasty for supplies?" "We've contacted the brocade guards and received instructions from the Caesar. The new batch of weapons and armor will arrive in 5 days, and he requires us to activate the teleportation array for transport," Alvis responded. Upon learning about the severe shortage, he urgently contacted the dynasty to prepare the necessary supplies. After all, weapons and armor were essential and irreplaceable for an army. Chapter 403. The Conspiracy of the Scarlet Dragon Dynasty's Heavenly Guard. A minor matter. Once Chancellor and the others have prepared the weapons and armor, instruct them to establish a teleportation array as soon as possible to facilitate transportation, Stephen said. As the commander of an army, he understood all too well what those weapons and armor meant for his troops. These armaments would not only aid his soldiers in battle but also effectively preserve their lives, minimizing large-scale casualties on the battlefield. Even if the weapons and armor suffered damage, they could at least save lives and prevent instant death. "Yes." Nodding lightly in response, Alvis continued, "General, I have another matter that requires your decision." "What is it?" Stephen's brows furrowed as he looked at Alvis, puzzled. He couldn't imagine what decision was needed, but seeing Alvis's serious expression, he guessed it was a troublesome issue requiring his personal decision. "Through our comprehensive investigation, the arrival of our army has directly disrupted city trade, leading to severe food shortages among the populace. They won't be able to survive this winter," Alvis explained. This information was reported to him while he was tallying the weapons and armor. Upon hearing it, he personally investigated. What he found was shocking. Tens of thousands of citizens had dangerously low food reserves, unable to survive the harsh winter. Once their stored food runs out, they would either starve or resort to stealing from each other. Fixing his gaze on Alvis, Stephen asked, "You want this general to instruct the Chancellor to transport a batch of grain here?" "Yes," Alvis affirmed without hesitation. If hundreds of thousands of civilians were to starve, their Great Anchor dynasty would face condemnation. Even if indirectly responsible, they would still face widespread criticism and potential uprisings. Starving nearly 1 million people was a serious issue that could impact their rule over the Scarlet Dragon dynasty. After a moment's silence, Stephen said expressionlessly, "Arno, come out. This general has a task for you." Swish. At Stephen's words, a flying fish-clad genie hider appeared instantly in the living room. Stephen's complexion changed slightly, a murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Even Alvis and Hart beside him exuded deadly intent. They never imagined someone could be so malicious, starving hundreds of thousands of people and framing them. "Which family is behind this?" Stephen asked coldly after composing himself. "One of the 3 major families, the Gill family," Arno responded coolly. "The Gill family? Is the information accurate?" Stephen pressed. According to their previous investigations, the Gill family was quite ordinary, neither provocative nor antagonistic. Why would they act so mysteriously now? Was the information false? However, thinking about it, how could intelligence from the Gene E. hider be wrong? If it wasn't, then the Gill family was indeed conspiring against them in secret. The information is very accurate. Arno nodded somberly and continued. Our deep investigations revealed that the Gill family has a powerful backer, the Heavenly Guard, a special institution within the Scarlet Dragon dynasty. Huh. Stephen chuckled darkly, his expression unchanged. The Scarlet Dragon dynasty's Heavenly Guard is truly audacious, willing to sacrifice nearly 1 million civilians to harm us. They are not using 1 million but tens of millions of civilians to frame us. Arno shook his head calmly, further shocking everyone in the room. Powerful energy surged around them as they processed. Our ministers send more grain supplies. Otherwise, it will harm us in every possible way, Alvis said expressionlessly. Although the Qilong dynasty's tactic was extremely malicious, one had to admit that it struck right at the core. If tens of millions of civilians died under their rule, the remaining populace would resist fiercely, refusing any further encroachment. The Qilong dynasty's Skyguard's plot was straightforward: cut off grain supplies to the cities they now occupy during the coming winter. Despite only being a dozen or so cities, they housed tens of millions of people who would not survive without sufficient food. Assisting them were naturally certain noble families within these cities, though only a few. Their motive was simple. They sought greater gains which the Great Anchor dynasty could not provide. Thus they willingly became tools for the Qilong dynasty. King Hell, these bastards are vicious. If I find them, I'll tear them limb from limb. Hart cursed angrily. Although he was brutal on the battlefield, he never targeted civilians or took their lives. Yet, what the Qilong dynasty was doing now was infuriating. After a moment of silence, Stephen looked at Yu Tudu beside him and said, Yu Tudu, immediately relay this matter to Todd Chang's Secret Service and have them inform Chancellor Ewing. Have him procure enough grain for 23 million people for 2 months. He couldn't let their strategy succeed. Otherwise, it would significantly hinder their offensive plans and create insurmountable obstacles. Yes. Yu Tudu, receiving the order, promptly conveyed the message back. Meanwhile, Stephen and the others stared coldly at the 18 cities, pondering how to tackle this sudden predicament. Advisor, now that the enemy is hiding in the dark while we're out in the open, how should we proceed? After a pause, Alvis responded, dealing with them isn't too complicated. We just need enough grain to distribute to the city's people and ban trade. This way, the enemy's plan crumbles on its own. Won't that be too simple? Stephen was taken aback. Certainly not that simple. If it were, it would be ideal. Alvis shook his head, then continued. Since these 18 cities' noble families dared to oppose us, we'll play along and warn other noble families that defying the Great Anchor dynasty will end in death. Yes, this is a good idea. Stephen nodded in agreement, adding, but who should handle these noble families? The Secret Service hasn't withdrawn yet. Let them take care of it, Alvis replied. Yu Tudu, who had just sent the message, felt Alvis's gaze and looked back in confusion. Yu Tudu, this task still falls to your Secret Service. As for how to proceed, I'll tell you now, Alvis said. Yu Tudu focused intently on Alvis nodded. Oh? Notify the Secret Service to locate the grain reserves of the Gill family in Tiangu City and secure every last grain from there. If the 3 major clans like the Gills were willing to do this, they wouldn't hesitate to confiscate their secret grain supplies. He wanted to see what retaliation the Qilong dynasty's Skyguards would take once they realized the loss of grain. Yes. Yu Tudu quickly relayed the information to his comrades and had them act immediately. Just as he finished transmitting the message, news came from the capital. Receiving the content, Yu Tudu looked at Stephen beside him and said, General, Chancellor has started preparing weapons and armor to be delivered here within 3 days. Grain preparations are also underway. He also asked if our troops need anything else. No. Before Stephen could finish, Alvis interjected, please inform Chancellor that we need a batch of full winter coats. Hope he can arrange it soon for our troops' use. Yes. Yu Tudu nodded and immediately passed the message to his colleague in the Andin's residence. Stephen, hearing Alvis's request, looked puzzled and asked, Advisor, don't we have enough winter coats? Why do we need another batch from them? Could it be that the current supply has been nearly depleted? Note. The text follows the given instruction strictly, translating the original Chinese content into English, ensuring naturalness and fluency, maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. The effort to make them. Of course, this doesn't mean they're never made. If they are, only a select few elite soldiers receive them. After all, such items are not only costly but also hard to procure. Military boots made of animal hide. This indeed presents a challenge. I hope the Chancellor has already completed the first batch of leather boots, Stephen remarked. The idea of making boots from animal hides had been proposed long ago, but due to various reasons, the Great Anchor dynasty had yet to undertake the task. It wasn't until a year ago, during their offensive against the 6 major dynasties, that this proposal resurfaced and production began. However, due to the complex process and significant resource consumption, even now, the first batch hasn't been completed. His greatest hope was that the first batch had been finished, but he doubted it. This is indeed a troublesome matter, Alvis sighed internally. Currently, the soldiers wore ordinary boots suitable only for walking. Once combat commenced, the shoes would quickly wear out. With animal hide boots, not only would wear and tear decrease, but the soldiers could avoid frostbite during the harsh winter. Physical well-being is crucial for warfare. Without strong bodies, the soldiers would be akin to sheep facing a pack of wolves. Shortly after, news arrived from the capital. Arno immediately announced, General, the Chancellor sent word. The first batch of combat boots has been completed, and they are now distributing them. Oh. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. They had just been discussing it, and now the first batch was already ready. Though they were unsure why it was completed so quickly, it was good news. Every soldier could receive a pair. Once they wore the animal hide boots, their feet would be protected from the cold, ensuring they stayed active and energetic. Great Anchor Dynasty, Capital City. Anchor Royal Marquis Estate. Clayton sat alone by the lake, unmoved by the falling rain and snow. A foolish smile lingered on his face, leaving anyone who saw him speechless. From the porch, Cyan and his wife watched their grandson with helpless smiles, unsure what to say. Ever since 3 days ago, the boy had been in a daze, occasionally smiling like an idiot, causing confusion. Great-grandpa, great-grandma. Upon hearing familiar voices, Cyan and Kylie turned to see their adorable great-grandchild approach, both smiling warmly. Kylie slowly squatted down, gently caressing Addie's face, saying with a smile, "Callahan, come here and let your great-grandma take a good look." Despite seeing the little one frequently, she couldn't help but marvel at how much he had grown in just a few years. Addie smiled, basking in the affectionate touch of his great-grandparents. They were family, two people who cared for him deeply. After a brief conversation between the elders, Addie looked into the distance, puzzled. "Great-grandma, why is cousin Zijian sitting there motionless, sometimes grinning like an idiot?" "I don't know either, dear. He returned like this after going out a few days ago," Kylie replied with a rueful smile. Thinking about her grandson's condition pained her. She wanted to ask what had happened to him, as if he were under a spell. "Callahan, can you use your special ability to see what's wrong with your cousin? Why did he suddenly become like this?" Cyan asked. Addie possessed a unique ability to read someone's thoughts through eye contact. It was a peculiar skill he had heard about for the first time. Initially, Cyan didn't believe it, but after witnessing it firsthand, he trusted that the child had this talent. "Sure, but great-grandpa, can we move him away from the lake? We wouldn't want him to fall in," Addie suggested. Great-grandpa tried calling him over, but he won't listen. "No matter what I do, he remains unresponsive," Cyan responded with a bitter laugh. Seeing his grandson like this left him wondering what had caused this transformation. Yet, the boy only wore a blank, foolish smile as if mesmerized. Even Caden had examined him and concluded that Clayton wasn't ill, but was simply longing for something. What exactly he was longing for, only Clayton knew. Frustrated, Cyan had no choice but to call his great-grandson for help. Chapter 406, Camila's surprise. Hearing Cyan's words, Addie roughly understood that his great-grandfather-in-law was almost certainly not going to bring the other party over here. Since he couldn't summon him over, he would go personally and see what this cousin of his was thinking. Cyan and his wife didn't linger either. They hurriedly followed their little great-grandson. They wanted to see what exactly this little grandson was up to, how he had suddenly become so distracted, as if someone had stolen his soul. Soon, everyone approached Clayton. Addie asked Cyan standing beside him to turn Clayton around, and then his eyes met Clayton's. In that instant of eye contact, Addie's clear pupils flickered with a golden light, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. Even Cyan and Kylie were taken aback again by the golden glow. They had seen this glow before but had no idea what it was, only that it felt strange and penetrating. At the moment his eyes met Clayton's, Addie instantly saw why he had been so distracted, standing there lost in thought. Understanding everything, he stopped gazing at Clayton and looked at Cyan, saying, "Great-grandfather, I know why cousin has become like this. Then tell us why he is so absent-minded, as if someone took his soul," Kylie said first. Cyan also silently turned his gaze to Addie, waiting for his answer. He wanted to see what on earth was happening with this little grandson of his, and why he had suddenly changed like this. Did he have some secret? Feeling the curious gazes, Addie spoke up. "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, cousin isn't sick. He is perfectly healthy. He's just thinking about a woman." "What? Thinking about a woman?" Upon hearing Addie's explanation, both were dumbfounded, staring at him in astonishment, unable to understand why he would say this. What was happening? How could their little grandson suddenly be thinking about a woman? In their memory, he always avoided women, rejecting any attempts by his elder brothers or cousins to get him close to girls. But how did he suddenly start thinking about women upon coming to the capital city? After a brief silence, Cyan asked without expression, "Callahan, are you sure of what you're saying? Is your cousin really thinking about a woman?" "Great-grandfather, I swear, I'm not lying. I truly saw him thinking about a woman through his eyes," Addie nodded and continued. "I've never seen this woman, but I saw my cousin completely absorbed in her image after meeting her. Initially, he thought he might have misjudged, but after triple-checking, he could confirm without a doubt that what he saw in his cousin's eyes was accurate. What puzzled him was why his cousin would be so captivated by a commoner woman." Kylie's eyes brightened as she quickly knelt down, looking up at her great-grandson. "Callahan, what does the woman who fascinated your cousin look like? Is she beautiful?" Recalling the woman's face, Addie replied softly, "She is very beautiful, about the same height as cousin, but a bit fuller-figured." This grandson had never married, which caused her much anxiety. Even his parents were helpless. No matter how many matches they arranged for him, he never showed interest. Even when forced, he would refuse, sometimes reacting angrily if pushed too hard. Now, although the woman in Clayton's eyes wasn't as beautiful as his mother, she had a unique charm that made any man fall for her. Yet, what surprised him most was that his cousin had fallen in love at first sight. As the sun set, at Yulan Palace, having returned from Lord Ankaro Yao's residence, Addie went straight to where his mother resided and told her everything. Upon hearing that her cousin was smitten with a woman, Camila was pleasantly surprised and even inquired about the identity of the woman. "Rena, I don't know who this woman is. I only saw that she dressed simply, like a girl from a common family," Addie sighed. Of course, he knew why his mother was asking these questions, to find out more about the woman's family and marital status. Her intention was simple. She wanted to act as a matchmaker for his cousin. "How could you not know, with your special abilities?" Camila didn't believe it. "Rena, while my ability is strong, it isn't omnipotent. Besides, I only saw into cousin's eyes, not the woman's," Addie replied bitterly. His power required direct eye contact to reveal truths. Camila fell silent, pondering how to help her cousin. Suddenly, Christy, who was pregnant, suggested, "Shearu, if you want to help your cousin, why not ask the king? The king can find the woman easily." Camila's eyes lit up. Yes, why hadn't she thought of seeking Harold's help? While finding someone herself might be difficult, it wouldn't be for the emperor. The royal guards would quickly locate anyone he sought. However, she sat back down with a wry smile. Sue's sister. You know how temperamental he can be. If I ask him to find someone, he might scold me. Chapter 407. The Forbidden Eye. She had personally experienced just how eccentric Harold's temper could be. Asking him to help find someone would only result in scolding herself. Just as she was feeling dejected, Camilla suddenly thought of something and turned her gaze to Jamil Addy beside her. She smiled slightly and said, Callahan, why don't you go talk to your father? Maybe he can help. Harold loved his son very much, even though little Callahan sometimes seemed timid. As a father, his affection for his son never wavered. If the little boy went to ask his father, it might work out well, and his cousin could obtain a beautiful wife. Addy was clearly taken aback, swallowing nervously as he murmured. Adjusting his breath, Addy walked step by step into the room. Upon entering, he immediately felt warmth enveloping him, a stark contrast to the cold outside. Addy knew the imperial study was heated by charcoal and enhanced by an array formation, making it exceptionally warm inside. Bang! Without pausing, Addy shut the door behind him and then proceeded towards where his father was seated. Harold, who was reviewing documents, saw his son come alone and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What brought this little one here? Could his uncle have sent him again? Andy, standing nearby, greeted Addy as soon as he saw him. Your Highness, I pay my respects to your Majesty, Addy said reverently after kneeling on both knees. Observing his courteous son, Harold felt increasingly curious as to why he had come alone. Callahan, why did you come to the imperial study alone? Did Lewis send you? Harold asked. Hearing his father's words, Addy shook his head hurriedly. No, not Lewis. So, who did send you? Harold grew more perplexed upon realizing it wasn't his brother who sent him. It's Rena. Addy lowered his head slightly, occasionally glancing up at his father, wary of any sudden outburst. Why would your mother send you? Is there something wrong? Harold questioned with confusion. After some inner turmoil, Addy slipped. Did you experience any discomfort in your eyes after using the Forbidden Eye this time? Harold asked gently. Though the Forbidden Eye was powerful, it was also dangerous, prone to backfire if mishandled. 7 years ago, Addy had cried in pain for a whole day and night after using it. 5 years ago, he temporarily lost his sight for a month. Due to these incidents, Harold strictly forbade its use, yet the brat disobeyed him. No discomfort at all. It felt like nothing happened, Addy responded honestly, recalling his recent use of the Forbidden Eye. Had it not been for his father's reminder, he might have forgotten the previous ordeal entirely. Reflecting on his most recent use, however, he felt curious since he hadn't experienced anything different. Hashtag chapter 408. Caden is also at a loss. How can there be no sensation at all? Why is there absolutely no feeling? Harold muttered to himself, his heart full of doubts as he continued examining Izar's eyes with his hands. The previous times, Izar suffered greatly. How could this time bring about such a drastic change? Not only did he use the Forbidden Eye without issue, but there were no side effects either. The more Harold thought about it, the more inexplicable it seemed. He turned to look at Andy beside him and said, Lord Hyder, please go fetch Caden immediately. Tell him that Hudson has experienced some unusual conditions. Understood. Andy responded the Forbidden Eye. A series of strange symptoms would appear suddenly, but not today. Since you already know, there's no need for me to explain further. Please examine this young one to see what's wrong, Harold slowly stated. Understood. Waiting for Caden to rise from the ground, Harold turned to Jamil and Izar. Hudson, let grandfather Caden check your eyes to see why there were no strange symptoms. Okay. Izar nodded lightly, leaving his father's side and approaching Caden step by step. My prince, forgive me, Caden said calmly, then began examining Izar's eyes to understand the situation. After a thorough examination, Caden frowned deeply, puzzled. Despite his lengthy checkup, he found nothing out of the ordinary. This only increased his bewilderment. Refusing to give up, he activated his divine doctor's eye, fixing his purple glowing gaze on Izar's eyes. After half an incense stick passed, Caden still didn't find the answers he sought. He turned to Harold and reported, Your Majesty, Prince Hudson's eyes are perfectly normal. I cannot discern any issues. However, please rest assured. I will observe him for a few days to determine his condition. No signs whatsoever? Harold's frown deepened, extremely concerned about his son. The Forbidden Eye was indeed a powerful tool, something warriors dreamed of life. Whatever you do, your father supports you. He understood that if given another chance, Jamil would still choose to do what he did today. This child was good in every way except for being overly honest, making him vulnerable to deception or setbacks. Despite continuous attempts to teach him otherwise, his honesty remained unaltered. Okay. Patting the boy's head, Harold smiled. Regarding your cousin's matter, I will handle it immediately. However, tell your mother that she mustn't assist him or devise strategies for him, otherwise everything will be off the table. Surprised, Izar asked, Father, if we don't help our cousin at all, how can he be with the woman he loves? Simpleton, love isn't about forcing it. If I force her to marry your cousin, it would be like marrying a puppet, Harold smiled. His intention was simple. If Clayton wanted to marry the woman, he should pursue her himself. As for how he pursues her, that's entirely up to him. Forcing her to marry Clayton wouldn't just tarnish his reputation, it would also increase her aversion toward him. Instead, it would be better for Clayton to pursue her tirelessly and demonstrate his love through his actions. He believed that as long as Clayton put in effort, he could win the woman's hand. Without effort, their paths would diverge forever. But father, why did you force Rena to be your consort? Izar's innocent eyes filled with, but now he looked disappointed, as if he were dissatisfied with his own cultivation level. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Harold asked with a smile, And how about your Lewis? Lewis is already at the 3rd stage martial emperor. Izar hesitantly added, Father, do you think I'm very foolish? My cultivation always lags behind Lewis. How can that be? Before Izar could finish, Harold smiled and continued, Your Lewis is 2 years older than you. If he were your age, you would definitely surpass him. Indeed, Jamil's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, leaving people speechless. In less than 12 years, he was almost at the peak of martial emperor. As the emperor of the Daxia dynasty, Harold himself was only at the 8th stage martial emperor, and now he was about to be caught up by them. Thinking about his slow cultivation speed and the large amount of heavenly essence energy needed for each advancement, he felt helpless. Hearing his father's words, Izar was instantly filled with determination, silently vowing to surpass his Lewis. Patting Izar's head, Harold smiled and said, "Hudson, having powerful cultivation is good, but you must proceed steadily. Otherwise, even the strongest cultivation might be as fragile as paper." "But father, there's no one in the capital who fights us seriously. How can we practice steadily?" Izar pointed out. "Otherwise, someone would challenging for our generals to reach our destination within 2 days." Another Arn echoed, equally concerned. "It's fine," Bradford waved his hand lightly and calmly replied. "Our soldiers have special boots, so we don't need to fear this heavy snow." Without boots made of animal hide, he wouldn't dare let the soldiers march through the deep snow, as it would surely lead to frostbite on their feet. Fortunately, the boots were delivered just in time and distributed evenly among the soldiers, ensuring their safety from frostbite. Hearing this, the two men didn't say much more, remaining silent. Although the boots looked similar to the usual ones, they were made of animal hide and had excellent cold resistance. Now that they wore these boots, they could walk through the snow without worrying about frostbite. Swish! Suddenly, a figure enveloped in black smoke appeared 5 meters away, instantly alerting everyone present. But upon seeing the emblem on his attire, they immediately relaxed and greeted him kindly. Looking at the suddenly arrived secret guard, Bradford was puzzled and asked, "What news do you bring us?" Most of the Imperial guards had been withdrawn, and the few remaining were hidden within enemy lines and unable to return. The responsibility for passing intelligence now fell on the secret guards, whose abilities quickly proved to be formidable and efficient. These guards were highly focused and incredibly swift, perfect for intelligence work. The Imperial guards, on the other hand, were ruthless and used brutal methods to obtain information. The defenders of Tingfeng City have evacuated. It's now an empty city. What? Upon hearing this from the secret guard, Bradford and the others were stunned, finding it hard to believe. Calmly narrowing his eyes, Bradford looked straight at the secret guard and asked, "Are you sure this information is accurate?" Defenders evacuating and Tingfeng City becoming an empty fortress was unprecedented, leaving him doubtful and unsure if it was a trap. ##### Chapter 410. Entering Tingxing City. The intelligence is very reliable. Our operatives have seen the troops of Tingxing City's garrison withdraw entirely. Now, apart from the citizens in the city, it is just an empty fortress. After saying this, the secret guard continued. Additionally, the Creed still remains in the city. It seems he is prepared to die at any moment. Upon hearing this news from his companion, especially the part about the mayor still being in the city, his heart was filled with confusion. The army had already withdrawn, leaving behind an empty city. Why would the mayor still insist on staying? Even if he were preparing for death, it wouldn't be necessary to this extent. After all, he was just one man against their Anchor dynasty's hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers. If they all attacked together, a single mouthful of spittle could instantly drown him. How dare he stay alone to defend the city? Hearing that the Creed was still there, Bradford and his men were taken aback, staring at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Why didn't the Creed evacuate? Bradford asked, puzzled. Based on our investigation, the mayor remained in Tingxing City intending to sacrifice his life to protect his family, replied the secret guard. Bradford understood the situation after hearing this. He knew why the mayor chose to remain in Tingxing City. This kind of behavior wasn't uncommon among mayors in higher-level dynasties. They preferred to fight to the death rather than retreat even half a step. Their purpose was simple, to use their lives to ensure the safety of their families. After a brief silence, Bradford asked without expression, "Where did the current Tingxing City garrison head to?" "They are moving towards Taedongfeng City. It seems they are gathering there." "I see, you may go now," Bradford said impassively. "Yes, sir." Once the secret guard left, Ainsworth beside him asked curiously, "General, why are the Red Dragon Dynasty's troops gathering near Taedongfeng City? Do they intend to use its terrain to block our attack?" "Regardless of how they try to block us, even if they are as strong as iron walls, our Anchor Dynasty troops can still crush them," Wu Tadian replied coldly. "We are generals of the Anchor Dynasty, and we need to consider not only how to capture cities, but also the lives of our soldiers. Blindly attacking will lead to massive casualties," Zach calmly stated. Bradford remained silent, pondering why the Red Dragon Dynasty was doing this and what their true intentions were. After a long pause, Bradford ordered emotionlessly, "Issue my command. All troops accelerate forward. We must reach Tingxing City within 3 days and occupy it." "Yes, sir." The 3 officers immediately relayed the orders to the scouts. By issuing this command, Bradford wanted to see what the Red Dragon Dynasty was up to. Why had they taken away the garrison and left an empty city? Regardless of their intentions, if they hindered his offensive, he would not hesitate to retaliate. 2 days passed quickly, and Bradford and his men finally arrived at Tingxing City at dusk. The city gates were tightly shut, and the walls were deserted. Everything seemed eerily empty and quiet. Hendrik crowing his brow, Bradford turned to Ainsworth and Wu Tadian and said, "Ainsworth, Wu Tadian, you two take some troops and investigate. Why is the city so unusually quiet?" "Yes, sir." The two immediately summoned several elite soldiers and rode off on horseback. Within moments, Ainsworth, Wu Tadian, and Tenda Anchor Dynasty soldiers reached the city walls. Glancing at each other, Ainsworth said, "Let's go up and take a look." As Ainsworth finished speaking, they leaped into the air and swiftly landed on the wall. Alert and cautious, they found the wall completely empty, with no one in sight and no hiding places. The eerie silence troubled them. They couldn't figure out where everyone had gone. Not lingering, they moved to the opposite side of the wall and looked down into the city. Smoke rose from chimneys in every household, indicating that people were cooking. Seeing this, both felt confident that the city posed no immediate threat. The garrison had indeed almost entirely evacuated. If there were no signs of life, they would have suspected something sinister. But with this scene, virtually certain there was no danger, Wu Tadian summoned a soldier and sent him back to inform Bradford that the city was safe. From a kilometer away, Bradford saw the signal flags waved by the soldier atop the wall and breathed a sigh of relief. The previously closed gates were slowly opening. Taking a deep breath, Bradford firmly commanded, "Relay my order. All troops enter the city." "Yes, sir." Soon, the Day Anchor Dynasty troops marched into Tingxing City in great numbers. The sounds of the marching army caused unease among the citizens. Turning to Ainsworth, Bradford ordered, "Ainsworth, lead your elite troops to secure the walls." "Yes, sir." Ainsworth promptly gathered his subordinates and took charge of the city's defenses on the walls. Despite controlling the city, no one could guarantee that enemies wouldn't suddenly appear in large numbers. Looking at Wu Tadian beside him, Bradford said, "Wu Tadian, sweep through the military barracks." "Yes, sir." Wu Tadian bowed and left. Gazing at the empty, desolate city, Bradford ordered sternly, "Zack, relay my order. No Anchor Dynasty soldier shall disturb the citizens or enter their homes. Violators will be executed." The Anchor Dynasty had strict discipline that no one could violate. Regardless of rank or background, breaking these rules meant death, often a gruesome one. "Yes, sir," Zack responded. Chapter 411. Prefer death in battle to surrender. At the city lord's mansion of Tadiaston Wind City, just as they entered, Bradford and his men saw a towering Keith standing upright before them. He held a long spear, his face expressionless, radiating overwhelming power like an invincible war god. Hendrik crowing his brows slightly, Bradford examined him closely and instantly recognized this man as Justin, the city lord of Tadiaston Wind City. To his surprise, instead of fleeing, this man had stayed behind alone, seemingly ready to fight them to the death. Allowing snowflakes to fall around him, he remained unmoved, his cold eyes fixed ahead, always prepared for impany. "But my duty is to ensure you do not cross this city under my defense," Justin declared, pointing his cold spear at Bradford. His decision was unwavering. Seeing his resolve, Bradford, who had initially wanted to persuade him to surrender, shook his head helplessly. If Justin chose death, so be it. "Zack, go ahead and end his path," Bradford ordered quietly. "Yes." Deputy General Zack left the formation and approached the open space in front of them. After maintaining a 10-meter distance, the surrounding soldiers stepped back, creating a large empty area. Watching the Arn approach and sensing his terrifying aura, Justin felt a series of sighs internally. This was the strength of the great Anchor Dynasty's generals. With a cold expression, Zack unsheathed his blood-red saber, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. Swish. Upon drawing his weapon, Zack gripped the hilt tightly and advanced with a swift step, unleashing a furious attack. How fast? Seeing the speed of the attack, Justin's face changed, startled, but he quickly recovered, gripping his spear tightly and thrusting it out like a dragon. The blade of cold light aimed directly at his heart, yet Zack showed no fear. He quickly flipped his body and struck downward with a single blow. Swish. Chilling light flashed from the blade as rolling waves of energy surged toward Justin. Startled, he pulled back his spear, bracing it with both hands against Zack's blade. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Justin knew he must defend or perish. Boom. The icy blade cleaved the spear's handle, causing Justin's arms to tingle with numbness. A surge of blood rushed to his head, nearly making him spit out a mouthful. Zack did not stop attacking, quickly retracting his blade to strike at Justin's lower body. Remaining composed, Justin retreated rapidly, retaliating with another spear thrust. Seeing his quick response, Zack was taken aback. Clang. Without hesitation, Zack blocked the spear tip with the wide hilt of his saber, then retreated 5 or 6 steps. Feeling the impact of the blow, Zack realized his opponent was fighting with all his might. Therefore, he also had to use his full strength. In less than half an incense stick's time, they had clashed over 1,000 rounds. Due to Justin's weaker strength, he was battered and bruised. However, Zack was also not faring well. His armor was cracked, wounds visible and bleeding. Yet neither ceased the battle. Suddenly, Zack found an opening, gathering spiritual energy into his saber for a powerful strike. Damn! Seeing Zack unleash his full power, Justin, pale and injured, gathered energy into his spear, preparing to defend with everything he had. He sensed the immense power contained in that one stroke. It felt unstoppable. It seemed like it would shatter everything in its path. If he did not block it, he would certainly be killed on the spot. Rolling waves of deadly energy enveloped Zack as he stared at Justin with a cold, death-like gaze, delivering a powerful slash. Swish. A flash of light, and Zack's blade sank into the ground. His face remained expressionless as he gazed at the earth. Thud. Suddenly, the spear in Justin's hands split in two, and he collapsed to his knees, a gaping wound across his chest. Cough, cough. As he knelt, Justin spat blood, his face deathly pale, a tragic smile appearing. Your great Anchor Dynasty is indeed formidable. Facing an enemy like you, our Scarlet Dragon Dynasty will inevitably meet its end. Bradford hadn't even engaged in combat, and a mere deputy had been able to defeat him. If Bradford had fought, he would have died in a few moves. Thinking of their dynasty facing such a powerful foe, he felt profound sorrow for its fate, yet nothing could change the outcome now. As Justin's last breath faded, he collapsed entirely, his life slipping away. Looking at the fallen Justin, Bradford said without emotion, "Carry out my order. Give him a proper burial." Yes. Having the area cleaned up, Bradford headed towards the main hall inside Pearl Lake. With the final resistance dealt with, they needed to address other matters. The soldiers were exhausted after 2 days of forced marches and required rest. As a general, he would redeploy combat tasks and monitor enemy movements, always prepared for battle. As Bradford walked past him, Zack sheathed his weapon and followed Bradford into the city lord's mansion. Chapter 412. a man of true courage. In the Qilong dynasty, on the Haifeng grasslands, under raging winds and swirling snow, Eden's army slowly advanced through the night. Under the illumination of torches, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers marched forward like a single-minded horde of black ants towards an unseen destination. Despite the harsh weather, they moved steadily, appearing almost mechanical in their resolve. The wind howled and snow fell heavily, yet the entire army continued marching without hesitation, looking emotionless and relentless. Eden stood silently beside them, watching the grand procession of his men. His thoughts were unreadable. Initially, they had thought that the snow would either stop or at least not be severe. But just as dusk set in, a sudden snowstorm began, significantly slowing their progress. General, this can't continue. Even though our men have the stamina, they cannot withstand such harsh cold and snow, one of the generals beside him remarked. General, we should find a place to rest and wait for the storm to subside before continuing, another general added. I know, correct. Otherwise, we'll end up somewhere else, explained the Yarn Giacomo. Regardless, we must try to reach Tianhu City by dawn. If not, we need to find a place to shelter, Eden stated resolutely. Yes, General. Throughout the night, they trudged on. At dawn, amidst the fierce storm, they finally reached a city. Though miles away, its silhouette was visible. Seeing the distant city, Eden and his men felt a surge of hope and ordered the army to quicken their pace. Regardless of whether this was Tianhu City, any Qilong city needed to be secured. Suddenly, a scout rushed in, reporting, General, this city is not Tianhu City but Pingyu City. We've gone off course. Eden's face darkened. Indeed, they had taken a wrong turn. They wondered how they had ended up here despite heading for Tianhu City. How many defenders does this city have? Eden asked. 50,000. Eden turned to Giacomo, saying, I order you to lead 100,000 elites to capture this city. Within 4 hours, I want full control. Yes, General. 2 hours later, under relentless assault, the defending troops of Pingyu City surrendered. Both the commander and city lord were captured. Eden quickly entered the city to seek shelter from the storm. In the city lord's residence, Eden sat in the main seat, flanked by Anchor Dynasty generals. Before them knelt the city lord and the commanders of the city's defense. One of the commanders not be easy to persuade him to surrender anytime soon. But that was not a problem. He had all the time in the world and was determined to make him submit to their great kingdom. Instructing 2 generals to take him aside, Eden's gaze fell on Brian. His expression was extremely cold, eyes brimming with murderous intent as he spoke. If your answer satisfies this general, I will ensure you do not die. If it does not, then don't blame me for having you dismembered into 8 pieces. Yes. Brian nodded hurriedly and then said, Our Pingxing is a small city with less than 280,000 residents. It takes 2 days to reach Tianhu City from here. Eden realized that they had taken a wrong turn last night during their forced march. Reflecting on the previous evening when something felt off, but he did not pay much attention, it left him frustrated. He had expected to arrive at Tianhu City and launch an immediate attack, forcefully occupying it. However, they ended up at Pingyu City, a neighboring city next to Tianhu. Damn it, Tadianjia. What kind of route did you lead us on? We ended up going in the wrong direction, Wonern muttered angrily. Tadianjia's face darkened, replying, How should I know? I didn't want to go astray either. Last night there was a storm with heavy snow, and everyone was just marching forward blindly. Who would have thought we would lose our way? Enough, both of you. Stop arguing. Eden quickly intervened to stop the argument, feeling overwhelmed. They had planned to attack Tianhu City but ended up at Pingyu City instead. This miscalculation meant their strategy needed adjusting to prevent disruption of their overall offensive. Looking at the silent Eden, Brian slowly asked, My lords, I've answered all your questions. Can I leave now? Without responding, Eden signaled Eugene, who stood nearby, indicating it was all right to let Brian go. Heartened by this gesture, Brian eagerly awaited the removal of his bindings. As long as he survived, he could buy a new position or bribe higher officials to become the lord of another city. The money he lost would be regained in no time. Suddenly, a cold sword pierced through Brian's chest from behind, its piercing energy devouring his life force. You lied. Coughing blood, Brian looked at the cold blade protruding from his chest, his heart sinking. His incredulous gaze fixed on Eden, realizing his hope of survival had been shattered by betrayal, with no chance to refute. This general did not lie. I told you that I wouldn't kill you personally. I never said that my officers wouldn't, Eden replied coldly. Based on intelligence gathered by the secret guard, this man was far from being a good person. The citizens despised him, but as the city lord, they could only grind their teeth in hatred. With considerable strength, almost no one within the city could challenge his authority, even with external help. The valiant man, who had been standing nearby, witnessed Brian's sudden execution, tightening his teeth. Not just curious, I can't understand it at all. He's so loyal to the Qilong dynasty that he'd rather die in battle than surrender. Persuading him seems impossible, Eugene responded, visibly upset. Indeed, it's difficult. But still, I wish to try to recruit him to serve our great Anchor dynasty. His strength might seem weak compared to yours, but his character resonates with ours, Eden explained. If we can persuade him to join us, he will devote himself fully to our dynasty, expanding territory for our king. What impressed Eden was not his cultivation level, but his indomitable character. Now, while his loyalty wasn't deeply ingrained, Eden wanted to convert him into a loyal officer of the great Anchor dynasty. If successful, the potential would be boundless. Upon hearing this, everyone remained silent, reflecting on Blaine's unyielding spirit. Chapter 414. Riker and Uncor. Swish. Suddenly, while everyone was discussing the next steps, the covert guard appeared outside the door. His abrupt arrival immediately interrupted their conversation. Eden promptly invited him into the living room despite not knowing his purpose yet, but it was evident that he came to deliver information. Only after the guard spoke would they know what this information entailed. Nevertheless, everyone present hoped it would be. Words were harsh and unsettling. They weren't baseless. The blizzard had arrived, and while the enemy was unaware of their movements, they couldn't leave Pingyu City either. To attack Tianhu City, they would have to wait for the blizzard to subside or remain stuck indefinitely. After a moment of silence, Eden, seated at the head of the table, spoke up. Regardless of the outcome, we must prepare in advance. Once the blizzard eases, we will immediately head toward Tianhu City. His gaze turned to the covert guard, and he asked, besides this information, have you discovered anything else? The reinforcements from the Red Dragon Dynasty have reached Mingguang City but have halted there due to the blizzard. Their departure depends entirely on the weather, the guard replied. Mingguang City? Eden murmured, contemplating its location. Recalling Mingguang City's position, Eden's expression darkened. Despite it being 10 days away, he felt uneasy, sensing impending trouble. If they failed to capture Tianhu City, it could greatly jeopardize their future attacks, possibly leading to disaster. You may go now, he finally said, gesturing the guard away. Yes. In the Abyss City of the Daxia Dynasty, Riker looked at the old General Unkur with deep respect but said nothing more, immediately handing over all matters to him. Of course, he also needed to convey some important information regarding Abyss City's defenses. Abyss City section extended about a kilometer, lined with black armored soldiers standing straight, their eyes fixed on the outer walls. Sharp crossbows stood ready, bows drawn and arrows at the ready. Any movement outside the wall would prompt immediate attack. Yet, this kilometer-long section was indeed lower than the rest, seemingly intentional but unexplained. Isn't there any historical record about it? Unkur asked, puzzled. No records exist. Any books related to Abyss City have been completely destroyed. Even texts mentioning Abyss City have been wiped clean. Riker shook his head helplessly. He was confused by the actions of the ancestors, unsure why they erased all records of this city. But perhaps, if the aliens or ill-intentioned individuals learned of its structure, they could destroy it. Hence, all traces were erased. Chapter 415, Scholar, Guido. So tell this old man, how have the barbarians been attacking here so frequently lately? Unkur asked, unable to know the answers himself. Riker did not beat around the bush and quickly recounted all the battles that had taken place over the past period, holding nothing back. Since Unkur was now taking over his duties, it was crucial for him to understand everything about the situation here. Although Unkur had arrived 2 days ago, they had been discussing matters below and hadn't found the time to come up to the city wall. Now, having this opportunity, Riker knew he could not waste any time and must inform Unkur about the defensive lines on the city wall and the frequent attacks by the barbarians as the city's defenses, for the general was not one to underestimate. Before they knew it, over a month had passed, and it was now mid-February. In the Great Anchor Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Beep. Monthly free summon available. Host, would you like to proceed with the summon? On a bright morning, just as Harold was about to rise in his study, he suddenly heard the system's voice, causing his whole body to tremble with excitement. Every time he heard he had an opportunity to summon someone, he felt an immense joy, even wanting to kiss the system. System, initiate summon. Standing up, Harold silently intoned. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the Tang Dynasty scholar, Guido. Guido? This name sounded familiar somehow. Where had he heard it before? Harold fell silent, trying to recall where he had heard this name. Tang Dynasty? Guido? Wait a minute. Could it be the one who co-created the 2A Bay 2, the back-pushing chart, with Enzo? Harold stopped his thoughts, whispering excitedly. Just thinking about summoning Guido, the man who created the influential 2A Bay 2, made him giddy with excitement. He never imagined he would summon such a revered figure, someone he deeply admired and respected. And there was Enzo too. He had nothing but admiration for both of them. System, do you have any information on Guido? Harold silently asked. Beep. Name, Guido. Dynasty, Tang. Rank, world-renowned scholar. Art, Chiefeng Wenlu. Cultivation, 8th tier martial emperor. Military unit, none. Looking at the visible projection before him, Harold felt extremely satisfied, marveling at Guido's impressive cultivation. Among the heroes he had summoned, Guido's strength was unparalleled. He loved strong Chinese heroes, confident that with such power, he wouldn't fear any enemy. For the past month, due to severe blizzards in the first half, various military units had halted their attacks and taken temporary respite. Only in the latter half, when the storm ceased, did they resume their fierce offensive without giving the enemy a chance to recover, although they faced considerable resistance and losses. System, immediately summon Guido. Harold silently ordered, unmoved on the outside. The mechanical voice confirmed the completion of the summon, prompting Harold to instruct Andy to prepare for receiving the visitor. Since Guido had arrived, he couldn't stay idle. He had to personally greet this formidable hero. Arriving at the Heavenly Star Pavilion, Harold saw Guido, with his wispy beard, bearing a mystical aura and looking like a 30-something sage. Seeing the majestic and radiant emperor before him, Guido knelt to greet. Your Majesty, your servant, Guido, greets you. Sir Tadeo, please rise. Smiling, Harold gently helped him up. Thank you, your Majesty. Moved by the emperor's gesture, Guido secretly vowed to serve him with all his might, ready to face any challenges. After Guido stood, Harold led him toward the pavilion's conference hall. Through hours of pleasant conversation, the duo developed a bond that felt more like family than sovereign and subject. Observing Harold's rosy complexion and the favorable chi above his head, Guido smiled warmly. Your Majesty, seeing your vibrant appearance and the auspicious chi converging above, within 10 days, one of the consorts will bear you an heir. Surprised, Harold stared at Guido, stunned by how he could predict such events. Could this man truly foresee the future? Quickly dismissing the thought, Harold acknowledged that as a feng shui master with potent divination skills, it was reasonable that Guido could predict such things. Nonetheless, he was impressed by his abilities. Regaining his composure, Harold asked calmly, do you know how many heirs the consort will bear for me? Chapter 416, Taediangsi Village. Your Majesty, noble consort Su will soon bear 2 children for you. Guido smiled mysteriously as he spoke. Beside him, Harold was taken aback, and even Andy was utterly confused, completely at a loss about what was happening. However, to be honest, Harold was quite curious about the children Christie was going to give birth to for him. 2 children? Is noble consort Sue going to give birth to twins? Harold asked, puzzled. Not exactly. Guido gently shook his head and continued, noble consort Sue will bear 1 boy and 1 girl. 1 boy and 1 girl? Hearing the result he had hoped for, Harold felt incredibly excited inside. He had previously thought it would be 2 boys or 2 girls, but never did he expect it to be 1 boy and 1 girl. This outcome was simply beyond his expectations. But this was good. He liked this outcome very much. Minister Tadeo, which of these 2 children will be born first? Harold asked curiously. Your Majesty, heavens will cannot be revealed. Guido smiled mysteriously and did not provide an answer, leaving Harold in suspense. Harold knew that from Guido's manner, it was almost impossible that he would tell him the answer. Although he was eager to know whether it would be a boy or a girl, regardless of the final outcome, his 2 children were about to be born. The next morning, in the Great Anchor Dynasty, at its capital city, beside Tadiangsi village. At this moment, a contingent of elite soldiers from the Great Anchor Dynasty, 10 men in total, entered Tadiangsi village. Though their numbers were few, they were well equipped and exuded earlier. They might return by noon or evening. The boy replied honestly and then continued, Brother Todd, why are you looking for my mother? The Desi recognized him despite many years passing. His memory was excellent, so he could still recall the face of this person vividly. Back when Heston and others came, they also visited his mother for some reason. Now that they were here again, it must be important. Brother Todd, if there's something important, I can go find my parents now, Cornell offered. There's nothing urgent. Since your mother isn't home, we'll wait for her at the village chief's house. If she returns, send word immediately, Heston smiled. All right. As dusk fell, Cornell's parents returned home, and he sneaked over to the village chief's house to bring Heston and his team back home. Seeing Heston's sudden arrival, the stout, upright Keith was startled and quickly approached to greet them. Ankro Chuan, why are you here? Looking at the arriving Keith, Heston smiled, Louis Eddy, please don't mind our uninvited arrival. We're here specifically to see Aunt May. To see Aunt May? What's the matter? Her Majesty is about to give birth. The king has urgently summoned Aunt May to the palace. Ah. Before Bart could respond, a surprised cry echoed from nearby. A modestly dressed yet beautiful woman appeared, looking at them in shock. Aunt May. Seeing the beautiful woman appear, Heston greeted her with a smile. This woman, Precious, was Bart's wife and a renowned midwife. She had helped deliver Addie successfully, along with 2 other ladies. Now that he was in Tadiangsi village, his mission was to escort her to the palace to assist in noble consort Christie's delivery. Precious set down the basin of water she was holding and asked, Ankaro Chuan, you said Her Majesty is about to give birth. Could it be noble consort Sue? Yes, Aunt May. Heston nodded and continued. The king urgently summoned you to prepare for noble consort Sue's imminent delivery. I understand. Give me a moment to change into clean clothes, and I'll accompany you to the palace, Precious responded. She immediately picked up the basin and turned to leave. Watching her depart, Bart sighed silently and then invited everyone to sit down. Ankaro Chuan, you just arrived, didn't you? Bart asked. Before Heston could reply, Cornell interjected, Father, Brother Todd and his team didn't just arrive. They came this morning after you left and waited at the village chief's house until you returned. What? Bart was visibly startled, feeling a chill run down his spine as he stared at Heston. Then he turned to glare coldly at Cornell. You little rascal. Why didn't you tell us they were here? You almost got us killed. His wife should have gone to the palace earlier. This delay could cost them their lives. Watching Bart's icy expression, Heston smiled. Louis Eddy, please don't be angry. I asked Abao not to inform you. What? You asked Abao not to tell us? Bart's eyes widened in surprise. Ankaro Chuan, why did you do that? Aren't you trying to get Louis Eddy and Aunt May killed? Hashtag chapter 417. The monarch invites. Louis Eddy, you don't need to worry so much. The sovereign will not blame you, Heston said with a smile. What do you mean? Bart looked at Heston in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. How could the monarch not blame them? They were already late, and it was now twilight. They were only preparing to enter the palace now. Wasn't this offending the monarch and causing him displeasure? As a commoner of the Daxia dynasty, he knew better than anyone else what the consequences would be if one offended the monarch. Seeing Bart still worried, Heston smiled and explained, before leaving, the sovereign specifically instructed that if Louis Eddy and the others weren't at home, we should wait for you at the village chief's house before bringing Auntie into the palace. Upon hearing Heston's explanation, Bart's initial fear gradually dissipated, though he still cast a doubtful look at Heston. Ankarachuan, did the sovereign really say this? Bart asked, somewhat disbelievingly. This is certainly true. Why would you doubt my words? Heston replied with a wry smile. But he understood. If he were in their shoes, he too would have been anxious about such matters. After all, they were facing the monarch, the sovereign of the Daxia dynasty, revered by all its people. Even if the monarch wouldn't blame them, they would still face criticism or even abuse from others. Thinking that Heston wouldn't lie to him, Bart felt more at ease. By the way, Louis Eddy, before leaving, the sovereign specifically instructed me to ask if there's anything you need. If there is, please tell me, so I can relay it back to the sovereign, Heston inquired. Before leaving, the monarch had indeed instructed him to ask Bart what they needed. If the monarch could grant it, he would certainly do so. Bart shook his head vigorously and replied, we don't need anything. Being able to help the sovereign bring a child into the world is an immense honor for our entire family. How could we ask for anything more? Besides, you know as well as I do that the money and precious items the sovereign bestowed upon us over a decade ago are still stored away at home and used. Thinking about those valuable items left untouched at home, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Although they had given away many things, they still had plenty remaining. All these items and wealth were obtained when his wife delivered the queen's child for the dynasty. Due to the protection of the dynasty, no one dared to covet their possessions. Even if they did, they lacked the courage, knowing it could result in beheading and potentially endanger their families. Initially, as simple commoners, they were elated by all this wealth. However, spending substantial sums to expand the road, the hired workers simply shook their heads, saying they couldn't manage it without disrupting traffic and trade between the village and the city. They had planned to request this from the monarch, but didn't know how to broach the subject, fearing rejection. After all, the monarch was far above them, while they were mere commoners living simple lives. Louis, I will convey your request to the sovereign personally. Shortly after, Bart's wife, Precious, dressed in clean clothes and tidied up, emerged with her own clothing. She knew she'd be staying in the palace for some time. Seeing Precious come out, Heston and the others stopped talking and stood up from their stools. Precious asked the children to wait outside for a moment, then crouched down to gently stroke her son Tessa's face, smiling. Axel, while I'm away, stay at home and don't play too much, okay? Rena, don't worry. I'll stay at home and won't cause any trouble, Tessa pledged earnestly. Good. Smiling, Precious patted Tessa's head and turned to her husband. While I'm gone, please take good care of Axel. Understood. Bart looked at his wife speechlessly. It wasn't like they were separating forever. Why act so sad? Sighing at her husband's expression, Precious said helplessly, while I'm away, try to drink less wine. If I find out you're spending every day at the tavern, I'll make you kneel on the washing board for 7 days and 7 nights. Chapter 4:18. Each has their needs. Bart was instantly startled by the words, his nerves on edge as he watched his exceedingly fierce wife with a gulp. Originally, he had planned to wait for his wife to leave so that he could indulge in a hearty drinking session, but this thought was quickly discarded. He didn't dare entertain such notions any longer. His wife was indeed a mother tiger, and if she lost her temper, he would surely have no good outcome. No matter how strong and robust he appeared, almost like a rugged man, he felt weak and vulnerable before her, unable to do much. Each time he saw his strong-willed wife, he felt utterly speechless. Other men marry virtuous wives. Why did he end up with a fierce one? Don't worry, while you're away, I won't touch a single drop of alcohol, Bart reassured her, patting his chest. Humph. Precious merely sniffed coldly, her expression indifferent. I hope you keep your word. If I find out you've touched a single drop of alcohol, it won't just be 7 days on your knees. Yes. Bart shivered and promptly responded. He made a silent vow at that moment to avoid alcohol at all costs. Not even a single drop. Otherwise, given his fierce wife's nature, she would certainly make him kneel on the washboard for days or even nights. After a brief chat, Precious left Tadiyangsi village under the watchful eyes of Bart and Cornell. The villagers of Tadiyangsi were envious and resentful when they learned that Precious was going to the palace to assist the concubine in childbirth. Yet they were also helpless. Despite having many midwives in the village, none were more skilled than Bart's wife, this formidable woman who evoked both admiration and fear. Children born under her care invariably went through the process smoothly, with no accidents. Almost half of the village children were delivered by her hands, and her family was well liked by the villagers. As night fell, in the imperial study, Heston knelt before Harold and reported everything in detail. Regarding Precious herself, after seeing Harold, she would go to Camilla's palace along with the 2 other renowned midwives from neighboring villages. Harold looked intently at Heston and asked calmly after a moment of silence, Does Bart have any requests? Bart hopes that your majesty will send people to expand the road leading from their village to the outside world. Heston hesitated slightly before responding. Just that? Harold furrowed his brows, puzzled. Such a request seemed overly simple. However, he was curious about why Bart would ask for something like this. Was their exit route too narrow? Your majesty, that is indeed all, Heston replied with a wry smile. Why did he make this request? Isn't the canyon path wide enough? Harold asked again, still perplexed. Your majesty? And then asked, Does Yu Yong have any requests? Yu Yong was the husband of one of the 3 midwives. Asking this was due to Gil Yuhu's previous promise to inquire about their needs. Yu Yong doesn't have specific requests. However, the village's water supply has recently stopped abruptly. When there is water, it's minimal and often stops. He hopes that if possible, your majesty can send someone to investigate the cause, Gil Yuhu explained. How could Christianquin village suddenly lose its water supply? Is someone intentionally cutting it off? Harold frowned, puzzled. That seemed unlikely. Cutting off an entire village's water supply would violate the Great Anchor Dynasty's laws and incur severe punishment. He speculated that it must be a malfunction rather than sabotage. This wasn't intentional. Gil Yuhu shook his head. We are investigating the sudden cutoff, but so far, we haven't found any conclusive reasons. After a brief silence, Harold said, Inform Yu Yong that his request will be fully addressed. If he guessed correctly, Yu Yong and Bart both preferred a simple life, enjoying their remaining years without becoming warriors and enduring an undesired fate. Earlier, Harold had suggested they could become warriors, but both families declined, preferring to live a simple life with their limited lifespan. Agreed. Sending Gil Yuhu away, Harold called Jia Guibo into the room next. Jia Guibo entered full of excitement, kneeling before Harold with utmost respect. Jia Guibo pays respects to your majesty. Indeed. Harold nodded lightly and then asked expressionlessly, Does Yen Topping have any requests? Hashtag chapter 419. The Clash on the Red Rock Gobi. In the Maple Leaf Dynasty, the Red Rock Gobi, yellow dust and sand flew through the air, shrouding everything in a suffocating haze. On this desolate and lifeless expanse of desert, the elite forces led by Ellis of the Great Anchor Dynasty faced off against their enemies on the battlefield. A sea of black armor loomed like an overwhelming cloud, making it hard to breathe under its shadow. Ellis sat in his war chariot, his eyes coldly surveying the horizon. His lips curled slightly, eager to charge forward into battle. However, he knew that now was not the time to engage. He needed to wait for the right weather conditions, just as the enemy opposite him was also waiting. 5 kilometers away stood the elite forces of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, led by one of its renowned generals, Charles. Renowned for his exceptional combat skills and strategic acumen, Charles was ranked 5th among the 10 greatest generals of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. The Maple Leaf forces facing the soldiers of the Great Anchor numbered around 40,000, but they were just part of the larger contingent. Charles did not issue any orders to attack. Instead, he stood erect on his war chariot, silently observing the enemy with a sense of awe. The might of the Great Anchor's elite far exceeded what intelligence reports had indicated. It seems some of our intelligence personnel deliberately downplayed their strength, he muttered to himself, his massive frame standing at 9 feet tall. His eyes gleamed with a deadly intent, wishing he could eliminate those responsible for the misinformation. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He had to focus on dealing with the immediate threat. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he needed to hold back their advance. If he could just delay the Great Anchor forces long enough for reinforcements to arrive, they could launch a counterattack at the perfect moment. Aren't the Great Anchor forces holding back? They seem to be waiting for the same weather conditions we are, asked a young officer riding a dragon horse beside him. If they don't attack, it works to our advantage. We'll launch our offensive once the rain pours down, crushing them, said another general seated on a dragon horse to Charles's right. But what if Ellis is also waiting for the rain? Wouldn't that be detrimental to us? Another general interjected. Charles remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, trying to discern Ellis's true intentions. Why hadn't they attacked when they had such a good opportunity? Could there be something they knew that he didn't? Meanwhile, Ellis observed the enemy from his chariot, disdained ranks of the cavalry, and rode up to the front line. Taking a deep breath, Archibald felt the drumbeats and war cries fueling his resolve. Attack! He shouted, raising his sword and leading the charge. The Great Anchor cavalry surged forward. Charge! Roared the Maple Leaf Dynasty's wolf cavalry, equally determined, led by their general. Within moments, the two infantry lines were a mere kilometer apart. Seeing the enemy within range, a Great Anchor general bellowed, "Archers, prepare! Fire!" Arrows flew through the air, cutting through the rain and piercing the enemy lines. The archers and crossbow operators unleashed a barrage of projectiles, and the catapults hurled stones into the fray. The attacking wolf cavalry suffered heavy casualties, but pressed on relentlessly. The Maple Leaf archers retaliated, but their range was too short to inflict significant damage on the Great Anchor cavalry. From his chariot, Charles watched in frustration. All he could do was hope his cavalry reached the enemy soon. Translation ends with the paragraph structure and line breaks maintained from the original text. Chapter 420. The devil-like soldiers of the Anchor camp. The intelligence was indeed accurate. The Daxia dynasty not only has powerful bows and fast crossbows, but their range exceeds a kilometer. Charles muttered to himself, deeply admiring their prowess. A kilometer range bow had never been seen before. Even if it existed, it certainly wouldn't be in such remote regions. Yet, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty could achieve this, with an incredibly high hit rate. He had previously underestimated the Daxia dynasty, but now he realized their strength surpassed imagination. With such terrifying range, they were completely overwhelming them on the battlefield. Despite their smaller numbers, to train archers so formidable, the Daxia dynasty deserved his respect. Charge! Charge! Soon, both sides' cavalry clashed, drawing their weapons and striking wildly at anyone who wasn't from their side. In just one charge, blood stained the surrounding area, with soldiers falling to the ground. More from the Maple Leaf dynasty than the other side. Sigh. Standing at the front of his own ranks, Charles saw this scene and took in a sharp breath, his expression turning even grimmer. There was clearly a problem with the dynasty's intelligence agency. Someone had deliberately concealed the true strength of the Daxia dynasty instead of reporting it honestly. Without hesitation, Charles pulled out a blood-red pebble, the sound transmission stone, from his robe and immediately sent back everything he witnessed. Regardless of whether the king or his colleagues would believe him, he needed to transmit this information as soon as crumbling instantly. The fully armed Anchor camp soldiers seemed like devils from hell, their blades flashing, blood splattering everywhere. Heads and limbs flew across the battlefield, creating a horrifying scene that made anyone watching feel queasy. The Daxia soldiers charging through the battlefield or observing from the rear were filled with pride at seeing their general's elite troops so strong. Fighting alongside such powerful soldiers was a privilege. The Maple Leaf dynasty generals who hadn't participated in the battle watched in shock, swallowing hard. Were these really the elite soldiers under Ellis? With their advanced weaponry and unmatched combat power, they were almost invincible, like machines reaping lives on the battlefield. Even they, the high-level martial kings, felt they would be easily slain if they stood against these 700 elite soldiers. This is the terrifying power of the Anchor camp? Charles clenched his fists, staring coldly ahead, filled with admiration. They had received intelligence about the elite soldiers under Ellis, but their specifics remained a mystery. But what was certain was that these well-equipped, highly trained soldiers were virtually unbeatable, always victorious on the battlefield. He realized that even facing them alone, victory would be impossible without sacrificing his life. Swish! Blades flashed. Anchor camp soldiers wielding shields in one hand and swords in the other slashed mercilessly at disoriented two requests to lead troops against the Anchor camp soldiers. Chapter 421. Reinforcements. More reinforcements. Charles remained silent, his gaze fixed on the front, watching the ruthless massacre carried out by the Great Anchor dynasty's entrenched camp soldiers. They were a terrifying group of devils, a specially trained and meticulously honed army. To defeat them would require sending out formidable warriors, or an equally powerful army. He indeed had a strong force under him, but from their fighting prowess, if he sent out all of his elite troops, it would only result in a Pyrrhic victory. Seeing that their general was silent, the others who had spoken also fell quiet, ceasing any further heated discussion. If even the general did not speak, no amount of eloquence could change his mind. After a long silence, Charles, expressionless, gave orders. Cameron Seth, I command you two to lead 20,000 elites against the entrenched camp soldiers. If any situation arises, retreat immediately. Yes, sir. Cameron and Seth exchanged glances, a surge of battle fervor filling their hearts. The aura around them made people feel uneasy. At the thought of soon engaging in combat, they felt elated. Should they manage to kill these elite soldiers, their names would surely spread throughout the entire army and earn admiration. Unfortunately, the two didn't realize that their glory would turn into renowned ones. Once they sensed trouble, they would immediately withdraw. He now understood clearly that completely defeating this enemy force here was nearly impossible. This place was a desert. If they wanted to flee, even with 4 legs, one couldn't catch up. Thus, his greatest desire was to weaken them as much as possible, facilitating their subsequent attack. Ellis continued gazing ahead, giving a stern order. Grady, I command you to lead 5,000 elites against the enemy's new combatants. Yes, sir. The young commander nearby responded, a faint smile appearing, then promptly went to assemble the troops. Of course, these 5,000 were directly commanded elite troops under their general. With the enemy already deploying elites targeting their comrades, they could not fall behind. After Grady left, Ellis still watched intently at the ongoing battlefield where both sides fought fiercely. With neither side holding back, the battle entered a frenzied phase. As a great Anchor Dynasty general, he must observe, quietly watching this battle unfold. Under the condition that the enemy general does not participate, he himself would not join. Of course, this did not mean the Emperor-level beasts would refrain from entering. Roar, roar, roar. Thunderous roars sounded as large armored giant rhinos charged through the battlefield like tanks. Emotions mixed. Had the Maple Leaf Kingdom possessed ferocious beasts, confronting the great Anchor Dynasty would have been more than manageable. However, capturing ferocious beasts wasn't easy. Especially powerful ones, impossible. While he did not know why the great Anchor Dynasty had king-level beasts, their power was undoubtedly overwhelming, instilling fear in him too. Quietly focusing on Ellis, Charles spoke coolly. Ellis, are the entrenched camp and these ferocious beasts your trump cards? Or do you have more? The entrenched camp soldiers were deadly machines of war. Adding the iron-armored rhinos tipped the scales heavily against them. All they could do was endure. Thinking of the great Anchor Dynasty's beast force, envy surged within him. He wished these beasts belonged to their kingdom. A kingdom with beasts as its strength was truly formidable. If utilized properly, it could topple other kingdoms. Now he understood why the great Anchor Dynasty had the capability to deal with 6 high-level kings. The presence of beasts granted them sufficient confidence. Chapter 422. The battle ends, both sides retreat. The heavy rain lasted for 3 hours, and the dense clouds that had gathered in the sky gradually dissipated, replaced by clear blue skies. Despite the bright sunshine piercing through after the clouds dispersed, the ground was littered with bodies and rivers of blood, a desolate scene full of craters. The destruction caused by the warriors was immense. The earth cracked open, forming mud pits, yet it seemed to possess some form of life, recovering rapidly right before one's eyes. It was now dusk, and the two armies clashed fiercely in the desert, trampling on the bloody ground, stabbing at each other with bayonets. Wherever the blades cut, soldiers from both sides fell one after another, but those of the Maple Leaf Dynasty fell in far greater numbers. Their overconfidence left them as fish on a chopping board, helpless and easily slaughtered. Though the battle was extremely intense, it showed no signs of ending. The commanders on both sides continued to watch each other closely, dispatching reinforcements into the fray intermittently. Gazing at this scene, Charles felt a mixture of emotions, his gaze icy cold, eyes flashing with an endless killing intent. He clenched his fists tightly, anger burning in his eyes. However, as a key warrior of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, he must not panic or make any mistakes, for they would surely lose if he did. General, we can't go on like this. If we do, our army will be annihilated, a nearby commander said with a somber expression. This battle had already exceeded their imagination. If it continued, it would greatly disadvantage them and could even affect morale. For nearly 3 hours, their side had suffered the most casualties, often losing 10 men for every one of the enemies, a ratio that was essentially squandering the lives of their soldiers, and hurriedly carried away their fallen comrades' bodies. 2 people worked together where one couldn't manage alone, ensuring every soldier's body was taken away. Seeing this, Charles sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Donghua dynasty lived up to its name. They didn't abandon their comrades' bodies even when the battle ended. In contrast, Maple Leaf Dynasty soldiers were focused solely on escaping, showing no concern for retrieving the bodies of their own. Moments later, the vast battlefield was strewn only with the bodies of Maple Leaf Dynasty soldiers. The Donghua soldiers had meticulously retrieved their own dead, even searching for severed limbs. Within less than a quarter hour, the two armies remained in opposing positions, but the battle had ended. Only the corpses remained scattered across the battlefield, many of whom wore red and blue armor, soldiers of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Spread my order. The front ranks become the rear becomes the front. Withdraw to Guanyong City, Ellis commanded coldly after confirming all bodies were recovered. Yes. Following the orders, the commanders immediately waved their flags, signaling the trumpeters to sound the retreat. Hearing this, the Donghua soldiers followed suit, withdrawing orderly without hesitation or fear. Aboard his chariot, Ellis observed the battlefield strewn with bodies, a smug smile playing on his lips. Despite their losses, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy was a significant victory. Turning to the commander beside him, Ellis said coolly, Monroe, summon the signalman. The other was still extremely unpleasant. Inside the hall of the Flynn's residence in Guanyong City, Ellis sat at the head of the table, with 9 officers standing straight before him, their spirits high as they looked at their general. Ellis's gaze turned to the Desi on his left, and he said expressionlessly, Grady, how did our soldiers fare in today's battle? After taking a tally, today's battle was extraordinarily intense. We lost 87,623 soldiers, Grady reported with an extremely grave face. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed expressions. Those who were originally smiling couldn't help but fall silent. To lose so many soldiers in just a few hours was like having a dagger stabbed into their hearts. If they fought for several more hours, wouldn't even more people be lost? Though casualties are inevitable in war, losing so many at once was always unbearably disheartening. Alas, letting out a silent sigh, Ellis remained expressionless as he said, immediately cremate them and send their ashes home. Record their contributions meticulously in the records. Although they were no longer among the living, their contributions and efforts for the dynasty must never be forgotten. Even if people would forget their... In Blackwind City, at the Flynn's residence, bang, standing next to a map, Charles listened to a report from one of his officers, his face darkened, so enraged that he punched the wooden board in front of him. The map didn't tear, but the board holding it up cracked under his punch, radiating immense fury. The young officer behind him trembled silently, bowing his head and waiting for instructions. The soldiers of the Daxia dynasty indeed proved formidable, causing my army to lose hundreds of thousands of men in just one battle, Charles said flatly. Losing hundreds of thousands in just a few hours felt like having bones broken and marrow extracted, each needle prick piercing his heart. Although these were conscripted soldiers, they were still his subordinates who believed in winning the war under his command. Sighing deeply, Charles suppressed his anger and asked, "What is the morale like within the army?" "The terrible display of Daxia's might has severely lowered our soldiers' morale. Another defeat, and we may not even need to fight again," the young officer said bitterly. Charles's expression darkened further. Low morale wasn't good. It could affect the upcoming battles. If the soldiers were unwilling to fight despite being capable, things would go badly. His priority now was to boost morale and prevent a total collapse, or they were bound to lose this battle. Back in Guanyong City, outside the East Gate, amidst the marshy desert, Ellis stood silently watching the gathered soldiers. They numbered only 200,000 to 300,000, but they were all former prisoners of war who had since joined the Daxia, as if they were one, perfectly synchronized. After ensuring everyone had turned, Ellis also faced the pyres prepared for cremation. Ordering everyone to observe 3 minutes of silence, he commanded loudly to the soldiers holding torches, "Tidy out the fire." With that command, the flames began to burn. Hashtag Chapter 424, The Bloody Battle of Chi Kongqing. In the Maple Leaf Dynasty, at Chi Kongqing. Charge. Take down these sons of bitches, exterminate every last one of them. Kill the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Destroy them completely. Let them perish here forever. What the hell, brothers, charge. Eliminate all these soldiers of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Don't be afraid, brothers. Let's take them down together. In the clear dawn, the army of the Great Anchor Dynasty surged into Chi Kongqing like a flood, attacking every enemy they saw without mercy. Any soldier not clad in the same armor was considered an enemy, and they spared none. After a night of fierce combat, the massive defenses of the city wall were breached. Soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty stormed into the city with their blades drawn. Standing outside the city, Tiger silently watched the battle unfold before him. He observed the open gates and the continuous flow of soldiers pouring into the city, feeling quite satisfied. After several hours of relentless assault, this formidable fortress with its 20,000 water breaks. Inside Chi Kongqing, chaos reigned. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, rivers of blood flowed through the streets, and countless corpses lay with wide open eyes, reflecting their unwillingness to die. Charge! Charge! Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Great Anchor Dynasty, the remaining tens of thousands of defenders in Chi Kongqing were soon overwhelmed and divided into isolated pockets, yet they continued to fight fiercely. Even when death loomed, they refused to retreat. Watching the wounded commander of Chi Kongqing, whose armor was shattered and blood-stained, clutching his sword tightly and breathing heavily as he faced the encroaching enemy, Axel, a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty, sighed in admiration of the man's resilience. "Why do you cling to this loyalty? Your dynasty has abandoned you. Why fight for it?" "Ha ha ha ha." Commander Zachlin laughed bitterly and then said grimly, "I was born a man of the Maple Leaf Dynasty and will die a ghost of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. You ask for my surrender in vain. Do you believe in such fantasies?" "Ha ha ha ha." Axel laughed coldly and then said, "Many of your generals and soldiers have already joined the Great Anchor Dynasty, fighting and dying for us. Is that still just a fantasy?" Hearing this, Zachlin's face turned pale, and he fell silent. As a commander of the Maple Leaf Dynasty's elite forces, he knew that many of their leaders and soldiers had indeed defected to the Great Anchor Dynasty. With their dynasty collapsing and their king unable to counter the overwhelming might of the Great Anchor Dynasty, many chose to defect rather than face certain death. The Great Anchor Dynasty's morale was high, and their military strength unmatched. In comparison, the Maple Leaf Dynasty's forces were like fragile ants being crushed one by one. Seeing this, many generals had chosen to defect, even at the risk of their lives, preferring the hope of survival under the Great Anchor banner. Looking at the silent Zachlin, Axel said emotionlessly, "Since you choose to fight, I'll give you an honorable end. Charge!" Zachlin, without a word, roared inwardly, gripping his sword tightly and charging towards the enemy. Seeing Zachlin charge, Axel tightened his grip on his saber, focusing his spiritual energy and charging forward as well. Since his opponent chose to fight to the death, he would ensure it was a memorable end. As he advanced, Axel instructed his men, "Go after the others. This one is mine." "Yes, sir." The surrounding Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers promptly dispersed to engage other enemies, knowing they couldn't match the power of such a strong foe. It would be futile and costly for them to engage directly. With a swift motion, clang, 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 quickly blocking Zachlin's released sword lights, Axel stomped hard on the ground, holding his long saber with both hands and charging at the other side. Swish! Zachlin, unable to defend in time, had his left hand cut off by a swift slash from Axel. Ah! The loss of his left hand made Zachlin scream loudly, his face deathly pale as he took several steps backward. Looking at Zachlin, whose left arm he had severed, Axel asked expressionlessly, "Are you still fighting?" "Fight!" Rapidly sealing his left arm wound with spiritual energy to stop the bleeding, he shouted loudly within, gripping his weapon tightly with his right hand and then charging at Axel. To make him surrender in this lifetime would be virtually impossible. He either fought to the death or was torn into pieces by the enemy. Seeing the decision he wanted from the opponent, Axel said nothing but held his weapon firmly with both hands and then attacked the enemy fiercely. Since the other party had made a choice, he would follow through with that decision and send him on his way. Watching Axel, with his knife flashing, rush over, Zachlin internally laughed bitterly and gave up resistance, his face wearing a bitter smile. Seeing the action, Axel, who had thought about stopping, suddenly frowned, gripping his saber tightly and delivering a decisive blow. The sharp edge of the saber sliced through the opponent's chest. In fists, Bobji and Tadeo Anfang turned and left. As for Tiger and the other generals, they headed towards the direction of the Flynn's mansion. Though the battle there had not ended, in their view, it would conclude in a few hours. They were going there to discuss matters. Soon, upon reaching the Flynn's mansion, the battle had already ended. Chikong City's lord, Nigel, due to his fierce resistance, was impaled by Daxia Dynasty's General Nkang's spear on a stone pillar. Seeing the Keith nailed to the pillar, Tiger frowned slightly and then shifted his gaze to General Nkang, saying, "Have someone take down his body and give him a proper burial. Dead men should leave with dignity, do not let him lie exposed."
Yes.
General Nkang nodded, then approached to pull out the spear. As he did so, Nigel's body fell. Catching the falling body, Nkang gently placed it on the ground. After placing the body down, he immediately called someone to carry it away. Without lingering, Tiger led everyone into the inner hall. Seeing the messy living room, Tiger's face darkened. If his guess was correct, the chaos here was undoubtedly caused by the previous battle. Not only were there corpses but also bloodstains, even though only a few, indicating a fierce battle had just taken place. Calling a few soldiers to remove the corpses, Tiger turned around and looked at the 5 generals before him, then said expressionlessly, "Where is the enemy reinforcement now?" One general walked forward and replied expressionlessly, "In Feihong Canyon, 2 days' journey from here." Feihong Canyon? Tiger frowned. He had heard of this name but couldn't recall its exact location for the moment. "Bring me a map."
Yes.
The general in front of him nodded and brought forth a map. The map wasn't large, just 2 meters wide and 2 meters long, but it contained a lot of information. His eyes scanning back and forth, Tiger finally fixed his gaze on the 4 words, Feihong Canyon. There are 2 days' distance? Despite the short distance between Chikong City and Feihong Canyon on the map, he knew this was just a map, not the real path. 2 days might sound long, but in practice, it felt pressing. When everyone put away the map, Tiger said expressionlessly, "Prepare immediately. Have the entire army rest and wait for the enemy reinforcements. Then we will engage them in battle." The incoming enemy army, numbering 1 million troops, was led by a renowned general from the Maple Leaf Dynasty. He believed that even if they captured this city, the enemy would not stop but possibly hasten their approach. He wasn't worried about the enemy not coming. What worried him was that after engaging them, they might turn and run. After all, such scenarios weren't uncommon. Regardless of how famous the opposing general was, once they faced defeat on the battlefield, they would have no choice but to retreat.
Yes.
Everyone bowed and responded together. Chapter 426, Disrupting the Dynasty's Fortune. In the Xianing Dynasty, Tadu Cheng, Jeremiah silently observed the city before him, his expression extremely cold, eyes filled with a suffocating aura of menace. This city was no ordinary city, and the general responsible for defending this city wasn't an ordinary general either. He was Porter, one of the 10 famous generals of the Xianing Dynasty. Behind them were not armies, but merely a 100-strong squad. Not only was Jeremiah within it, but also the military strategist Django, who accompanied the army. They just watched the front quietly as if waiting for something or observing something. Porter, the commander of Tadu Cheng's garrison, watched them silently too, constantly trying to guess what they were up to and why there had been no attack since yesterday. Standing still for a long time, Django said with a cold look on his face, "Generalissimo, it seems Porter is continuously speculating about what our forces are up to. Let him guess. Our plan has already achieved its purpose. It's time to completely disrupt the fortune of the Xianing dynasty," Jeremiah replied. The corners of his lips slightly curled upwards, eyes icy. "I'm sure the emperor of the Xianing dynasty has no clue either," Django remarked calmly. "It's best if they don't know. Once Chandler, Angelo, and Gustavo reach their designated positions, we can thoroughly disrupt this dynasty's fortune. Then, within a year, we will completely take over this dynasty," Jeremiah said expressionlessly. He hadn't attacked Tadu Cheng because he was simply waiting for Chandler, Angelo, and Gustavo to arrive at their respective positions. Once these 3 led their armies to the designated spots, and he launched an internal-external pincer attack, they could disrupt the dynasty's fortune. Even if they couldn't cause the dynasty's fortune to be entirely lost, their combined efforts could make it disappear by 70% instantly. If the dynasty's fortune vanished, the time to its demise would be greatly shortened, making it impossible for the dynasty's army to resist their attacks. Now that he had reached his destination, all that was left was whether the other 3 armies had arrived at theirs. Military strategist, do you think what expression the king of the Xianing dynasty would have if he knew our purpose? Would he spit blood from anger? Jeremiah asked eerily. Ha ha ha. Django burst into laughter, smiling strangely. I don't know what expression, but I can assure you, once the emperor knows our true intention, he will certainly spit out 3 cups of blood from anger. Gazing at Tadu Cheng, Jeremiah smiled coldly. How I wish to see Emperor Fedor of the Xianing dynasty attack, as if waiting for something or conspiring secretly. This peculiar behavior unsettled him, leaving him puzzled and utterly helpless. Taking a deep breath, Porter asked flatly, where are the other 3 routes of the Anchor dynasty's army? Just after Porter's question, a middle-aged general stood up and responded, report to Generalissimo. The dynasty's intelligence personnel have not sent any news, so we are unaware of the movements of these 3 armies. What happened? The middle-aged general sighed bitterly, According to reports from our intelligence personnel, they have lost track of the Anchor dynasty's 3 major armies. What? Lost track of them? Porter's face darkened, killing intent flashing in his eyes, his tone extremely cold. Are the dynasty's intelligence personnel useless? They can lose track of nearly 3 million troops. Are they pigs with eyes on their behinds? Losing track of several million troops was no joke. No one would believe it. After all, it wasn't just a few people but nearly 3 million troops. To lose track of several million troops with hundreds of intelligence operatives was nothing short of absurd. His anger grew more and more intense, wishing he could slaughter all the intelligence personnel to relieve his fury. Facing Porter's furious words, the officers remained silent, bowing their heads. Losing track of several million troops was no small matter, especially those of their enemies. Not knowing their whereabouts meant certain death. Suppressing his rage, Porter still revealed boundless killing intent in his gaze. He desperately wanted to dismember the dynasty's intelligence personnel into 8 pieces. Staring icily ahead, Porter spoke emotionlessly, "Immediately report this to the king." This. Upon hearing Porter's words, everyone changed expressions. Reporting this to the emperor would reveal how incompetent their intelligence personnel were. An embarrassing blow to the royal family. How incompetent our intelligence personnel are is a slap in the emperor's face, tarnishing the royal family's reputation. After all, they are controlled by royal figures. Now they can't gather information on the Anchor dynasty's troops, essentially slapping the emperor's face. Obey orders, no nonsense. Issuing the order flatly, Porter stared coldly forward, his voice ice cold. If we cannot determine the locations of the Anchor dynasty's other 3 armies, it means our dynasty is heading towards destruction. Yes. Everyone's faces changed, trembling slightly, and then they responded in unison. Chapter 427. All troops in position. General-in-Chief, General Chandler has already reached the designated location. The remaining 2 generals are hastening to their assigned positions and are expected to arrive. Without their eyes, they won't know what we're doing, Jeremiah remarked. He then looked at the stealth guard with a slightly cold tone. Make sure by sunset tomorrow, the Xianing dynasty knows nothing of our movements. Is that understood? They were racing against time. As long as their plans weren't discovered before sunset tomorrow, everything would go smoothly. Django, standing beside him, felt an intense pressure, silently praying that this operation would succeed. Completing this grand strategy would make the dynasty defenseless against their assault. Despite forming alliances with 5 other dynasties to counter their great Anchor dynasty, cutting off the dynasty's fortune was key. Yes. The stealth guard nodded and promptly vanished without a trace. The night was calm, with stars shining brightly in the sky. Jeremiah stood in front of the main military tent, gazing up at the full moon hanging high in the heavens. Despite his outward calmness, he harbored some anxiety within. After all, man proposes, God disposes. They had done their part, but the rest was up to fate. Whether heaven would grant them this opportunity and allow them to destroy the Xianing dynasty hinged on the success of this plan. Just then, Django approached the main tent and saw Jeremiah standing upright. General-in-Chief, are you worried about unforeseen circumstances? Jeremiah nodded lightly, then said, yes, despite all our preparations, unforeseen events could derail 4 months of planning, 4 months of effort and secret strategizing. This single move determined their success or failure. Though he didn't hold now, they just needed to wait until noon. Suppressing his excitement, Jeremiah said coolly, convey my orders to Generals Angelo and Gustavo. Have them take a brief rest and proceed as planned. Yes. Both guards accepted their orders and disappeared swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Once the guards left, Jeremiah stared towards the direction of the Xianing dynasty's capital city. With a slight smile, he asked, Mentor, the grand play is about to begin. Do you have any words to say? Waiting until noon would mean unraveling the dynasty's fortune, pushing it towards its end. He knew better than anyone the importance of a dynasty's fortune. Disrupting it meant its downfall. Their task now was to cut off the dynasty's fortune and bring about its demise. For the sake of the dynasty, Django replied simply. Jeremiah merely smiled, his heart resolute. Everything they did was for the dynasty, for their king. Whoever dared obstruct their progress or challenge their king's ambitions would face one consequence. Death. Chapter 428. The plan to undermine begins. Standing in front of the main military tent, Jeremiah watched as time gradually approached. A slight smile formed on his lips. He then beckoned Django beside him, and together replies came from left to right. General-in-Chief, General Chandler is ready. General Angelo is also prepared. General Gustavo is likewise ready. Jeremiah nodded silently, keeping his eyes on the scene, waiting for noon. At the peak of the sun's heat, they could unleash the Heaven Dance Array to break down the Xianing dynasty's fortune. Watching the encamped Daxia troops outside the city, Porter frowned deeply, puzzled by what was happening. The Daxia forces had been surrounding them without attacking, seemingly waiting for something, which made Porter uneasy and anxious. He murmured, Jeremiah, what are you up to? Why do you surround us without striking? His anxiety grew, sensing a powerful conspiracy looming over them. Yet, he couldn't fathom what Jeremiah was planning. He asked his officers, have we not located the other 4 divisions of the Daxia forces yet? Not yet. The generals exchanged looks. One of them replied with a bitter smile. Still not? Are our intelligence officers incompetent? How can they not find the locations of these divisions? Porter scowled. General, we don't understand either. Despite our best efforts, the intelligence agents haven't found any information about the other divisions' whereabouts. The middle-aged general explained further. Bang. Frustrated, Porter punched the wall, wishing he could tear apart the incompetent officers. If looks could kill, the plan to shatter was underway. In just one incense burn, they would disrupt the dynasty's fortune, weakening it dramatically even if not entirely. Once the dynasty's fortune vanished, their troops' morale would plummet to rock bottom, precisely what they needed and desired. Half an incense stick later, a black-clad figure appeared before Porter, kneeling and reporting loudly, General, 3 identical blood-red light columns have appeared at 3 locations within our territory, transforming from gold to blood-red. What? Porter was startled, incredulously questioning. 3 identical blood-red pillars appeared within our territory? What's going on? Chapter 429. A long overdue revelation. Roar. Suddenly, just as everyone on the scene was baffled, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Upon hearing this mournful cry, countless people looked up into the sky, instantly feeling lost and utterly unable to comprehend the situation. How could there be a dragon's roar in broad daylight? This roar wasn't just unexpected. It carried a sorrowful tone, as if an enormous dragon was wailing in anguish. How can this sound so sorrowful? Antonio muttered to himself, slightly raising his head to gaze at the sky, deeply perplexed. This dragon's cry was very strange, leaving a hollow feeling in people's hearts. We must not leave the city to meet the enemy. Even if you lead us into battle, we cannot defeat the great Anchor dynasty. Why are you all so cowardly? In war, life and death are part of it. If you're afraid, stay here to guard the city. I will go with the general-in-chief to meet the enemy. Roar. Just as Antonio was about to speak to stop the quarrel, another mournful roar resounded. He felt a jolt in his heart and looked up at the sky once more. This wail was much stronger than before. Moreover, this time it was an agonized cry, as if their dynasty's golden dragon of Chi Christian was struggling fiercely. Taking a deep breath, Antonio shouted loudly, without any expression, "Are you deaf? Haven't you heard the golden dragon of Chi Christian crying? Have you still not realized what Jeremiah is doing?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed instantly, waking up in shock, each looking extremely grim, filled with dread. Why wait? Quickly gather the troops. Do you want to watch the golden dragon of Chi Christian be destroyed? Antonio yelled. Kill. Rufus, who was in front of the army, saw the soldiers defending Taiducheng quickly leave the city walls while the gates opened, and Antonio directly charged out leading the troops. There was no fear in Rufus's eyes. Instead, a smile appeared. It was exactly as military advisor Django had guessed. Once Antonio sensed something amiss, he would definitely lead the army out to disrupt their plans. Fortunately, the military advisor made sure I prepared here. Otherwise, these fellows would have interfered with our plans. Focusing ahead, his lips curled slightly upwards, his combat spirit soaring to the heavens as he ordered, "Spread my command. All troops line up and prepare to engage the enemy. Even if we cannot destroy this enemy force, we must not let them disrupt our plan." Yes. The great Anchor dynasty generals around him immediately turned away, organizing the army to prepare for the impending attack. Looking at the enemies before them, all the great Anchor dynasty soldiers were unusually happy, their weapons thirsting for the enemy's blood. The general has ordered, all troops form up and prepare for battle. The general has ordered, all troops form up and prepare for battle. As commands spread, the archers of the great Anchor dynasty stepped out of their formation, retrieving arrows from quivers and firing frantically under the general's order. Arrows flew through the air with whistling sounds. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows pierced the advancing enemy soldiers, killing them on the spot. Antonio tightly gripped his spear, furiously blocking the arrows. Despite the arrows slowing his advance, he still pushed forward, his eyes coldly focused on the distant blood-red pillar of light. He must reach there quickly and destroy whatever it was, or else the dynasty would surely fall. At this moment, he finally understood that Jeremiah had delayed attacking to disrupt their dynasty's Chi Christian and intended to destroy the golden dragon of Chi Christian. In this world, the golden dragon of Chi Christian was incredibly important, and its destruction would mark the beginning of the dynasty's end. Seeing the enemy within 500 meters, all the archers immediately retreated, while the infantry moved forward. Soldiers holding shields took the front, forming a defensive line. Behind them, spear-wielding soldiers held their cold steel spears menacingly pointed forward. Boom, boom, boom. Then, both forces collided. The frontline soldiers of the Xianyin dynasty were impaled by the great Anchor dynasty spearmen. Despite the obstruction, none feared death, charging bravely forward. Antonio, also charging forth, unleashed his spear like a dragon, the glint of the blade unstoppable. With a powerful strike, he aimed to pierce the defensive shield. Boom. Suddenly, Antonio was forced back by an incredibly strong defensive force. Stunned by this sight, his mind struggled to comprehend it. He never imagined that the defense of the great Anchor dynasty could be so formidable. Even with his immense power, he couldn't break through it. Though Antonio's powerful attack did not penetrate the great Anchor dynasty's defenses, several shield-holding soldiers were killed on the spot by his strength. Seeing their comrades fall, the rear great Anchor dynasty soldiers promptly stepped forward to take their place, lifting the shields. Observing the successive waves of Taiducheng defenders emerging, Rufus, with a stern expression, raised his weapon and roared, "Brothers, follow me. Kill. Kill." Upon receiving Rufus's orders, the shield-bearing soldiers parted ways. Led by Rufus, the great Anchor dynasty warriors surged forward into battle. Hashtag Chapter 430. The monarch spits blood in Hendrikry. The intense battle was about to erupt, with warriors from both sides attacking on sight, without hesitation, and giving no chance for retaliation. Of course, they did not indiscriminately strike everyone. Only those wearing armor different from their own were considered enemies worthy of being cut down. Amidst the fierce fighting, there were naturally instances where soldiers lost themselves in bloodlust and accidentally attacked their own comrades. Such incidents occurred within the Xianning dynasty, but not within the Great Anchor dynasty. Even if they did happen, the blows would not be fatal. The troops of the Great Anchor dynasty were rigorously trained to maintain charge. Porter sneered inwardly. Gripping his spear tightly with both hands, he surged forward with indomitable fighting spirit to meet him. Inside the camp of the Great Anchor dynasty, Jeremiah watched silently as the blood-red beam illuminated the sky, his gaze shifting to the incense burning nearby. The mountain was now only a quarter of its original size. Once the incense finished burning, the auspicious golden dragon of the Xianning dynasty would be dismantled. The intermittent dragon roars from the sky filled him with excitement. His fists clenched tightly, eyes gleaming as he waited in anticipation. Now all they needed was for the incense to burn completely, and the continuous assault by the Tianwu formation would dismantle the golden dragon, which was precisely what they required. Beside him, Django was also intensely excited, observing the burning incense while listening to the mournful cries from the sky. These were cries of the dragon, showing its refusal to submit. The intensity of these cries far exceeded previous ones, as if the golden dragon was enduring unbearable agony. Roar. Time ticked by, and finally, the incense burned to the end. At that moment, an unprecedented cry echoed through the sky. Instantly, golden Coming back to his senses, Fedor saw the fragmented dragon and the fortune flowing eastward. His face turned pale as he cried out in despair, "No, please, no." But no matter how loudly he shouted, the golden dragon in the sky remained indifferent, rapidly disintegrating. Who is it? Who is attacking our dynasty's golden dragon? Watching his fortune slip away, Fedor roared furiously, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his body wrapped in rolling waves of killing aura. Spit. Unable to bear the humiliation, Fedor spat blood on the spot and fainted, falling to the ground. At this moment, he felt immense regret. He should have listened to the old man he encountered and kept the dynasty's fortune intact. If he had followed the old man's advice and defied his ancestors' wishes, none of this would have happened. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The eunuchs rushed forward upon seeing Fedor collapse, their hearts racing with panic. Spit. While battling Rufus, Porter saw the colorful nebula appear in the sky and immediately spat blood, his face deathly pale. Slash. Taking advantage of the opening, Rufus slashed open Porter's chest, leaving a horrifying wound from which blood gushed. Stumbling back, knees buckling, Porter looked up at the sky with a bitter smile, wishing he could die. Now more than ever, he understood that their dynasty's fortune was shattered, and its downfall was inevitable, only a matter of time. Looking up at the sky with Rufus, he felt immense satisfaction knowing their plan had succeeded. All their efforts had not been in vain. The sudden change in the sky instantly halted the battle. Everyone looked up, bewildered. Why do I feel so hollow inside? As if I've lost something crucial. What's going on? Why do I feel so empty? What are those colorful clouds appearing in the sky? Can someone tell me what's happening? Why do we suddenly feel so hollow, as if our dynasty is on the verge of collapse? Chapter 431. The Warrior, Tai. Chime. Congratulations, host. Your general has weakened the dynasty's luck, granting you a free summoning opportunity. While reviewing memorials, Harold suddenly heard the system's voice and was momentarily stunned, his face filled with joy. But who exactly is weakening the dynasty's luck? Why does it suddenly feel so incredible? Harold, harboring doubts, asked aloud, System, which of my generals is weakening the dynasty's luck? Chime. Cohen, Chandler, Angelo, Rufus, Gustavo, Django, Cohen and company? Could it be that the dynasty being targeted is the Xianing dynasty? Harold frowned, confusion filling his mind. Despite this uncertainty, he was exceptionally delighted and incredibly excited. In this world, the fortune of a dynasty is paramount. Once it's destroyed, the entire dynasty will head towards ruin. Even if its demise is only a matter of time, the dynasty is still destined for destruction. With the Xianing dynasty's fortune now weakened, he firmly believed that Cohen and company would swiftly annihilate it. Suppressing his excitement, Harold silently said, System, immediately use the free summoning opportunity. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the famous Tang dynasty warrior, Tai. What? Who? Harold froze on the spot, his eyes vacant, completely baffled. Tai. The renowned Tang dynasty warrior. Wait, the Tai who shot 3 arrows to stabilize Mount Tianshan? Hearing that he had summoned the powerful Tang dynasty warrior Tai, Harold was instantly overjoyed, almost unable to believe his ears. But the system's voice still echoed in his mind, forcing him to accept that he had indeed summoned an extraordinarily formidable warrior. And not just any warrior, but the illustrious Tang dynasty hero Tai. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Harold expressionlessly asked, System, can I get some information on Tai? Chime. Name, Tai. Dynasty, Tang. Rank, Supreme General. Martial Technique, Spiritual Chaos Codex. Cultivation, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor. Troop Type, Elite Tang Dynasty 10,000 troops. Looking at the information before him, Harold was internally elated. True to his reputation as a distinguished and mighty general, Tai's strength was indeed formidable. 7th Heaven Martial Emperor? It seems like once again, his cultivation level is dragging everyone down. However, he couldn't blame himself for this since he had been handling state affairs all this time, leaving no room for cultivation. If his cultivation level was lagging, it was perfectly understandable. If possible, he wished he could take some time to cultivate, but unfortunately, circumstances didn't permit him to pause and rest. Only by completing his tasks could he gain enough time for rest. Otherwise, everything was out of the question. Looks like I need to find some time to cultivate, or with my current strength, I won't be able to handle the impending strong enemies, Harold muttered to himself, then stood up from the cushion. With Tai about to appear, he needed to personally welcome him. Though he was the emperor of the great Anchor dynasty, he wanted to see firsthand just how formidable these heroes from Huaxia were. Besides, he couldn't stay here for too long and needed to rest a bit. System. Summon Tai immediately. Harold thought silently. Chime. Summoning completed. Please bring someone to welcome him immediately. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Harold beckoned Andy to leave. 3 days later, at sunset, in the Jade Orchid Palace. At this moment, numerous palace maids were bustling back and forth into the rooms, while Precious and 2 other midwives, already prepared, hurriedly entered the inner chamber. Outside the courtyard, Harold, Addie, Gerald, and Xylan waited anxiously. They watched the tower before them with anxious eyes. Today was the day Christy was due, making it a particularly tense day. The anticipation made it feel as though they themselves were the ones giving birth. Beside him, Addie, curious, asked, "Father, do you think the younger brother or sister will be born first?" "It's not me giving birth. How should I know if your brother or sister will be born first?" Harold replied with a calm gaze, feeling speechless inside. His son, Addie, was more anxious than he was. He had come here at dawn and even ate here, eagerly waiting for the arrival of his siblings. Especially after hearing yesterday that his siblings were about to be born, he became incredibly excited. Harold was also quite curious about whether his sister-in-law would give birth to a boy or a girl first. Regardless of whether a boy or girl came first, he was eagerly looking forward to their arrival. Seeing his nervous younger brother beside him, Harold asked in puzzlement, "Tadiaddle-e, why are you so tense?" "Brother, I don't know why I'm so—" Harold breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Grandfather, grandmother, you've finally arrived. Tadiaddle-e, why are you so tense? Is there something you're worried about?" Kylie asked with a smile. Seeing Harold, the ruler, so nervous, Kylie couldn't help but feel wry, but understood. Anyone would be incredibly anxious in such a situation. Back when her granddaughter Vicky gave birth to Addie, Harold was unbearably nervous, barely moving from outside the room as he awaited their safety. Now, with his other wife about to give birth to his offspring, he couldn't help but become extremely anxious, fearing any mishap. Chapter 432. The Dragon Phoenix twins are born. Intense assault on Suzhou City. "Grandmother, I don't wish to be so anxious, but the more I try to calm myself, the tenser I feel inside," Harold responded with a somewhat rueful expression. He wanted to avoid feeling nervous more than anyone else, but thinking about his beloved inside, possibly in mortal danger at any moment, made his heart pound with anxiety. Furthermore, the oppressive atmosphere created by the two children beside him heightened his unease, making it almost unbearable and filling him with worry. "Don't be so anxious. I'm here. I promise you, both the children and their mother will be fine," Kylie said before walking toward the pavilion. Though she wasn't a midwife, she still felt compelled to lend a hand inside. If there was anything she could do to help, she would do her best. Half an incense stick later, Christy began to go into labor. Her heart-rending cries instantly put everyone on edge, their gazes fixed tightly on the front as they silently waited for the birth to finish. Hearing that familiar voice, Harold immediately felt a sweat break out in his palms, a wave of fear passing through him. Over a decade ago, Camila hadn't screamed this loudly when giving birth to Azar. Could something have gone wrong inside? But then again, if something had gone wrong, Camila and the others wouldn't have kept silent. Their silence indicated that everything was proceeding normally for a natural childbirth. "Your Majesty, push harder. Use all your strength. Your Majesty, please give it your all. Don't hold back." Inside the pavilion, 3 midwives calmly assisted Christy with the delivery. Camila stood beside her, soothing her while continuously wiping her sweat. Kylie washed towels continuously, passing them to her granddaughter Camila. Seeing Christy's face dripping with sweat and veins bulging as she strained to give birth, the two couldn't help but grimace. It made sense though. After all, this was her first time as a mother. Time slowly passed as Harold and the others anxiously asked, his heart beating with anticipation. "Report to Zach, it's a princess," the maid replied gleefully. "A princess?" Hearing this, everyone present cheered. Azar jumped up, repeatedly chanting, "Oh yeah, I have a sister, I have a sister." Wah. As everyone celebrated, another cry came. Everyone suddenly looked forward. Inkfight Dynasty, Suzhou City. Attack! Attack! Night fell over Suzhou City, enveloped in thick smoke and raging fires. The sky was heavy with smoky haze, causing intense discomfort. At this moment, the armies of the Great Anchor Dynasty were assaulting one of the 10 most prosperous cities of the Imo-Do Dynasty. However, this once prosperous city was now under fierce attack by the Great Anchor forces, led by General Carnell. Watching the smoky city quietly, Carnell's gaze was cold as ice, his fighting spirit surging toward the heavens. He yearned to charge forward into battle. As a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he dared not act rashly unless absolutely necessary, especially when the enemy hadn't dispatched powerful foes that were difficult to handle. Any move he made had to be strong enough to awe and potentially alert other factions. Report. Our troops have breached the walls from all sides, but the enemy inside is fiercely resisting. We cannot penetrate the city lord's residence, reported a scout riding a warhorse. Before the scout finished, another arrived swiftly, identifying the controller of the savages and neutralizing them. Otherwise, they would have to fight the savage warriors to the death. Looking at Suzhou City, Carnell's gaze remained cold and indifferent. They had already attacked this city for nearly a day, and the battle was drawing to a close. Victory would soon be theirs. "I truly hope the battle ends soon so we can celebrate the birth of the prince and princess," Carnell muttered to himself. Chapter 433. Kenneth's Fierce Battle. Attack. Facing the powerful enemy forces before him, Du Diyuan, one of the 10 famous generals of the Modu dynasty and the commander responsible for defending Suzhou City, roared furiously in his heart. He wildly slashed at the soldiers of the Daya dynasty before him with the long saber in his hand. He had never imagined that the attack by the Daya dynasty would be so swift. They breached his defenses in just a single day. He had thought his ironclad defense could temporarily halt the assault of the Daya dynasty. But he didn't expect that while he had an ironclad defense, the Daya dynasty had an even more formidable offensive power. Under their relentless attacks, the city wall's defenses crumbled instantly. This was not the most significant issue. What impressed him most was the Daya dynasty's bizarre siege towers that seemed capable of breaking through any city wall's defenses, making it almost impossible to defend against them. Even if you prepared to resist these siege towers, they still found ways to get close to the walls. Once near, Daya dynasty troops would use these towers to climb onto the walls and engage in combat with the defenders. In individual combat, Modu dynasty stood no chance of victory. Although they were a seasoned dynasty, facing this newly risen, exceptionally powerful kingdom that was united in ambition, there was absolutely no hope of winning. To-do Diyuan did not stay in one place. Clutching his long saber tightly with both hands, he charged once again toward the Daya dynasty soldiers. The vast city of Suzhou was now lost, and they were surrounded, unable to break free. Yet even in such dire circumstances, his resolve remained firm. He would resolutely defend every inch of the kingdom's territory. Even if it meant his own demise, he would never be a general who surrendered or fled in defeat. While to-do Diyuan was engaged in this brutal fight, two young subordinate generals under Arlan's command also arrived on the scene. Seeing their common soldiers being slaughtered by the enemy general, the two men were enraged. Exchanging glances, each picked up a round shield with their left hand and held their sabers in their right, rushing to engage the enemy. Attack! They had just learned from their subordinates that the Suzhou city garrison commander, Kenneth, was here and was slaughtering their soldiers. Originally, they planned to search for him, but unexpectedly, he appeared right there. Whoosh! Kenneth, in the midst of continuously slashing down Daya dynasty soldiers, suddenly sensed two lethal threats approaching. Tensing his entire body, he looked up sharply. Instantly, two commanders clad in black armor and wearing black face veils appeared on his left front, shields in their left hands and sabers in their right, charging at him with overwhelming force. Come on! Attack! Roaring inwardly, to-do Diyuan clutched his long saber firmly and rushed toward the two, determined to bring them down immediately. Knowing his chances of survival were slim, he decided to take a few down with him to sap the Daya dynasty's strength. Unfortunately, bang! Seeing one of the attackers slash down, to-do Diyuan hurriedly blocked the strike with his saber hilt. Feeling a tingling numbness in his arm, he was greatly shocked. A true powerhouse. From merely blocking the blow, he could clearly sense that these two were not ordinary opponents. Moreover, their cooperation was impeccable. Observing their coordinated attacks, to-do Diyuan immediately shifted into frantic defense mode, occasionally retaliating. Throughout the engagement, Kenneth was mostly on the defensive, lacking any substantial offensive capability. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack, but these two left him no opportunity, constantly trying to expose his weaknesses and attack him. He had to admit, these two were brilliant strategists, and the Daya dynasty deserved praise for having such capable and powerful generals serve them. Clang, clang, clang. One of the commander's sabers gleamed as he wildly wielded it with his right hand, unleashing relentless attacks on Kenneth. One attacked the upper section, the other the lower, their roles clearly defined and cooperation flawless. Instantly, countless sword lights enveloped them, keeping nearby soldiers at bay. Faced with such fierce attackers, Kenneth felt immense pressure after several dozen rounds of combat, and he did not dare to relax at all. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Kenneth was covered in wounds, his entire body sliced open, his armor torn by sharp blades. However, the two Daya dynasty commanders were similarly injured. The injuries on both sides were evenly matched. Breathing heavily, Kenneth stepped back slightly, his gaze calmly fixed on the two. Who are you? The Daya dynasty can't possibly have such powerful generals. These two commanders were clearly weaker individually than he was, yet through perfect coordination, they fought on par with him. Why are you so chatty? Just because we cooperate well, you think we're not from the Daya dynasty? One of the commanders replied with exasperation. They had heard such questions too many times, feeling quite annoyed. Why did people always ask such pointless questions? Their strength was indeed inferior to his. As high-stage martial kings, they were not a match for a low-stage martial emperor like him. Yet they used flawless teamwork to fight on equal footing with him, leaving him helpless and repeatedly wounded. What's the point of talking so much? Quickly finish him off so general can lead the army into the city, said another commander cold. Make them fall, we will have a chance to kill them. Come up with a plan to bring them down. Only then do we stand a chance. On a street in Tuduzu City, 300 or 400 dynasty anchor soldiers were fiercely attacking 20 towering, muscular barbarian warriors. The sheer power of the barbarian warriors infuriated the dynasty anchor soldiers, who questioned why the archers had not yet arrived. Were they waiting for the entire squad to be annihilated? Under the dark night sky with the full moon hanging high, hundreds of dynasty anchor soldiers lay dead on the wide street, drenched in blood. Similarly, among the bloodstains were about 40 or 50 bodies of Manchu warriors, the very ones they were attacking together. Despite the dynasty anchor soldiers' formidable strength, the barbarian warriors, with their iron-like physiques and immense brute force, exacted a heavy toll on them. The raggedly dressed barbarian warriors, seeing the charging dynasty anchor soldiers, swung their heavy wooden clubs wildly, killing many dynasty anchor soldiers one after another. Even the extremely tough dynasty anchor soldiers, who faced death unflinchingly, suffered great losses, one after another falling victim. At this moment, a brocade-clad guard suddenly appeared, and his sudden arrival instantly halted everyone's attack. The dynasty anchor soldiers, who were about to charge forward, abruptly stopped upon seeing the brocade guard, swiftly retreating a considerable distance. The brocade guard's sudden appearance likely meant something important, perhaps a method to deal with the barbarian warriors. Seeing the dynasty anchor soldiers retreat, the brocade guard nodded lightly at them before turning his gaze to the barbarian warriors. Faced with dynasty anchor soldiers who hadn't attacked, the barbarian warriors were puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Just as everyone was confused, the brocade guard suddenly spoke in the barbarian language, which left the dynasty anchor soldiers baffled. In contrast, upon hearing their native language, the barbarian warriors fixed their gazes intently on the stranger, filled with numerous questions. They wondered how this Desi could speak their language. Did he learn it? Seeing that his words had captured the attention of the barbarian warriors, the brocade guard continued, translated, "Put down your weapons and surrender. Our dynasty will give you a chance to live." The barbarian warriors exchanged glances, and one of them stood up and asked, translated, "Why should we trust you? Don't you know that our lives are controlled by others? If we don't fight you, we will still face death." The young brocade guard replied, translated, "I understand. So now I offer you freedom, but the condition is that you must lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, there's only death." Freedom? The same barbarian warrior added, translated, our lives are in the hands of others. One command from that person can extinguish us. How can you give us freedom? Tadoke this. As soon as he spoke, the young brocade guard revealed a bizarre black token. Seeing the token in the brocade guard's hand, all the barbarian warriors froze in place, then dropped their weapons one by one. The token in the brocade guard's hand was the key to controlling the collars around their necks, determining their lives and deaths. Once it channeled spiritual energy, they would certainly die. Though they didn't know how he obtained the token, it was clear that their lives were now in his control. Seeing the barbarian warriors dropping their weapons, the brocade guard turned to face the cold-eyed dynasty anchor soldiers, brimming with murderous intent. Now that they have surrendered, treat them as prisoners. Anyone who dares to defy the law shall be executed without mercy. You think it's possible to let them go just because you say so? As soon as the brocade guard finished speaking, a soldier bellowed in protest. Yeah, these bastards have killed so many of our comrades. You want us to let them off? Not killing them won't relieve my rage. Right, kill them. We must kill them, other soldiers chimed in. Silent, the barbarian warriors watched the hatred-filled dynasty anchor soldiers, quietly lowering their heads. Now their lives were in the hands of the enemy. Whether to execute or spare them was entirely up to the enemy's will. They waited for the verdict of death. Looking at the furious dynasty anchor soldiers, the brocade guard said calmly, I know you're angry and want to kill them to avenge your comrades, but have you considered that they never wanted to participate in this battle, nor harm our comrades? They were enslaved here and risked their lives for others, simply hoping to survive one more day. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, silently observing the surroundings. On this wide street lay the bodies of their comrades, dynasty anchor soldiers, and barbarian warriors alike. After finishing his words, the brocade guard added, I need to handle other groups of barbarian warriors elsewhere. For now, you take charge of them. Turning back to the barbarian warriors, he instructed, translated from now on, you must obey their commands unconditionally. If you dare to disobey, they have the right to kill you immediately. Chapter 435. Ever Tinksno, Ever Engshuan. The next morning, Harold and the others gathered around the cradle, their faces brimming with joy as they looked at the two little ones inside, hearts pounding with excitement. Everyone longed to reach out and touch these tiny beings. They knew better than anyone that they could not casually handle them. However, gazing at the two little ones filled everyone with immense happiness, and they wished they could kiss and caress their adorable faces. Seeing the gathering crowd before them, the two infants revealed greenish glances, looking at everyone with curiosity. Their gentle smiles were charmingly endearing. Smiling warmly at the two children, Harold turned and walked to the bed nearby. He tenderly stroked the face of Christy, who lay there extremely weak. You've worked so hard. Not at all, Christy replied with a smile, shaking her head lightly. Her face beamed with joy, like a blooming flower. After 10 months of pregnancy, her two children had finally come into the world. Looking at her two children surrounded by people, Christy felt it was all worth the effort. Two little ones, did you hear? My name is Addie, your big brother. Addie happily said as he looked at the newborns in the cradle. He wanted very much to touch his little brother and sister, but understood that now wasn't the time to do so. Though itched to do so, he restrained himself, only watching from the edge of the cradle. Harold also felt an overwhelming joy. The sight of his newly born niece and nephew made him want to kiss them, yet he merely thought about it without acting on the impulse. Gerald and Xylan observed the infants with great interest. Their eyes were clear, free of any turbidity, and their pure cuteness stirred a desire to touch and kiss them. Cyan and Kylie, quietly watching, felt an inner warmth, offering the most beautiful blessings for the arrival of the two little ones. Christy, looking at the two babies beside her, smiled and asked Harold, Your Majesty, Everyone exchanged glances, agreeing unanimously. Kylie, gazing at the two sleeping infants, began, The elder one looks graceful and beautiful, just like the snow in winter, so we named her Ever Tinksno. Her younger brother has a refined demeanor, much like his father's regal and dominant aura, so we named him Ever Engshuan, Cyan added with a smile. How do you find these names? Do you like them? Ever Tinksno, Ever Engshuan, beautiful names. Harold murmured inwardly, highly satisfied with the chosen names. Christy, too, loved them, gently turning her head to look at the children, reaching out to touch them. Ching Snow, Ching Xian, these are the names given by your great-grandparents. Do you like them? Christy smiled. As if accepting the names bestowed upon them, the two sleeping infants couldn't help but smile faintly. Seeing the two little ones accept their names, everyone present was overjoyed, relieved that the names were well received. Cyan and Kylie felt immense happiness within their hearts. Meanwhile, news of the birth of the princess and prince spread rapidly across the great Anchor dynasty, causing the people to cheer and toast in celebration of the two little princes' arrival. I thank you greatly for assisting in Empress Anchoring's delivery. Without your help, she wouldn't have given birth so smoothly. As dusk fell, Harold, in the courtyard of Yulan Palace, received 3 midwives, smiling warmly at them. He truly appreciated their assistance. Without them, Christy wouldn't have given birth so safely. Despite having used elixirs to regulate her condition earlier, many unfavorable factors still existed during childbirth. Only these skilled midwives could address such challenges. Surprised by the king's gratitude, the 3 women responded hastily. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Helping the Empress deliver is a privilege beyond our dreams. Precious, positioned centrally, said first. Your Majesty, please don't say such things. If you express gratitude, it's too much honor for us. The midwife to Precious's left added. Your Majesty, allowing us to live peacefully and avoid war's ravages is enough reward. Helping you in this small way is more than we could ask for. The midwife to Precious's right chimed in. Harold nodded gently, smiling. To you, it may seem like a small matter, but to me, it means everything. Looking at the setting sun, Harold continued. The wealth I bestowed upon you last time should suffice for life. Now, I will give you something even more extraordinary. And the others away, then turned his gaze toward the pavilion nearby. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. Instead of directly cultivating their children into powerful individuals, he chose to give each of them a heavenly defying elixir to prevent over-reliance. Once their children had sufficient talent, they would undoubtedly have the chance to rival the younger generations and become regional overlords. The 3 elixirs he provided were created by Caden and could change one's cultivation talent, granting them exceptional abilities. However, these elixirs only worked on underage children. If taken by adults, it would gradually strip away their cultivation strength, turning them into mere husks. Harold initially intended for Caden to mass-produce these elixirs, but the herbs required were exceedingly rare. Even after much effort, he could only obtain 10 sets of ingredients. Despite successfully refining all 10 sets, only 10 elixirs were produced, 3 of which were given to Precious and the others, while the rest were stored. By the way, what special abilities do those 2 little ones have? Muttering to himself, Harold walked towards the pavilion. Upon entering, he saw Christy fast asleep, while her 2 children lay in cribs not far away. Also present in the pavilion were Camila, Kylie, and Cyan. As for Addie and the others, Harold had already asked them to leave, not wanting to disturb anyone. Approaching the bed, Harold gently stroked the sleeping Christy, then stood up and walked past the curtains to reach the cribs. Looking down at the 2 infants who opened their eyes to stare back at him, Harold smiled and reached out to touch them. System immediately analyzed their special abilities, Harold thought silently. Due to his influence, his children were born with unique abilities. Addie, for instance, possessed the Forbidden Eye, a pair of mysterious and terrifying eyes. Now, he wanted to see what special abilities these newborns held. Ding! The system responded, and Harold saw a string of words appear above his children's heads. Innate Supreme Body. Staring at the words, Harold was momentarily bewildered, but ultimately filled with joy. Though he didn't know what an innate supreme body entailed, it was undoubtedly an extremely powerful constitution. Most importantly, this constitution was innate, and both children possessed identical traits. Could it be because they were twins? The 2 infants gazed up at the youth in golden silk dragon robes, their clear eyes revealing smiles. Your Majesty, look at how they smile at you. It seems they recognize you as their father, Camila said with a smile, standing beside Harold. Just like his other children, they smiled at their father, seemingly expressing some sentiment. Indeed, Harold nodded with a smile. These 2 little ones are just like their brother, showing such delight upon seeing me. After conversing with Camila, Harold turned his attention to Cyan and Kylie. Grandfather, grandmother, if you don't mind staying here for a while, please help me look after these 2 little ones. Is this really acceptable? Kylie asked. Of course. With a wise elder like you here, I won't worry about their care, Harold replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Kylie exclaimed inwardly, thrilled. She loved taking care of children, especially adorable twins. She had planned to offer her help, but Harold had spoken first. Cyan waved his hand lightly. There's still someone outside the palace. I won't stay here. He wished to stay, but the Great Anchor dynasty had rules preventing anyone from residing in the palace long-term. Besides, his grandson needed supervision outside the palace to avoid causing trouble. Though he pursued love, he was still willing to check in occasionally, ensuring the other party's needs were met. After some consideration, Harold nodded. Very well, I won't detain grandfather. If you wish to visit, the palace doors are always open to you. Indeed, there was someone outside who needed care. Although he could invite them in, considering the person's pursuit of love, he wouldn't interfere. Kylie, puzzled, prepared to ask but halted when her husband spoke, realizing he hadn't been wrong. Her grandson was indeed outside, and though now grown, someone needed to remain outside the palace in case the child couldn't find them. Chapter 437, Kenneth's Demise. In the capital city of Suzhou in the Mudu dynasty, Spit, Kenneth spat out blood, falling to his knees. With a bitter expression, he looked ahead at the similarly battered general before him. After an extended battle, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Even if he wanted to fight on, his body had no strength left. Moreover, his internal injuries were severe, already posing a serious threat to his life. Without half a joss stick's time, he would inevitably become a corpse. Looking at the kneeling Kenneth, his vitality rapidly fading, the 2 anchored dynasty generals watched him with cold eyes. They truly admired Kenneth's tenacity. He fought relentlessly as long as he had any strength left, battling them fiercely until now. After such a prolonged battle, their spiritual energy was completely depleted, as was Kenneth's. The surrounding buildings had turned into ruins. You are indeed tough, fighting from yesterday until now, holding out against us with such strength, one of the anchored dynasty generals said, marveling. Hack. After coughing up more blood, Kenneth's face became even paler. Bitterly looking at the 2 men, he replied, it's you 2 who are powerful. With your lower cultivation but impeccable coordination, you actually managed to defeat this general. He had never seen such close cooperation, where the 2 put their lives in each other's hands. They were absolutely the first people he had encountered who could do so. Trust existed within armies to ensure victory in battles, but the level of trust between these 2 was unprecedented. The 2 relied on their lower cultivation and closely coordinated actions to match him blow for blow and eventually defeat him. With such formidable generals and soldiers, it was only a matter of time before the Anchor dynasty wiped out their Mudu dynasty. Thinking about his dynasty's imminent demise, Kenneth felt a grim smile spread across his face. Was this the fate of their dynasty? Bang! Falling backward, Kenneth gazed up at the night sky, his face revealing his miserable state. He had spent his entire life warring for the dynasty, yet he was about to witness its downfall. The Anchor dynasty. Muttering those words silently, with a bitter smile on his face, Kenneth finally lost all signs of life. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, filled with defiance as he disappeared in that battlefield. Bang! Seeing Kenneth turn into a lifeless body, the 2 mutually supporting generals collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily and extremely weak. Fortunately, they had both fought together. If it had been just one of them, they wouldn't have stood a chance. General! General! As the two generals fell, nearby Anchor Dynasty soldiers quickly gathered around, checking their condition and ensuring their injuries weren't fatal. After a thorough inspection, they were relieved to find that the two were just excessively weakened, though severely injured without any immediate danger to their lives. After catching their breath, one of the generals asked, "How is the situation? Have we captured the city lord's residence?" Reporting to General, under the leadership of General Tadeo Ming, "Our army successfully broke through the defenses of the city lord's residence 3 hours ago," a soldier responded. Carnell led the army into the city after the battle ended. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, with faces frozen in agony, he remained unperturbed, quietly observing. Capturing this city took nearly 2 days, a much longer time than expected. Carnell had initially thought it would only take a few hours, but the fierce resistance by Kenneth's forces made it a protracted conflict. His army struggled to capture the city in such a short period due to their relentless defense. With a light wave of his right hand, the accompanying general immediately ordered the troops to clean up the battlefield, remove the bodies, and clear the bloodstains. Carnell then led 100 men toward the city lord's residence. The battle for countless others. Hendrickshire generations would judge whether they were right or wrong. Their duty now was to ensure a peaceful existence for future descendants. "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. Taking a deep breath, Carnell expressed sternly, "Inform our brothers to clean up the battlefield promptly, seal the city gates, and prepare for repair. Tomorrow, we will celebrate the arrival of the little prince and princess." He had planned to celebrate with the entire army when welcoming the royal children. But due to the intensity of the battle and fierce resistance, it took longer to capture the city. Now that it was taken, they needed a break to rest and celebrate the arrival of the royal twins. "Yes, sir." Though they hadn't met the prince and princess, they knew that from the moment they attacked Suzhou, the royal children were officially born. Not only did they know the names of the little ones, but they were also filled with joy at their arrival. Chapter 438. Sweeping through the 6 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. It was now early September, with the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. The scorching heat made everyone feel uncomfortable, and their bodies were losing moisture at an alarming rate. During this half-year period, the Great Anchor Dynasty's army mostly returned victorious from every place they conquered. Even when ambushed, they could always turn the tide in their favor. The 6 dynasties faced with the attacks of the Great Anchor Dynasty suffered consecutive defeats, leaving them with no chance of victory. Faced with a defeat as overwhelming as crumbling mountains, the soldiers of the 6 dynasties became disheartened. Their initial frenzied resistance gradually turned into desperate attempts to surrender. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist the attacks of the Great Anchor Dynasty. It was just that the attacks were too intense and relentless, leaving them no choice but to meet their doom. Upon realizing there was no hope of winning, many of the soldiers directly chose to surrender. Of course, some chose not to surrender and instead fought to the death, trying to delay the progress of the Great Anchor Dynasty's offensive and give their own dynasty a chance to breathe. While facing these enemies, the Great Anchor Dynasty also had to confront the joint offensive from the 3 major sections. At the beginning, the attacks from these sects were very fierce, causing the Great Anchor Dynasty to lose quite a few cities. However, in less than a month, the Great Anchor Dynasty launched a fierce counterattack, shattering the coalition forces of the 3 major sects, which then began to retreat step by step. Due to the lack of unified leadership and the fragmented nature of the forces, their unity and morale were weak, leading to the Great Anchor Dynasty having numerous opportunities to attack, ultimately unleashing a full-scale assault on the coalition forces of the 3 major sects. Faced with the extremely formidable army of the Great Anchor Dynasty, the forces that initially joined the coalition with enthusiasm quickly became demoralized, even fleeing from the coalition. At first, seeing forces defecting from the coalition to join the Great Anchor Dynasty in hopes of survival, the 3 major sects tried to prevent further defections. Later, to ensure the stability of their military, the 3 major sects issued strict orders. Anyone who dared to betray the coalition and join the Great Anchor Dynasty would have their entire family exterminated, with no one spared. Facing such ironclad orders, those who initially considered defecting from the coalition now refrained out of fear, not daring to harbor such thoughts. Because once discovered, it meant the annihilation of their entire family. On the plain of Fengchuan in the Qilong Dynasty. Charge! Charge! At this moment, on this vast plain, 2 armies were engaged in fierce combat. The smoke of battle billowed into the sky, and a thick aura of blood spread all around. The soldiers of both sides brandished their weapons against the enemy, clashing fiercely. Leading the charge for the Great Anchor Dynasty was Hart himself. With a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, he reaped lives like a grim reaper, his face filled with excitement as he slashed down the enemy troops. Anyone not clad in black armor or not part of the Great Anchor Dynasty's army met their end swiftly under his sword without hesitation. The battlefield demanded life or death confrontation, not mercy or disarmament. The enemy, intent on resolving the matter. This person was very powerful, and if Hart hadn't guessed wrong, he must be the commander of this army of hundreds of thousands, the renowned general of the Qilong Dynasty, Hakim. Hakim wore red-gray armor and wielded a long-handled broadsword. His spirit soared to the heavens as he swung his weapon wildly, cleaving through the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Facing such a formidable enemy, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty felt no fear. They joined forces and launched a fierce assault, aiming to eliminate him. Seeing the coordinated efforts of the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, Hakim couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, their prowess was well-deserved. Kill! He showed no fear either, roaring with determination. Gripping his broadsword tightly, he charged forward, his spiritual energy converging on the blade. Every slash sent Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers flying in two. They were now surrounded, with no chance of breaking through. Even if they managed to break through, out of the hundreds of thousands, only a few thousand would remain. Moreover, while he could easily break through alone, he did not want to leave his men behind. Hell, your opponent is me. As Hakim was cutting down the soldiers of the great Anchor dynasty, Hart's angry voice echoed nearby, and soon he appeared, holding a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. Seeing this ferocious battle, with flashes of blades and shadows of swords, instantly kept the surrounding soldiers from daring to approach. Even within 100 meters they might be caught in the fray. Thus, everyone was extremely cautious. No one dared to step forward or get within 100 meters. After all, the fight between two strong warriors was not something that these inexperienced fighters could intervene in. A misstep might result in instant death. Boom. After a few more exchanges, both gathered force in their hands, each weapon gathering powerful energy, suddenly slashing at each other. When blade met sword, it resembled a collision of comets, bursting explosively with waves of power spreading outwards. Faced with two powerful forces, both were immediately sent reeling back, their hands trembling as they stared at each other in astonishment. Seeing Hart's formidable strength, Rashad was struck by the realization that Hart's power was not just on paper but exceeded expectations. Hart also felt slightly surprised, noticing the strength of his opponent, yet he looked at him in disbelief. I have suppressed my strength to match your level, but I didn't expect you to still be able to fight me evenly, Hart said calmly. Wonderful indeed. With such strong generals like you, no wonder the Anchor dynasty can suppress our Qilong dynasty, Rashad sighed. If you admire our Anchor dynasty so much, why not join us and become a general for the Anchor dynasty? Hart proposed. Ha ha ha. After a bout of laughter, Rashad's expression turned cold. I, Rashad, live and die for the Qilong dynasty. To think of serving your dynasty is laughable. Since your resolve is set, let's fight until the end then. Hart gazed expressionlessly at him, gripping his sword tightly with his right hand, stepping forward as the sword glowed ominously before slashing towards the opponent. Choosing to fight until the end, he would oblige this famous general until the end. Facing Hart's sword attack, Rashad was not afraid. Instead, he took a deep breath, gripping his saber firmly and channeling spirit energy into it. He did not know when he would fall, but he could not betray his dynasty or his king. Even if his next life saw him as an enemy, he must never let down his kingdom. He would fight until the bitter end, until his last drop of blood was spilled. Slash! Rashad swung his long saber, unleashing a blade of light stretching across the sky, akin to a crimson sunset, splitting downward fiercely. Seeing the sudden attack, Hart frowned deeply, realizing that his opponent intended to give it everything, holding nothing back. Boom! The sharp blade light touched the ground, causing it to explode violently. Countless stones flew up, sweeping through the surroundings. Soldiers within 100 meters had their armor shattered and fell to the ground. Facing the raining stones, Hart wielded his sword continuously to block while keeping a tight watch on Rashad. Boom! After deflecting all the stones, Hart stepped forward with his right foot, rapidly swinging his sword, sending out surging sword chi. He then pointed his cold blade directly at Rashad. Rashad tensed, gripping his saber firmly with both hands, advancing without fear. Though the enemy was indeed formidable, so was he. If his opponent wanted to slay him, he would tear off a piece of the opponent as well. The downfall of his dynasty was inevitable, but before dying, he must buy time for it, fulfilling his king's expectations. Swish! After several dozen more exchanges, Hart found an opening, seizing the moment, slicing off the opponent's left hand with a single strike. Ah! The intense pain from his severed left arm caused Rashad to scream in agony, his face deathly pale. At that moment, he almost wished to die, but suppressing the pain, he swiftly retreated, coldly watching Hart. Without hesitation, he channeled spirit energy into his left hand, stopping the bleeding promptly. However, Hart, showing no mercy, attacked again, intending to finish him off. They had fought for nearly 2 incense sticks worth of time, reaching his desired outcome, that their dynasty's defeat against the Anchor dynasty stemmed from inadequate intelligence work, leading to overwhelming losses. Had they obtained information about the Anchor dynasty, they wouldn't have been crushed so thoroughly, avoiding being dominated by the enemy. Unfortunately, it was too late. The outcome of the war was sealed, with the Anchor dynasty victorious and their Qilong dynasty facing its demise. Chapter 440. Scholar, Enzo. Following the downfall of Chuyue River, the armies of the Red Dragon dynasty collapsed instantly like a house of cards, the entire battlefield descending into chaos, where they were mercilessly slaughtered by the soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty. Faced with such formidable warriors of the Great Anchor dynasty, the Red Dragon soldiers, having lost their core leadership, only had the thought of escaping in their minds, no longer willing to continue fighting. After half a year of battles and losing half of their kingdom, it made them almost powerless to fight on, wanting nothing more than to survive. If it were any other time, they would never have entertained such thoughts, but now things were different. On the battlefield, Hart was like a grim reaper from hell, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the enemies before him, cutting them down one after another. Facing such a powerful general of the Great Anchor dynasty, the Red Dragon soldiers could only flee in disgrace, discarding their armor and weapons as they desperately tried to escape the battlefield. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Stephen watched the battle quietly, his heart unperturbed. He could have forgiven them if they surrendered, but these men were stubborn, with only a few choosing to give up. After observing for a while, Stephen turned to Alvis beside him and said calmly, "Advisor, the last resistance of the Red Dragon dynasty has been completely annihilated by us. The same goes for the three-pronged army. Next, our army will advance straight to the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty. Indeed, although we are still 10 to 15 days away from the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty, there is no one left to obstruct our advance." Alvis nodded with a slight smile. As long as the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty was captured, it would signify the end of the Red Dragon dynasty. Although resistance forces might still exist and use the remaining cities to resist, those remaining cannot stop the destruction of the Red Dragon dynasty, nor turn its territory into theirs. General, even though our army is close to the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty, surely their current king Basil must be finding ways to escape intact and then establish defensive lines to prevent our annexation, Alvis added, his expression unchanged. No need to worry. Basil will not flee. The capital of the Red Dragon Dynasty is his lifeline. He would rather die in battle than leave. Just as he stepped out of Yulan Palace, Harold mentally commanded, "System, activate the free summon." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the renowned scholar Yuan Tianjiang. Harold froze, his body trembling with excitement upon hearing the system's announcement. Enzo? He never imagined that the person summoned would be Enzo. Even though he had summoned many Chinese heroes half a year ago, he hadn't expected this particular figure. Yuan Tianjiang. Who else? The same great figure who co-authored the Tubei 2 with Guido. Suppressing his joy, Harold asked the system, "System, do you have Yuan Tianjiang's information?" Ding. Name, Enzo. Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Rank, Supreme Scholar. Martial Art, Feng Shui Qilin Technique. Cultivation, Martial Saint Level 2. Specialty, none. Satisfied with the brief dossier, Harold nodded slightly. Martial Saint Level 2. It seemed everyone's cultivation improved along with his. With such formidable strength, they could now dominate Nanyang territory. Even if a strong force from Kunlun Jade appeared, they wouldn't fear. Of course, the opposing strength should not be overly powerful, otherwise, they might still be crushed. With such formidable Chinese heroes by his side, he didn't fear invasions from other factions and could retaliate against alien races. Frightening someone appeared on the surface, the more terrifying they truly were, enough to make one shudder. Enzo was precisely such a character, an inscrutable and intimidating figure not to be trifled with. Hashtag Chapter 441. Guido's Deduction. Under the guidance of Andy, Enzo and his group entered the Heaven-grade secret realm. Upon seeing the mysterious world of the secret realm, Enzo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the scene before him. However, he did not linger on the spot, but followed Andy as they soared through the air until they arrived atop a high mountain. Not far away stood a simple yet charming thatched hut. Andy turned to glance at Enzo beside him. Dorister Tadeo is waiting for you inside. The title Dorister was bestowed upon him by Emperor Harold, an important position reserved for exceptional individuals like Enzo. In their great Anchor dynasty, there were two Doristers. One was Guido, and the other was Enzo, who had just recently been appointed by their ruler specifically to safeguard the fate of the dynasty alongside Guido. Thank you, responded Enzo with a nod and a warm smile. You are most welcome, Dorister, replied Andy with a slight bow before turning to leave. After Andy departed, Enzo proceeded forward. According to the itinerary, he should have met the other officials first and exchanged pleasantries. But after a brief conversation with the Emperor, Harold informed him that Guido was already awaiting his arrival within the Heaven-grade secret realm. Though somewhat puzzled, Enzo felt it necessary to visit his old rival, Brother Tadeo. I could only foresee your arrival this month, but not the exact time, Guido replied, shaking his head. He wasn't lying. It was the truth. About a month ago, after another colleague, Tadeo Nkaragong, arrived, Guido deduced the coming of another illustrious figure from the Tang dynasty. Through meticulous calculation, he confirmed it was Enzo, his old friend. Although he knew his friend was coming, he could not pinpoint the exact moment. Thus, he chose to wait and asked Emperor Harold to arrange a meeting when Enzo arrived. True to his word, the Emperor arranged this reunion. To be able to calculate my arrival, it seems your divination skills have improved, Enzo said with a smile. Brother Yuan flatters me. Compared to yours, mine are still lacking, Guido responded modestly. Seeing his humility, Enzo remained silent. They always did this. One would compliment the other while remaining humble, neither acknowledging superiority. In the Imperial Study. Upon returning to the Imperial Study, Harold did not go to the Yulan Palace but sat down to review petitions. The war was nearing its end. Despite ongoing resistance, victory was almost certain. As Harold settled on his cushion, ready to review petitions, a member of the Embroidered Uniform Guard quickly approached. Embroidered Uniform Guard Tadu Hong pays respects to your majesty. Eyeing the kneeling guard, Harold frowned. If the Embroidered Uniform Guard came, something must be amiss. Despite his internal questions, Harold calmly asked, "What is it?" Your majesty, our spies within the three major sects report that, facing defeat, the sect leaders have requested aid from the Kunlun territory. They will send reinforcements in 3 months, Tadu Hong reported. Harold's brow furrowed. It seemed the three major sects realized the situation and sought outside help. Understandable given their current predicament against Tai's relentless attacks. If things continued, not only would the sects fall, but the allied forces would too. After a moment, Harold looked at Tadu Hong and asked, "Did you find out which factions the sects sought help from, how many experts they sent, and their strengths?" Your majesty, I'm ashamed to say, despite infiltrating the sect's leadership, our people can't identify the specific factions or the number and strength of their experts. Tadu Hong bowed his head. They assumed infiltration would reveal secrets, including the identities behind the sections. But only a few people knew, kept hidden with extreme caution. These people were extremely powerful and vigilant, with very few knowing their true identities. Sighing, Harold shook his head. This isn't your fault. Given the secrecy, you've done well. The fact that your operatives infiltrated the sect's leadership speaks volumes. And Del to meet me, Harold instructed calmly. He hadn't seen the trio Aiden, Darien, and Del for quite some time, nor had he assigned them any tasks. The reason he hadn't seen them was that they were undergoing training, learning various combat techniques, and following the Huaxiao leads to train troops and strategize. Now, he wanted to see them for a simple purpose. Yes. Andy did not delay after receiving the order and quickly left. He needed to inform the Imperial Guards to pass on the warning to Johnny to be vigilant about the backers behind the three major sections. Additionally, he had to fetch Aiden, Darien, and Del. Half an incense stick later, under Andy's guidance, Riker arrived at the Imperial Study. General Riker, I present myself to your majesty. Riker abruptly knelt on one knee, greeting with reverence. Harold nodded slightly, then stood up from his cushion, gesturing for Riker to follow him. Riker quickly followed the king's steps without hesitation. They both sat down on cushions, facing each other. Harold spoke. I believe you must be curious why I summoned you here. Indeed, I am very curious. Since your majesty has summoned me, it must be for something important, Riker replied. The king usually didn't summon them, unless there was something significant to discuss. If his guess was correct, the king must have summoned him for an important task. Though he had some ideas about what it could be, he waited for the king's confirmation. Tediously to Riker's words, Harold smiled inwardly, realizing Riker had guessed correctly. I summoned you because the time has come. You and your army must set out. Although the agreement with the Star and Moon Dynasty was still nearly 6 months away, they needed to prepare in advance to launch a fierce attack whenever necessary. The demise of the 6 great dynasties was imminent, leaving only this dynasty, which had signed an agreement with them and remained unscathed. With less than 6 months until the agreement ended, they no longer needed to hold back. Upon hearing this, Riker confirmed his suspicions, feeling excited. His long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. He intended to unleash all his skills to obliterate this dynasty and show them the power of their forces. As Harold chatted with Riker, Aiden, Darian, and Del were guided by a small eunuch towards the Imperial study. As they walked, a small boy appeared nearby. It was clearly Harold, seemingly heading somewhere. Excited Harold froze upon seeing the familiar figures, staring intently at them. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and then ran towards them excitedly. Elder Brother Tianhu, Elder Brother Tianbao, Elder Brother Tianyuan. Looking at the determined little guy, the towering Aiden, who stood in the center, reached out and touched his head, smiling, Tadiato Marquis, it's been a long... His intention for calling them was simple. They had spent years in the training camp, and it was time for them to engage in real combat. Once seated, Harold smiled and remarked, it's been a long time. You 3 seem full of life, and your strength has grown even more formidable. Hee. Aiden scratched his head, smiling. Actually, nothing much. Our achievements are all due to your majesty's efforts. Your majesty, are you summoning us to join the military campaign? Darian asked. What else? Of course, your majesty has summoned us to expand the territory of the dynasty, Del added. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. The names are accurately transcribed into Pinyin, preserving the integrity of the characters. Chapter 443, Riker's Request. At dusk, as night fell, Harold watched Riker with an impassive expression and said coolly, this assault on the Star-Moon Dynasty must be conducted secretly. If possible, this king hopes you can catch them completely off guard. To prevent the Star-Moon Dynasty from being attacked by their great Anchor Dynasty, the Star-Moon Dynasty had started constructing defensive lines and establishing numerous obstacles years ago in preparation for defending against their invasion. Although they were fully aware of these defensive lines and could break through the enemy's defense formation swiftly, he still hoped that Riker and his forces could catch the enemy unprepared. Once the Star-Moon Dynasty faced a sudden attack, their defenses would instantly collapse, leaving them vulnerable to the great Anchor Dynasty's intense offensive. As long as the enemy's defensive line was breached by their attacks, it would only be a matter of time before this dynasty was destroyed. Moreover, such pressure might force this dynasty into surrendering. Please rest assured, your majesty. This general will certainly catch the enemy off guard, turning their painstakingly constructed defense lines into nothing more than paper tigers, Riker promised firmly. So tell this king, have you found the route for attacking the Star-Moon Dynasty over the past year? Harold asked with an indifferent look. When Riker returned, he began investigating routes to attack the Star-Moon Dynasty, delving deeply into understanding this kingdom. He was now very curious how they planned to invade the Star-Moon Dynasty, or rather, from which direction they intended to launch their attack. Though he himself did not go to battle, he was very interested in the battle plans of his generals, observing how they laid out their strategies. Seeing that the Emperor was genuinely curious, Riker responded without hesitation, Your Majesty, this general plans to directly attack the Star-Moon Dynasty from the Crimson Dragon Dynasty. Attack from the Crimson Dragon Dynasty? Harold frowned, questioning. From the Crimson Dragon Dynasty to the capital of the Star-Moon Dynasty takes much longer than launching an attack from our own great Anchor Dynasty. Why would you choose this route? He was puzzled. Attacking from the Crimson Dragon Dynasty, on the other hand, made perfect sense because of the wide-open terrain filled with plains, lacking any substantial defensive formations, thus making it highly suitable for attack. Your idea is good, and this king agrees with your plan. However, unforeseen circumstances may arise, so be cautious and don't let yourselves be caught off guard, Harold said calmly. Riker replied with a serious face, Please be reassured, Your Majesty. According to intelligence from the Imperial Guards, there are few defensive lines at the border between the Crimson Dragon Dynasty and the Star-Moon Dynasty, and the station troops do not exceed 2 million. They cannot stop this general's advance. Having chosen this location to attack, he naturally did extensive preparations. Otherwise, he would never have undertaken such an attack or chosen this position. Although the Star-Moon Dynasty deployed 2 million elite soldiers in the Crimson Dragon Dynasty region, he was not afraid of them at all. Once their army was teleported there, they could instantly breach the enemy's defenses and then attack the Star-Moon Dynasty from multiple directions. If you have made adequate preparations, proceed with your preparations and launch a massive attack by the end of this year, Harold said without expression. Yes. With a bow, Riker continued, Your Majesty, before departure, this general has a request, hoping you will grant it. What is it? Harold furrowed his brows, kindly agreed. Since you wish to take them, then take them. It's better for them to fight valiantly on the battlefield than to remain idle in the capital. Previously, Hubao cavalry leaders had told him they yearned for battles and achievements, desiring to expand their territory. Unfortunately, he rejected them outright, not because he didn't want to send them, but because there was no suitable battlefield and no suitable leader. Now that someone capable was leading them, it was only right to let them experience real combat. Chapter 444, Bradford's Battle. Thank you, Your Majesty. Receiving the king's permission, Riker was overjoyed inside. He had been worried that the king would not agree, considering the existence of the Tiger Leopard cavalry has special significance. But he never imagined that King Harold would agree so readily. As long as he possessed the Tiger Leopard cavalry, he would have no fear of the Star-Moon Dynasty's Iron Ebenezer Riders. He could even carry out a grand slaughter. Harold nodded gently and said, "Do you have any other requests? If not, take these 3 brothers to attack the Star Moon dynasty for this emperor." Aiden, Darian, and Del were extremely happy at this moment. They felt like their blood was boiling with excitement and wished they could kiss Harold right then and there. They had long requested to join the battle and expand the territory of the Great Anchor dynasty, but unfortunately, their request was denied by the current king. With him? For his younger brother, besides himself, Hiroshi, Aiden, Darian, and Del were the closest people to him. In Harold's childhood days, Aiden, Darian, and Del took turns caring for him, and his younger brother was fond of them. Hearing this, Harold instantly felt deeply disappointed. His face, which had been joyful just moments before, immediately drooped in sorrow. "Don't be so disheartened. Your elder brothers Tianhu and others will be back in 6 months. If you feel bored, go play with them," Harold said with a smile. "Really?" Harold's eyes lit up with hope. "Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you?" Harold touched his brother's head gently and smiled. "Oh yeah." Getting a definite answer from his brother, Harold raised his hands excitedly, his heart pounding with joy. Just as they were talking, Addie, who was playing with his sister, suddenly heard them and hurried over. Arriving in front of his father, Addie asked, "Father, are Louis Tianhu, Tianbao, and Tianyuan back? Where are they now? Why haven't I seen them?" Putting his hand down from his brother's head, Harold placed it on Addie's head and said, "Yes, your 3 uncles are indeed back. Would you like to play with them?" For some reason, the 3 brothers, Aiden, Darian, and Del, had always been favored by both Harold's younger brother and Tessa. From a young age, they loved to stick close to them. Especially in their childhood days, the personalities of his younger brother and Tessa were almost identical. They loved sticking around Aiden, Darian, and Del. At the edge of Yaolon, Harold held his daughter Everingshu in his arms and kissed her forehead gently. Smiling, he said, "Xingxue, are you happy to see father?" Hehe. Seeing her father, Everingshu looked very happy. She reached out her small hands to touch her father, smiling broadly. Feeling the touch of the little one, Harold's smile grew wider, allowing her to keep touching his face. Though she could not speak yet, the little girl still understood what her father said and touched his cheek with her tiny hands. After playing with the little one for a while, Harold put her back into the cradle and then picked up Tessa, kissing him hard on the face before returning him to the cradle again. He then sat down on the cushion next to Vicky and Christy. In the Red Dragon Kingdom, outside Etienne City, Bradford personally commanded the troops to launch an intense assault on the city. Despite the defenders fighting fiercely under their commander's instructions, making it impossible for them to capture the city, the fierce attacks by the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers managed to break through the defenses. The army was now advancing into the city. Suddenly, a scout riding a warhorse rushed forward, reporting loudly, "Report, General. Our troops are encountering fierce resistance from the enemy. Our losses are heavy. The enemy commander is too strong. Our general is no match." Bradford frowned in confusion, but without much thought, he quickly called for a warhorse, ordered his subordinates to command the troops, and charged directly into the battlefield. Though he didn't know what was happening in the city, he needed to see for himself what kind of general could hold off his troops. Soon, Bradford rode swiftly into the city and saw a middle-aged general pressing down on one of his foot soldiers. Although the man looked plain with a robust build, Bradford sensed a terrifying aura from him. "That's not right. This guy used secret techniques to enhance his cultivation." Bradford frowned, dismounted quickly, and then sped toward the man. With his cold sword blade pointing directly at the man, the icy sword light flashed crazily, striking fear into anyone near. Swinging his long saber to defend against the arrival of the 2 middle-aged men, he felt a lethal aura from behind and immediately retreated the 2 men in front of him before turning around and attacking with his long saber. Boom! Swords clashed like colliding stars, exploding loudly. Instantly, waves of energy spread out in all directions, knocking the nearby soldiers away. Even the 2 Great Anchor Dynasty commanders who had been attacking the man were thrown back by the powerful shockwave. Chapter 445. Enhancing Cultivation with Tadio Fespin. Bradford retreated 5 or 6 steps, his gaze filled with shock as he looked at the Keith in front of him. He thought to himself in disbelief, "For your dynasty, you are charging forward instantly." Clang. At that moment, the weapons clashed incessantly, sparks flying wildly, making the scene of flashing swords and knives terrifyingly intense, forcing people to stay away. Everyone watching dared not approach within 100 meters, and the houses near them were affected by the battle, collapsing instantly. The exquisite floors cracked from the impact. Bradford's sword struck swiftly, aiming directly for the opponent's vital points. The Keith didn't back down either, fiercely blocking with his long knife, while simultaneously launching lethal counterattacks. Within just a few breaths, they engaged in over 100 intense rounds of combat. Bradford's fast sword technique was superb, swift as the wind, numerous sword lights flashing out continuously. Sensing the ferocity of the attack, the Keith was startled multiple times, his gaze steadily focused on the opponent. Indeed, worthy of being a leading general of the Daya dynasty, this level of formidable strength was almost incomprehensible. How could the Qilong dynasty possibly match such formidable generals of the Daya dynasty? They barely knew how to fight against them. Seeing the intense attacks unleashed by the opponent, Hall took a deep breath, gripping the long knife in his hands firmly before launching a furious assault. Noticing the increasing power and speed of the sword strikes, powerful sword skills almost as swift as lightning, Hall's battle armor started showing cracks. Daring not hesitate any longer, nor holding back, Hall unleashed tremendous power, attacking furiously while continuing to burn his lifespan to enhance his cultivation. Seeing the opponent's momentum grow stronger, Bradford frowned. It seemed that Hall was determined to fight to the death, regardless of depleting his lifespan. He also understood now why the 2 elite commanders under Stephen couldn't subdue him. With such frenzied burning of lifespan to boost power, even if those 2 were strong, they couldn't overpower him. Clang. Facing the opponent's enhanced power from burning lifespan, Bradford didn't dare to slacken for a moment. Despite his formidable strength, this opponent was enhancing cultivation with his life, leaving no room for relaxation. His face turned cold, and the sword in his hand launched rapid strikes, countless sword lights targeting the critical areas. Faced with the frenzied assault, Hall showed no fear, furiously activating secret techniques to burn his life force, thereby boosting his strength to resist the attacks. Opponent's combat prowess was overwhelmingly powerful, forcing him to burn his lifespan to launch counterattacks. Otherwise, he would surely be killed on the spot. The combined efforts of the two commanders earlier were already enough to test his limits, yet he never imagined that Bradford was so incredibly strong. As Bradford's sword attacked rapidly, he also used fists and feet without hesitation. Swish. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Bradford slashed through the opponent's back armor with a single sword stroke. Ah! Faced with this unexpected attack, Hall let out a painful scream, hurriedly retreating backward. Feeling the burning pain on his back, Hall's expression turned sinister. He quickly channeled spiritual energy to heal the wound, stopping the bleeding. Visible was the gaping wound on his back, gushing blood alarmingly. Fortunately, under the healing effects of his spiritual energy, though the wound didn't completely close, it was temporarily staunched from bleeding. Having treated himself promptly, Hall gripped the long blade in his hands and rapidly defended against Bradford's sudden attack. After half an instant's time in battle, Hall's complexion turned pale. His black hair instantly turned white, wrinkles appearing on his face, looking hundreds of years older. Seeing the opponent's condition, Bradford frowned deeply, his eyes narrowing as he observed Hall closely. Your body has reached its limit. Are you still willing to continue? Fight! Hall roared inwardly, tightening his grip on his weapon and quickly charging forward. So what if he had reached his limit? As long as he had a single breath left, he would vow to fight for his dynasty until death. Surrender? That was something Hall would never do in his lifetime. Slowly, with a bitter smile. Unable to hold back the enemy from attacking the dynasty, he felt profoundly regretful. Looking at Hall, who had closed his eyes, Bradford shook his head lightly, then spoke without emotion. Bring me someone to properly bury Hall. Yes. Chapter 446. War flames everywhere, rivers of blood. After finishing the battle, Bradford led his subordinates to the city lord's residence unimpeded. All resistance forces had been crushed by them along the way. The Red Dragon dynasty indeed had competent and respectable generals, but unfortunately for them, they were up against the powerful enemies from the Great Anchor dynasty. Any formidable enemy in front of them would be crushed one by one. Anyone who dared to obstruct their advance would be mercilessly killed. No one could stand in the way of the Great Anchor dynasty's assault, not even Qin. Only through ending the division among dynasties could a prosperous era return to mankind. Only through stopping the wars among dynasties could people live in a pure land. At the city lord's residence of Etion City, Bradford, having just arrived, immediately assigned tasks to his soldiers while arranging for the cleanup of the battle in the city as soon as possible. They were getting closer to the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty. Speed was essential so that they could arrive at the Red Dragon dynasty's capital at the same time as their great general. By occupying the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty, they could temporarily declare the end of this dynasty and destroy all remaining resistance in one fell swoop. Bradford looked coldly at everyone before him and asked expressionlessly, Isidro, where is our great general now? The great general is currently in Longma City, replied a Desi standing on the left front. Longma City? Muttering this phrase in his heart, Bradford said emotionlessly, It seems the great general has already surpassed us by 3 days' journey. We must hasten our pace and then join forces with the great general to capture the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty. Capturing the capital of a superior dynasty was something he had never dreamed of. Now it was about to happen, which filled him with unexpected joy. After nearly 2 years of battles and the death of over 1 million soldiers, victory was almost within sight, making everyone present extraordinarily happy. If it weren't for the meeting, they would have embraced each other in celebration. Even though they hadn't reached the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty yet, its fate was laid bare before them. As long as they accelerated their pace for a few more days, they would reach the capital and forcibly bring it to a halt, declaring the fall of the Red Dragon dynasty to the world. Yes. Red Dragon dynasty, Arnyuan City. Whoosh. Pant. At this moment, Arnyuan City was shrouded in thick smoke and war flames. Shouts of fighty defenders fell. Many soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty also died. But even in death, they showed no fear, their faces displaying a grim determination. Eden also joined the battle, swinging his long saber to cut down enemy after enemy. As a military commander, he didn't need to participate directly, but he couldn't resist joining in, feeling restless in the rear lines. Despite the lack of a renowned general blocking his path, the fierce resistance from the enemy still caused trouble. Still, the battle continued without pause. Slash. Gathering immense spiritual energy into his long saber, Eden slashed with a swift strike, the blade plunging into the ground, sending out blinding flashes of light. Ah! Ah! Within less than a breath, over 100 soldiers were cleaved in two, resulting in a scene of carnage with severed limbs flying everywhere, a 10-meter radius enveloped in terrifying blood mist. Yet, the battle was far from over. Eden continued swinging his long saber, forcing the enemy to retreat step by step. The might of this warrior was overwhelming, forcing them to continuously fall back, hoping their own general would come to assist. Attack! With a roar in his heart, Eden tightened his grip on his weapon and swung wildly. Instantly, blinding flashes appeared as the sharp blade repeatedly decapitated enemies. The icy blade left behind only death among the Arnyuan City defenders, their cold spearheads darting swiftly toward him. Chapter 447. The Great Anchor Dynasty Warriors Never Surrender. Huff. Facing the incoming spear, the Bryson took a deep breath. With a slight tremor in his right hand, the long sword in his grasp flickered rapidly with sword light. In just an instant, the spears wielded by the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers were slashed into disarray by a single strike of his sword, followed immediately by a fatal slash across their throats. The Great Anchor Dynasty warriors, unable to defend themselves in time, were directly struck down by the Brycen's swift blade. But even in the face of such formidable opposition, the Daeankar dynasty warriors showed no fear. Instead, they advanced together with their spears pointed at the enemy. No matter how powerful the enemy was, as long as they dared to impede their advance, the warriors would strike without hesitation. Witnessing the Daeankar dynasty soldiers' fearless determination, the Brycen felt deeply shaken. These warriors from a middle-tier dynasty were more terrifying than the elite soldiers from his own superior dynasty. Kill. Regardless of these soldiers' fearless resolve, he had no choice but to eliminate them all. Not a single one must be spared. The Qilong dynasty was already on the brink of collapse. If the Daeankar dynasty's army attacked their capital, their dynasty would officially be declared extinct. Seeing the formidable foes advancing, the Daeankar dynasty warriors remained undeterred. Their icy spears moved swiftly to attack the hidden enemies. Given the overwhelming power of their adversaries, they couldn't afford to engage in single combat and had to launch coordinated attacks or face certain death. Instantly, over a dozen spears struck simultaneously from all directions, surrounding the Brycen. However, he didn't hesitate. With a cold blade slashing the ground, he soared into the air. Following that, his long sword struck out rapidly, and wherever its cold edge passed, Daeankar dynasty soldiers fell one after another, pierced through the throat before collapsing to the ground. But as soon as those soldiers fell, others quickly took their place. 3 Daeankar dynasty warriors surged forward using their spears for support while simultaneously kicking towards him. Before he could react, the Brycen was kicked away, only to face a barrage of spears thrusting at him. Forcing the pain in his chest to subside, the Flynn managed to block the spears while feeling a wave of fear wash over him. How could these soldiers react so swiftly? Clang. Blocking the attack once again, the Flynn brandished his sword once more. Yet the next moment, the spears of the Daeankar dynasty lunged at him again, forcing him to retreat hurriedly. Despite his quick retreat, several spears still injured his limbs, causing blood to spurt out, making his face turn pale instantly. Quickly standing up from the ground, the Flynn launched another rapid attack, eliminating several Daeankar dynasty warriors. But the Daeankar warriors immediately retaliated with a synchronized assault. The icy spears attacked rapidly, enhanced by spiritual energy, turning them abnormally sharp as if capable of piercing through the heavens. Facing simultaneous attacks from 7 or 8 spears, the Flynn was compelled to counterattack swiftly despite his formidable strength. After half an incense stick's worth of battle, the Brycen was already riddled with wounds, his body covered in gashes that had begun to clot, his complexion extremely pale. Meanwhile, on the wide streets of Arnuan City, over 1,000 Daeankar dynasty soldiers lay fallen, yet they continued their relentless assault on the Flynn. Faced with the unrelenting attacks, the Flynn struggled desperately to hold off the onslaught, his heart filled with awe and disbelief. Although he had slain thousands, his body bore countless wounds, pushing him to the brink of death. Seeing the Flynn surrounded by Daeankar dynasty warriors, hundreds of soldiers looked at him coldly, their eyes filled with murderous intent, firmly gripping their spears. They wanted to inflict severe injuries upon this foe, knowing well the many comrades who had perished in this struggle. If possible, they would have wished to sever him into 8 pieces. Kill. Suddenly, a Daeankar dynasty warrior roared furiously, and a dozen or so generals from both major and minor dynasties attacked together, their spears like rainbows cutting through the sky. The Flynn showed no fear in his eyes. Enduring his wounds, his icy longsword struck out rapidly, displaying exceptional swordsmanship. Instantly, sword light flashed, and surging sword chi spread around. Kill. Thud. After hundreds of rounds of combat and the deaths of numerous Daeankar dynasty soldiers, a combined attack of 7 or 8 spears pierced the Flynn's body. Looking at the spears that had penetrated him, he wore a bitter smile. As the spears were pulled out, he collapsed, looking up at the sky with reluctance and bougon, unwillingness. After hundreds of rounds of combat and the deaths of over 100 Daeankar dynasty soldiers, 7 or 8 spears struck simultaneously, piercing the Flynn's body. He looked at the spears protruding from his chest with a wry smile. As they were pulled out, he crumpled to the ground, his gaze reluctantly fixed on the sky above. He never imagined that he would die at the hands of a group of foot soldiers. Still, despite this, he felt admiration for their strength. In one-on-one combat, they would have been easily subdued by him, but their numbers and coordination proved overwhelming. Looking at the fallen enemy, the soldiers did not express any emotion, nor did they mutilate his body. Instead, they watched him with icy gazes. This adversary, although formidable and having killed many of their comrades, earned their respect through his prowess. Let's move on to other battlefields. Silently glancing at the fallen, one soldier suddenly spoke. With a cold expression, Eden swiftly decapitated the remaining enemies and led his troops straight towards the Flynn's residence, eliminating the last of the resistance. Looking at the cold corpses scattered on the ground, Eden's gaze turned colder still, devoid of any mercy. Initially, he had thought the resistance would be minimal, but unexpectedly, as they approached the Qilong dynasty's capital, the resistance intensified dramatically. Moreover, their fighting prowess was exceptionally strong, with almost none choosing surrender. They fought to the death against their invasion. Facing fierce resistance, their advance suffered significant setbacks, resulting in heavy losses in each battlefield. Despite reinforcements, seeing so many of their comrades turned into lifeless bodies left them silently mournful. Putting away his weapon, Eden said expressionlessly, "By my seemed to arrive." Yet, undeterred, he continued reviewing them, not daring to neglect any content within. Just after finishing one memorial, Harold paused, mumbling to himself, "I wonder how Bowie and the others are doing?" It had been quite some time since he heard from Bowie, causing Harold concern. Had they run into trouble? As Harold fretted internally, a guard from the Brocade Guard quickly entered the study and knelt respectfully. Brocade Guard Jeremiah pays respects to Zach. "What is it?" Harold asked with a furrowed brow, puzzled about the sudden appearance of this well-known Brocade Guard captain. Reporting to your majesty, Minister Bowie has sent word that they've encountered insurmountable difficulties and thus request the aid of a royal advisor, Jeremiah replied. Harold's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Jeremiah. What could have driven Bowie to make such a request? Could it be that serious? Did Bowie specify what kind of troubles they faced? Harold inquired, puzzled. Minister Bowie did not specify. They only instructed us to relay to your majesty the urgent need for a royal advisor, Jeremiah responded, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Harold fell silent, pondering whether Bowie indeed faced grave difficulties requiring a royal advisor's help. Despite not knowing the nature of the trouble, he knew he must dispatch someone of such high caliber. He just needed to decide who would be most suitable. After some deliberation, Harold glanced at Jeremiah and said calmly, Jeremiah, go immediately to the heavenly realm and inform the 2 royal advisors of this matter. Let them decide who will go to Kunlun Domain to assist Bowie. If either of them decides to go, bring them directly here to see me. I have instructions for them. Yes, your majesty. Without hesitation, Jeremiah left promptly. Back at his desk, Harold sighed softly and resumed processing the memorials. As ruler of the great Anchor dynasty, he could not afford to delay. 2 hours later, Enzo arrived at the imperial study. Your subject Enzo pays respects to your majesty. Enzo kneeled respectfully upon arrival. Seeing Enzo unexpectedly appear, Harold was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the chosen one to assist Bowie would be Enzo. Smiling faintly, Harold gently said, There's no need for formalities, rise. Thank you, your majesty. Enzo slowly stood up. Without further ado, Harold led him aside. Following Harold's instruction, Yuan Tiangong sat down next to him. Smiling, Harold said, I trust Jeremiah has informed you why I summoned you here. Yes, your majesty, Enzo nodded. Understanding that he and Guido had decided that he should go to Kunlun Domain, Harold then turned to Andy nearby and said, Hider Gungong, please summon Silas, Jay, and Justice here. I have tasks for them. Now all 5 of Elton's top generals were available. While Silas, Jay, and Justice had not participated in any battles, they still longed for action. Harold planned to send them with Enzo to Kunlun Domain. Certainly. Andy responded respectfully before leaving. Turning back to Enzo, Harold began discussing the details. Knowing Enzo would soon depart for Kunlun Domain, Harold wished to entrust him with a crucial task. Enzo, once you reach Kunlun Domain to assist Bowie, I hope you can also search for my sister, Harold requested softly. Without updates from the dog system, he worried she might be in trouble, especially considering his brother's recent nightmares about her. Please rest assured, your majesty. Once I reach Kunlun Domain, I will do my best to find Princess Long's whereabouts, Enzo promised. Thank you, royal advisor. There's no need for such formality. By the way, your majesty, may I borrow a drop of your blood to divine whether the princess is in danger? Enzo asked. Harold nodded silently, then sliced his finger to produce a drop of fresh blood. Enzo extended his right hand, catching the floating drop of blood, and then took out 12 intricately designed copper coins. He combined the blood with 1 coin and shook it vigorously before scattering it on the table. Clank, clank, clank. Observing the scattered coins, Enzo frowned, his expression turning grim. Chapter 449. Caesar Bowie. High Priest, is my younger sister in danger? Harold asked with a blank expression. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whoever dared to harm his sister would be torn into 8 pieces by him. He would flay their skin, crush their bones, and scatter their ashes. He would even carve them into human sticks. In this world, no one could harm his family. Whoever dared to do so would be asking for trouble. In reply to your majesty, the eldest princess indeed faces danger, and it's a mortal peril. However, there's an auspicious sign in this hexagram, meaning that the eldest princess will turn the misfortune into fortune and may even gain a heaven-defying opportunity, Enzo spoke. Hearing that his sister was fine, Harold heaved a long sigh of relief. Although she would eventually turn misfortune into fortune, he still felt somewhat worried whether she might encounter fatal danger. Before long, led by Andy, Silas, Jay, Justice, all dressed in black battle armor, arrived at the Imperial Study Hall. Silas, Jay, Justice. Greetings, your majesty. The 3 people brought by Andy knelt on one knee before the king. In such vast land, they would find ample room for development and opportunities to showcase their strength. Harold nodded approvingly and lifted his hand to stop their shouting. Looking at Silas, Jay, and Justice, Harold nodded gently, instructing them to lead the army through the teleportation array to Kunlun Domain immediately. Bowie had already established a teleportation array in Kunlun Domain, and this array connected directly here. Even though it was a one-way teleportation, with the Great Anchor Dynasty's troops only able to travel from here to Kunlun Domain, it was just temporary. The reason for establishing a one-way array was simple, to prevent anyone from Kunlun Domain using the array to come here, especially strong individuals from Kunlun Domain. If they were allowed through, it would cause enormous trouble. Hence, a one-way array was necessary. As most of the army was teleported to Kunlun Domain, Enzo looked at Harold and said, Your Majesty, since General Silas and the others have been teleported, I cannot stay any longer. Go then. Harold nodded lightly. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Domain, Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty, amidst the magnificent, gilded, and ancient structures stretching endlessly, filled with bustling crowds, it seemed like a fairyland. Tianfeng City of Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty. In the left chancellor's residence, Bowie was leisurely sipping tea. Opposite him sat Butler. Both were calmly enjoying tea, waiting for countermeasures. To ensure secrecy, only Butler, one of the 3 major generals of Tianqiong, was directly involved. As for Muhammad, he had minimal connection with them. They are temporarily safe, and Efren hasn't noticed anything unusual about Muhammad, Butler responded, shaking his head. The sudden attacks by Efren's forces caught them off guard, but timely reaction prevented unnecessary issues. To protect their identities, communication with Muhammad was almost entirely handled by secret agents, keeping others unaware. Bowie nodded appreciatively, grateful for the precautions he had taken. Lord Jia, Things are not looking good. We must find a way to respond or our hard-earned influence will be shattered, Butler said solemnly. You needn't worry. Although we're temporarily out of commission, our influence remains firmly in our hands, Bowie replied with a chilling smile. Chapter 450, The Emperor's Summon. Despite Rosemary urging the young Dino to temporarily relieve Butler of all his duties, the army under their command was still firmly held by them. Should the need arise, they would instantly raise arms in rebellion. However, now was not the right time. Doing so would result in a total defeat. Currently, they had to wait and deal with various challenges posed by the enemy. Once the right moment came, they could overthrow the court within a short period. Even though this court represented forces beyond the dynasty, it posed no obstacle to them. There wouldn't be any hindrance at all. Seeing that Bowie had foreseen and prepared for this situation, Butler felt deeply reassured and was glad that Bowie was on their side. Otherwise, they might have been completely ruined. In recent years, countless people had been outwitted by the person standing before him. Although those people were their enemies, they were still outwitted nonetheless. The most prominent contributor was none other than Bowie, the left chancellor of the Tianqiong dynasty. A man who struck fear into others and enjoyed the favor of the emperor. Looking at Butler, Bowie said indifferently, General Chow, the imperial advisor has arrived. Please instruct the embroidered uniform guard to escort them here immediately. Also, inform General Muhammad to send men to escort Generals Silas, J, and Justice to join his camp and serve under his command. The reason for not placing Silas, J, and Justice under Butler's command was simple, to prevent anyone from knowing their true identity and to avoid the emperor suspecting their intentions. As long as there was no connection between them and the enemy, they could be utilized as sharp blades, piercing through the heart of the adversary. Butler nodded gently in response. He then called over a member of the embroidered uniform guard who wasn't wearing the typical uniform but was dressed in black, like an assassin in the night. This guard knelt before the two without speaking. Will only arouse suspicion, Bowie said, shaking his head gently. Emperor Tadion de Gue summoning him to the palace indicated that there was something important, or perhaps a warning against acting too rashly. Nevertheless, he intended to meet this young emperor and see how he planned to deal with him and whether he had the capability to influence matters. In that case, take care. If you encounter any trouble, or if that boy tries to make a move, inform me immediately, Butler said calmly. Nodding, Bowie brushed off dust from his clothes and turned to leave the study. Soon, Bowie arrived in the living room where a pale-faced middle-aged eunuch was leisurely sipping tea. Greeting him with a smile, Bowie said, Eunuch to-do, I apologize for not being able to greet you personally. Please do not be offended. This eunuch was no ordinary man. He was not only the chief eunuch of the Tianqiong dynasty, but also a mysterious and powerful figure. His existence was always shrouded in mystery, and despite investigations, nothing substantial was discovered about him. What was clear was that the royal family treated him with great respect. Even the emperor feared him. Facing such a mysterious presence, they dared not act recklessly or provoke him. Yet, this eunuch coming in person made him curious. Slowly rising from his seat, Eunuch to-do smiled and said, Left Chancellor, you are too kind. We serve the same dynasty, so there's no need for such formalities. Indeed, Bowie laughed lightly. Eunuch to-do, your sudden arrival. Does it mean the emperor wants to discuss something with me? Yes, please prepare yourself and accompany me to the palace to meet the emperor. Eunuch to-do nodded. Very well. Please wait a moment while I change my clothes, and then we can proceed to the palace. Smiling, Bowie responded. Knowing Eunuch to-do's personal arrival indicated significant matters, he promptly left the living room to change. A short while later, having changed into clean attire, Bowie returned to the living room and left the chancellor's residence. Sitting in a carriage pulled by white wolves, Bowie looked at Eunuch to-do with confusion, asking, Eunuch to-do, the emperor summoning me. Does it imply encountering some difficulty? Eunuch to-do's face grew serious. Just now, we received news from the front lines. The Beihai Empire has sent troops towards our borders, intending to invade our territory. Therefore, the emperor sent me to bring you to the palace. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and tone from the original text. Names were kept as Romanized pinyin versions. Ensured a natural, fluent English translation. Hashtag chapter 451. The three commanders of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty, to-do Pingyuan. The Beihai Imperial Dynasty's army is pressing at our borders? Bowie frowned deeply, confusion swirling in his mind. After they arrived in Kunlun region, they conducted a thorough investigation and learned that within this vast territory, there were 9 imperial dynasties and 3 royal dynasties. The 9 imperial dynasties were constantly at odds with each other, as were the 3 royal dynasties. Yet, the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty and the Beihai Imperial Dynasty hardly ever fought. They hadn't had a major battle for nearly 10 years. Why would they suddenly send an army now? Lord to-do, what's going on? Why would the Beihai Imperial Dynasty suddenly press their troops at our borders? Bowie asked, puzzled. Lao Yi isn't entirely sure either, but it's confirmed that the Beihai Imperial Dynasty's troops are already approaching our Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty's frontier. A fierce battle could break out at any moment, to-do Hai said with a light shake of his head. They too were baffled by the sudden appearance of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty's troops. They couldn't understand what these scoundrels were up to. With such a massive force at their doorstep, they couldn't afford to be complacent. Otherwise, if the enemy invaded the border, many cities would fall. While they weren't afraid of the opposition, it didn't mean they weren't worried. For the Beihai Imperial Dynasty to launch a sudden, fierce offensive was undoubtedly fishy. Bowie fell silent instantly, but soon flashed a satisfied smile. This surprised Atali, then said, according to reports from our border commanders, the Beihai Imperial Dynasty has amassed over 4 million troops, marching fiercely towards our frontier. Hearing Tadion Gay's account, Bowie grasped the situation, confirming the invasion. Although he didn't know their reasons, they were now on Tianqiong's doorstep, ready to strike at any moment. Why haven't they attacked yet? That remains a mystery only they can answer. But for now, my concern is how we will respond to their forces. Sire, have our intelligence operatives uncovered the reasons behind this sudden movement of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty? Bowie inquired calmly. That is still under investigation, but I believe we'll soon have answers. Our immediate concern is how to counter the Beihai Imperial Dynasty's army, Taedian said without expression. Thinking about the sudden onslaught, Taedian felt immense anger, wishing to annihilate them completely. However, he knew that investigating the intelligence was paramount to understanding the Beihai Imperial Dynasty's intentions. Without clarity, it could lead to severe complications or even disaster. Realizing this, Bowie sighed inwardly, knowing that relying on these incompetent spies was futile. He needed more reliable information from the Jean E. Hyder, Imperial Guard. After a brief silence, Bowie asked, "Sire, have the border commanders informed us who leads the Beihai Imperial Dynasty's army?" "The commander leading the Beihai Imperial Dynasty's troops is Todu Pingyuan," Taedian replied grimly. "What? Todu Pingyuan? Sire, isn't he one of the three main commanders of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty?" Bowie asked, his brow furrowing. Todu Pingyuan, though Bowie had never met him, was known to be one of the three top commanders of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty, strong in both power and strategic prowess. It wasn't surprising that the Beihai Imperial Dynasty sent such a formidable general to invade the Tianxiong Imperial Dynasty, but this also provided Bowie with a pretext to reinstate Butler. Facing such a powerful adversary, they mustn't lag behind, and only Butler was capable enough to counter Todu Pingyuan. "Sire, with the Beihai Imperial Dynasty sending Todu Pingyuan, it appears they intend to fight us to the death," Bowie stated sternly. "Indeed. Lord Jia, those are exactly my thoughts," Taedian nodded and continued. "I summoned you to ask if you have any strategies to deal with the Beihai Imperial Dynasty. My father once advised me to both guard against and heavily rely on Bowie," Taedian mused. "He's a brilliant strategist and an invaluable asset for governance. I brought you here to seek your counsel on countering the Beihai Imperial Dynasty. Sire, we should dispatch our troops quickly and simultaneously investigate what the Beihai Imperial Dynasty is up to," Bowie said emotionlessly. "How does the Left Chancellor suggest dealing with the Beihai Imperial Dynasty?" Ephron interjected. His question, though simple, was a test of Bowie's capability. Even Emperor Taedian looked expectantly at Bowie, hoping for a sound strategy. "Sire, since the Beihai Imperial Dynasty sent Todu Pingyuan, one of their top three commanders, we cannot afford to be lax. We need to send a formidable general to match them," Bowie remarked. "Who do you think we should send? Who is suitable to face a general as strong as Todu Pingyuan?" Taedian asked impassively. "One of our three top commanders, naturally," Bowie replied calmly. "You speak easily. The three top commanders are already stationed in different places with important duties. Do you think we can recall them so easily?" Ephron retorted. Translation complete. Please let me know if you need further assistance or adjustments. Chapter 452. Troops reach the Maple Leaf Dynasty capital. Caesar Bowie really has a bad memory. The three commanders do indeed have separate duties, but let's not forget that General Butler is still in the capital, said Bowie with a faint smile as he turned to look at Taedian. "Your Majesty, you only need to restore General Butler's rank, and he can lead our troops against Todu Pingyuan." Upon hearing this, Ephron's face immediately Taedian. Upon hearing Ephron's words, Taedian's face turned grim, and he felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. The same person who demanded the suspension of Butler's position was now asking for his reinstatement. Despite his annoyance, he knew he couldn't act on impulse or scold the other ministers. Since both prime ministers agree that General Butler should be reinstated, I will now announce it and have him return to his post to lead the troops against Todu Pingyuan. "Your Majesty is wise." Ephron and Bowie chorused together. Taedian remained silent, and then turned his gaze towards Todu High nearby. "Lord Todu, go out of the palace immediately and bring General Butler back here." Half a month later, on a bright morning with soft sunlight rising, the Maple Leaf Dynasty's capital, Taedian City. At this moment, the city gates were tightly shut, with soldiers gathering on the walls, holding long spears and keeping vigilant watch. Various siege weapons were ready, their cold edges pointed outward. Despite the heavy presence of troops today, they still felt a deep fear when facing the enemy before them. In front of the southern gate of Taedian City, a vast black armored army approached the city walls. Their overwhelming momentum filled the sky, and the thick aura of battle brought terror to those who witnessed it. The defending troops on the wall never expected that the Great Anchor Dynasty's army would advance so close to their capital, ready to launch an attack at any moment. According to the battle reports, their own troops had suffered successive defeats, while the Great Anchor Dynasty's army pushed closer to their kingdom's capital. As defenders of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, they must fight to protect the capital, stopping the enemy at all costs and preventing them from entering the city. In the Great Anchor Dynasty camp, seated in a war chariot at the forefront of the army, Briggs gazed coldly ahead, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. After nearly 2 years of combat, the Great Anchor Dynasty's army had finally reached the Maple Leaf Dynasty's capital. Now, conquering this city would mean declaring the end of this dynasty. Turning to Eric beside him, Briggs smiled faintly and asked, "Military advisor, now that we've reached the capital of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, how do you propose we take this city?" Eric, with a serene smile, stared intently at the grand Taedian city, which inspired awe with its massive and magnificent appearance. "We can attack, but first, we should let the troops rest and then launch a fierce assault from all four sides of the city," Eric said calmly. According to the plan, not only their army but also the other three armies arrived on schedule, encircling the city. Even if King Gachunki of the Maple Leaf Dynasty had wings, he couldn't escape this city. Currently, they couldn't rush into the attack. Instead, they must allow the troops to rest and prepare for an assault on the city where 3 million troops were stationed. From intelligence provided by the Imperial Guards, they learned that King Gachunki mobilized numerous irregular troops to block their advance and defend his capital. Despite the large number of troops in the city, they were not intimidated but waited for the right opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Military advisor is right. We should rest for a day or two to let the warriors recuperate and then conquer this city. Briggs agreed with a cool expression. Having marched continuously for 3 days and nights without rest, they needed to recuperate before launching another attack. Standing up slowly from the war chariot, Briggs gazed forward and ordered, "Messenger." "Yes, sir." 3 messengers stepped out from the ranks. "Bring Generals Ellis, Warren, and Tiger here immediately." Expressionless, Briggs gave his order. With battle imminent, he needed to discuss strategy and assign tasks with these 3 generals. Though they were already besieging the city, they still needed to prepare thoroughly to minimize losses. "Yes, sir." The 3 messengers quickly rode off on horseback, heading to the other 3 sides of the city. Watching the front lines, Briggs's lips curled slightly. Victory was near, but they must remain cautious. "General, having Ellis and the others summoned is likely because of the mysterious figures appearing in the Maple Leaf Dynasty, isn't it?" Eric said from atop his horse. Through intelligence from the Imperial Guards, mysterious people in Six Leaf City, at the Imperial Palace, inside the Purple Star Hall, sat on the Imperial Dragon Throne was the king of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, Deshaun. His cold gaze fixed upon those below, who included his daughters and a large number of concubines. Seeing the king seated on the throne, all those present lowered their heads, too frightened to meet his eyes or even glance at him. It couldn't be denied that Deshaun had indeed produced many children over several decades, a fact that elicited sighs of amazement. Looking at this group of his children and the seductive concubines before him, Deshaun sighed inwardly, reflecting on how despite his illustrious reputation, he had such a collection of useless offspring. As for the concubines, while they verbally protested staying, their thoughts raced with plans on how to escape the impending destruction of the capital. After an indeterminate amount of time, Deshaun turned his cold gaze towards his children and said, "Now that the Daxia dynasty's army is at our gates, you are all thinking about how to leave this place. To have children like you is truly the greatest disgrace to me." He had expected them to be willing to sacrifice themselves for the dynasty, but instead, they only thought of escaping. He had discovered that these foolish children had already planned their escape routes and were prepared to flee once the city came under attack. Deshaun slowly stood from his throne, retrieving a dragon sword from his spatial ring. The cold blade glinted menacingly, sending shivers through everyone in the room, their eyes wide with terror. Stepping down from the throne, Deshaun continued coldly, "I have been practicing a martial technique that can grant me immense power in a short time, but it requires the blood of my closest kin as a catalyst. I originally didn't intend to use you for this cultivation because you are my kin, and I couldn't bear it. I didn't want to practice this wicked technique using you. However, given what has happened, it seems I must use you to help me cultivate this dark art." Swish. Before anyone could react, Deshaun's sword flashed, instantly slaying a young daughter. Blood splattered everywhere, causing everyone to collapse in shock. They had never imagined Deshaun could be so ruthless, and regret gnawed at them. "Father, no, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Father, I was wrong, please don't kill me, I don't want to die. Father, I know I was wrong, please spare me, I won't dare anymore. Your Majesty, please spare us, we will never dare again." Deshaun showed no mercy, acting like a hunter slaughtering prey. He had intended to give them a chance to live, but since they hadn't valued that opportunity, there was no point in showing mercy. Especially infuriating were the concubines who let other men violate them behind his back, tarnishing his honor. Since they did not value their lives, he felt no need to be courteous and used them to practice the evil technique. With each person, "I have spoken my piece. I wonder if anyone has something to add. If so, feel free to speak up." As a general of the Great Anchor Dynasty and an outstanding Chinese military leader, he was eager to hear what additional suggestions his colleagues had, and how they should assault this fortress. Even though their forces were now besieging the city, the enemy still resisted with all their might, even considering going down in a mutual destruction. Though the enemy's plan seemed outrageous, they undeniably possessed great courage. They would rather die than let the enemy off easily, tearing a layer of skin from them first. The group exchanged glances, and finally, military strategist Eric spoke up. "Since everyone hesitates to speak first, allow me to start and provide an analysis of the defensive strengths of each side of the wall." Taking the pointer from Briggs, Eric pointed it towards the north gate and explained, "Defending the north gate is Gerard, a renowned general of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Although he was defeated by General Ellis last time, his morale remains high. Despite his relatively weak combat strength, he places great emphasis on defense. The city is now fortified with various siege engines and elite troops. It will be quite challenging for General Gao to breach this wall." Moving on, Eric pointed the rod towards the east gate. Defending the east gate is Ignatius, another distinguished general of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Since his defeat last time, he has become exceptionally cautious. He has dug trenches and set traps all over the east gate to impede our advance. 2 days passed in a blink, and thunderous drums and horn calls resounded across the vast expanse of Tuduyi City, causing its inhabitants to tremble in fear. On the city walls, the defending soldiers watched in horror as the Great Anchor Dynasty's troops approached. Their knees shook as they saw the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers advancing step by step. With the gathering of the Great Anchor forces, it signaled that a fierce assault was imminent. Despite being fully prepared for defense, the sight of the formidable army struck a chord of fear in their hearts. Standing on the southern wall, General Ibrahim watched the approaching warriors of the Great Anchor Dynasty. His heart filled with a sense of dread and solemnity as he waited for the inevitable onslaught. He faced Briggs, a formidable general who had never participated in a battle but commanded victories in many campaigns. Against such a powerful foe, he felt a tinge of fear but vowed to resist until the bitter end. Briggs stood silently, observing the battlefield ahead. With steely determination in his eyes, he knew the time was ripe for the final assault. The entire army was rested and ready. Taking a deep breath, he stood up slowly, holding the triangular blue banner in his hand. Turning to Pablo, he said, "General Pablo, you will lead the assault on this city." "Yes, sir." Pablo responded, bowing respectfully. After Pablo acknowledged, Briggs looked forward and declared, "Issue my orders. Prepare for the attack." "Yes, sir." 3 messengers received the order and dispersed in different directions. "The general orders us to prepare for the attack." Archers, prepare. Prepare the trebuchets. Prepare the ballistae. As commands echoed in all directions, the drumbeats grew louder, and the horns sounded brighter. Receiving the orders, archers quickly formed ranks, while enormous trebuchets were summoned from space rings by great anchor generals and moved into position. Ballistae and sharp bolts were also readied. With 80,000 archers ready, a great anchor general stepped forward and turned to look at Briggs for the final command. Though everything was prepared, they awaited Briggs's order to commence the attack. Briggs remained silent, scanning the horizon and raising his head towards the sky. He was waiting for noon, coordinating the attack with Ellis and the others. Ibrahim, seeing the imminent attack, clenched his fists tightly. His face showed intense concentration as he ordered his sub forward. Archers, release your arrows. Asterisk zing, 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 asterisk, asterisk swoosh, 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 asterisk. Following the command, the Anchor Dynasty's archers drew arrows from their quivers, placed them on their bowstrings, aimed the icy arrowheads forward, and let them fly. In an instant, countless icy arrows, accompanied by the sound of thunder, tore through the air, targeting the city walls. Defend. Seeing the incoming barrage of arrows, Ibrahim immediately ordered his troops to defend. Following the command, the soldiers quickly retrieved their shields and held them overhead to block the arrows. Asterisk asterisk. Despite their swift defense, some soldiers were still too slow and were instantly turned into sieves by the arrows. Under the protection of the shields, Ibrahim, upon seeing so many soldiers fall, felt a cold fury within him, his brows twitching with a killing intent. But at the same time, he was also in awe. He had never imagined that the Anchor Dynasty's archers would be so terrifying, firing arrows at such astonishing speed. He knew that before launching infantry attacks, the Anchor Dynasty always used arrows, catapults, and siege crossbows to intimidate the enemy, effectively reducing their combat strength. Throughout the duration of the Anchor Dynasty's assaults, they had always followed this pattern. First weakening the enemy before sending in infantry to claim lives. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. As the arrows rained down, the catapults also launched enormous boulders at the city walls. Under the protection of their shields, many Maple Leaf Dynasty soldiers were crushed to death by the impact of these huge rocks. Terrifyingly, when the rocks exploded, they scattered countless shards in all directions. On the city walls, defenders were instantly pierced by flying debris and collapsed into pools of blood, turning into cold, lifeless corpses. Bowmen and crossbowmen continued their assault, their powerful bows and crossbows piercing multiple bodies with a single shot, causing them to fall instantly. Silently observing the scene, Briggs nodded at Pablo, signaling for the attack to commence. Pablo, receiving the order, did not waste any words and immediately commanded the infantry and crossbowmen to form up at the front. As the commander leading the assault on this city, he felt an intense excitement. His large saber seemed thirsty for blood, eager to taste it. Ibrahim, sheltered under the shields, watched the approaching enemy but had no idea how to counter them. However, he knew he couldn't let the enemy advance any further. If they reached the edge of the city would be doomed. Even though they had destroyed the gate mechanisms, the mysterious scaling ladders of the Anchor Dynasty could still allow countless men to ascend and forcefully capture the walls. If the enemy took control of the walls, their own doom would be imminent. Pass my orders. All archers and crossbowmen must obstruct their advance and prevent them from reaching the walls at all costs, Ibrahim said emotionlessly. Once the Anchor Dynasty's forces neared the city wall, capturing it would only be a matter of time. For now, he had to do everything possible to stop them from getting close. Soon, the dense army led by Pablo approached within 500 meters, 400 meters, 350 meters. Suddenly, just as Ibrahim silently hoped the Anchor Dynasty's forces would fall into the traps, they suddenly dispersed and skillfully bypassed the carefully laid pitfalls with serpentine maneuvers. Witnessing this, Ibrahim was utterly shocked, almost unable to believe his eyes. He never expected that the Anchor Dynasty would know about their traps and even navigate around them with ease. Though some still fell into the pits and were impaled by the sharp spikes, it was only a handful, not enough to hinder the main force. How did the Anchor Dynasty know about these traps? Is there a traitor among us? Ibrahim murmured to himself. Only a few people knew about the traps, less than 10, and those who dug the pits had mostly been executed. Though he had no concrete evidence, Ibrahim knew deep down that there had to be a traitor among them, otherwise, how would the enemy know about their traps? At the forefront, the Anchor Dynasty's soldiers used shields to fend off enemy arrows while hidden crossbowmen retaliated fiercely. Under Pablo's leadership, all Anchor Dynasty soldiers halted just 100 meters from the city wall, continuing to both defend against arrows and counterattack. Stopping, Pablo took out a round shield and drew his long sword, walking forward alone. Spiritual energy gathered in his cold sword, and with a mighty swing, dozens of feet of sword chi emerged, slicing through the air. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, revealing a 50-meter wide, 10-meter deep trench filled with sharpened stakes, intimidating anyone who saw it. Fill the pit. With a stern expression, Pablo roared. Yes. Following the order, Anchor Dynasty soldiers, protected by their shields, moved to the edge of the pit and retrieved sandbags filled with gravel from their spatial rings. Large sandbags were continuously thrown into the pit below, filling it. Watching this from above, Ibrahim was even more astonished but frantically commanded his soldiers to use bows and crossbows to prevent the pit from being filled. Repeatedly. In their understanding, the great Anchor Dynasty could only deploy 7 to 8 siege towers at most in a single attack. But what he had never imagined in his wildest dreams was that the great Anchor Dynasty would bring out 32 siege towers all at once. This completely overturned his perception. With so many siege towers, they simply couldn't comprehensively counter them. Blocking the attack of the great Anchor warriors now seemed nearly impossible, a task virtually beyond completion. Despite feeling disheartened deep down, he still kept his eyes fixed on the front, continuously directing the soldiers to fight. If anyone wanted to capture the capital of his Maple Leaf dynasty, they would have to trample over his body first. No one else could set foot inside. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk asterisk. A series of intense sounds echoed as the siege towers, like prehistoric beasts, were rapidly pushed towards the city walls by the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty and connected to the walls. Charge! Charge! The well-prepared soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty surged forth like death personified. Holding round shields in their left hands and long swords in their right, they leapt onto the walls, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Wherever the cold blades flashed, enemy soldiers fell one after another, their faces. These openings allowed more and more Great Anchor soldiers to flood onto the wall like a tidal wave, engaging the defenders in brutal combat. As fierce battles raged at the southern gate of Tuduyi City, similar clashes erupted on the other three sides of the wall. Countless soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, led by Ellis, Warren, and Tiger, successfully stormed the walls. Though they had breached the walls, the traps laid by the enemy caused considerable casualties, especially those filled with slash. On the wall, Ellis gripped his long blade tightly, striking downward. The sharp blade shimmered with light, instantly annihilating all the enemies before him, making the entire wall tremble. Asterisk asterisk. Intense cries of agony filled the air as hundreds of soldiers were torn apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere, blanketing the surroundings in a mist of red. Gazing at the destruction within 10 meters, Ellis showed no emotion, continuing to slash at the enemies ruthlessly. Facing such a formidable commander, the defenders of the Maple Leaf Dynasty were taken aback, swallowing nervously as they stared at the man before them. His power was overwhelming, leaving them utterly helpless. Ellis did not let up. Stepping through the bloodied ground, he channeled his spiritual energy into his blade and charged forward, relentlessly slaughtering the enemy. He wasn't commanding from behind this time. Instead, he was personally leading the charge, engaging in brutal combat. If it were any other battle, he might have stayed behind, but this was the capital of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, a place he could not afford to overlook. Behind him, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty also swung their weapons mercilessly, becoming reapers from hell, harvesting countless lives. Asterisk swish. Swish, asterisk. Nearby, the elite soldiers of the Sinking Army Battalion, equipped with round shields and long swords, slashed through the enemy lines like devils from the underworld. Swordlight flashed, and enemy soldiers dropped dead instantly, their eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Without pausing, they continued to strike, forming a unified force of 700 men who carved a bloody path through the wall. Under their lead, more and more soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty took control of the wall, brutally slaughtering the enemies. Unfortunately, there was little opportunity for the defenders to retaliate. The elite soldiers of the Sinking Army Battalion had already taken charge, clearing a bloody path for their comrades. Inside the wall, the soldiers of the Maple Leaf Dynasty stood straight, their cold eyes fixed ahead, silently watching as bodies plumbers of the Anchoring camp showed no fear. Clutching their weapons tightly, they fiercely charged into the fray. Charge! Charge! Despite the vast number of foes ahead, they remained fearless, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right, reaping lives like death incarnate from hell. After half a day's fierce battle and at significant cost, the defenses of the Four-Leaf City, capital of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, were utterly breached on all four sides. Tadoke floodwaters breaking through a dam, the troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty surged into the city, engaging the defenders in intense combat. The fighting spread rapidly, and countless enemy soldiers fell amidst rivers of blood, but both sides continued to fight fiercely. The Grand City was instantly transformed into a battlefield, shrouded in smoke and fire. The earth cracked due to the ferocious fighting. Countless houses crumbled under the flashes of blades and sword strikes, and many civilians suffered collateral damage. At the south wall of the Four-Leaf City, outside the city walls, Briggs quietly watched the ongoing battle. Seeing countless soldiers pouring into the city via siege ladders filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After more than an hour of combat, they had finally secured control of all four walls. However, even so, there were numerous casualties among his troops. According to reports, just the assault phase cost nearly 100,000 soldiers. Although the enemy also suffered heavy losses, they were not spared either. Watching the continuous influx of troops into the city, Briggs felt relieved, observing the battle silently, like an ancient war god admiring the carnage. At this moment, watching that only soldiers climbing the wall could enter the city, Eric frowned deeply. General, it seems you must personally destroy this gate to let the soldiers pass through. If the soldiers had to continue entering the city over the walls, it would undoubtedly result in even heavier casualties. If the rear units couldn't arrive on schedule and the front line fought too fiercely without reinforcements, they would be outmatched. Now, only destroying the gate would allow the troops to surge into the city and officially join the battle. Agreed. Realizing the severity of the situation, Briggs nodded lightly and then soared into the sky, rapidly advancing towards the front. In no time, Briggs arrived at the edge of the city, looking coldly at the massive gate before him. Though it appeared to be a wooden door, its interior was a very heavy, extremely resilient iron gate. The surrounding troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty saw their general arrive and became excited, their eyes filled with boundless fervor. Observing the tall and wide gate made of special wood, Briggs took a deep breath, then drew a long sword from his spatial ring, gathering spiritual energy into the blade. Iron Gate now revealed, Briggs smiled. This Iron Gate's resilience seemed beyond imagination, but he wouldn't back down. The red long sword in his hand radiated with malevolent aura, his body's blood surging like a dragon, veins popping out. A towering rage burned within him. With a face flushed with blood and eyes filled with murderous intent, he slashed once again. Tremendous power gathered in the sword. The crimson sword light blazed brightly, blood flames swirling as the fury-filled slash cut across the sky. Swish. This strike, Briggs held nothing back. Almost with full force, Every ounce of anger transformed into immense power, surging outward. The iron gate had to be broken. His men had to charge into the city. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of countless soldiers of the great Anchor dynasty, the massive and heavy iron gate, weighing countless tons, was shattered by Briggs's single strike and collapsed. As the iron gate collapsed, dust clouded the area, blocking the sky. Countless people gaped in shock, unable to regain their composure or speak. Especially the soldiers of the great Anchor dynasty, whose eyes burned with enthusiasm and excitement, looked on in anticipation. Breeze swept past, and the dust slowly dissipated. A figure stood tall and erect, his face slightly pale but breathing steadily. Sweat trickled down his cheeks in a thin stream. Before everyone's eyes, the once obstructive city gate was now completely destroyed, and the battle inside the city was laid bare. General, your prowess is unmatched. General, your prowess is unmatched. Seeing their general destroy the iron gate, countless soldiers outside instantly raised their weapons and roared madly, their voices filled with boundless excitement. Suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, Briggs pointed his cold sword toward the city, turning to look at the soldiers behind him, and shouted loudly, "Attack! Charge! Charge!" Hearing the order, the soldiers' eyes gleamed with excitement. Gripping their weapons tightly, they charged through the city gates, determined to engage the enemies inside. With no longer any gate impeding their path, there was no need to spare the enemy or exert effort to climb the walls to fight. Just as they entered the city, the flashing blades of the great Anchor dynasty soldiers, like scythes from hell, mercilessly reaped the lives of the enemy soldiers. Chapter 458. Advancing towards the palace. Report, Your Majesty, the defenses on all four walls have been breached. The great Anchor dynasty's army has stormed into the city. Currently, our soldiers are engaging them. A scout before him, Desmond expressionlessly ordered, "Continue investigating." Yes. Watching the scout leave, Desmond's expression was cold, with a glint of killing intent in his eyes. The dragon sword beside him moved restlessly, ready to draw its blade at any moment. He had an opportunity to escape and even survive. Yet he chose to stay behind to die with his kingdom, ensuring that whoever remained would join him in death due to his series of mistakes. Due to his poor decisions, the elite troops of his Maple Leaf dynasty had almost been completely wiped out. The remaining number of people couldn't maintain the fate of the nation. The loyal soldiers who stayed to guard the palace, as their king, he should stand with them rather than abandoning them to save himself. Kill! Kill! Amidst the battlefield, Tiger wielded his sword, ruthlessly claiming the lives of enemy soldiers. Each swing of his blade ended the life of an opponent. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, his sword became incredibly sharp, slicing through armor effortlessly and taking lives easily. Covered in blood, with blood streaming down his cheeks and dripping from his sword, Tiger remained cold and unfeeling. The enemies seemed like lambs, while he was the terrifying ancient beast, mercilessly consuming them until only bones remained. Slash. Seeing over 100 enemy soldiers rushing towards him, Tiger's eyes flashed with coldness. He gripped his sword tightly, gathering spiritual energy into the blade, and without hesitation, swung forward. Instantly, torrents of sword light descended upon them, tearing through their bodies and ending their lives. They fell into the blood-soaked ground with eyes full of regret. Ah, ah, ah. The cries of agony filled the air as countless Six-Leaf City defenders instantly turned into corpses, collapsing to the ground, dead beyond doubt. Seeing this scene, the advancing defenders hesitated, staring in fear at the figure before them. Against such strength, no matter how many of them advanced, it would only result in more deaths. Don't be afraid, there's just one of him. No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat all of us. That's right, we're weaker individually, but we outnumber him. Even if we can't kill him, we can wear him down. Brothers, don't be afraid. Let's go together and overwhelm him with numbers. The survival of our dynasty rests on this battle. If we show any cowardice, our dynasty will officially end. Kill. With shouts of encouragement, the defenders of Six-Leaf City gripped their weapons tightly and rushed forward with grim determination. Facing these relentless foes, Tiger remained cold, his sword flashing with deadly precision. His every move felled another opponent. Final line of defense. If this were lost, their dynasty would officially end. But as a commander of the Maple Leaf dynasty, knowing the imminent fall of their kingdom, he chose to resist until the end, refusing to give up without a fight. What is Ellis planning? Why hasn't he attacked yet? Have they discovered something unusual here? Armand muttered to himself, filled with doubts and suspicion, wishing to know the reason. He was also worried that the great Anchor forces might have detected their trap, hence not launching an all-out assault. Chapter 459. Members of the Fei Taedong Eagle clan joined the battle. In an instant, a quarter of an hour had passed, and darkness gradually enshrouded the earth. The night sky was filled with bright stars, and the floating moon began to slowly move into the high sky. Despite this, Ellis and his troops still did not launch an attack. Instead, they silently watched the front as if waiting for the right moment. Armand on the city wall grew increasingly worried. He feared that their defensive preparations might have been leaked to the enemy. The thought of someone betraying their intelligence enraged Armand. He clenched his fists, wishing he could find and brutally punish the traitor. Ellis, who kept his gaze coldly fixed on the palace ahead, paid no attention to the battle behind him, nor did he intervene. His eyes remained calmly focused on the royal palace before him. He had refrained from attacking because he needed time for Eric to devise a solid strategy for them to breach the well-defended palace smoothly. Report. As Ellis waited, a scout galloped over, saluted with clasped hands, and reported loudly, "Reporting to General, this scroll is from the strategist, who instructed me to deliver it to you. He said once you've read the contents, you will know how to attack this palace." As he spoke, the scout swiftly took out the scroll from his person and handed it over to Ellis. Puzzled, Ellis snatched the scroll, unfolded it, and read its contents carefully. A slight smile curled his lips. Indeed, the strategist and the Grand General were formidable. In just a short while, They had devised a way to assault this heavily fortified and trap-laden palace. Through the information and strategy transmitted by Eric, Ellis finally understood how to attack the palace. Since the enemy had destroyed the bridge and set traps in the moat, attacking from the air seemed like the best option. To aid in this aerial assault were those fierce beasts, the members of the Fei Taediong Eagle clan, a highly formidable group of creatures. Currently, all members of the Fei Taediong Eagle clan surrounding them had reached the emperor rank. Utilizing these creatures to attack and landing their deputies on the palace walls would eventually lead to the destruction of this palace. Though nearly 1 million troops gathered at this palace, to Ellis's forces had specifically reminded them to earn glory on the battlefield to prove themselves worthy to the king. Very well, Ellis nodded with a faint smile, then immediately summoned his elite troops and positioned them in the broad, empty street. They would leverage the cover of darkness to launch a fierce assault on the city wall. Another brief moment later, Ellis's troops and a contingent of elite fighters gathered on the deserted street. Looking at the 12 Fei Taediong Eagle clan members, Ellis gave a nod, signaling them to transform. Upon receiving the order, the Fei Taediong Eagles soared into the sky thousands of meters above, transforming back to their original forms. Let's go. Seeing the Fei Taediong Eagles in their original form in the sky, Ellis signaled everyone and ascended into the air. Though as martial artists, they could land directly on the palace walls through flight. Ellis knew the walls were armed with defenses against such maneuvers. If they tried to fly over, countless crossbows would fire, and even with their strength, they might be shot down. But using the Fei Taediong Eagles, they could safely reach inside the palace or the walls. Instantly, Ellis's troops and elite fighters mounted the backs of the Fei Taediong Eagles. Below them, the vast city was shrouded in smoke and flames, with flashes of swords and spears everywhere. Ellis ordered everyone to crouch as they descended towards the city wall. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, Armand, guarding the city wall, heard the roar of ferocious beasts from the sky. He looked up, startled. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the massive bodies of the beasts blocking the moonlight, creating an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. Reacting quickly, Armand shouted, "Not good, there are beasts. Activate the defensive formation. Prepare all ballistae for defense." He finally understood why Ellis had delayed the attack. It was because he had been waiting for these beasts. Earlier, he knew Ellis had several formidable beasts, all at the king level. But he never imagined Ellis would have so many, 12 king-level beasts. This clearly signaled their doom. Following Armand's commands, the ballistae rapidly turned, sharp arrows placed in readiness. Simultaneously, the Maple Dynasty's defensive array activated, enveloping the capital in golden light. But in the next moment, Chapter 460, Assault on the Palace. Crack, bang, a loud noise echoed from the sky, and everyone abruptly looked up. In plain sight, the golden light dome that had enveloped the vast palace suddenly cracked. The fissure rapidly spread outward, and in an instant, the golden light dome that once covered the entire palace shattered into pieces, completely dissipating into the air. Witnessing this scene, the renowned generals of the Maple Leaf Dynasty above, the troops of the Vanguard Corps and other elite forces under Ellis's command also gripped their weapons fiercely, charging into battle. To avoid harming their allies, the members of the Flying Spirit Eagle tribe waited for everyone to disembark before transforming into human form and joining the fray. Despite being restricted to king-level combat power, their formidable prowess allowed them to tear apart the enemy before them. The heavy scent of blood stirred their senses, making their blood boil with raging battle fervor as they hacked down mercilessly with their weapons. Seeing Ellis slaughtering his men nearby, Armand felt waves of anger surge within him. Clutching his long sword, he roared inwardly and charged forward with unbridled fury. Indeed, this man was strong, but what difference did it make? They were cornered with no way to retreat, and only a desperate battle would offer them any hope of survival. Moreover, standing on the capital of their dynasty, retreating further would invite scorn from the world. Come well. Seeing Armand charging at him with eyes full of rage, Ellis showed no fear, clenching his sword tightly and advancing resolutely toward him. Every icy swipe of the blade cut through the enemy, felling them where they stood, their wide-open eyes revealing their final, unwilling breaths. Meanwhile, Warren, Tiger, and Pablo each led their elite forces into fierce battles on the palace walls, tearing open breaches to allow the warriors outside to enter the city. Only by creating these openings could the great Anchor Dynasty soldiers breach the walls without hindrance. If the breaches hadn't been created, even with wings, it would be difficult to approach the heavily fortified palace walls. The battle intensified, countless defenders being pushed back. Even Gregory, Gerard, Ignatius, and Armand were forced to retreat inside the palace, engaging the invaders in ferocious combat. The walls could no longer be held. Though they had delayed for hours, the battle had escalated into a heated frenzy, with numerous great Anchor Dynasty soldiers now occupying the walls. Upon learning that the palace walls defending the Maple Leaf Dynasty students had been fully breached by the great Anchor Dynasty, King Deshaun silently sighed, acknowledging the complete and utter defeat. Outside the southern city gate, Briggs led the remaining troops, alongside military advisor Eric, straight into the city. However, they did not stop but continued directly toward the palace. Riding atop a dragon horse, Briggs gazed coldly at the dead bodies strewn on the ground, showing no emotion as he pressed onward. Among the corpses were both soldiers of the great Anchor Dynasty and defenders of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Though more belonged to the Maple Leaf Dynasty defenders, seeing so many fallen comrades still filled him with mixed emotions. Ended up in such a dire situation, ultimately leading to the downfall of his entire dynasty. Suddenly, a figure caught his eye, a familiar one. Briggs, the enemy who led the great Anchor Dynasty's army against his kingdom. Upon seeing Briggs, his eyes narrowed, and the coiled dragon beside him stirred restlessly, as if ready to strike. Briggs, sensing someone watching him, glanced over and locked his gaze on Deshaun high above. Examining the king closely, Briggs frowned. This person seemed unusual. No, his aura was peculiar and particularly malevolent. Although Deshaun had concealed this aura, Briggs could still clearly sense its presence. Noticing the same thing, Eric frowned and remarked faintly, "General, this Deshawn has a very strange aura. He seems to have cultivated some powerful and evil martial technique." Briggs nodded lightly, replying calmly, "You're right. He has indeed practiced some powerful and evil technique, and he is enveloped in a bloody aura, indicating he has clearly killed someone or a group of people." Chapter 461. The Terrifying White Robe Army. "General, do you need to personally deal with the ruler of the Maple Leaf Dynasty?" Eric's eyes were fixed on the throne where the Maple Leaf Dynasty ruler Deshawn sat, his gaze cold as he watched the battle. Despite not knowing the cultivation technique the other party was practicing, one could still speculate that their thoughts were extraordinarily powerful, almost at the same realm as theirs. Now, facing this formidable opponent, only Briggs could take charge, although this guy's strength was enough to rival Ellis and others. But now, they were all dealing with other generals of the Maple Leaf Dynasty. As for him, he was merely a scholar. Despite having a powerful cultivation base, he wasn't suited for combat. He could use his mind well, but engaging in combat was definitely not his strong point. Briggs nodded slightly and then said, "Although this man's strength is powerful, it's better for me, your general, to handle him. Moreover, I will try to draw out the people behind him through this confrontation." Taking out a silver spear, Briggs stepped forward. Not forgetting his warning, he continued, "Military advisor, you are a military advisor and may very likely be targeted by others. Therefore, you must be extra cautious." As soon as these words were spoken, Briggs's gaze fell on the fully armed, silver-armored, white-robed soldiers, his direct elite forces, the White Robe Army, and he ordered, "Protect the military advisor for me. If any harm comes to him, I will cut off all your heads, understood?"
"Yes."
The 7,000 white robes gripping his spear tightly, he exuded a surge of fighting spirit and quickly approached. Observing the speeding enemy, Deshawn sped towards him as well. Clang, sword met spear, and thunderous noise erupted. The powerful shockwaves spread out, both parties' attacks relentless, glaring fiercely at each other. At this moment, Briggs furrowed his brow slightly. This man practiced some very peculiar evil technique that could boost his cultivation close to an emperor's level. Similarly, sensing Briggs's formidable power, Deshawn's expression turned grave, feeling particularly shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. High-stage martial sovereign. This Briggs before him was a high-stage martial sovereign. Judging by his strength, his cultivation was nearly reaching the emperor realm. With such intelligent and skilled commanders, if the Maple Leaf Dynasty weren't annihilated, it would only prove that they were fools. Kill. Speaking this word coldly, Deshawn's wrist moved slightly, his long sword swung swiftly, and surging sword chi attacked Briggs. Undeterred, Briggs tightened his grip on his spear, which thrust out like a dragon, sharp and fierce, countering the incoming sword light intensely. Just as they began a fierce battle, Gregory, Gerard, Ignatius, Armand, who were fighting Ellis and others, noticed Briggs attacking their king and grew anxious, wishing to go help. However, the current enemies held them back, preventing them from joining the aid or leaving. All they could do was watch helplessly. To assist their king, they needed to defeat the current opponents, otherwise, they would have to watch their king being attacked. Though they hadn't fought Briggs directly, they were well aware that his strength far exceeded their imagination, making him beyond their reach. While their king had boosted his cultivation using secret techniques, it was only a temporary enhancement, meaning he would still lose eventually. Form the formation. An unknown white robe general roared, and instantly, all white robe soldiers held their weapons, surrounding Eric. Those on the outer perimeter held round shields in their left hands and long knives in their right, eyes fixated forward. Confused by the white robe soldiers' actions, Eric looked around questioningly. Though puzzled, he chose to trust these Chinese descendants and kept a stern eye forward. Since these soldiers sensed danger, enemies were indeed approaching. Amidst everyone's confusion, a group of black-clothed men suddenly appeared in the square, wielding long blades, their faces indifferent, eyes gleaming with hostility. Seeing these 10,000 black-clothed men appear and target them, Eric's eyes narrowed, observing them closely. These black-clothed men were exceptionally powerful, presenting a significant threat. They had appeared suddenly and surrounded them instead of joining other battles, targeting specifically them. Witnessing this, the Great Anchor Dynasty warriors chose to attack immediately. Unfortunately, due to their weaker cultivation, they were quickly slain. Seeing this, Eric sternly shouted, "Great Anchor Dynasty warriors, obey my order. Stop attacking these black-clothed men." His loud voice resonated throughout the area. Following the order, the Great Anchor Dynasty warriors immediately stopped attacking the powerful black-clothed men and turned to face other enemies. Since the military advisor had commanded, they had no choice but to comply. Despite dissatisfaction, they followed orders. Hashtag Chapter 462. The mysterious figure appears. Suddenly, black-robed figures emerged and surrounded the White Cloak Army soldiers. Their long swords gleamed with a chilling light, ready to strike at any moment. However, for some unknown reason, they did not attack but merely surrounded the group as if waiting for a command. The White Cloak Army soldiers maintained their tactical formation, their eyes fixed on the front, and their long knives shimmering under the moonlight. Their silver armor was dazzlingly brilliant. Eric squinted his eyes, observing the enemy in front of him, silently sizing them up as if he were watching something important. Attack! Suddenly, a cold command echoed, and the black-robed figures surged forward to attack the White Cloak Army soldiers. Seeing the enemy advance, the White Cloak Army soldiers showed no sign of weakness. A small number stayed behind to protect Eric while the rest charged directly at the black-robed figures. The black-robed figures who had launched the sudden attack sneered inwardly. These fools actually dared to engage them head-on, unaware of the danger they faced. However, as the black-robed figures ridiculed internally, the terrifying power displayed by the White Cloak Army soldiers made them tremble with fear, their eyes filled with disbelief. They hadn't expected that these heavily armed silver-armored soldiers were not only formidable in strength, but also had an overwhelmingly powerful combat ability. But the White Cloak army soldiers didn't care. Their blades flashed incessantly, like reapers from hell, mercilessly claiming the lives of the black-robed figures. Rusty and others, who were battling Armand, saw this scene and their expressions turned grim. Although they didn't know why these people were here, it was clear that their target seemed to be Eric. If their guess was correct, these must be the strong warriors hired by the Maple Leaf Dynasty. Though they didn't know how Deshawn managed to hire them, it was evident that these individuals weren't from Nanyang territory. Above, Briggs, who was engaged in intense. Hearing this, Briggs frowned. Could there be someone else lurking in the shadows? Reflecting on it, it made sense. These people had hidden their presence very well, which made it quite normal that no one had detected them. As Deshawn finished speaking, 5 figures appeared nearby. One of them was at the initial stage of Martial Saint, while the other 4 were at the initial stage of Martial Emperor. Seeing the 5 strong figures emerge from behind, especially the elder at the forefront, Briggs furrowed his brows and gripped his long spear tightly. The elder was exceptionally powerful, being at the initial stage of Martial Saint. Only he, along with his elite White Cloak army soldiers, could possibly stand against such a formidable foe. The newly arrived elder and his companions fixed their gaze on Briggs, then slightly frowned and said coolly, I didn't expect your strength to be at the mid-stage of Martial Emperor. It seems the great Anchor dynasty isn't simple. Although Briggs's cultivation was like a novice to them, the emergence of such a strong warrior from a dynasty was highly unusual. A general with such strength suggested that even more formidable entities existed within the dynasty. The might of these people rivaled that of the imperial dynasties. Though they didn't want to provoke such a force, they had already crossed paths and would have to continue the conflict. Deshawn, upon learning Briggs's true cultivation, became extremely pale. He realized just how terrifying the court they were dealing with truly was. A mid-stage Martial Emperor as a general indicated that the overall strength of the great Anchor dynasty was immensely fearsome. Steadily gazing at the elder before him, Briggs, with an emotionless face, remarked, Your strength is indeed formidable. I believe you must come from Kunlun territory. I advise you to back down. Don't continue to antagonize the great Anchor dynasty. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences. The elder's cultivation was at the 2nd heaven stage of Martial Saint. His own cultivation was at the 4th heaven stage of Martial Emperor. The difference between the two was vast, making their strengths incomparable. Even if he unleashed his full combat power, he wouldn't be able to defeat the elder. You dare threaten us? Do you know who we are? With just your tiny dynasty, having a few Martial Emperors, do you think you can contend with our forces? Without waiting for the elder to speak, a Keith beside him said sternly. Following the man's words, the others' gazes turned cold, their eyes flashing menacingly at Briggs. If looks could kill, Briggs would have been sliced into pieces countless times over. My general admits that your strength is indeed formidable. With just you lot, you can dominate the Nanyang territory. However, the great Anchor dynasty is unafraid of you. If a real fight breaks out, eliminating you would be relatively. The newly arrived youth looked speechlessly at the nearby Briggs before shifting his gaze to their opponent. His boss asked him to come out, so naturally, he had to deal with the elder in front of them. Otherwise, he would be idle on the sidelines. Peter, stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you if, with your current strength, you can handle this elder and the few powerful figures around him. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Briggs said, eyes fixed ahead. No problem at all, but boss, if I accidentally kill them, don't blame me for being too ruthless, Emmanuel replied. Whatever, but don't hurt the innocents. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you back. Briggs replied indifferently. The youth beside him was Emmanuel, the 10th son of Tadian Juefeng, the patriarch of the underworld wolf clan. Since he was assigned to him, Emmanuel became his mount, or rather, his companion fierce beast. Tadok others, he also hoped to be called boss instead of master, which felt too alien and might create a distance between them. Thus, Briggs referred to him as boss. Unlike other fierce beasts, this Desi was especially playful and could easily get engrossed in activities. Hee. Emmanuel grinned and said, Boss, you mustn't change your mind. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. But you should be careful and not stumble over something trivial, Briggs remarked casually. Seeing this scene, the elders immediately frowned, especially the elder in the front who gazed intently at the suddenly appearing Emmanuel. This Desi was no ordinary individual. The aura emanating from him gave off a deadly threat that the elder had never felt from anyone in the sect. Even just standing there, Emmanuel seemed like a prehistoric beast sizing him up. We attack. With cold words, Briggs lunged forward with his long spear. Emmanuel, equally undeterred, drew a black longsword and charged at the nearby elders. Deshawn wasn't his target, nor was attacking him necessary. This weakling didn't even deserve to carry his shoes, so Emmanuel had no interest in eliminating him. Seeing Emmanuel charge forward, Elder Colin felt his heart sink. He stared at him intensely while drawing out his spiritual weapon, a blue-green long blade. The other 4 also unsheathed their weapons and joined in the assault against Emmanuel. This guy wasn't simple. His presence exuded great danger. They had to work together to defeat him. Clang. The clash of sword and blade created a shockwave that radiated outward. Colin was forced to step back, feeling a surge of astonishment. He watched Emmanuel incredulously. How strong! Their opponent's strength was nearly equal, perhaps even surpassing his own. Realizing the severity, Colin understood they had bitten off more than they could chew. This formidable power far exceeded their expectations. Such strength within a kingdom was unheard of. If allowed to grow, it would become a future imperial dynasty. The thought of facing such a power in the future, Briggs fought Deshawn intensely. Realizing he couldn't match Briggs, Deshawn activated his malevolent cultivation technique, boosting his power to Wu D level. Overwhelmed by newfound strength, Deshawn laughed aloud. This power made him fearless of Briggs. Despite facing a Wu D level powerhouse, he remained unafraid, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. He tightened his grip on his sword, channeling spirit energy into it before attacking Briggs. Seeing the rapid enhancement, Briggs shook his head disdainfully, gripping his spear firmly and striking fiercely. Though Deshawn was a capable ruler, his reliance on dark arts was lamentable. Burning his lifespan to gain power was preparing for a final showdown. This decision granted immense strength, but came with grave consequences. As his life drained away, he neared the brink of death. Kill! Briggs roared inwardly, his icy spear poised to pierce through Deshawn's chest. Chapter 464. The vigorous attack on the Xianying dynasty. At dawn, one of the 6 dynasties under attack, the Xianying dynasty, also faced a fierce assault led by Jeremiah and his forces. The capital city of the Xianying dynasty, Tianmu City, was now engulfed in thick smoke and flashes of swordsmanship, with cries of combat and bloodshed echoing throughout the entire capital. The intense battles between both sides instantly immobilized the civilians who could not escape. They tightly closed their doors and hid in some corner of their homes. The frequent sounds of clashing weapons and screams outside made them tremble in fear, too terrified to look or even think, only praying that the innocent would not be harmed. At this moment, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty, led by Jeremiah, Chandler, Angelo, Rufus, Gustavo, and Django, had breached the royal city, pushing deep into the heart of the dynasty's palace. Faced with the overwhelming force of the Daxia dynasty soldiers, the defenders of Tianmu City fought to the death, determined to protect their capital. To them, these Daxia warriors were like ferocious beasts from hell, tearing them apart piece by piece. But despite the agony, they held their ground with their weapons, resisting these terrifying demons. Unfortunately, their resistance proved futile. Under Jeremiah's leadership, the Daxia soldiers had already stormed into the heart of the royal palace, mercilessly cutting down anyone in their path. Even the palace maids and eunuchs, being martial artists, did not escape the slaughter. Their lives posed a potential threat that had to be eliminated. King Fedor of the Xianying dynasty, now forced back to the entrance of the Zixing Hall, stood guarded by his loyal soldiers, coldly eyeing the enemy before him. These black-armored soldiers clearly belonged to the Daxia dynasty, surrounding the entire hall including himself and his men. Though heavily injured and pale, King Fedor, clad in battle armor, still gripped his long sword tightly, its sharp edge glinting ominously. Though the enemy was terrifying, he remained unshaken. His dynasty had essentially declared its end as its fortune dwindled. Surviving this long was due to the support of his generals and ministers. Now that the Daxia army had stormed the palace, his dynasty was doomed. Yet, he chose to fight until the end, vowing never to surrender or live in humiliation. He aimed to be a king remembered for his dignity, one admired by future generations. Surrendering was simply out of the question. Below on the steps, Jeremiah quietly observed King Fedor and gently shook his head, calmly saying, "Fedor, my general offers you one last chance. Surrender. If you do, I will petition our emperor to spare your life." King Fedor, unbending, let out a bitter laugh. "General Su, please stop trying to persuade me. I will never surrender. Even if it means dying in battle, I will not lay down my arms. I have failed to be a good ruler in my lifetime and couldn't lead my people to prosperity, but I refuse to become a cowardly king for the sake of survival." Many soldiers and nobles had risked their lives for the dynasty, and as their king, he could not betray them. To do so would disgrace them and invite condemnation from posterity. With that, Fedor glanced at the remaining fewer than 20,000 guards and said, "If any of you wish to surrender, go ahead. I won't blame you or hold you responsible." He did not want to see more deaths or witness his soldiers leaving behind families for the kingdom. As Jeremiah had promised, those who surrendered would be spared and not held accountable. Hearing this, Deputy Commander Ferris of the Imperial Guard kneeled with resolute determination. "Your Majesty, we will not surrender. Even if we die in battle, we will accompany you to the netherworld." Surrender? He had thought about it before. But remembering the honor and wealth bestowed upon him by his king, he chose loyalty. "Right, Your Majesty, we will not surrender, even if it means dying," others echoed fervently. "Your Majesty, if we can't protect you in life, we will surely protect you in death. Willing to follow you to the netherworld," they all shouted in unison, raising their weapons high. Seeing his men stand steadfast beside him, Fedor shed tears, feeling both sorrow and relief. As their king, encountering such loyal soldiers was a blessing, making his death worthwhile. "Very well. Then, let us all meet our fate together." Fedor smiled faintly. Observing Fedor's resolve, Jeremiah gave no further words. He pointed his cold blade forward and ordered expressionlessly, "Attack!" Since the king had made his decision, he would send him to his demise. Chandler, Angelo, Rufus, and Gustavo immediately led the charge, ready to claim the heads of the defenders. With nothing left to lose, they attacked without hesitation. Attack! Attack! Under their leadership, the elite soldiers of the Daxia dynasty clenched their weapons and surged forward. The less than 10,000 Xianying guards showed no fear, gripping their weapons and meeting the enemy head-on. Despite the formidable foe, they resolved to follow their king to the afterlife. The battle raged on, a final desperate stand in the twilight of the Xianying dynasty. Chapter 465. The demise of the Xianying dynasty. With a loud cry, after an intense battle, all the imperial guards were killed. Emperor Fedor of the Xianying dynasty was pierced through by a spear, spitting out blood and falling to the ground with a look of reluctance. He had once been an emperor seated on the dragon throne, beloved by countless people and revered by the world. But in an instant, his dynasty was heading towards destruction, and what he once possessed had dwindled into nothing. Now, due to the fall of his dynasty, he had given up his life as well. Yet despite this, he did not regret it at all. He felt honored to have inherited the throne from his father. Unfortunately, he failed to protect the dynasty. Looking at Jeremiah, who was approaching step by step, Fedor's face, now pale and losing vitality, said, "I hope you will treat my subjects kindly. From now on, in this territory, there will no longer be the Xianying dynasty or its citizens. There will only be subjects of the great Anchor dynasty," Jeremiah said calmly. "Thank Before Fedor could finish his sentence, he closed his eyes, his face filled with bitterness. It was clear from his expression that he felt very reluctant and unwilling to see his dynasty come to an end. Despite being filled with such unwillingness, his dynasty still met its doom and his life came to an end as well. At the moment of his demise, the remaining one-third of the dynasty's aura in the sky gave off a pained wail before scattering. A small part of it dissipated towards the regions of the Ean dynasty, not yet occupied by the Great Anchor dynasty, while the majority dissipated within the territories of the Great Anchor dynasty. Looking at Fedor, who had silently closed his eyes, Jeremiah turned around and looked at the soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty stationed throughout the entire capital. Containing his joy, he shouted loudly, "All resisting Xinjiang dynasty soldiers, listen up, your emperor is dead. This general orders you to immediately lay down your weapons and surrender to secure a chance at survival. Otherwise, our troops of the Great Anchor dynasty will not hesitate to kill." The Xinjiang dynasty soldiers who were fighting the soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty were instantly shaken, refusing to believe it could be true. But when they saw their last bit of dynasty's fortune scatter, they reluctantly believed that their Emperor Fedor had truly perished. This can't be true. I don't believe it. How could our emperor perish? No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe our emperor of the Xinjiang dynasty would fall. How could this happen? Our ruler cannot possibly lose. No, I refuse to surrender. Even if I die, I will join my emperor in the afterlife. Kill these damn dogs of the Great Anchor dynasty. We cannot let them live. The sudden death of the emperor triggered a chain reaction. Some chose to die nobly, some surrendered, and others fought to the bitter end. However, most chose to surrender. Now that their respected emperor was gone, they had no reason to continue fighting. Moreover, their emperor had said before the battle that if he accidentally fell, they could put down their weapons and surrender. Hearing the words of their general, the soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty were thrilled, raising their weapons high and shouting in frenzy. This powerful dynasty had now fallen, and this victory naturally belonged to their dynasty, the Great Anchor dynasty. Meanwhile, in Maple Leaf City of the Maple Leaf dynasty, during the dawn, all the soldiers outside the Purple Star Palace had been killed. Only Deshawn remained along with the old man and the 4 middle-aged men he brought. Was battling Briggs, now had white hair, wrinkles gradually appearing on his face, and seemed to be aging rapidly, losing vitality continuously. Seeing Deshawn losing his vitality, Briggs pushed him back with a spear thrust and said expressionlessly, "Your vitality is almost depleted. Do you still wish to fight?" "Ha ha ha." Deshawn laughed wildly and then said coldly, "Since mastering evil arts through murdering relatives, I never considered surrender. You can dream if you think I'll surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, Deshawn launched a swift sword attack, the sword light rolling over powerfully and sweeping across. Seeing the sword technique rushing towards him, Briggs shook his head slightly. Since the opponent chose to court death, he didn't need to say much more. His spear struck the opponent's blade and simultaneously aimed directly at the opponent's vital point. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing his full strength, forcing the opponent to retreat while attacking ferociously. Facing the fierce attack, Deshawn's expression didn't change. His sword attacked rapidly, the surging sword light resembling the red glow of sunset. Briggs smirked and thrust his spear quickly. Suddenly, he thrust fiercely with his spear, striking at the opponent. Tremendous power gathered at the spear tip, piercing through the sky as if shattering the earth. Realizing the terrifying power of the attack, Deshawn hurriedly retreated to dodge it. His cultivation level was far below the opponent's, and continuing to force a battle was risking his life. Boom. Seeing no way to avoid the attack, Deshawn had no choice but to endure it, gathering tremendous power on his sword to resist the terrifying blow. Pooh. Although Deshawn managed to block the terrifying blow, he suffered severe injuries, flying backward, spitting blood, and rolling several times on the ground. Chapter 466, Deshawn's Death. Swish. Before Deshawn could react, Briggs's spear lunged toward him. He forced himself to endure the pain from his injuries and swiftly dodged the attack. Although the spear did not hit any vital part of Deshawn, it pierced through his abdomen, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing the opponent's sword coming towards him, Briggs quickly retreated and evaded the strike. Clang. He knocked the long sword away and thrust his spear again. The cold spear tip flashed with a chilling gleam, piercing the throat and extinguishing the last flicker of life. Holding his bleeding throat, Deshawn looked forward with a bitter smile. His eyes revealed unyielding defiance. He had only been the emperor of the Maple Leaf dynasty for a few decades, but now he was witnessing the downfall of his own dynasty and his imminent death. He felt aggrieved and regretful. If only standing 2 meters tall, an abyssal wolf. Saint-level fiend beast? Colin and the others drew a sharp breath, cold sweat pouring down their backs as they stared in disbelief at the giant creature. They never imagined the Desi who fought them so fiercely was actually an adult saint-level fiend beast. A saint-level fiend beast? What kind of existence was this? This was something they dared not provoke. Even their sect's top experts wouldn't dare to tangle with a saint-level fiend beast lightly. And this one was fully grown. A fully grown saint-level fiend beast was a terrifying presence. Given time, it could grow into a divine-level fiend beast. Roar. Opening its maw wide, Emmanuel roared and pounced on the group. Caught off guard, they were torn apart instantly. First, the elder, Colin, was shredded, followed by the rest of the group. Normally, with their strength, they could have put up some resistance. But Emmanuel's overwhelming power left them frozen in shock, unable to move, and helpless to defend themselves. Feiyu, leave one alive. Seeing Emmanuel about to finish off the last man, Briggs hurriedly called out, hoping to keep someone alive for questioning. Bang! As Emmanuel paused mid-bite, the Keith before him suddenly fell limp, dead from sheer terror. Looking at the dead man, Emmanuel's face twitched, and he looked guiltily at Briggs. Boss, you can't blame me. I held back, but this guy was literally scared to death. Emmanuel felt helpless. He had restrained himself, and didn't tear the man apart immediately. but he hadn't expected the man to die of fright before he even took a bite. Seeing the dead Keith, Briggs's face darkened. He had hoped to interrogate someone, but the man died of fear even before Emmanuel attacked him. Despite being a Wu-D, he was easily frightened. This isn't your fault. Just transform back into human form. You're unsettling like that. Briggs shook his head. Emmanuel replied, Boss, I feel fine this way. I can unleash my full power and enjoy the fight more. Briggs's lips curled up sharply, his forehead twitching. Just do as I say. Don't argue. Do you want to go back to the heavenly secret realm? All right, I'll change back, Emmanuel said, feeling helpless. In moments, he transformed back into his human form. While he preferred his true form, he had to follow his leader's orders. Briggs just shook his head and paid no further attention. He approached the scattered remains of Colin. Ignoring the pieces, he found the elder's right hand and removed the spatial ring. Releasing his divine sense, he examined the contents for valuable information. Meanwhile, Ellis, Warren, Tiger, Pablo, and Eric also came over, silently of any specific force, but it seemed connected to some force. As for which force this token was linked to, probably only the corpse on the ground knew. Great General, this elder possesses this token, seemingly representing some force, but the token doesn't indicate which force, Eric said calmly. Briggs nodded gently and then said, It seems that the elder's backing force is very secretive. Only the token represents their identity, but it doesn't show which force they belong to. These individuals only use tokens to represent their identities, clearly indicating that not only were their identities complex, but they might also be targeted by others. With only the token in hand and no words on it showing which force they belong to, it clearly suggested that their forces were involved in despicable deeds. Otherwise, the token in Eric's hand wouldn't lack any markings or indications of which force it represented. Since we can't identify which force they belong to, we should hand this token to the brocade guards and let them investigate, as they are best suited for this task, Eric said calmly. It seems we can only entrust this matter to them. Edric nodded lightly in agreement, then turned his gaze to the generals before him, saying, Generals, now that we have captured the capital of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, our next step is to completely annex all of the Maple Leaf Dynasty's territories to finish conquering the entire kingdom. Although they had already occupied the capital and personally killed the king of the Maple Leaf Dynasty, there was still 1/3 of its territory unclaimed, hence their plan to attack the remaining regions. Despite the king's death, some loyalist generals continued organizing armies to resist their invasion from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Even though these forces were not significant threats, they still needed to be dealt with militarily. If they refuse to surrender and lay down their weapons, they cannot blame our blades for being too sharp, Edric declared. Yes. In the imperial palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty's capital, 2 brocade guards carrying scrolls approached the imperial study rapidly, one following the other about 100 meters apart. They swiftly arrived at the imperial study, where the foremost guard showed his token and entered immediately after. Fergus put down his brush, eyeing the brocade guard with confusion, asking, What is it? The fact that the brocade guards could bypass the guards and enter without permission clearly indicated they had important intelligence to report. This is the scroll sent by General Jeremiah, replied the brocade guard, holding out the scroll respectfully. Andy stepped forward, took the scroll, and walked up to the emperor to hand it over. As Fergus received and opened the scroll, another brocade guard entered, reporting, Your Majesty, this is the scroll from General Briggs. Andy did not hesitate, quickly fetching the scroll and presenting it to the emperor. Puzzled by the scroll from Briggs, Fergus first read through the one from Jeremiah. Haha, well done. General Jeremiah has indeed not let me down. After reading the scroll, Fergus laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The news from Jeremiah revealed that the Dark Shadow Dynasty had been conquered, and they were preparing to attack the remaining territories. Even if it was less than 1/3, they would still proceed to forcefully occupy the rest of the Dark Shadow Dynasty. Seeing the emperor laugh, Andy felt puzzled, but understood that Jeremiah must have won a victory. Having finished the first scroll, Fergus turned his attention to the second one. Upon finishing it, his smile grew wider, blood pumping excitedly. The Maple Leaf Dynasty's capital had also been forcibly captured by Briggs, even its king eliminated. Thus, 2 of the 6 dynasties had been annihilated. Although remnants within the dynasty still resisted, they were insignificant threats. Fergus hadn't anticipated Briggs's rapid advancement. Both capitals had fallen within less than 2 days. The remaining 4 armies were nearing the capitals of the other 4 dynasties. Once they approached the outskirts of those 4 capitals, it was just a matter of time before they were conquered. Imagining the demise of the remaining 4 dynasties filled Fergus with immense joy and anticipation. However, he couldn't act hastily. He had to wait. Chapter 468. Notable Scholar, Jeff. Your Majesty, may I ask why you summoned me? Korik asked slowly as he sat down on the cushion, puzzled. He should have been training his troops, but suddenly, an imperial guard came looking for him, saying the king wanted to see him. The reason why the king wanted to see him was not disclosed by the imperial guard. However, since the king wanted to see him, it must be for something important, or to assign a significant task. Despite not knowing what tonight held, he had no complaints in his heart. Of course, I called you here to deal with some people, Harold said with a smile. I wonder what task awaits me this evening? Korik asked, confused. The strong forces behind the 3 major sects have arrived. Though their number is less than 100, each of them is incredibly powerful. Any one of them could withstand an army of thousands. Therefore, I want you to personally lead an army and work with General Tai to deal with these people, Harold explained. Since he summoned him, it was naturally to handle the powerful forces behind the 3 major sections. Of course, he didn't expect Korik to go alone, but rather to lead an army. Harold planned not only to dispatch generals, but also to send the army against the allied forces of the 3 major sects, completely crushing their last resistance. Korik frowned. A large army and several other powerful individuals to counter these enemies. Ping. Monthly free summoning time has arrived. Host, do you wish to proceed with the summoning? Just as Harold was about to stand up after bidding farewell to Korik, he heard the system's voice. Hearing this long-awaited voice, he felt relieved and couldn't wait to see which illustrious Chinese figure would be summoned. Previously, none had appeared, causing him to wonder if the system had malfunctioned. Breathing deeply, Harold mentally recited, "System." Immediately used the summoning opportunity. Ping. "Congratulations, host. You have summoned Eastern Han strategist, Jeff." "What? Jeff? The ghost strategist Jeff?" Damn. Learning that he had summoned the ghost strategist Jeff, Harold was stunned, his mind unable to calm down for a long time. If he had summoned someone else, it would have been fine, but suddenly summoning the ghost strategist Jeff was incredibly shocking. But deep down, he felt excitement. "System, do you have Jeff's profile?" Harold mentally asked. Ping. Name, Jeff. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han. Rank, world-renowned scholar. Cultivation technique, Phoenix Divine technique. Cultivation level, 4th tier martial saint. Troop type, none. Looking at the projected screen before him, Harold smiled. This level of power was indeed impressive. Harold. Seeing these young ones leave, Harold asked curiously, "Why are you leaving? Aren't you staying with your younger siblings?" Ever since Ever Tingsno and Ever Engshuan were born, these 4 kids had visited almost every day. If they missed a day, it would be like seeing the sun rise in the west. Each visit, they stayed late into the night, sometimes even until dawn. Though he repeatedly advised them, they ignored his words. Now, seeing them leave, he wondered if the 2 little ones had already fallen asleep. We've spent all day with the little ones. Now it's time to take care of our own business, younger brother Harold said with a bold smile. Actually, they didn't need to leave so early. But they needed to practice, as warriors couldn't stop improving. Despite their current strength being formidable within Nanyang Domain and Kunlun Domain, they were nothing. Thus ends Chapter 468. ###Chapter 469. The monarch clad in battle armor. 3 days later, the capital city of the Madu dynasty, Haifeng City. At this moment, the capital city of the Madu dynasty faced the overwhelming force of the Daxia dynasty's troops gathered at its gates. The enormous city was besieged so tightly that not even a pair of flies could enter normally. General Denny and Arlen, leading the army, had not launched any attacks yet. They merely surrounded the entire city as if waiting for the right moment. Standing on the city wall, King Ernest of the Madu dynasty gazed coldly at the encircling soldiers of the Daxia dynasty. A sigh welled up in his heart. He had originally thought that it would take some time for the Daxia dynasty's forces to reach their city, but he hadn't anticipated how swiftly they advanced. Now that they were not only outside the city but also surrounding it completely, there was no way for him to escape, even if he grew wings. Though he currently appeared imposing in his black battle armor with an aura of dignity, deep inside, he felt waves of fear. Now that the Daxia soldiers were so close, escaping was impossible. But as the monarch of the Madu dynasty, he would never flee or abandon his generals. They could have survived by surrendering, but they chose to sacrifice themselves for their dynasty and refused to capitulate. Since his soldiers preferred death in battle over surrender, as their monarch, he must stand alongside them in death, joining them in the underworld. On the southern city wall, Ernest watched the densely packed soldiers of the Daxia dynasty, feeling profound sorrow. His gaze shifted toward Denny. Seeing the imposing general on the war chariot, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing boundless hostility. This was Denny, the formidable yet obscure general who led the Daxia dynasty's troops against various territories of his dynasty. Even the renowned generals within his own ranks couldn't match him, being repeatedly defeated by Denny. Out of 10 distinguished generals, fewer than 3 remained alive, retreating into the capital, while the rest had perished in battle without survivors. Tell all our troops to prepare for immediate battle. If the Daxia soldiers show any signs of movement, attack immediately, Ernest said expressionlessly. Under the fierce attacks of the Daxia dynasty, 2 other capital cities had already fallen, along with their monarchs. Now, out of the 6 dynasties initially united against the Daxia dynasty, only 4 remained, each facing a similar situation. The Daxia dynasty's forces had reached the gates, the entire capital braced in full defense, and the monarchs, clad in battle armor, ready to face a final showdown. Despite knowing that resistance might be futile and could cost their lives, they were determined to stand firm. As rulers of superior dynasties, they must retain their dignity and never choose surrender, for it would dishonor their dead soldiers who sacrificed everything resisting the Daxia dynasty. If we surrendered now, we wouldn't be able to face them in the afterlife, Ernest thought solemnly. Yes. Meanwhile, Denny stood on his war chariot, calmly observing the scene, especially focusing on King Ernest of the Madu dynasty, standing atop the city wall. He couldn't help but admire the bravery of this monarch, though he had the unwilling to see it crumble during his reign. Looking skyward at the drifting clouds, he whispered silently, "Father, I failed to protect the Madu dynasty. If you are watching from above, please watch over my grandchildren." His current wish was simple. For his children to survive, even if only a few of them lived, he would find solace. Although he had given them a chance to survive, encountering enemies could lead to their demise. Escape, run far and wide, do whatever it takes to survive, he muttered to himself again. The Madu dynasty's enemies had begun hunting down his royal family members mercilessly. He harbored no resentment towards this. He understood that this fate was self-inflicted. Had they not offended others and acted arrogantly, they wouldn't have faced such persecution. In their position, they too would have pursued vengeance without hesitation. He hoped that his father's spirit would protect them wherever they went. Sighing deeply, Ernest watched the retreating Daxia soldiers, his eyes flashing with determination as he awaited the inevitable assault. The coming battle would decide life or death, and he must give it his all. Chapter 470. Alfredo has a good plan. Advisor, I wonder how you think we should proceed with our attack? In the main tent of the camp, Denny glanced at Alfredo beside him and asked calmly. The capital city of the Madu dynasty, especially at the south gate, where there are the most traps and all kinds of sharp defensive weapons. If we forcibly attack, we will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Seeing Alfredo talking nonstop, Hyder Yin couldn't help but interrupt. Advisor, you've been talking for so long, but you haven't mentioned how we should attack this city. The others agreed with Hyder Yan's words as well. Alfredo only talked about how strong the city's defenses were and how many traps awaited them but hadn't mentioned how to attack the city at all. Huh. After a light laugh, Alfredo said with a smile, Generals, please don't worry. I'm not finished yet. Denny, Carnell, Flint, Tadeo Dien, and Hyder Yen. All were momentarily dumbfounded. Not finished? Everyone was thoroughly confused. They felt annoyed at the procrastination of this advisor. Looking at the dumbfounded generals, Alfredo gently shook his head and continued. Indeed. This city is easy to defend but hard to attack, especially with Ernest's arrangements of modern defenses. If we attack, we will inevitably pay a heavy price. Attacking from the four walls will definitely lead to severe casualties among our troops. Therefore, we need to attack from inside Haifeng City. Attack from inside? Advisor, your plan sounds good, but how do we carry out an internal attack? Carnell asked with doubt. An internal attack? Who's kidding here? If they could attack from inside the enemy's territory, they wouldn't be waiting around. Even Denny beside him looked puzzled, not understanding why Alfredo proposed such a plan. Generals, don't forget that our great Anchor dynasty has teleportation arrays. We can build an array and teleport our troops into the capital of this dynasty, Alfredo said with a ghostly smile. Upon hearing this, everyone present lit up with hope. Of course. Why didn't they think of that? Since the enemy had layered defenses and traps to prevent them from attacking directly, why not use teleportation arrays? By setting up the array within the layers of defenses and another outside the city, they could naturally launch an attack. Then, they could descend upon the city as if they were celestial soldiers, suddenly appearing inside the city and launching fierce attacks on the enemy. Advisor, although your plan is excellent, how do we get the teleportation array inside the city? Flint suddenly asked. Yes. Advisor, General Lon makes a valid point. How can we bring the teleportation array inside the city and secretly establish it? Hyder Yin added. Without transporting the structure of the teleportation array inside the city, they couldn't build the array. Although using the teleportation array would consume a large amount of spirit stones, as long as they could capture the city, the sacrifice would be worthwhile. And they were attacking the city at minimal cost, believing the emperor would understand their difficulties. Don't worry, generals. A month ago, I already sent the Jinuri to secretly place the teleportation arrays inside the city. Alfredo smiled. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, instantly feeling extremely excited. No wonder Alfredo seemed prescient and prepared beforehand. They finally understood why Alfredo suggested an internal attack. He had everything ready from the start. As long as they established the teleportation array in the city and outside it, connecting both, they could easily descend upon the city. Denny narrowed his eyes and asked, Advisor, how many teleportation arrays did you send into Haifeng City? To prevent any mishaps, I only sent 2. These 2 arrays are small, capable of teleporting 1,000 people at once. Therefore, we need to divide our forces and attack 2 points within the city unexpectedly. But we must also be prepared for the enemy trying to break out. Tadiestening to Alfredo's plan, everyone unanimously agreed. Leaving 2 generals to guard against enemy breakout, the rest would lead their elite troops into the city to fight the enemy. Seeing everyone silent, Denny spoke solemnly. Since Advisor has devised the strategy, next, I will assign tasks accordingly and inform the Jinui to set up the arrays. He then looked at the generals and continued, General Tadeo Dien, General Hai. Most of them are irregulars, their strength cannot be underestimated. Indeed, nearly 2 million troops were stationed here, mostly city guards summoned from various places in the Madu dynasty. Despite their inferior quality, they were still formidable enough to easily conquer a mid-sized kingdom. Although the attackers were overwhelmingly powerful and these irregulars couldn't withstand them, caution was still necessary to avoid unexpected setbacks. The city is defended by 3 renowned generals of the Madu dynasty, including their king Ernest. They each guard one direction, setting traps outside to thwart our attacks. Especially at the south gate, there are numerous traps and sharp defensive weapons. A direct assault would lead to heavy losses. Seeing Alfredo's detailed analysis, Hyder Yin interrupted, Advisor, you've been talking for so long but haven't mentioned how we should attack the city. Others agreed with Hyder Yin. Alfredo had described the city's defenses in detail but hadn't suggested any specific offensive plans. Huh. Alfredo smiled after a brief laugh. Generals, please don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Denny, Carnell, Flint, Tadeo Dien, and Hyder Yin all stared speechlessly. Unfinished? The group felt baffled and annoyed. Why was the advisor so drawn out and vague? Ignoring their frustration, Alfredo continued. This city is indeed difficult to attack. With earnest preparations and abundant resources, the city would make the expense worthwhile. They believed their king would understand their strategy aimed at minimizing losses. Don't worry, generals. I sent the secret police to secretly bring 2 teleportation arrays into the city a month ago. Alfredo smiled. Excitement surged among the group. Indeed, Alfredo had thought ahead. Now they understood why Alfredo proposed attacking from within. He had already prepared everything. With the internal and external arrays connected, they could instantly transport troops into the city. Denny asked, Advisor, how many arrays did you send into Haifeng City? To be safe, only 2 were brought in. These are small arrays capable of transporting 1,000 soldiers each. Thus, we'll need to strike simultaneously at 2 directions inside the city. But we must prevent enemies from breaking out, Alfredo explained. Everyone nodded in agreement with Alfredo's strategy. 2 generals would defend against potential breakouts, while the rest led troops into the city. Denny then announced, since Advisor has laid out the plan, I will now assign tasks and inform the secret police to set up the arrays. Turning to his generals, he continued, Generals Tadeo Dien and Hyder Yin, you 2 will guard outside the city to prevent Ernest's breakout. Yes. Although unable to participate in the final battle, this crucial task required utmost diligence. Turning to the remaining generals, Denny added, Generals Carnell and Flint, you will accompany me into the city. Yes. Finally, Denny ordered, we will launch the attack on Haifeng City at dawn tomorrow. Yes. Chapter 471. Divine troops descend from the heavens. At dawn, Tadao Dian and Haider Yin assembled their troops before it was even light, subsequently surrounding the entire city from all sides. Seeing the Anchor Dynasty's army outside the city, restlessly preparing to launch an attack, the defenders on the city walls immediately mobilized, ready for battle. Despite not knowing the true intentions of the Anchor Dynasty's forces, their every move caused an uneasy feeling. Regardless of the reasons, they had to prepare for defense, anticipating a possible assault by the Anchor Dynasty. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for them. The Anchor Dynasty's attacks were always unpredictable, appearing when least expected. They might seem poised to attack, but then choose not to. Their tactics were always surprising and difficult to anticipate. Just as they gathered around Haifeng City's 4 outer walls, the Anchor Dynasty's archers stepped forward and, under their commander's orders, began a furious barrage. Faced with this sudden onslaught of arrows and massive boulders, the Madu Dynasty's defenders could only brace themselves against the raining arrows and exploding rocks. King Ernest of the Madu Dynasty crouched behind the shields, silently observing the Anchor Dynasty's arrow assault, while watching his men fall one by one, feeling accompanied by intense fighting sounds. Curious, he left the wall and turned to face the city. To his astonishment, a flood of black-armored Anchor Dynasty soldiers poured into the city like a tidal wave. Faced with this sudden onslaught, his own troops in the streets were slaughtered mercilessly. Shocked by the appearance of the Anchor Dynasty soldiers, as if they had descended from the heavens, Ernest was momentarily speechless. How is this possible? How did the Anchor Dynasty soldiers appear inside the city? Could it be? Suddenly, Ernest realized why the Anchor Dynasty had launched such a vigorous arrow assault from outside the city. It was a distraction to buy time for their troops to infiltrate the city. Despite not knowing how the Anchor Dynasty soldiers appeared so suddenly, their presence declared that their defenses had been breached. Order everyone to join the battle. Kill all the Anchor Dynasty soldiers. Even if we die, we will stand together with the capital, Ernest declared coldly. Kill. Kill. Hearing this, all the defenders of Haifeng City gripped their weapons and rushed to meet the enemy. With King Ernest's words stirring them, the previously disorganized defenders quickly reformed and engaged the Anchor Dynasty troops. But despite their efforts, they struggled against the sudden onslaught. Quickly, everyone joined the battle. Although initially outnumbering them, the number of Anchor soldiers kept growing, as if an endless force had arrived. With swift strikes dispatching several soldiers, Ernest said expressionlessly, Gil Taediongling, immediately investigate how the Anchor Dynasty soldiers entered the city. Note asterisk the names Ernest and Gil Taediongling are provided in pinyin as requested. If there are specific romanization preferences or different spellings used in English translations, please let me know to adjust accordingly. Chapter 472. Never surrender, never cease to fight. Yes. With a voice from the shadows, Tadian Hongquan joined the battle. Confronted by the endless influx of soldiers from the great Anchor Dynasty, he was bewildered. Where had they come from? It was definitely not through tunnels. The dynasty had strictly forbidden any digging of passages, no matter which faction attempted it. Any violators faced total annihilation of their entire clan. Furthermore, continuous inspections ensured no one dared attempt tunneling. Therefore, hardly any faction within the city dared dig tunnels leading outside. And even if they did, penetrating the city walls was out of the question unless they dug down to 1,000 meters deep. Without paying too much attention to the situation, Tadian Hongquan gripped his long sword tightly, pointing it at several great Anchor Dynasty soldiers before him. 3 formidable war capital turned into a river of blood, corpses strewn everywhere, the scene horrifying. More soldiers continued to be transported, but due to frequent use, the transmission array started cracking. Each transmission now brought less than 1,000 soldiers. Large-scale transports would destroy the array. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Tadian Hongquan, his armor stained red, began retreating with his soldiers towards the royal palace. Even then, the relentless great Anchor Dynasty soldiers pursued them, slaughtering mercilessly. Damn it. You think you can run? Dream on. Brothers, kill. Don't let them escape. Charge. Kill all the Mudu Dynasty soldiers. Where's the Mudu Dynasty ruler? Who has seen him? Find the Mudu Dynasty ruler. I will kill him. In the wide streets, great Anchor Dynasty soldiers were frantically searching for the Mudu Dynasty ruler after decimating the capital's defenders. Despite their efforts, they couldn't find him or even determine his whereabouts. Their general promised great rewards for bringing back the ruler's head or any part of his body. Now the Mudu Dynasty ruler was the target everyone wanted to kill, hoping to dismantle him into pieces for credit. Having dealt with all enemies in the eastern part of Haifeng City, Flint led his troops toward the royal palace. Their next goal was to seize the palace and eliminate the Mudu Dynasty ruler to end all resistance. All follow me, Flint said expressionlessly, gazing at the center of Haifeng City. Looking at the dead bodies scattered around, he remained calm, almost reflective. Indeed, the Mudu Dynasty's defenders were formidable. Rather than surrender, they chose death, costing the attackers many casualties. Yes. Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers followed their general's command, advancing rapidly toward the enemy's royal palace. With just one more step, seizing the palace and killing the ruler, the Mudu Dynasty would soon be history. Charge. Led by Flint, the soldiers stormed the palace. Their success came from exploiting the enemy's unpreparedness. If gates were closed, breaking in would take time, especially with the moat and fortified walls. Flint, left-hand shield and right-hand broadsword, immediately clashed with the remaining defenders inside. With a light swing of his sword, the blade flashed, engulfing several square yards in a torrent of deadly blade light. Every nearby enemy was instantly killed. Seeing Flint's terrifying prowess, the defenders' eyes filled with fear. They were hesitant but forced themselves to charge forward, shouting defiantly. Now there's no turning back. Retreat means losing the city and risking the dynasty's demise. Charge. Facing the undying rush, Flint admired their bravery but didn't hesitate, slashing ferociously with his weapon. Those who refused to surrender and chose to fight would die. He was never soft on enemies hindering the Great Anchor Dynasty's expansion. Any opposition would be sent to hell. The same frenzy gripped the other Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, who pounced like wolves, tearing into the enemy. They knew no mercy, especially when the order was clear. Kill without forcing surrender unless the enemy laid down their arms. Chapter 473, the final showdown. Phew. After an intense battle, in the dead of night, the full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the land. King Ernest of the Madu dynasty and his last renowned general retreated to the Purple Star Palace. Although they still commanded several tens of thousands of troops, they were struggling bitterly to make their final stand. The resistance forces scattered across various locations had almost all been suppressed. Even those who resisted to the death ended up as piles of bones. Panting heavily, King Ernest and his last remaining general, Matteo, stood back to back, watching the approaching troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty below. Even though the Great Anchor forces had halted their advance for now, King Ernest knew very well that they would eventually launch an assault. Thinking about how long he had held out but could not prevent the downfall of his dynasty, Ernest's face was filled with bitter smiles. General Matteo, the troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty are about to launch a fierce final attack on us. Is there anything you wish to say before we die? Ernest asked with a smile. Your Majesty, I have nothing more to say. However, I feel guilty towards your Majesty and our Madu dynasty. Now, only by fighting to the death can I atone for my sins, Matteo replied. After a bout of maniacal laughter, Ernest said calmly, General Su, what do you mean? You have never betrayed the dynasty. It is the dynasty that has wronged you and the other distinguished generals. If only I had listened to your advice earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament now, nor would I have to watch my dynasty fall. Reflecting on his actions, Ernest felt a mix of bitterness and regret. Had he not insisted on his own way, things might not have turned out like this. But it was too late to regret now. His greatest hope now was for more soldiers to survive. There was no need for them to die for a defeated dynasty. Your Majesty, don't blame yourself. Even if you had listened to us then, the Madu dynasty would still not have avoided its fate, Matteo said, shaking his head slightly. Initially, they had urged the king to ally with other dynasties against the Great Anchor dynasty, but the king had underestimated the threat. Even if he had agreed to join forces with others, the dynasty's downfall was inevitable. It would have just been delayed. By defeating these enemies, they could bring an end to this dynasty. According to their general's information, 2 other divisions had already wiped out 2 dynasties. As comrades in arms, they could not fall behind. Whoosh! Flint's saber flashed, countless blade lights slashing through the air, and many enemies were instantly slain, falling into pools of blood. Unperturbed by the falling bodies, Flint continued hacking wildly, slaying enemies one after another. Charge! A low growl escaped his lips as he struck again. With a series of flashing blade lights, over a dozen Madu soldiers were instantly killed. Realizing the formidable opponent before them, the Madu soldiers swiftly regrouped and launched a counterattack to resist the invasion. Let's attack together. Facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, they had to combine forces or be picked off one by one. Seeing the combined attack, Flint sneered inwardly, dismissing their fighting prowess. He had already taken down numerous generals and commanders. Why should he fear these soldiers? Even if they all attacked, he could handle them all. The text provided a gripping portrayal of the final moments of a kingdom's struggle, showcasing deep emotional depth, strategic maneuvering, and intense action scenes, translated into fluent and coherent English while maintaining the original paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 474. To die for the king is no regret. Kill. Facing the swarming enemies, Ernest's heart turned cold. His icy sword swept across all directions, and wherever its sharp edge passed, soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty were felled. But the battle was far from over. His right wrist moved slightly, and the sword in his hand flashed, unleashing surging sword chi in all directions. At this moment, he knew that to stop the battle, he must either eliminate all the enemies or be eliminated himself. Not far away, Matteo also tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. The blade glinted menacingly as he delivered a powerful slash. 7 or 8 surging waves of blade light enveloped the surrounding soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty. Arlen and Flint, who had led the army into battle, saw the formidable enemy ahead and their brows furrowed in concentration. They exchanged a glance before choosing their respective opponents. Arlen faced Ernest, while Flint engaged Matteo. These 2 warriors understood that only they, at this level, could confront such powerful adversaries. Allowing this fight to continue would be disastrous for the Great Anchor dynasty. Despite their weakened state, these foes still possessed the strength to slay thousands of their soldiers. Seeing the enemy charge towards them, Ernest and Matteo tensed, each gripping their weapons tightly, ready to face the approaching threats. Already gravely wounded, they found it extremely challenging to engage with opponents of this caliber. But even knowing they couldn't win, they resolutely swung their weapons towards the enemy. Swish! Ernest's sword gleamed brightly as the sharp blade lunged like a venomous snake directly at the approaching Arlen. Without fear, Arlen tightened his grip on his weapon and swung his blade without hesitation. The sharp edge sliced through the air with tremendous force, aiming straight for Ernest. Sensing the lethal blow, Ernest retracted his attack, swiftly blocking and retreating several steps. Seeing an opening, he quickly thrust forward, channeling a surge of cold energy into his sword as he advanced with full concentration. Clang! Just as Ernest thought he had struck the critical point, the sound of clashing weapons echoed in his ears. Arlen used his long blade to block the attack, stopping it in front of his chest, and stared coldly at him. With his attack blocked, Ernest didn't hesitate and retreated, evading the counterattack. Boom! Disappointed that his strike missed, Arlen did not dwell on it, and continued attacking. With every swing, Ernest dodged just in time, leaving Arlen's blade to strike the ground. Noticing the speed and raw power behind each of Arlen's strikes, Ernest could only retreat while engaging. Nearby, Matteo watched helplessly as his king was forced into a corner. He wanted to assist but was kept occupied by Flint. Seeing his king being overwhelmed, Mateo felt intense worry but couldn't free himself to help. With a roar, unable to contain his desperation, Mateo burned his lifespan to forcibly enhance his cultivation and attacked Flint. Wounded and weak, he had no other choice but to burn his life force to rescue his king. Sensing Mateo's sacrifice, Flint narrowed his eyes, sighing inwardly. This move indeed granted immense power, but it came at the cost of rapid life drain. Even with increased strength, victory was unlikely against Flint. Taking a deep breath, Flint gripped his weapon tightly, his expression turning cold, and charged at Mateo with renewed fury. If Mateo wanted death, he would grant it. Soldiers should die on the battlefield. It was their rightful place. Seeing Flint charge, Mateo, fueled by burning his lifespan, gripped his weapon firmly and fought back fiercely. He knew that despite enhancing his strength, he still lacked the power to defeat Flint. Yet, he had no choice but to push forward, hoping to create an opening to help his king. Whoosh! A furious slash sent waves of blade light toward the enemy. Unafraid, Flint summoned spiritual energy into his blade and retaliated. Boom! The clash between their blades resonated like gods striking with fury, resulting in a violent explosion and a shockwave rippling outward. Both men took a step back, their right feet sinking into the ground as they readied themselves for another attack. Surprised by Mateo's newfound strength, Flint realized the immense power gained from burning his lifespan, though it carried significant toll. Mateo spat out blood, his face pale, but still gritted his teeth, holding onto his weapon with both hands, and launched another desperate attack. Meanwhile, Ernest was blasted backward by the powerful wave, crashing through the entrance of the Zixing Hall and landing inside. Arlen followed closely, slashing his way into the hall. Cough. Suppressing his injuries, Ernest stood up, swinging his sword wildly at Arlen. Arlen, impressed yet unfazed, continued to press his attack, channeling spiritual energy into his blade, delivering a powerful strike. Ernest, feeling the terrifying force approaching, gathered his remaining strength and met the attack head-on. Boom! With a powerful collision, Ernest was thrown backwards, slamming into a pillar and spitting out more blood. Cough. Chapter 475. Ernest falls in battle. As Carnell attacked again, Ernest, despite his injuries, clutched the long blade tightly in his hands. Spiritual power surged into the sword as he struggled to counter the enemy's assault. Bang! Blades clashed with a tremendous explosion, like two mountains colliding, releasing a surge of force that spread in all directions. Ernest was pushed back several steps, spitting blood before crashing into a nearby stone pillar. Ignoring the severity of his injuries, Ernest quickly got up and launched another attack with his sword. The sharp edge of the blade cut through the air with waves of sword light sweeping every direction. In less than a breath's time, numerous deep cuts appeared around him from the powerful sword energy. Carnell, holding his broadsword firmly, fought fiercely against the onslaught of Ernest's sword energy while sneering internally. He released his own saber energy. In an instant, the grand palace turned into a field of flashing blades and sword marks. After half an incense stick of intense combat, Carnell gathered immense strength into his saber and slashed down at Ernest. Sensing the terrifying power of the incoming strike, Ernest's face turned bitter. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he focused his strength on his sword. From the overwhelming force coming from the opponent, he knew this blow could instantly end his life. Still, Ernest poured all his remaining strength into the sword, preparing to fight the enemy to the death. Boom! Two powerful forces collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding pillars. Send Fortune Golden Dragon of the Mo-Do dynasty let out a mournful cry in the sky, disintegrating. Most of it flowed towards the Great Anchor dynasty, with only a small part remaining in the unoccupied territories of Mo-Do dynasty. Sigh. Denny took a deep breath, raised his weapon, and loudly proclaimed, "All resisting soldiers of the Mo-Do dynasty listen, your emperor is dead. I order you to lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, do not blame our Great Anchor dynasty soldiers for being ruthless." Denny's voice echoed through the city. Upon hearing it, everyone was stunned, especially the Mo-Do soldiers who were still fighting. Hearing their emperor's death, they lost heart and their weapons dropped to the ground. Their faith broken, their respected emperor dead, they felt a sharp pain pierce their hearts, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit. Now defeated and demoralized, they became lambs ready for slaughter. The Great Anchor dynasty soldiers didn't press further but rounded them up, confiscating their weapons. 3 hours later, the battle ended. The remaining tens of thousands of Mo-Do soldiers surrendered, now leaderless and without their king, finding no reason to continue the fight. In the imperial palace of the Great Anchor dynasty, Harold, reviewing documents, read Denny's report. Knowing the Hashtag Chapter 476, Anomaly in Northern City. We're not quite sure. The agents we have infiltrated within the 3 major sects haven't sent us updates on their movements yet. Due to Diojun gently shook his head and continued. Our Secret Service operatives in Northern City have reported that the alien attacks are extremely fierce. The Northern City defenders might not be able to hold out. The generals there now have no choice but to seek aid from the 3 major sections. Through the intelligence provided by their comrades, and especially the highlighted content, it became clear that the alien assault was incredibly intense. Otherwise, their colleagues stationed in Northern City wouldn't emphasize the ferocity of the attacks and the potential inability of the defenders to hold the line. If the Northern City defenses were breached, the aliens would undoubtedly invade human territories, advancing unchecked and slaughtering humans along the way. Upon hearing this, Harold's brows furrowed, forming a Chuan character on his forehead. It seems things aren't looking good. The aliens might be attempting to break through at Northern City. Faced with the resistance of the Great Anchor dynasty, the aliens can't make a breakthrough at Abyss City, so they are likely concentrating their forces at Northern City, trying to tear open a breach there. If they manage to breach Northern City, it would be a huge problem not just for the Great Anchor dynasty but for all humans in Nanyang domain. It seems I need to get some generals prepared. Harold lifted his gaze slightly to the white clouds in the sky, murmuring to himself. Go fetch General Dane to see me personally. Understood. Du Tadiojun respectfully responded, then turned and left. Of course, dealing with these damned aliens is best left to someone like Dane. Harold said this with a smile. Dane had been summoned by him earlier, not long ago, only 2 or 3 months back. Due to certain needs, he had been training troops at the camp. Now that he needed Dane to handle the aliens, particularly these overly arrogant ones who view humans as food, he naturally sought him out. Hold on a moment. Suddenly thinking of something, Harold immediately called Du Tadiojun, who had started to leave, back. I wonder what else your majesty has to order. Du Tadiojun paused and turned around, asking curiously. Tell the Secret Service agents in Northern City to set up a teleportation array immediately, to be ready for any sudden changes. Harold said this expressionlessly. Given the increasing restlessness of the aliens, preparations could not lag behind. If unprepared, an alien breach of Northern City defenses could spell disaster for the humans in Nanyang Domain. Their goal was to prevent the aliens from breaking through the Northern City defenses and massacring into human territories. Understood. Du Tadiojun respectfully responded again, and then turned to leave. Harold didn't linger either, and quickly turned to go. Little rascals were now more than half a month old. Although they couldn't speak yet, they were very mischievous and occasionally very obedient. Even so, everyone still loved them dearly. His brother Harold kept bringing toys to play with the 2 kids non-stop. As for Camila and Christy, they sat in a pavilion nearby, chatting amiably. Holding his daughter in his arms, Harold kissed her cheek lovingly and smiled. Ching Snow, haven't seen your father for so long. Did you miss playing with father? Although Ting Snow couldn't speak, she seemed to understand her father. She rubbed her cute face against his, sometimes smiling. Feeling her actions, Harold couldn't help but laugh and start kissing her all over. Seeing this, Nexuan pouted angrily and crawled up to his father, as if demanding attention too. Seeing Jamil on the ground, Harold sighed inwardly but didn't say much. He put his daughter down and picked up Jamil. So, seeing father kiss your sister makes you jealous, huh? He stroked Jamil's cheeks, smiling. The little boy didn't say anything but kept reaching out to touch his father. Ching Snow, how about giving your brother a kiss? Addie, also lying on the ground, smiled at his younger sister Ting Snow. Looking at her brother, Ting Snow simply laughed, and then turned to crawl away. This action caused a burst of laughter among everyone, including Harold. Harold chuckled. Callahan, it seems Ching Snow doesn't want you to kiss her. Callahan, did you forget to rinse your mouth? Otherwise, Ching Snow wouldn't mind being kissed by you, Gerald remarked. You laugh all you want, Addie muttered, feeling downcast. He usually kissed his sister without issue, so why not today? Plus, he had rinsed his mouth this morning. There was no reason his sister should find him disgusting. What's wrong, Callahan? Don't lose heart. If Ching Snow doesn't want you to kiss her, it's probably because Harold kissed her just now. That's why she doesn't want to let you, Xylan comforted him with a smile. Chapter 477. Clayton is getting married? At this moment, Andy also brought Clayton to the Yulan Palace. Seeing the two arrive, Harold placed Jamil, whom he was holding in his arms, on the ground and then beckoned Clayton over. Clayton approached him step by step with a broad smile, gazing at Harold before him with an innocent grin. Looking at this guy's smug smile, Harold felt utterly speechless but was rather curious as to why this kid had suddenly come to see him. Could it be that he had something important to discuss? Brother-in-law. As soon as Clayton arrived in front of Harold, he greeted him with a smile. Follow me. Harold replied indifferently, inviting the other person to walk with him not far away. After walking just 5 or 6 steps, Harold whispered, Why did you come to see me? Hee. Clayton smiled calmly and said, Brother-in-law, I came to see you for nothing much. In the back of his head with his right hand. Do your grandfather and grandmother know about this? Do they agree for you to marry her? Harold narrowed his eyes, looking straight into Clayton's eyes. They all know and agree for me to marry Kendra. So they asked me to seek brother-in-law's permission to borrow the residence of Prince Ankernjayo for the wedding, Clayton replied. I'd like to agree, but the residence of Prince Ankernjayo belongs to Christo. If you want to borrow it, you have to talk to him. Before you ask Christo to allow you to use the residence of Prince Ankernjayo, go see your sister and tell her about your upcoming marriage. Upon hearing this, Harold seemed to understand what was going on and beckoned the other party to follow him towards a pavilion nearby. Clayton did not hesitate but followed along with a smile. Hee. After listening to Clayton's explanation, Harold asked lightly, Brother, can you tell us when you plan to get married? Yeo Dao, Gerald, and Xylan, gathered beside him, all looked curiously at Clayton. They knew he was going to get married to someone he loved very soon, but they were curious about when exactly he planned to do so. Next month. Now that Harold had agreed to lend him the residence of Prince Ankernjayo, Clayton did not intend to hide his plans for next month's wedding. Though it was only early in the month, it was sufficient time for them. He had worried earlier that Harold might not lend him the residence of Prince Ankernjayo, but now he realized his concern was unnecessary. He was nonetheless grateful for Harold's generosity. Despite the journey taking over a month, Harold assured him that his family members would arrive promptly. Will cousin Wonwon come? Boone asked eagerly. Wonwon? Clayton frowned, confused. Why would you think of Wonwon? Don't tell me you like that girl? No. How can I like her? Boone denied hurriedly, but his panicked eyes betrayed his feelings for Tadeo Wonwon. Don't try to fool us, Clayton said with a strange smile, patting Boone's shoulder. Harold, Gerald, and Xylan all gave him peculiar looks. Chapter 478. The troops point to Wuching City. 3 days later, in the capital of the Malyo dynasty, Wuching City. At dusk, Anderson silently observed the heavily fortified city before him. Armed with all kinds of defensive mechanisms, this city remained vigilant at all times. His brow furrowed deeply. Despite the city's apparent invulnerability, Anderson was fully aware that the ruler of the Malyo dynasty, Tadu Ankrangsheng, had fled 10 days ago. Not only did he escape himself, but he also took his family and all the resources of the entire dynasty along with him. He had left alongside various ministers of the Malyo dynasty. Now defending the city were none other than one of persuading him would be easier, but Cavan worried about the interference of the mysterious figure, who, if involved, could undo all their efforts. If we eliminate that person, it would be very beneficial, Cavan continued. Yes, that indeed is troubling, Anderson agreed somberly. This mystery figure was well hidden, even from the Jinui. Moreover, only Marshall knew his identity. They only knew about this person through the intelligence from the Jinui agents within the Malyo royal court. Will Commander Egon of the Jinui be able to handle the strong mysterious figure? Anderson wondered aloud from his war chariot. Commander Egon? Cavan looked puzzled at Anderson and asked, General, you mean there's a Jinui commander in the city? There is indeed one, Anderson nodded. 5 days ago, while leading 10 Jinui agents through Wuching City, Commander Egon got stranded here due to closed gates. He hadn't known until the Jinui reported that their commander was inside the city. Though capable of leaving discreetly, to avoid revealing their presence, they decided to stay hidden within the city. Haha. Cavan laughed lightly. General, it's heaven sent. With the Jinui commander inside Wuching City, we can easily convince Marshall to surrender without worrying about unexpected incidents. Intriguing. Anderson's eyes brightened. Advisor, does this mean you've devised a plan to make Marshall surrender? I do have a plan, Cavan smiled. It may seem insignificant, but it should be enough to make Marshall submit to our Daxia dynasty. But General, the success of my plan depends on the cooperation of Commander Egon and his team. I request you contact them immediately and have them follow my instructions meticulously. Cavan spoke firmly. The arrival of Commander Egon had given his plan a significant boost. To persuade Marshall, they needed to deal with the mysterious strong figure. Anderson nodded and ordered the army to retreat 10 miles to set up camp. They had marched for 2 days and nights and needed rest. Meanwhile, they would devise a strategy to convince Marshall to surrender. Later that night, Anderson and Cavan met in the main tent, discussing their next move regarding Marshall. Perplexed, Anderson looked at Cavan. Why is it so important to have a Jinui commander in the city? Cavan replied mysteriously, before I answer your question, please answer mine first. What are the cultivation levels of the Jinui commanders? Wu D realm, level 4 or 5. But why do you ask? How does this relate to your plan? Anderson felt increasingly puzzled. Cavan's roundabout style frustrated him, but he respected Cavan's wisdom and was willing to wait for the right answers. Very well, Anderson sighed. Tell me what you think. Alright, let me explain. Chapter 478. Troops marched toward Wuching City. 3 days later, in the capital city of Wuching, belonging to the Malyui dynasty. As dusk fell, Anderson silently observed the heavily fortified city before him. Various defensive weapons lined the walls, always trained on the outside. His brows furrowed in deep thought. Despite the city's apparent impregnability, Anderson knew all too well that the ruler of the Malyui dynasty, Tadu Ankrangsheng, had fled 10 days ago. Not only did he escape himself, but he also took his family and any remaining resources of the dynasty with him. Alongside him, many of the Malyui dynasty's ministers had also fled. Now, responsible for defending this capital was the renowned General Marshall, supported by over 1 million troops of varying strength. Even though there were 1 million soldiers gathered within the city, Marshall knew better than anyone else that their defenses would likely prove futile. If the Great Anchor dynasty forced an assault, their defenses would be obliterated, and the city would inevitably fall into the hands of the Great Anchor dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Anderson turned to Cavan beside him and asked, Military advisor, do you have any method to make Marshall surrender? He alone was responsible for attacking the capital of the Malyui dynasty. Meanwhile, figures like Dai, Will, from atop his chariot. Captain Egon? Cavan looked at Anderson quizzically. General, you mean there's an Imperial Guard captain within the city? Yes, indeed. Anderson nodded. 5 days ago, Captain Egon and 10 other Imperial Guards happened to be in Wuching City when the gates closed, trapping them inside. Though the Imperial Guards could easily escape, they chose to stay quietly within the city to avoid alerting anyone and to ensure their mission secrecy. Haha. Cavan laughed softly. General, this is truly a stroke of luck. With Captain Egon inside, we can easily persuade Marshall to surrender without worrying about unforeseen changes. Intriguing, Anderson said, his eyes lighting up as he fixed his gaze on Cavan. Advisor, you seem to have devised a plan to persuade Marshall. I do have a strategy, albeit a simple one, but it should suffice to convince Marshall to join our Great Anchor dynasty, Cavan replied with a smile. However, General, my plan requires cooperation from Captain Egon and his team. I request that we contact him immediately so they can assist us fully. Cavan spoke earnestly, feeling relieved. Initially, he was unsure how to implement his plan effectively, but the presence of Captain Egon made it feasible. Anderson nodded in agreement and ordered the troops to retreat 10 miles to set up camp. They had been traveling for 2 days and 2 nights and needed rest before the next, ensuring his safety from this mysterious person when he decides to surrender. Marshall is also at the Marshal Emperor level, but he is only at the 4th or 5th tier. Compared to high-ranking Marshal Emperors, he is still somewhat inferior. Though as a Marshal General, he can fight 1 or 2 levels above his own. However, battling against a high-tier Marshal Emperor would still be difficult for him. Moreover, the other party is in hiding, ready to strike if they sense any trouble. At that time, even with Marshall's quick reaction and strength as a Marshal General, he would not be able to avoid a hidden, swift blade. But if a brocade guard 1,000 household with Imperial Marshal cultivation were to protect him constantly, the situation would become much simpler. Advisor truly lives up to your name. Anderson sighed inwardly but still could not understand. Advisor, your plan is excellent, but how can we make a loyal warrior like Marshall willingly surrender to our Great Anchor dynasty? General, you are right. It's indeed very difficult to get someone like Marshall to surrender. Cavan agreed with a nod. Marshall is a renowned general of the Molium dynasty. Trying to make him surrender is like talking to a cow about playing a lute. It's completely impractical. However, Cavan had his methods to make the other side surrender. Whether he could save the other's life depended on what choice the other made. It seems advisor already has a good strategy, Anderson remarked. Yes, I have a plan, but I shall keep it to myself for now, Cavan replied indifferently. No problem. Anderson waved his hand, appearing completely in the city and keeping the gates shut while waiting for the king to gather forces to retaliate against the Great Anchor Dynasty. Retaliate? He didn't believe the Molium Dynasty could counterattack the Great Anchor Dynasty now. Of the 6 dynasties simultaneously attacked by the Great Anchor Dynasty, 3 kings had been killed and their capital seized. Only 3 dynasties remained, facing imminent destruction. What they could do? I wonder how the king is doing. Marshall murmured to himself. Though the king had left some time ago, Marshall was still worried about the king's safety. Due to the king's sudden departure, the Great Anchor Dynasty hadn't launched an immediate full-scale attack on the capital, instead advancing in 3 different directions. Especially Giovanni led special troops to strike their forces, preventing them from venturing out or dispersing. Now, the king leading the royal family away was like a lamb walking on the prairie, vulnerable to their pursuit. Unbeknownst to Marshall, Giovanni's cavalry had already begun chasing after King Tadeo Uxiangxing and others. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Marshall ordered expressionlessly, "Pass my order to all soldiers to prepare for battle. If the Great Anchor Dynasty army attacks, we will immediately organize a counterstrike." In a particularly elegant courtyard within Wuchang City, Egon, the 1,000 household of the Brocade Guard, discussed with his subordinates how to infiltrate Marshall's side. They had just received orders from the advisor, hoping they would infiltrate near Marshall, especially with Egon himself closely following the general. Looking at their silent leader, everyone turned their gaze toward the Desi, Egon, the 1,000 household of the Brocade Guard. Rubbing his chin, Egon pondered deeply. The task given by the advisor seemed simple, but he did not consider it easy, especially concerning the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. He could hide beside Marshall, but that didn't guarantee the mysterious figure wasn't also close by. After a long silence, Egon looked at the 10 Brocade Guards before him and said, "This mission looks simple, but our opponent operates in the dark, potentially threatening Marshall anytime. My task for you is to infiltrate Marshall's camp and secretly track the mysterious figure. Without my order, no one should act rashly. Despite going into hiding, they must remain as inconspicuous as possible to avoid detection. Though they had strong concealment skills, it didn't mean others couldn't find them. If discovered by the hidden enemy, it would be disastrous for them, even threatening their lives." He wasn't overly concerned about the mysterious power in the dark, but feared the rapid action that might result in Marshall's death. The advisor specifically mentioned that Marshall must not die. He must stay alive. If Marshall died, they wouldn't be able to persuade the entire city's army to surrender, leading to open conflict instead. Yes. Everyone responded unanimously. You all return and prepare yourselves. Erase all traces of our presence here. We must not be detected, Egon instructed emotionlessly. Chapter 480. Anderson's Worry. The next morning, in Wuchang City, at the general's mansion, in the large living room, Marshall silently observed everything, reminiscing about where everyone had once stood. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Back then, as one of the 10 great generals, they would laugh and tease each other right here. But now, all of that seemed like an illusion, with fewer than 2 people remaining. He himself was responsible for guarding the royal city, while the others escorted the monarch to safety. Among the 10, none were left standing, and the dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. Thinking of the imminent downfall of his dynasty brought a heavy sigh from him. He then turned his gaze toward the sand table beside him. He was prepared to perish with this city. If the Great Anchor Dynasty launched a fierce attack, he would fight to the death with the enemy and would never surrender the city to them. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the living room slammed shut, and a Keith clad in armor walked in alone. Seeing the man enter, Marshall couldn't help but squint his eyes, staring straight at him. This is him. It seems General Marshall is a straightforward man, but you seem to have guessed incorrectly on one point. The one who sent me to persuade you isn't General Anderson, but rather the strategist Cavan, who makes you tremble with fear, Egon said calmly. Marshall furrowed his brows, staring intently at the man. Cavan? Although he hadn't met Cavan, he knew well of his abilities and reputation. The fact that such a person sent the Jinui agent indicated they were determined to persuade him. Looking at Egon, Marshall said coldly, "Tell me, how does your strategist plan to persuade me?" Though he already had an idea, he wanted to hear how Cavan intended to convince him. "Our strategist believes you are a benevolent general who cares for your troops. Surely, you won't watch 1,500,000 soldiers be slaughtered without a second thought," Egon stated expressionlessly. As he spoke, an overwhelming killing intent flashed in his eyes, enveloping Marshall in a chilling aura. Marshall's heart skipped a beat, sensing the powerful aura and feeling an impending sense of doom. The man before him was undoubtedly strong, far stronger than himself. If Egon decided to kill him, it would be over in an instant. He never imagined Cavan would send such a formidable agent into his midst. "What do you intend to do?" Marshall asked coldly. Night fell. "Instructor, I still have concerns that Marshall won't surrender," Anderson said hesitantly in the main tent of the military camp. It wasn't that he didn't trust Cavan, but he harbored some worries. The generals they faced weren't ordinary. Their loyalty to the dynasty far exceeded that of others. Persuading someone like Marshall to surrender was almost an impossible task. No matter what, threatening his family or using coercion wouldn't sway him from betraying his king or dynasty. Instructing, like Marshall, trying to persuade him is akin to playing music to a cow. "However, we have Wuchang City's 1,500,000 troops as leverage," Cavan remarked, surprising Anderson. Despite Cavan not revealing his true intentions, the sheer number of troops made it clear that Marshall would have no choice but to surrender if he wanted them to live. Otherwise, they would die alongside him. Believing in Marshall's character, he wouldn't stand by and let so many lives be lost for a broken cause. Anderson's eyes narrowed gravely. "Instructor, What will happen to Marshall if we persuade him to surrender? Marshall is a loyal man who loves his soldiers, but is equally loyal to his king. I believe, after surrendering, he would end his own life. Cavan responded emotionlessly. It wasn't boasting but stating facts. Surrendering wasn't an option for someone as devoted as Marshall. Yet Cavan believed he would lead the troops to surrender, only to take his own life afterward. Torn between loyalty to his troops and his king, he knew who was speaking from the shadows, but chose not to respond or defend himself. The person hidden in the darkness was right. He had no face left to show. Yet, there were things he had to do. As the cold voice faded, a Keith clad in tight black clothing suddenly appeared beside him. Holding a gleaming long sword, the man's icy blade shone menacingly, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. He watched Marshall with a stern gaze, ready to strike at any moment. The king entrusted the safety of the capital to you, yet you led the defenders to surrender to the great Anchor dynasty. Do you think you can justify this to the king? To the dynasty that nurtured you? The speaker seethed with hatred. Over 1 million troops had become captives because of Marshall's decision. Marshall kept his gaze fixed on the hall ahead. Indeed, I am unworthy of facing the king, but I cannot allow these soldiers to die for a decaying dynasty. They deserve to live. They have the right not to sacrifice their lives for a dynasty already on its knees. As their general, I cannot let them die in vain. Perhaps his actions were wrong, but he harbored no regrets. The dynasty was crumbling, and its fall was inevitable. He could not lead thousands more to their deaths. Moreover, the king had fled, making further sacrifices unnecessary. Though loyal to his king and his dynasty, he could not stand by and watch 1 million men march to death. Even if condemned by 1,000 voices after his death, he would adhere to his conscience and prevent their needless demise. In the other fallen kingdoms, their kings had died with their capitals. However, Emotidu's king abandoned the capital upon seeing the enemy approach, fleeing with his family. Such behavior betrayed the people and demoralized the soldiers who fought to the death for the kingdom. He might be an unfit commander, but he refused to be an incompetent general. Humph! The black-clothed man sneered, saying coldly, if you failed the king, then your head will speak to him instead. Swish! Without warning, the man's sword glinted, aiming straight for Marshall's throat. Sensing the fatal intent, Marshall closed his eyes, awaiting his end. Clang! Suddenly, a sound of steel clashed, and a wave of force rippled outward. Egon, dressed in flying fish attire and wielding a decorative spring knife, appeared like a ghost behind Marshall, blocking the attack. An Imperial Guard? The black-clothed man's brows knitted together. He swiftly retracted his weapon and stepped back, surprised to find an Imperial Guard hidden by Marshall's side. This opponent seemed formidable. Marshall, who had been waiting for death, felt a flicker of annoyance. He asked coldly, why are you stopping? Shock as he hurriedly retreated. Seeing the rolling waves of blade energy, his expression darkened significantly, his eyes flickering with fear. The power of this brocade-clad guard far exceeded his imagination. They were not even in the same league. If a single captain of the brocade guard was this formidable, then their supreme commander must be a truly terrifying existence. At this moment, he could distinctly feel that the other party's strength seriously threatened his life. If he did not choose to flee now, he would only be left with one path, death. Wanna run? No way. Noticing the black-clothed man's movements, Egon sneered coldly, gripping the spring glory saber tightly in his right hand before accelerating towards him. It had taken great effort to lure him out, and he could not allow him to escape. If the man wanted to run, he would have to pay with his life. Seeing the rapidly approaching opponent, the black-clothed man's expression changed slightly, but without hesitation, he gathered his spiritual energy into his longsword. Sword techniques unfolded, sending surging sword energy towards the enemy before him. Seeing the surging sword energy, Egon showed no fear and likewise displayed his saber technique. With the saber skill unleashed, an overwhelming wave of saber light surged toward the enemy. Boom! The saber and sword lights collided, causing an instant explosion. The ground immediately. Originally entrusted by the king to protect the capital city, Marshall chose to disobey orders, leading to the surrender of over 1 million troops. Your Majesty, I am unworthy of you and the Maolu dynasty. Only my death can make up for your expectations. With these words, Marshall slowly stood up after kneeling for a long time, drew his sword, placed it against his neck, and swiftly slashed. Bang! As the sharp blade slit his throat, his weapon fell to the ground, followed by his own body collapsing onto both knees, smiling calmly even in death, his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Egon approached Marshall step by step, feeling the life force dissipate from him. A silent sigh escaped his heart. This guy's personality is truly peculiar. Why do you need to be so stubborn? Egon slowly squatted down and reached out his right hand to close the man's eyes. Even in death, he kept them open, which felt rather helpless. Since he wanted it this way, Egon helped close his eyes. After closing Marshall's eyes, Egon immediately used his spiritual energy to stop the bleeding from the wound. In the Great Anchor Dynasty, the Imperial Palace. Reading the scroll brought by Anderson, Harold felt extremely pleased. The only regret was that the king of the Maolu dynasty, Tadu Ankrangsheng, along with his family, had fled, making it impossible to eliminate them. However, kneeling on one knee, reporting, Your Majesty, we have received important news from the Kunlun domain. What news? Feeling a bit irked that every time he left the study, a brocade guard would arrive on time with news, he was now curious about what news the brocade guard had brought him, especially from the Kunlun domain. Was Bowie again asking for assistance? Just as Harold pondered this, the kneeling brocade guard reported, Your Majesty, our spies within the Kunlun domain have successfully infiltrated the Cold Snow Sanctuary. Hearing this, Harold's eyes brightened, focusing intently on the man, unsure whether he was excited or something else. Cold Snow Sanctuary. A force he had always been curious about. The arrival of the brocade guard surprised him. They had successfully infiltrated the inner workings of this organization. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Harold asked with a composed face, Did you gather any information about my sister? He sent the brocade guards there not only to understand this force deeply, but also to investigate the whereabouts of his sister. Since the brocade guards had successfully infiltrated, he believed they must have gathered information about her. Chapter 483. The Puzzle of the Cold Snow Sanctuary. Your Majesty, I am truly ashamed. Although our people have infiltrated the Cold Snow Sanctuary, we have no clue about the whereabouts information on his sister in the Cold Snow Sanctuary. How is this possible? Could he have been deceived by the system? No, the system wouldn't lie. Therefore, his sister must still be there within this faction. As for who was responsible, this would require an investigation. After a long silence, Harold looked calmly at the Imperial Guard and said, immediately inform our agents in Kunlun Domain to search for any clues regarding my sister. Even if they have to dig the ground up, they must find her. Also, inform the agents inside the Cold Snow Sanctuary to investigate why they have erased any trace of my sister. There must be something significant happening. A large faction like the Cold Snow Sanctuary wouldn't do such things without cause. If they were erasing all traces of his sister, it likely meant that something dangerous was happening. To protect themselves, they might be severing ties with her. To find his sister now, they would need the assistance of highly skilled undercover agents. He hoped silently that his sister was safe, and that the Imperial Guards would locate her soon. I want to see her alive or dead, Harold said with a chillingly cold tone. Yes, Your Majesty. The Imperial Guard bowed and promptly turned to leave. When their ruler gave an order, they dared not disobey. He was frustrated by how inefficient his colleagues in Kunlun Domain were. How could they fail to find any information about the eldest princess? Wasn't this like trying to kill him softly? Thankfully, their ruler had a good temper. Otherwise just now he might have torn him apart limb by limb. After the Imperial Guard left, Harold raised his head to look into the sky, his expression stern and cold, his brows furrowing with uncontainable rage. He had a premonition that his sister was in grave danger. Hendrik Thermore, his brother Harold kept having nightmares recently, dreaming of a woman in peril, someone very familiar, obviously his sister. Anna, where are you now? Are you safe? Have you encountered danger? Do you need your big brother's help? Harold muttered these questions aloud. For over a decade, he had been searching for her, yet no matter how thoroughly they investigated, the Imperial Guards couldn't find her. She seemed to have vanished without a trace. But deep down, he believed his sister was still alive, just living in constant hardship, always fleeing. After a long silence, Harold murmured to himself, how could the Imperial Guards not find her? Has this girl changed her name? He knew very well how capable the Imperial Guards were. The fact that they couldn't find her led him to suspect whether their methods were outdated. However, he firmly believed the abilities of the Imperial Guards hadn't declined. Therefore, the only explanation was that his sister had changed her identity. To evade pursuit, one would need to change their name and disguise themselves to avoid detection by enemies. Seems like I really should ask someone. With that thought, Harold stepped toward the Yulan Palace. Puff. In the icy, frigid cave, a 16-year-old girl stood upright, her skin as smooth as jade, her eyebrows and eyes beautifully drawn, a beauty beyond compare. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, expelling the toxins from her body. Weak and panting heavily, though pale, she showed remarkable resilience despite her frailty. Her small bluebird companion rushed to her side, looking worried. In a clear, concerned voice, it chirped, Lady, are you alright? Just expelling the poison. I'm just a bit weak right now, she replied, shaking her head bitterly. Fortunately, she had stumbled upon a special herb called flame grass, which saved her from the prolonged effects of the poison, Taduli Shunghun San. Now that the toxins were cleared from her body, her cultivation speed would drastically improve. With enough strength, she wouldn't fear pursuit anymore or worry about facing her enemies. Yvette, has Maria sent any news? Are those mysterious pursuers still searching for us? She asked softly after stabilizing her internal energy and healing the damage caused by the toxins. Yes, the little bird chirped, then continued, Lady, those villains who've been chasing us are still investigating our whereabouts and even killing innocents. Thinking of those persistent pursuers, Yvette's eyes blazed with anger, seemingly ready to challenge them. However, she knew deep down that as a fledgling, she wasn't even close to being able to take them on. As the girl pondered, Yvette added, By the way, lady, in addition to the usual news, Maria mentioned that another group of mysterious people recently started investigating you too. Note, some names like Yulan Palace and characters' names are kept in pinyin or directly translated as per instruction. Chapter 484, Anna's Encounter. There's another group of mysterious people investigating my whereabouts? The young girl frowned, her heart filled with doubts as she asked, Yvette, what's going on? Why are there still people investigating me? Maria, can you tell me who these mysterious people are and why they want to investigate me? The relentless pursuers had already been enough to give them a hard time, but now another group was appearing. Wasn't this pushing them to their limits? How could she allow others to force them into such a desperate situation? If they pushed her too far, she would not hesitate to destroy the thing they were after. Then no one would get it. Yvette shook her head gently in response. I'm not quite sure, but Maria mentioned that this new group of mysterious people is very peculiar. Their aura is very strange, and they're definitely not from Kunlun Domain. As for why they are investigating your whereabouts, Maria is still investigating. Once she has news, she will report back immediately. But Master, Maria also said she felt that these newly emerged mysterious people have no ill intentions. They just want to gather information about you, Yvette continued. Though she was puzzled by Maria's assertion that the mysterious people had no ill intentions, she knew deep down that Maria would never deceive her. What was perplexing was why these mysterious people suddenly appeared and specifically searched for her master's whereabouts. The frowning girl narrowed her eyes. Although she did not know why these mysterious people meant her no harm, vigilance was still necessary. She said softly, Yvette, please go out and observe the surroundings. Report back immediately if anyone approaches. Okay. Maria, the little green bird, nodded lightly and flew towards the entrance of the cave. Alone in the cave, the girl sat cross-legged, adjusted her breathing, and started to channel her spiritual energy to heal her internal injuries. Although she had already begun healing, it had only been a superficial repair. Now, she needed to settle down and thoroughly restore herself. However, just as she was about to begin healing her injuries, sorrow crept onto her face, and tears uncontrollably trickled down her cheeks. Seeing her tears flow, her heart ached involuntarily. Brother, where are you all now? Anna misses you so much. #### in the Great Anchor Dynasty, Yulan Palace. Putting his daughter Evertinksno down on a mat laid out on the lawn, Harold turned his gaze to Christy beside him and smiled as he asked, Empress, do you think you can contact your dear friend Alia, who is currently in Kunlun domain? Earlier, he had entrusted Christy to find information about his sister but forgot to get Alia's contact details, making it impossible for him to learn anything about his sister's whereabouts. Now his only hope rested on Christy. He hoped she could reach Alia so he could finally learn something about his sister. Camila, who had intended to speak, realized Harold was focused on finding his sister and kept quiet, directing her attention to Christy instead. Christy thought for a moment and replied, It is possible to contact her, but I need to find old Tadu first. Only through him can we contact Grandfather Hendrik. She naturally understood Harold's intentions behind asking about Alia. Harold had a younger sister in Kunlun domain, and he wanted to know if Alia had any news about her. To contact Alia, she had to connect with Brecken, and to do that, she needed to find her grandfather Gerald. But the problem was, having been here for some time, she had no idea where her grandfather was. Grandfather Tadu? Harold's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Empress, is Grandfather Tadu a relative of yours? This was the first time he had heard Christy mention this name, and he wondered if this person was indeed related to her. If he were important, ask the main general of Northern City's troops to contact him. Harold momentarily froze. If the commander of Northern City could contact Gerald, wouldn't it be a simple matter to find him by reaching out to the commander? But which commander should he approach? Empress, did Grandfather Tadu say which commander you should contact? Harold asked, puzzled. Without a specific target, they would have to ask every commander in Northern City, which was impractical. Besides, even if they asked, the commanders might not respond or provide accurate information. Christy replied, Your Majesty, Grandfather Tadu said that if I sent a token to the commander of Northern City's main forces, he would be able to contact him. Really? Upon hearing this, Harold's eyes brightened as he looked at Christy intently, but soon his brow furrowed again. Contacting anyone else might be manageable, but this particular commander, Duanmu Chichuan, was known for his eccentric personality. Trying to reach him through the Imperial Guards would be futile, pure nonsense. Note: the translation aims to stay true to the original text, maintaining character names, context, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Chapter 485. Releasing 4 Primordial Beasts. After leaving the Yulan Palace, Harold directly instructed Andy to summon a Jinui battalion commander. He had a task to entrust to this commander. Since he had already learned from Christy how to contact Arno Angfang, the next step was naturally to reach out. Harold, hands folded behind his back, muttered to himself, There's only half a month until that Desi's wedding. It's about time I let Callahan and the others go out and experience life. Having taken only a few steps, Harold called for the eunuchs to fetch Addy and the others, while he made his way towards the Imperial Study Hall. Soon, Harold and the others arrived at the Imperial Study Hall accompanied by eunuch Ankaro Anzi, and saw Harold engrossed in reviewing official reports. The 4 newcomers did not disturb him. They greeted him respectfully and knelt down before him. 2 hours later, Harold finally finished revising all the reports before him. Rising slowly from his cushion, he called out, Come over here, all of you. Yes. Glancing at each other, they stood up one by one. Upon standing, they felt a numbing pain in their legs, especially since they had been kneeling for so long. However, now was not the time to stay in place. As soon as they rose, they briskly massaged their sore legs and moved forward. Sitting on his cushion, Harold quickly gestured for everyone to sit down. Then he said, I believe you 4 are curious why I have gathered you here. Addy nodded gently and asked, Father, can you tell us why you called us here? Even Gerald and Xylan gave puzzled looks, sharing the same curiosity. What brings you all here? They wondered about Harold's intentions. I've gathered you here because it's time for you to leave the dynasty of Great Anchor and gain experience in the world, experiencing its dangers and human relations, Harold said with a smile. Harold looked at his brother with shock and dismay, saying, Brother, are you saying we can leave the palace and experience our own world? Hearing this, Gerald and Xylan, along with Addy, turned their eyes towards Harold. Imagining the possibility of leaving the palace filled them with excitement, almost disbelieving what they were hearing. However, seeing Harold's sincere expression confirmed that he indeed spoke to them. Yeah, Harold smiled and nodded, continuing, You can indeed leave the palace, even leave the dynasty of Great Anchor, or even Nanyang domain, and I will not restrict your travels. Oh yeah. Everyone got up excitedly from their cushions, bursting with joy. Looking at the 4 joyfully rising figures, Harold said, Although I agree for you to leave the Imperial Palace and the dynasty of Great Anchor, there are 3 rules I need you to follow. If you break any of them, I'll send the Jinui to bring you back. Brother, no matter what the rules are, we promise to comply without hesitation, Harold replied, trying hard to contain his excitement. Father, what are these 3 rules? Addy asked, puzzled. Seeing the innocence in their faces, Harold chuckled inwardly. These 4 seemed too confident about the outside world. This outing would teach them how dangerous and complex it could be. Based on my understanding of your personalities, once you're out there, you might cause trouble everywhere. Hence the necessity for these 3 rules, Harold said sternly. Brother, why would you say that? We won't stir up trouble, Harold said with a genuine smile. Harold, brother, we promise not to cause trouble or harm anyone, Gerald said. Father, we are very obedient. We won't provoke others or create problems, Addy added. I know exactly what kind of people you 4 are. If you don't stir up trouble, then pigs will fly, Harold remarked coolly. In reality, letting these troublemakers loose was like releasing 4 primordial beasts into the world. For a moment, silence filled the room as the 4 exchanged glances. Harold continued, "Don't look at me like that. You know who you are more than I do. Especially you, troublemaker extraordinaire. Over the years, you've caused more trouble than you've accomplished." Haha. Feeling his cheeks flush, Harold scratched the back of his head, looking extremely awkward. His brother's words hit home. He was indeed the biggest troublemaker. Shaking his head, Harold resumed, "Now, focus on the 3 rules. Remember, if you violate any of them, the Jinui will forcibly bring you back." Extending his index finger, he stated, "First, after leaving the dynasty of Great Anchor, you must conceal your royal identity. Do not reveal it to anyone. You know the consequences if you do. Second, when outside, do not use your royal status or bully others. If provoked, defend yourself strongly, but do not start fights. Third, do not use your formidable abilities unless absolutely necessary." Turning his gaze to Gerald and Xylan, Harold's expression grew serious. "Especially you two, being members of the Dragon Clan. Reveal your identity only when absolutely necessary." Though the Dragon Clan was powerful, humans still sought to hunt and plunder their valuable assets. Revealing themselves could expose them to hidden human experts, eager to attack. Translation notes. Names such as Harold, Addie, Gerald, Xylan, and Andy are transliterated using pinyin. The structure and tone of the original text have been preserved to maintain coherence and flow. ####Chapter 486. Troops surround the capital of the Seven Knights Dynasty. "Before leaving the Great Anchor Dynasty, you must first attend Clayton's wedding and then leave for the Kunlun region," Harold said calmly. "Additionally, your strength far surpasses what the Nanyang region can offer. Only the Kunlun region suits you, where there are many powerful young talents and abundant cultivation resources, making it a revered place for cultivation." He didn't want them to stay in the Nanyang region to train because their strength was already too formidable. Any single one of them could easily overpower any strong individuals outside the Great Anchor Dynasty. Leaving them here to train would be like putting fierce beasts among ants. They could crush everyone. Since they weren't suitable to remain here, he decided to send them to the Kunlun region. There, they could obtain appropriate cultivation resources and enter powerful cultivation sanctuaries. They exchanged glances and blushed awkwardly. Harold was right. They were indeed very powerful and could dominate anyone outside the Great Anchor Dynasty. The Nanyang region truly wasn't suitable for their training. Staying there wouldn't benefit them at all. Given their strength, it would be better to head to the Kunlun region, where numerous formidable cultivators and outstanding young talents resided. Turning his gaze to Tessa Addie, Harold asked seriously, "Callahan, Clayton, and Kendra's wedding is approaching. What gift do you plan to give them?" Clayton and Kendra would be married in half a month. If these naughty boys hadn't prepared, he'd have to help them out. Hee. Addie grinned and replied, "Father, I've already prepared my gift. Once Louis Tadeo and Annie Tadion are married, I'll present it to them." Hearing Tessa's response, Harold nodded approvingly. Then he turned to his other sons, Harold, Gerald, and Xylan, asking, "Have you prepared your gifts? Don't tell me you haven't started yet." The 3 exchanged glances and smiled. "Brother, rest assured, we prepared our gifts 3 days ago. Once Brother Tadeo and sister-in-law Tadion are married, we'll present them with our gifts." They had readied their gifts shortly after confirming Clayton's wedding date. Now they just awaited the day of the ceremony to present their gifts. As for what the gifts were, they preferred to keep it a surprise. Seeing that the 4 young men had everything ready, Harold didn't press further and agreed to wait for Clayton's wedding in half a month. ###The capital city of the Seven Knights Dynasty, Guihai City. Fuiz stood on the riverbank opposite Guihai City, his brows furrowed and eyes gleaming coldly as he stared at the sprawling, gilded city situated on an island in the middle of the lake. The capital city of the Seven Knights Dynasty was strangely built on an island in the center of a vast lake. The city itself was enormous, spanning 8,000 square kilometers, completely covering the island. Towering walls rose high, equipped with crossbows aimed outward at any potential attackers. From the riverbank to the city, the distance spanned nearly a kilometer, with 4 bridges connecting the city to the shore. However, these bridges had been destroyed. To attack the city, they had to launch assaults from the water, coming from 4 different directions, an extremely challenging task. Additionally, they lacked enough ships to carry all their troops across the lake. Fuiz, watching from the north bank of Guihai City, finally turned to his military advisor, Colt, and asked, "Advisor, how do you propose we take this city?" According to intelligence gathered by the Secret Service, the Emperor of the Seven Knights Dynasty, Emiliano, was still within the city and had not left. Of course, Emiliano hadn't left because he couldn't. He was trapped. The Secret Service worked tirelessly to prevent him and his officials from escaping, even at the cost of several lives. But their